And
All right, and we can continue. I'll go on and shill this new YouTube link a little bit. And
yes, send it to me, please. I did put it on the WordPress.
yes, all right.
So we just ended one YouTube feed and we're starting a new one.
We have done 16 hours. Well,
Nice.
okay, actually, the HCPP TV Jitsi call is at 15 hours 11 minutes.
Okay.
So we're not even a third in. Shit.
We can do it.
No regrets, man.
Go.
We can do it.
You go rest, and we'll take care of the rest.
That's gonna be fantastic. I'm so much looking
Yeah,
forward
get
to
some
this
sleep
meeting.
back.
It's crazy awesome. I love it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So yes, let's update everything, and I'll join you maybe a little bit more in a bit.
Cool. Go get some sleep, man. All right, so we're on to a new feed, I believe. Can you guys hear me? Are we losing connection here?
You're good.
Yeah.
All right. Are we live?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so how do we defend ourselves from the digital totality, guys? Take it away.
Nico, do you mind I go on and shill this new link?
So, right. There's plenty of tools. I think the biggest struggle here is the struggle of the mind. Like, you know, I'm addicted to chocolate, for example. So my daily struggle is to stay away from that because I know that it's bad for me, no matter how much I get enjoyment in short term from it. And I think the same thing applies to any kind of addiction. You know, maybe you just need to, I think the best thing to do is like, we have these tools, sure, we can learn how to use them, sure. However, that's not going to be very effective if we don't use them, if we choose to put ourselves in that situation that we don't use them and we take advantage of these conveniences that you know, somehow give pleasure to us. So I think the struggle here is in the mind, and we should find positive feedback loops and that kind of addictions. Like, for example, I'm completely obsessed with Bitcoin. Like, I'm completely addicted to it. I cannot get enough of information conversation about it, but I consider it's very constructive. I consider it's just what I want to do. So I don't consider it a destructive force in my life, but I do recognize that there are destructive forces in my life, and it's just about, you know, trying to basically negotiate with myself, because that's essentially what you're doing with yourself. You're trading with yourself. You want to smoke. You're trading yourself. You know, maybe you have a little bit less time in this world, but that's a trade that you're making at that moment. The same thing if you're using social media. You're making that choice. I'm going to use my time for this instead of something else. Maybe building a business. Maybe, you know, writing a nice meme and influencing people or something like that. Or then you can just read somebody else's Twitter feed endlessly, which is also nice at some point, especially when you're learning and falling down the rabbit hole. But from my own experience, I would also say that, you know, work harder and dig deeper and start making your own content and talking to people and writing, even if it's shit. You know, it doesn't matter, because writing is a really powerful tool to internalize your thoughts and ideas and find conviction and find standards in your life. I think, you know, we talk about Bitcoin standard, we talk about gold standard, fiat standard, but what are the standards that we personally hold to ourselves? Because we are the supreme judge and the God of our life.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that this idea of the sovereign individual is really important, and how, you know, how to position ourselves in a way that we can actually maximize our will and our potential output is actually really powerful. But I mean, I can't help but think of a dream that I had maybe a year ago, where in the context of this sort of sovereign individual idea, the dream was that I was standing on a hill. It was the top of the hill, and I could see far and wide, and, you know, it felt like I was the king of the hill, so to speak, right? But then all of a sudden, as time went on, I started to see the hill around me crumble, and it began to crumble and crumble, kind of how entropy erodes structures over time. And it started to crumble until all that was left was a little piece of rock that I was standing on with one foot. And then that also crumbled, and I fell from the hill, and there was no hill left. And what I took from that dream is that there is a kind of fragility in individuality, and it's taken to the furthest extreme. It's like, yeah, okay, you can be the king of the hill, but you will only be there for so long, and you're kind of centralizing yourself in a weird way, right? And I think the lesson there is that, okay, yes, aim for sovereignty, but realize that there's redundancy in relationships with other people. There's redundancy in connection and in deploying and joining standards that are held by other people and with other people. And so, I mean, I just wanted to share that as a sort of interesting kind of metaphor for the stuff that we're dealing with. We want to be able to stand on our own 2 feet, but we also need to build, like we can't take on the world by ourselves. We do need to be able to hold grounded and reach a certain kind of critical mass, so to speak, in order to defend ourselves from the sort of, I guess, the evils of the world. I mean, I know I'm talking in very big terms, but yeah.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with you. I mean, in a sense that, yeah, we can't. Well, for example, I don't want to live just by myself. I don't want to grow my own food, and I want stuff like, for example, a computer. I wouldn't build this myself. I mean, of course, I can do barter, but I would have to at least have someone who goes on and outside of the outside of my area to actually get these parts, or build this and get this all together. So we have to do some kind of like cooperation to actually go forward. But well, I do think that mainly the biggest issue currently with like these companies like Facebook and all of the others are just that we haven't realized the issue with this kind of centralized power just yet. And we should, in my opinion, just, and we probably will in time, just grow on to be a little bit more like, not to trust that much, but to actually try to find out as much as you can, and just not trust the big narratives. If there's 100,000 people saying that this guy is great, he maybe still is not. You just have to question pretty much everything. I just think that needs a certain kind of like time period for this big paradigm shift in people's mind to actually happen.
Yeah. Something else that I'm thinking about is, we don't necessarily have to try and build okay, there's value in anchoring part of our life in sovereignty technology and sovereignty solutions. But on the other hand, I mean, I have a product that I want to sell, and I'm genuinely thinking about just doing some straight capitalist advertising on Facebook, right? I mean, it is maybe the best advertising platform that has ever been invented, right? And everybody's on it, and everybody knows that there's advertisements. So maybe I'll just go and sell my product on there, right? And I think while these tools are available to us and everybody else is using them, we would be handicapping ourselves by not using them as well. The bottom line is, can we exit the system on will when we need to, when it makes sense to? And I think that's the key thing that we have to hold ground on, right? It's the same idea as making sure that there's at least a gate or some way out of the walled garden, of these exchanges and everything else. Like we're kind of like trafficking in freedom here, and so that's I think the activist sort of political line that we have to hold. We have to be able to defend the ability to exit the systems, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't also leverage the potential, the power that these systems offer us. And so you know what? I mean, I think, I don't think there's anything inherently moral with advertising for, valuable and useful things on Facebook, and there's power to it. We might as well use it right now because, everybody else is, right? And the same goes for many of these other platforms.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is maybe like unpopular opinion, but I do think that there's a big difference on the things that we actually do in practice in real life and the things that we actually see that would be nice or correct or right. And these maybe just doesn't match every single day on our lives. But the biggest point to me is to just actually realize this, that everything that we decide to do is maybe not correct or right. I mean, I'm not saying that marketing or advertisement would be wrong. I'm just saying, like, I do believe in a way that if you have a really, really good product that would even, success in a system with hard money where people actually try to save and not just spend on bullshit, you will get your product into the ear or into the knowledge of people by, the basic like Bush radio, like however Uber or for example, Tor or Linux or Bitcoin or whatever these products, if they are big and meaningful enough, they will get the attention. And the point is that we are just, expecting to get this like major, like, how would I say, customer base, just really quickly. And that's where we are going into this, like, forcing, not forcing, but, trying to push our advertisement into people that they might do really want to see it or may not, but we are taking the chance that we are pushing it anyway. We are okay with it morally, that we are just now pushing this stuff to you without even knowing if you are really interested or not, or that these are actually, just profiles made by these third-party companies that are selling your information to us. But yeah, in some sense, I would just say that, I don't know, this just requires a lot of time to get, any into the best possible scenario. Well, maybe not the best, but, into a decent alternative of this. But yeah, for example, it used to be like in maybe 10 or more years ago, you could only call people with Skype. And, it's a centralized server, again, a service provider, and it sells all your information and all of that stuff. But now we do already have options. Like 10 years from now, I do believe we have some kind of Twitter or Facebook alternatives. And yeah, and, marketing in those, I don't know, you can probably do that, but I would just prefer to, just stop the whole marketing thing, even though I do totally understand that people do that because it's effective in current system and everybody else is doing it. So if you're not taking advantage of these tools, you're like, you're not on the same level. You're not using as good of tools to grow. I understand that. And that's why I think it's totally understandable that you would use these kind of things. But if you go on and think that now it is like totally okay or morally right or something like that, if that you use the service changes your mind about it, I think that's the wrong thing.
Right. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit. At least I just want to mention some of the solutions that were offered by the documentary itself, in terms of helping protect your mind from this sort of push. This push from third parties into your mind, right? And including this AI and the advertisers. And one of the things they say is just simply, first thing you do is just cancel, like turn off all notifications on your phone and on your computer. And I mean, I've been doing this for years, and I'm really happy that I do it. I mean, I have a kind of addictive personality, and I've actually studied addictions professionally, and addictions counseling, and how to change addictions. It's actually quite difficult, though very much doable. And so, like, I understand how powerful this stuff is, so yeah, turning off notifications is essential because it just distracts you, right? And if you're a creative person, it takes a while to regain your focus into a topic. If somebody bursts through the door, or if your phone starts ringing and just like, you got to snap out of it, and then it takes a while to warm the engine again to get back into the flow of whatever you were doing. So for the pursuit of creative output in particular, it's important to protect your focus. It's actually really valuable to be able to protect your focus. So turning off notifications is very effective. If you find yourself addicted to social media, apparently, one of the things that's, I think obviously useful for that is being able to measure how much time you're spending in it. And then the other thing would be obviously just journal with yourself in a quiet space and moment, like write, maybe grab a notebook and literally write out, what are the benefits of being in social media? What are the costs of being in social media? And what would be the benefits of getting out of it or managing it in a different way versus the cost of doing it, right? And having that conversation will at least liberate you from being just there out of habit and out of sort of dopamine addiction, right? And you'll actually be making a very conscious choice about your use of that platform. That's not all that it takes to change a habit. You kind of have to reinforce it if you do change a habit. So I mean, there's you can grab a calendar and just mark days, of successful shift of the habits and so on. But I mean, I think that sort of lays one of the basic strategies. And there's actually a bunch of tools that they recommend. I'm actually going to share the link. I'm just going to share the solutions suggested. I'll just paste them on the chat right now on YouTube. And these were all sort of these were all kind of websites and solutions that they offered. I mean, another one that they mentioned is, set some time limits for them, and and don't, like, separate it from sleep, for example. Get your computers out of the bedroom, so that you can actually go to sleep. One of the problems that I struggle with a lot, and I think a lot of people do as well, is that the blue light that comes out of the screens actually suppresses your melatonin production. Melatonin is the hormone that helps your brain get sleepy. And so this sort of creates a positive feedback loop of staying online later and then going to bed really late, which means you miss a certain circadian rhythm sleep cycles that are important for your body's regeneration and healing. And so you wake up late. And so not only are you missing part of the peak productivity of society, which happens in the morning, but you're also not recovering as effectively and healing your body as effectively as you could. So there's all these sort of unintended maybe unintended consequences to the digital life, and I think it's actually quite valuable to take control of them, take conscious control of them, and I'm probably going to write some content about this, because I think about it a lot, and I think it's sort of really potentially very valuable to be able to manage these habits, right?
That's an interesting point. I mean, we can't even know where this all information aid, where is this going to lead? We haven't tested out what actually happens to the kids that are playing, like, for example, the first 10 years of their life with video games or something like that. We're just going to see, and yeah, we should be like careful with pretty much everything.
Yeah.
One of the things that I wanted to also mention is, like, if you are not really ready to just quit like some certain social media, just try to take these small steps into like improving your privacy. Like, for example, switching from Linux or Mac into from Windows or Mac, for example, into Linux, or some or let's say from using like credit cards, moving to like Bitcoin, for example, or if you can't, move from Zoom to Jitsi. And there's also like currently all like chatting apps, like for example Telegram, and yeah, that example is probably better than Facebook, but they just have really different kind of UI. So you're gonna have to do some trade-offs. But there is a lot of different options. You don't have to go all the way. You can just take, small steps to improve your situation.
Yeah, I mean, just the most essential form of risk management and sort of hedging that you can do against the modern digital totality state is actually to buy some Bitcoin and put it in cold storage, and make sure you secure that properly, which is not trivial, but it's doable. And that hedges you against everything else. Like even if you just do that, and then like if you just do dollar cost averaging into offline cold storage Bitcoin, while you're also full on panopticon, digital totality social media business, like using all the tools of the modern age, despite the surveillance, like that, like that's probably not a bad strategy, just totally play the game, but then hedge yourself with a dollar cost average offline Bitcoin strategy. And then if the end of the modern system comes, then you'll have your foot on the next era already, right? So anyway, just a thought. Rafa, you got some? No, Nico, you have some thoughts. Go for it.
Yeah, earlier you're talking about the ads and ad blockers and stuff, and yeah, I block those too, and notifications. However, I think we are overlooking one important point here, because some people like the customized ads. They consider it as a service that the company collects their information of purchases and preferences, so then they can offer them opportunities to spend money on the same things that they like. So actually there's quite a bit of people that I've run into who consider this as a service, that they are, they could be even be, well, they are paying for it, they're not monetarily paying for it, but they're happy to use the service regardless of, actually it's a plus for them that they collect your information and data. And if, probably they don't care if it's being monetized or not, because why would they if they're getting what they want from the deal?
Right.
And about the time management, like, yeah, it's a good idea to be aware of how long you spend staring at the screen. However, I would just personally, that doesn't really work for me, micromanaging my time. I just rather do something that inspires me. So the way I think about it is, what is my long-term goal, and what is my short-term goal, my immediate goals, and then just ask myself, did I work for that today? Did I work for that this hour? How did I spend this hour? Is the actions I took during these hours taking me towards one of my goals that I have set for myself? And regardless how I arrive at that goal, I don't care really. If I did it sitting on social media, that's a possibility. So I wouldn't rule that out as an immediate thing to try to focus and try to limit. And in terms of children, I have no idea about that either, like how it affects their development. But let's say that let's limit the discussion here for just my point, just to grown adults who are capable physically and mentally to make this decision for themselves. So in that, and of course you have to be aware of getting enough exercise, getting enough sunlight, getting enough sleep, but those are not exclusive things. I feel like you can spend way more time in the screen, because personally I've been in front of the screen probably half of my life. And I'm not the shining example of health or anything, but I'm doing perfectly fine for myself, and I don't consider myself at a loss because of that. So then I'm just kind of like, whenever somebody says that, yeah, you should limit your screen time, I'm always kind of a little bit are you so sure about that? And a little bit of fringe on that.
Right.
So like if you have goals, should it really matter how you get there? As long as you don't hurt anybody, you don't steal, you don't initiate violence, you are operating peacefully, cooperating with other people to reach your goal, then because you can't really plan the route, can you? Because life is volatile, there's too many variables, so you kind of have to wing it anyway. And what Rafa said about, that we have to be really careful, I disagree with that. We have to be, willing to take these risks and to fail, because that is the only way we can learn and find success. And I feel like society is doing a great job in nannying people into being too scared of taking any risks, of stepping outside the system and looking ridiculous and being ridiculous because, you're wearing a tinfoil hat or whatever. This kind of things, like herd mentality. So yeah, especially for young people, like if you're not taking massive risks in life, what the hell are you doing? That's how you achieve greatness, by risking your ass and then getting handsomely rewarded one day for that. If you never try, then of course you can never achieve anything, but you also can't fail. But then again, you are really already failing life if you're not trying to, strive for any higher meaning. In my opinion.
I just wanted to
go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that, I mean, maybe like we should be more careful about judging what is actually true and what is not, whatever there is on internet, be more careful about trusting people and trying to verify everything, just trying to avoid of having these like centralized third parties that are actually doing everything for you. We have to have a little bit more responsibility, and that means that we have to be a little bit more careful when doing our decisions. Or we can't just rely that now the news or whatever TV says is actually true. We are done with that time. The information age makes it available that everybody can go on and spread their message. So you have to just learn to be much more critical about things.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. That was my misunderstanding.
Yeah, no, I think you strike a good point. I mean, there's really no fixed position to take to end up in a good place always. There's kind of like this balance between trying to take control of your environment in order to minimize the risk of something terribly wrong going, like something terribly wrong happening, right? So like there's value in trying to assert and impose control over your environment. And I'm not talking about like violent control. I'm just talking about like managing, trying to plan out for your life to some degree. But then there's sort of the far end of that is like you become a tyrant, with the total of control over everything, including other people. So that's bad. And then the other side of that is that if you don't take any risks, you're right. You don't get to benefit from some of the great things out there that are available to the human experience. So it's important to really, there's a kind of like balance that only you can be the judge of at the end of the day. Every individual has to kind of decide how to play that game. And I mean, I think as far as kids go, I'm very much starting to favor the idea of just, no screen time till they're 16. But on the other hand, being a competent programmer early on really is one of the most predictable ways for you to be successful in the future, right? Like the difference, the people making most of the money and having most of the influence today are in some way programmers, right? They are, as a career and as a strategy for success in the modern world, learning how to speak computer and how to manipulate robots is actually very, very effective. So how do you both protect kids from screen time and teach them how to code at the same time? There's probably a solution there that it just has to be really kind of worked out. Might even be out there already.
I don't have any kids, so it's easy for me to say, but I would really actually let them have a lot of the screen time if they actually really want it for themselves. It depends on what kind of things to do, well, maybe if it's something that they've heard from school or something like that is actually really stupid, but everybody's just into it. Maybe, okay, I'm not a fan of it, but in some sense, the main thing that I would teach is that, whatever you do, just be ready to go on a totally different way whenever some new information is presented to you. And Don't be hesitant to take this new, totally different information. You know, even if you learn to be a coder, you play a ladder now, you know, you grow up with the internet, and you know, there's no point where you can't just go on and change it. It doesn't like restrict you. It can be a really good thing. The best people are actually really into stuff, so they devote all of their time into it. So if you want to be really good, you have to go all the way. But you know, just don't think don't think it as like a social pressure that you have just chosen this or walked this path and now you have to just continue on it. Or you know, it can be about your choices or your beliefs, whatever. The point is the same.
Yeah, don't put all your eggs in one basket unless you know everything about everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's actually a quote by I can't remember, but basically it was saying like when you know what is a good investment, then diversification is actually a bad strategy. But I think in this case, I mean, yeah, I think it's good to always keep some options out there so you can pivot if things really take a bad turn against you, you know.
Yeah, I think that's really great what Rafa said. Like, you know, be okay with being wrong. You know, be okay with changing your mind and changing your opinion in light of new data, because you should be aware of that and regard all the data that comes in and then reflect how does this impact me and my life. And if you don't do that, if you just get complacent and you kind of like only accept the things that confirm the bias that you currently hold, then you're just in a false security. Like there's this meme of regulation that there's like this fence that this government's built, and then too many people lean on the fence and then it breaks, and then the people are kind of like quote unquote left with nothing. And I think this is the false sense of security is a problem, because if you haven't hit rock bottom, then you don't know really your limit. You don't know, and it's scary. You know, you don't know how it's going to feel. But once you have hit rock bottom, then you realize that you have nothing left to. There's nowhere more lower than you can go, so you can only go up, and that's a really empowering experience. You know, I'm speaking from my own experience. I've hit rock bottom twice, because how would you otherwise know that is the bottom?
Right. Yeah, I've hit the rock bottom at least once in my life, probably a couple of times as well. It's how you grow, man. It's a wave. And it's the difference between you know, like people are like, oh, Bitcoin is really volatile. Yeah, but it's alive. You know, a heartbeat is a wave. It's not a flat line. So, you know, volatility is proof of living.
Yeah, and you know about this Bitcoin volatility thing, people just are expecting this kind of like a Schrodinger's Bitcoin that is at the same time bringing them a lot of fortune, but then again, not being stable and not volatile. So, you know, people just tend to complain about things that they don't understand correctly.
That's a ridiculous argument. Like it's both super stable and, you know, non-volatile, because, you know, one Bitcoin is always one Bitcoin, and that's what you should be looking at. You know, how many Bitcoins do you have? How many Satoshis are you stacking? And not the fiat valuation. Obviously, fiat valuation matters as long as we are in fiat standard. But if you have a low enough time preference, you will start to think in Satoshis. You will start to see every purchase you make as an investment in your future. You know, I've like, when I found Bitcoin, when I understood Bitcoin, that the monetary aspect of it and the scarcity of it, I really started to think, like, I used to spend money recklessly, like the fiat way that they teach you in school, basically, that you need to do that. And then once I realized Bitcoin, then I really started to think, oh my God, like, do I really want to buy this? Can I afford to buy this? Because I need those sats. You know, I'd rather buy some sats. So for me, it has like immense positive implications in my life. You know, I've learned to save just because of Bitcoin. You know, I was never taught how to save, not at home, not at school, certainly. So it's been a really empowering experience as well, and enlightening and humbling.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. You know, sometimes I try to take a step back from my life and and think, okay, am I really supporting something that's fundamentally good? Like, is Bitcoin really good for the world? And that, I mean, it's not an easy question, you know. I think, I mean, it can seem obvious on the surface, but if you can like, it's a question worth thinking about. And I think this is one of the arguments that are really give me peace of mind in that I'm actually supporting something good, because Bitcoin teaches you to resist your immediate impulses to spend your money. Like, it teaches you to save, which is very, very effective. It reinforces that part of you that thinks about the long term. And I mean, you know, in the long term, we're all dead, but before that, we are going to be suffering the consequences of our earlier choices, you know. And so I think it's good to think about how to live in a way that's both good for the now and for the future, and, you know, for the future of your family and then your people around you, but also, you know what I mean? Like, it's good to not be entirely blind to the future. Otherwise, we're just little animals responding like robots to whatever's in front of us. And that's not really, you know, that's just being, you know, vulnerable to puppetry and manipulation, or just not being conscious, right? That's not really being human almost, right? And then the other thing about Bitcoin that's really great is that if you, like, everybody that enters Bitcoin enters it entirely, like, inherently from a greed perspective. Usually, I mean, they might be interested in the technology, but it's the pursuit of money that and wealth that brings them in. And then if once they start trading, what happens is either their arrogance in their in thinking that they can predict the price will get crushed by the market, which is a good thing, because arrogance is generally a bad thing. And then if they can overcome that, then they'll learn that there's a kind of fundamental humility that you have to have when you're a trader, and which is that you don't know what's going to happen, and all you're doing is taking risks and calculated risks. So you have to learn how to manage risk, and B, you have to be okay with being wrong. And both those things, that's a kind of, that humility is a very valuable virtue. It's a very valuable thing to integrate into your life as a human being, I think. And so that's two values, the two virtues that Bitcoin delivers to people down this rabbit hole that are, I think, inherently like good for humanity. So I mean, that's just good news all around, I think. All right. I mean, we're almost done here. We got we're running to the end of the hour. Which, I mean, thank you guys for joining us. I think it's been a really great conversation.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I've gotten to kind of air some of my thoughts on a lot of different topics, and the documentary was excellent. I believe you guys are going to continue the show, and I'm not sure what you guys are going to talk about, or is this the end of your?
This is the end of this discussion and our slot. Also, there's going to be a flip from BTC Mag, and he's going to talk with Andrew Chow.
Excellent. Well, that sounds like a great conversation. So, very much looking forward to that. I got 5:57 p.m. over here, so the hour is almost done. Is there anything else you guys would like to share before we move on?
Nico, you go ahead first.
Oh, thank you for everybody who listened to us, and it's been a pleasure as always. I always like to talk about these topics, and if you're interested, I'm pretty active on Twitter. You can find me at Omnifin, double N at the end. And yeah, thanks for everybody. It was nice.
Yeah. Also, thanks from my side. I really enjoyed this discussion, and thanks Juan for hosting it mainly. I mean, you did a really great job. And thanks for Alexandra to coming into the discussion for the first hour also. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's really great to be a part of this conference on HCPP TV. And really thanks a lot for everyone who's contributing to this. And yeah, let's keep the show going on. There's still a lot more content to come.
The show must go on, yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming on. I really enjoyed the conversation. I think that was some excellent topics that we touched on. I got to go as well. So for anybody interested in what I'm up to, you can find me at juangalt.com. That's JUANGALT.com. I'm obviously on Twitter, and I teach people how to Bitcoin. I do evangelism, and in education and try to help people sort of find the solutions to whatever sort of position they want to take in Bitcoin, and help them kind of like figure out what the right approach is for them, because everybody has different sort of priorities in different places in their life. So thanks everybody for watching, and I'll give it to our next host, which is Flip from BTC Media. Is that right?
That's right. How you guys doing? This was super excited to kind of join here and talk a little bit with Andrew.
Excellent. Well, take it away, guys, and you'll have an excellent stream.
Awesome.
Take care, guys.
Yep. Bye-bye. Thanks. All right, Andrew, you there? Hey, how you doing? All right, well, let's get started. We'll talk a little bit about whatever we're going to end up talking about. I really want to talk about Twitch, actually. I know that you've been streaming. Bitcoin Magazine just recently got into Twitch, so I'm like the guy who's really excited by Twitch. I'm kind of curious on some of your thoughts there. I know this is probably like a weird one for the identity stuff. So maybe before we get into that, we can talk a little bit about like kind of picking up from where Juan just was. He said a lot of people were getting in through money and stuff like that. I got in through the technology. I got into Bitcoin through the tech. I feel like you did too. I don't know. I'm just going to make that guess. Tell me a little bit about some of your backstory here and how you decided to kind of get involved with Core.
Yeah. Several years ago when I was still in high school, a friend of mine found out about Bitcoin and knew I was into computers and technology, and just like asked me if I had heard about this, and I said no. And I just looked into it after that, and I found the technology to be super interesting and all that. So I started looking at all the read the white paper, and then started reading through the wiki, the Bitcoin wiki, on all the protocol documentation, Bitcoin.org's protocol documentation, and eventually, some things, there was some missing gaps, and I started diving into the source code, and from there, finding, oh, here's a bug here, bug there, let's fix all these things.
That's cool. Yeah. Were you especially like liberty or freedom oriented? Were you just like, hey, I'm a developer, I like code, this is technically interesting, I've never seen anything like this? Obviously, like, you're younger at this point, right? So it's not like you've been, hopefully not, like completely ruined by the government or the system or anything like that. But I don't know, maybe you have some interesting life experience.
This was almost entirely from just interest in the technology. I was just thought it was a cool thing and was looking into it. I have very few, I would say, political motivations for working on Bitcoin.
That's interesting, and I think that's actually a little bit different, right? I think a lot of the narratives. Look, if you follow Bitcoin Magazine, we do a lot of political stuff. We only talk about Bitcoin at this point. We used to talk about other things that weren't Bitcoin, but we do also bring in, a lot. We got a great piece today about Assange and some of the stuff that happened yesterday. We were talking about Ross Ulbright, right? We're talking about Silk Road. We're talking about a lot of things that are not necessarily, PBSTs, right? We also talk about BBSTs, right? We talk about all kinds of technical things as well. And I think that's a big part of what Bitcoin Magazine really is we have that technical aspect to it. But that's interesting to see that, like, very few political motivations. I think that's awesome. I think that's refreshing and super great. I also kind of found it through a technical aspect as well. I think some of it was probably wanting to gamble and do freedom things like that and make money. But I was just amazed that the thing worked.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
Right?
And there was like a small part of being like, well, I was a miner and like under less than 18, not a Bitcoin miner. So
could have been both at the same time.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe. So I wasn't able to have like a bank account or credit cards or whatever without having my parents be involved. And Bitcoin also gave me some financial freedom there by just, I could have something that was actually entirely my own. And obviously cash was too, but you can't spend cash online. So
Totally.
Bitcoin was better for that.
And did you grow up with your friends? So you started doing this at a young age. You've got some type of financial freedom. You're telling your friends. If you're not telling your friends, I'm going to be surprised, right?
Oh, I
Are
definitely
they
told my
going,
friends.
wait a minute, what is this? Did that get them excited? Was that a narrative that was interesting? Financial freedom?
I don't think so. For a few kids, yes. But for most of my friends, they just thought I was weird.
Yeah, I got that
Yeah.
today. I went and I was hanging out with some friends and made a new friend today. And I think I say Bitcoin magazine, right? And people go, wait a minute, what's that Bitcoin thing? And I get the most odd conversations, right? All the time. And I think it even for the people that surround themselves with me quite often, still don't quite spend as much time as they probably should, just thinking about some of it. Okay, so got started real early, wanted to get in core, saw a bunch of bugs and stuff like that. Now you currently focus on like HWI, the hardware wallet integration side, right? I know you've done some stuff with PBSTs specifically. What's the new thing that you're working on? What are you streaming on Twitch? Like, what are you working on this Twitch? And that's like my easy way to get to talk about Twitch, right?
Yeah. So most of my work on Core is actually focused in the wallet. And so obviously hardware wallets are tied into the wallet. So there's your connection there. But recently I actually have kind of passed off the hardware wallet project to another developer, Shores Provost. He's got some open PRs for hardware wallet stuff in Core. And I've moved on to it's going to sound a little grandiose. It is the rewrite the whole Core wallet project.
Well, that's exciting. I actually wanted to bring this up too. I'm pretty.
Yeah.
I want there to be another implementation of Core stuff, right? And I feel like we're getting to the point where this is going to be a larger narrative. I've talked to a couple devs, Core devs. Nothing. It's like no one's saying anything in public, but I've had some people talk about like this should be happening. That's interesting that's your grandiose plan. I'm into that.
Yeah, it's not quite a second implementation, like a separate implementation. I'm taking essentially what was kind of a little crap right now and trying to shift it into a way that we can make it even better in the future, which has been a lot of code refactors and deleting things that don't make sense, that kind of stuff. And this actually been mostly what I've been streaming. So this project I have like broken down into several stages, and I expect it to take something on the order of 5 years to do.
That sounds yeah. If I had to stick my finger in the air and say, how long does it take to rewrite all the crap out of Core? 5 years seems
a long time.
Appropriate. Yeah.
So my last major project, which was also related to hardware wallets, was a thing called descriptor wallets, where we're just changing how Core stores keys and scripts inside the wallet to use this new structure that SIPA created called output script descriptors. That actually got merged a few months ago. So I've moved on to my next step, which is to change how we track transactions and unspent transaction outputs in the wallet. And so this will affect coin selection and balance tracking and all that. And if you look at my past Twitch streams over the past 2 months or so, that's basically what I've been working on slowly.
I have popped into them. I have checked it out.
Great.
I didn't realize there's multiple people coding live, which I think is actually pretty cool. In this, I know you basically consider this like rubber deck testing, right? Like the idea that you're going to be explaining this code right to this rubber duck or some type of inanimate object, which is actually the Twitch viewer in this case, right?
Yep.
In order to be a more thorough developer and like get yourself right, because I think I'm a software engineer by trade, and I know that I close my eyes, I open them up, I start coding, I close them again. I don't remember anything that happened. I don't know what I just did. until the next day when I try to look at what I just did. It can be a little myopic, right?
Yeah.
I think that's really an interesting strategy. How do you feel about it? Has it been helpful for you so far?
It's been interesting. I don't know if it's necessarily been helpful, but it's at least maybe not helpful to me, but definitely helpful to other people. So actually some of the other developers and newer contributors to Core have been watching my stream, and it actually helps them with reviewing my code, because then they're able to observe what my thought process was, what was I thinking when I even wrote some line of code, and when they go to review it, they have that context and can give some better review as to the PR I'm opening up.
That's cool.
And I find I guess that's helpful. That is helpful to me. It's just kind of a delayed response.
Delayed response. Yeah, that's a little bit different than obviously like going through the actual PR and getting the feedback and trying to scoop it all together. Having it, are people giving you like live feedback, or is it really like retroactive feedback based on, oh, you know what, I had to take time to process what you were doing to give you this feedback?
There's quite a bit of retroactive feedback, and occasionally I do get live feedback sometimes, but I also think, I mean, I should probably find a better time to stream, because I don't think there are that many active developers who are able to watch just due to time zones and stuff.
Yep.
So that definitely has an effect. But like the times that developers do pop in, there has been some like live back and forth too.
That's pretty neat.
That's definitely been helpful.
It's such an interesting concept. I'm excited to see someone experimenting with this. Hopefully, it does become helpful and just not an annoying thing. Especially when you start getting into all the fun stuff that Twitch has in it. We've been playing with it. We've been working on an app called Carrot, which is a Lightning-based rewards platform. We're trying to basically just wrap Lightning so that we can deal with the complexities of Lightning, and other people can just give out like codes and redemption stuff and give out sats, right? We plugged it into Twitch. I think that's a really cool use case, right? Where we can just kind of drop sats in for doing something. So oddly enough, I played this video game called Marbles. You join in through the chat. It's really stupid. But it's like a random roll, right? So it's like sometimes like we put mempool.space on there. Every time there's a new block, it shows up. And the next marble roll after a new block shows up, we give out 50,000 sats. It's a gimmick, it's a shtick, but it's a lot of fun, right? And people are into it. We've got like, a dozen people that keep coming back and getting free sats. So
yeah,
I'm into it.
Marbles is interesting.
Yeah. Have you seen this Marbles game?
Yeah. I do actually watch like normal Twitch streams sometimes, and sometimes Marbles comes up.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can make your own marbles. You can do all kinds of wild stuff. But yeah, it's I think for us, or for me in particular, this is like the way these new platforms need to be going, right? Is like finding ways for, I think Lightning is just such a natural fit for all of this streaming, right? It's too easy to use, too easy, too quick, too borderless. And for a Twitch stream, it just makes total sense, right? Plus the programmability of Twitch.
Yeah, I was thinking about setting up some like Lightning-based rewards for my Twitch stream, but I couldn't actually think of anything that would be relevant to a coding stream. So we do it because you get channel points for like just watching the stream. We have a redemption button, so like if people were just on there watching, they could just redeem sats for watching. It's something we'll have to talk about that more. I'd love to hear some use cases. It's something we're dabbling with and trying out. Mainly we just do it because we want to know more about Lightning. So as one of the editors at Bitcoin Magazine, like we generally pick like a couple of things that we're really interested in and say, all right, this is probably, like, we have some type of editorial direction, right? This is interesting to me. So, Lightning is obviously very interesting in general, but Lightning is very interesting to Bitcoin Magazine. We've covered it a ton. And so we just want to be more hands-on with it. So for us, it's a toy. It's something to do. Maybe it'll get bigger one day, but for us, it's really just a good excuse to have some good old-fashioned Lightning fun. Yeah.
Okay, so and kind of maybe going back to this freedom thing, I kind of want to pick that up. Obviously, this conference in particular, the Hackers Congress in general, is a lot of this kind of crypto anarchy focused, freedom focused stuff. You said that when you got involved, right? Of course, you get in maybe a little bit younger. You come from the technical side. You don't have too many political aspirations now. How does that? Do you get trying to avoid all this stuff? Do you avoid like the crypto Twitters? Do you I don't know, how do you kind of drown that out maybe to stay focused on the technology piece of all this?
I make liberal use of the mute button.
There you go. All right, you heard it here.
And I'm also on Bitcoin Talk. There I make liberal use of the ignore button. That's how I avoid all of this stuff.
Fair enough. I think that's one of the one of the interesting things that we run into. I think the past, I don't know, 2 months has been a little bit weird with some of people's feedback in core and getting involved. A lot of the stuff with the whitelist thing, right, really kind of set off everyone having random attitude issues and opinions that are completely unjust and ridiculous. And I'm so glad I'm not a core developer, and that people aren't coming at me with pitchforks for no reason. It's interesting, and that actually is kind of where I said, all right, well, is something with core going to happen? Do we need another implementation? Are we going to split off because of things like this? Like, is that a possibility? Not going to ask you directly, like, should we split off because of our feelings being hurt or anything like that, but is there a need for a second implementation of Bitcoin, like completely separate, not just a refactor or a major refactor? I think a refactor always is fun, but
well, there's always problems with second implementations. So Bitcoin does have second implementations like BTCD, Bitcoin. Those are full node software that are, in theory, implemented completely independently of Bitcoin Core and written in other languages by other people. No one uses them,
right?
Basically, and I feel like any other second implementation would end up, in the no one uses it kind of space, or at least if there was a second implementation, then maybe that would then become used and Bitcoin Core becomes no one uses it, or the other way around. I think having a second implementation in general is just hard to do, and also it's also not necessarily good for the network, because it's how you can end up with network partitions if they're not bug for bug compatible. And if they are bug for bug compatible, then what's the point? Right.
Yeah, totally. I can agree with that, right?
And I know there was an issue there was an issue that the Bitcoin developers had discovered in their own code, which then they discovered in Bitcoin Core. Mm-hmm. And this issue actually existed because they were almost transliterating core C++ into JavaScript. I think that's what Bitcoin's in. So they were following what core does and just like rewriting it in a different language, and they end up with the same bug. So even then, a second implementation that does that is also not useful.
Mm-hmm.
Even yeah, it is bug for bug compatible, but for some bugs where you don't want to be compatible like that, where it's not necessarily consensus, then you actually have to like really re-implement everything, and that's just hard to do.
Totally. I mean, I can see there being some benefit in just all right, there is that friction there, so that friction might create bugs popping up faster, right? Something like that, right? Or JavaScript. I guess I didn't realize it was in JavaScript. That seems horrendous. But going through that and saying, oh yeah, all right, here, we've got this issue over here. Are you seeing it? No, we're not. Why not? Let's go run through it. I mean, it seems like it could be valuable at some piece.
that bug I'm thinking of was like several orders of magnitude worse on Bitcoin because of JavaScript, and so
Right.
that's why they
Why
ran
it came
into
up.
it in some testing, just
Yeah.
because like they just needed a less extreme test case to hit the bug.
Right.
But if they
Makes sense.
make it a little bit more extreme, then it would have affected core.
Right.
Yeah.
Very cool. What else are you kind of finding as you're doing all this big refactor? Have you found any particular pieces that aren't especially hairy or nasty, or things that you just hate and never want to look at again?
I found that it's surprising how much of Satoshi's code is still in the code base.
But how much? I've heard that before. I'm not familiar enough with the actual core software. So what kind of percentage are we talking about?
I mean, not like significant, maybe only like 1 or 2%, but
It's still a good bit.
it feels like
it's a decade.
it would, yeah, I know. It feels like after a decade though that you would kind of think with a project this big, almost everything had to have been rewritten or like rewritten, redone something, and you wouldn't really see some code that dates back to Satoshi. But I have found that a few times where I'm wondering, what is this? Usually it's with loops. Like, what is this loop doing? What's the logic here? And I'll go, git blame, and I'll find, okay, who added this? Who added this? So I can look at the commit of where this code was added, and the commit's just like, refactor this file and move it to a new file. So okay, gotta go to its parent and do a git blame there, find out where that came from, and it's like, oh, this is another refactor, and eventually I'm like looking up commits from 2010, and it's like Satoshi just added this for no reason or something like that.
It's
And
gonna be you sit there and you say git blame. I'm gonna find this person.
Yeah,
Satoshi. Shit. Right? Like you're just gonna give up. You're like, all right.
like,
What am I gonna do about this?
And then it also brings up another question of like, well, is this actually useful? Is this code doing something that I'm not thinking of? And do I need to keep it or handle or replicate this behavior somewhere else? And it just adds like another 50 questions and I don't know, 100 man hours.
At some point in my life, I have done development on at least 3 dead languages. One of them is FoxPro, which was a Microsoft language that was discontinued. I don't know, 2010 or something like that. It was so bad. It had its own Visual Basic, or I'm sorry, yeah, its own Visual Studio version that was also awful. And every time you looked at it, the database is corrupted. It's like a really bad Microsoft Access. And we millions of lines of code that I used to spend my entire days just going, why does this exist and who do I find for this? But there was no git blame. There's no git for it. It was awful. It was a horrible lifestyle.
Although now with the wallet, a lot of times I'm finding it's either myself or SIPA.
Yeah.
With a lot of code. It's like, who wrote this? Oh wait, that was me. Oops.
Yep. Hey, that happens too. That's all right.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it. As long as you get it caught, right? As long as you get it fixed. That's all that matters. Well, what else do you get excited about? So you do the Bitcoin development. That's awesome. What other kind of things do you do? Are you excited? I don't know. I'll leave it there. I'll just open-ended question.
Well, what else do I do?
What else do you do? What other kind of hobbies and stuff? What else in your life maybe affects kind of how you see Bitcoin or how you would look at Bitcoin's maybe trajectory in the future, anything like that? It's a hard
I don't really do that much. I work on Bitcoin and I play a lot of video games. That's about it.
All right.
I read books.
I can get behind that. My library of books is ever growing. In fact, we're putting behind me, you can't see it, there's a big bookshelf just full of electronics. This is part of our studio here at Bitcoin Magazine. There's another part over there. But I'm redoing this whole wall with just my books of every single probably techno-anarchist, libertarian, Bitcoin book ever written. It's an affliction that I have, that I don't read them all, but I do buy any book that anyone buys. Just throw it to me on Twitter. I'll definitely buy your books.
I actually actively avoid any Bitcoin related book.
They're not all great. I say it with a bias. I love Bitcoin so much, right? I spend my days just like you do, right? I spend my days doing this. We're not all the best authors, right?
Yeah.
So the quality can be lacking.
No, there was someone was asking me questions and about something, and they were citing what they were citing Mastering Bitcoin, that's what it was, as their source. And I was like, okay, well, I'm told this is a reasonably reputable source, but the information you're telling me is just factually incorrect, and I can go find a commit for you that proves you wrong. So this is also partially why I don't read Bitcoin books. It's just I would just like spend too much time building a list of errata and then have to like send it all in and all that, and I just don't want to do it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think errata. Yeah, I would spend I've actually done a lot of that myself, so I'm pretty sure there's about 5 books so far. I've given a compendium back to the authors and say, we missed a couple things in here, right? But like that's all right, and I think it obviously gets better and better. One of the kind of big stories that we talk about here at Bitcoin Magazine, we basically kind of break everyone into 4 different groups of people. It's like pre-coiners, like 7 billion people in the world. There's Bitcoiners, which is generally everyone who kind of reads Bitcoin Magazine today. The brands and kind of industry, the miners, everybody that's building stuff, right? But associated inside the industry. And then we think of ourselves and some of the products that we're trying to put out in the conference and all this other stuff. And one of the big things that I'm going to start working on here soon is kind of promoting this concept of hyper Bitcoinization, right? And kind of the world that will exist, right? Life after Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin wins, takes over the world. What does that look like, right? Not to ask your opinion on what that looks like necessarily, but is that scary to you? Have you? How much do you think about the implications of Bitcoin actually doing what we want Bitcoin to do?
I think about it sometimes. Usually when it pops up in my Twitter feed before I mute someone.
So you can't mute me here. I think I'm in. No, I'm just kidding. You can mute me on Twitter though, and that'll be fine. But not today. You have to go through this.
No, I do. I don't actually just outright mute everyone. But sometimes I do think about that, and I mostly find this idea to be kind of the actual definition of a utopia, which is something that is great but completely unachievable. Yeah. So I would like for it to happen, but I don't think it is practical or possible to achieve it in the current, well, if starting from the current political climate.
Totally. I always think we need to just take over Florida. I'd say, like, is that a place that they'll give us? Is Florida okay?
But there's a lot of hurricanes, though. I don't know.
There is a lot of hurricanes that would maybe flood the mining facilities, but Disney's got nuclear power, and we could take that over, and that'd be helpful. Cheap energy.
Yeah.
It's something that we think about quite a bit. I'm kind of on the fence of this. I think I'm probably on the like crazy. It always ends up in blood and guns, and it's not going to be good, right? Like, there's no way that we can demonetize governments, and they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense, right? That's pretty cool. Just take money. Just we don't need it anymore, right? Someone's going to want that.
The people in power will push back, and if you aren't able to convince everyone else in I guess everyone else in the world to that hyper Bitcoinization is a good thing, well, the transition is not gonna be that well.
Yeah, it's not gonna be too great. What else? I mean, what do you think? What are, from a technical perspective, right? Well, maybe we'll keep it aligned with core or code at least. How mature do you kind of think of Bitcoin Core? Obviously, it's stable, right? People talk about ossification. I personally not super pro ossification. Not that anyone actually cares what an editor at Bitcoin Magazine thinks too much. I'm not, but at the same time, I believe that we have no idea what we don't know, right? And we don't know what Bitcoin's going to need, right, in the future. Taproot is obviously the next kind of big grouping of things that enables new things. We don't, I don't at least know what the next things would be, except something maybe related with Taproot that would be potentially contentious. Where do you think we actually have to go? Like, how far? You say 5 years for your refactor, so maybe that maybe the ultimate refactor is where we need to end, and that's where ossification happens. Andrew's done, right? We all just wait for you. But what do you think has to be done to kind of, I don't know, get Bitcoin to a point where even hyper Bitcoinization, whatever that is, could even be a real thing?
So I've yet to see a concrete definition of ossification in the context of Bitcoin, but from what I understand everyone else to be talking about, I don't think that would really ever happen, because, well, so we might get to a point where the consensus protocol goes through changes very infrequently, but it's like, we know that there are problems with the way that Bitcoin currently works that we will run into, 100 years down the line, and they're going to have to be fixed. We're going to have some workaround. We're going to have to make some consensus change just to deal with those. So, it's not like Bitcoin will stop having changes in the future. And then with Bitcoin Core itself, even when consensus doesn't change, we make releases every 6 months, and each one always has new features and new improvements. And one thing that we're always fighting against is the size of the blockchain, really, and the time it takes to sync. So even though, between releases, the blockchain grows, I don't know, this is an old number, but say the blockchain grows 20%. Well, and we're able to make a 20% improvement to the IBD performance. Well, great. We've only just kept the sync time the same, and every release we're going to have to keep pace with the growth of the blockchain, just to not let the initial sync to get way too difficult to handle. Because right now it's something like more than 10 hours or something.
Oh yeah, it's quite significant.
Yeah. So,
I've got like a whole box of nodes right in the corner that we try everything out, and I decided I would go play with Umbra, which has been kind of a hot new when people were hot new. I mean, everything is a small group of people, but people have been pretty excited about it. It's a great user interface. I love it, but I put it on a Raspberry Pi 3. That's now a mistake. You can't actually use a Pi 3 anymore. You have to get a 4, and I was kind of surprised by that. That's the first one I've actually done on a Pi 3 in a while. I've got just a bunch of them laying around. I was pretty shocked at just how much time it actually is taking at this point.
Yeah. So yeah, like with Bitcoin Core, like we have to constantly make improvements just to push back the tide of sinking time.
Yeah.
And it's good that we are able to find new things to do and squeeze out every last bit of performance. It's like recently a patent expired on an improvement for signature validation, and now we can use that and increase IBD performance. Although by the time this gets released, it'll probably still take the same amount of time to sync the blockchain, just because it's grown that much in 6 months.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at doing some benchmarking on that, because the Raspberry Pi 3, I was thinking that I saw Jameson Lopp had done some benchmarking on this, and something like a 40% improvement. I think the expectation was 25%, right, somewhere in there,
something like that.
Yeah, super cool, right? It's already in there. It's very exciting to find. You don't find 25% improvements just laying around on the floor. But you're right. It only keeps going so long,
I think Peter found this improvement laying around on the floor, and
he
found
Peter
a patent sitting next to it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure this is true. So libsecp was originally written in order to make use of this this speed improvement, and
Mhm.
then you found out there was a patent there and could not use it. So
Yep.
in all the time we've had libsecp, it'll only be until recently where we've actually used it for its original purpose.
It's pretty exciting, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'm into it. Yeah, I think yeah, a 25% improvement is great, for sure.
Yeah.
Nothing to sneeze at whatsoever, but time obviously will just deteriorate all that performance back.
Mhm.
We got into a thing. One of the things we do is this conference, Bitcoin 2020 didn't happen, but now it's 2021. It's in April. I wish I could tell you the full story about this. Basically, we thought we had a way to do the first transaction in space, Bitcoin transaction, or actually financial transaction in space with the ISS. It's very weird. I'm not going to go through the whole story. Lots of people were involved. It was kind of fun. And so we, here in the office, we actually got into a big thing. Like, all right, Bitcoin in space. How fun is that? All right, galactic money, you know. Of course, the real limitations exist, right? Once you get past the moon, Bitcoin doesn't work too well, right? It is a significant issue. So even with ossification, kind of bring this back to that. That right there means we'll have to do something, right?
Yeah, like there'll always be, physics always introduces some problem that we'll have to work around at some point.
Yeah.
If Bitcoin even lasts that long.
I hope so.
I
Yeah,
hope so too, but some might also call me a pessimist.
yeah, I think it's a optimistic pessimism thing. You know, I too am a pessimist. The way I always think about product development is if we got it right the first time, there's like a 1 in a billion chance, right? Like it's just that in itself is just not statistically possible that we nailed Bitcoin absolutely right. And of course we haven't, right? It's taken 10 years to get to where we are today, and there's still a lot of room to grow. So
Yeah.
Every decision, of course, brings that number in a little bit tighter, and we made the right decisions on all this stuff. And this is obviously the best platform to be working on those kind of things. And we've got most of the problems, or we've got more of the problems than other people have solved in other areas that are looking at comparing themselves to Bitcoin. But I don't, they're not the same, obviously, but comparing themselves to Bitcoin, and yeah, there's no way. Yeah, we'll see. But it does seem like there's more people looking at ossification, and or at least saying we should be in ossification as a definition. I would just say it actually is a literal. We're not updating this stuff. Like it would have to. Which just seems insane to me. But
That seems insane to me, just because.
Yeah.
I mean, here's another problem. Like, computers change. Who knows if we're running? I kind of hope we're not running x86 in 100 years, but maybe we will be. And
as a platform, x86 has lasted a really long time.
Yeah. So Apple's moving to ARM soon. So maybe ARM will be the dominant thing, and then like we have to just, even if the code doesn't change, someone's gonna have to recompile it just to work on this new architecture and stuff. So
yeah,
I think not making any changes is just it's just a non-starter. Then you can't not make changes.
Yeah, absolutely. I forgot they were moving to ARM. Yeah, that it's not the end of the world, but like that is like another kink in the hose that we'll have to figure out there.
Yep.
What about you? What do you want to know from me? I feel like we didn't talk too terribly much about like presetting, like what are we going to talk about? Luckily, I know more about you than you know about me.
I know nothing. I was asked to do this yesterday.
That's awesome. So I'm pretty excited, and I want to say big shout out to Max for even kind of putting this together, like on the TV side and getting us involved. I don't know, what can I tell you about me or stuff that Bitcoin Magazine is doing, or I don't even know if you follow Bitcoin Magazine or care what we're doing.
I follow occasionally.
All right, we're not muted, right?
No, you're not muted. No.
Perfect. That's all I'm going for at this point. Not muted. But yeah, I don't know. Ask a random question. I'll talk about myself for a minute, or Bitcoin Magazine.
Now I have to ask questions. Dang.
Sorry, no one signed you up for that. I get it. That's all right. That's completely okay. One of the things that we're doing now at Bitcoin Magazine, I'll just start it this way, called Technical Tuesdays. We're gonna have to get you on Technical Tuesdays, and I'm gonna have to restream your Twitch or there's a word for it. I don't know what it is. Host. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
We're doing Light Night. We've done a couple other things that are pretty cool, but we'll have to get your stuff going on our Twitter account or our Twitch account.
Sure.
Yeah. And come join us for Technical Tuesday sometime. We do a YouTube streaming thing every Tuesday. We've had a bunch of good stuff. Ruben just did a thing on state chains. The Ben and the SureBit guys have done. Ben and Chris did a thing on DLCs. We've been really excited about DLCs in the office. Have you paid too much attention? I know not all core people will pay attention to other core people too much. And what's going on?
The most attention I've paid to that is probably the initial mailing list post, and that's about it. I haven't, and this is gonna sound a little weird, but I haven't really kept up with a lot of the like new changes coming to Bitcoin, like all the things that other people are really hyped about. Like Taproot, I understand what Taproot is, but so much has changed since I last looked at it like a year ago that I actually don't know what the full details are anymore. And I haven't really bothered to catch up on it yet either.
Yeah.
So,
and it also feels like that introduction to Taproot is going to change everybody else's plans too. So now we're redoing stuff, right? Like, like all the sig hash, the no input stuff, right? Like, all right, well, we got to wait for Taproot now. We got to redo it, right? It's
yeah. A lot of things are also just dependent on Taproot, and I just been single-mindedly focused on my well, I was gonna say hardware wallet thing, but actually just the wallet thing in general.
Right.
And originally I had thought that because I was focusing on the wallet and we'd have to support Taproot in the wallet eventually, that I would get around to understanding Taproot. But the way that descriptor wallets work is that I probably won't have to, because I can just let Peter do it when he implements Taproot descriptors. So
all right, yeah. So
make changes to the wallet.
Dive into the descriptor stuff a little bit. I'm not actually familiar. So what is it? It's just an interface that we're doing here between things, so Peter gets to do all the hard work.
Well, it's not quite that. So descriptors is this thing that Peter came up with, where we take everything that you need to know in order to, we call it solve an output, which is spend the output, but it was everything we need to know to spend the output if we had the private keys. That's pretty much how we define solving versus spendable. So something is solvable if we have the pub keys or scripts or whatever, and something is spendable if we have all those and private keys. So the goal of descriptors is to have everything needed to make an output script solvable. And then the descriptor just says, like, what script pub key do we make? And then here's everything we need to solve for it. And this descriptor wallets is just storing those descriptors in the wallet instead of and using descriptors to create addresses instead of the thing we did previously, which is to have a bunch of keys and then turn those keys into something else. So it's like,
from a practical standpoint, what do we get from that? What does it allow us to be able to do?
So it basically lets us, it lets the wallet support whatever the descriptor, our descriptor module supports. So if we add a new descriptor, then the wallet will just magically be able to support that new descriptor, make transactions for it, return addresses for it, and well, okay, maybe not return addresses for it. That might require a little change, but not a lot of changes, not like super invasive like SegWit was. But descriptors will then, it allows us to have a really easy upgrade path for the wallet, which is why I say Peter would implement Taproot, because if he implements a Taproot descriptor, then it's basically just automatically in the wallet, and the wallet doesn't need a lot of changes, or a lot of invasive changes at least, to support Taproot. So then, the thing with Bitcoin Core's wallet was we didn't support SegWit for a while, even though the node side did. And that's just because the wallet, to support SegWit in the wallet, took a lot of work, because it wasn't really built for this upgradability. And by moving to descriptor wallets, we are now built for upgradability.
Look at that.
I guess I did end up doing the Taproot wallet work then with descriptor wallets, didn't I?
Yeah, Peter will have to thank you later. That's great. No, that's pretty cool. I mean, obviously that makes a lot of sense on why you would do that, right? Like the kind of that change to actually get SegWit moved in there did take a significant amount of time.
Yeah.
Right. To actually kind of be put in.
Yeah.
Okay, so descriptor wallets. All right, that's super interesting. I have to check out a little bit more. I'm sure this is where Aaron Van Weerdem usually writes the really good technical stuff. This is why I don't write all the great technical stuff, but I like to follow along as much as possible and pretend like I could jump in there right along with you and fix all these wonderful bugs that you're finding. It's not the case, so you won't see me in core, unfortunately.
That's
right.
unfortunate.
Another time, it's actually that is a thing that I will have to do. I wanted to do it in quarantine. I relocated out of my normal home, and I got away from the big city and stuff like that, right? And I was like, all right, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to go make some core commits, right? I'm going to get in there. I didn't do it, but we did do a really cool thing. We got with this carrot rewards thing, we got a reward. We put out a bounty basically for first time commits to core, just to try to introduce just to try to get a couple people off the fence, right? And say, you know what, not everyone's going to be sponsored or have money and to be able to commit to core. And we try to give out some Satoshis out to some people just to try to get them off the fence, right?
I remember seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a noble cause. I mean, it came with some problems, and we had a lot of great feedback from a couple of core devs, in fact. And we got a new version that we're working on to make it a little bit better, to kind of help steep the rewards and also increase the rewards. And we want Coinbase to be paying core people, right? So we're gonna basically, that's Mike, they're leeches. So we're going to basically make this so easy that if Brian Armstrong does not start sponsoring core devs with this kind of stuff, then there's just no hope for him at that point. So that's like my eventual goal. But we're looking on at some new options for that, right? Like, and helping like get more reviews. Like that's I've done and built and worked on open source projects. That is, I feel for everybody, right? Like that is definitely one of the hardest things, is to get more people reviewing code. It is not sexy to review code. People like to make commits, right?
Yeah, I feel the same way. If you look at my GitHub profile, I actually don't do that much review.
I did see that. It was like 93% commits, right?
Yeah,
like,
I do a lot of commits and not a whole lot of review. And it's,
I mean, why is that? Like, is it just like, that's not your thing? You don't feel like you write up good review stuff?
It's just, review is hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to like, a lot of times it's hard to convince yourself that something is correct, especially if you're not the one who wrote it, so you don't know what the intention was, what was the design goal. And with open source, like, trying to figure out what someone's intention was and what their goal was is not an easy thing to do. Yep. Like with some people, you're like pulling teeth.
Yeah, I mean, you really got to end up knowing them, right? And a lot of that's why, again, a lot of core devs stick to their lanes, right? And because it's hard to learn stuff outside of that lane, and I can see that, but also It's because you're used to the other person that's also in the lane with you, and you know how they're driving, right? Like,
Yep.
you know that feedback, you understand the nuance of the missing word in that sentence of what
Mhm.
that review actually means, right?
Yeah.
Looking at like Signet, right? Going through, I don't know if you paid attention to what's going on there, but like I've been following it. It's been so active the past couple weeks, like to try to get Signet kind of up and running and all this other stuff. And I mean, you got to really kind of know each other's language to stay involved with that. It's so, there was so much volume, I think, of feedback in that it seemed like more feedback than I've ever seen in paying attention to stuff, which is very interesting. But
And one
I
problem,
yeah.
one problem I find when trying to review large changes like Signet is the original post will say, you know, something, explain some stuff, and then like 50 comments down, the whole design would have just changed because of review comments, and then the original doesn't get updated, and then when you're trying to review it, it's like, wait, but this doesn't match what you intended originally, and I have to scroll through 200 comments through GitHub's awful web interface that doesn't expand comments at all, and try to figure out, was this intentional? Was this responding to some review comment, or did you just like look at your code again and have a change of heart or something?
Yeah.
And
Especially with something like Signet, right? Which is
Yeah.
really amorphous in general, and there's no rules, right? Like we can kind of do whatever we want with it. It's just like we're here to make something that works that's better than testnet, right? So you can kind of do
And,
whatever
like-
you want. The rules are there are no rules, right?
yeah, and I sometimes, you know, even though I'm complaining about that, sometimes I make that mistake too, where I make changes and I don't update the first post to reflect what the PR is actually doing. Although I've been trying to do that more now.
Well, if
And-
people are watching this and then they watch your Twitch stream and they see you doing that, then they can just bark at you on Twitch.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the way. That's the best way to
Yeah,
do
that's-
it. Now we know how to get you.
Yep. Just you know, pop in my Twitch chat and yell at me or something.
Yeah, there you go. I noticed in your Twitch chat, you're just generally like coding, right? Like you're actually not going through and doing reviews or any of that stuff at this point.
So
right?
sometimes I do review. Usually when I have either, it's weird. I will do a review when I don't have the brain power to code, but then I will also code when I don't have the brain power to review. So
I get it.
it might just be some days I feel like reviewing. I have done some review on my Twitch stream, but I tend not to do it because I don't think it's actually as interesting. Because most of the time it's just me staring at code and thinking, what the hell does this do? And not saying anything. So
yeah, when I'm reviewing
I
other
might try it.
when I'm reviewing other people's code, I have like a legal pad and I'm handwriting stuff. I'm actually not typing anything, right?
Right.
I'm like trying to restructure whatever it is that they're doing in my terms so that I can talk back to that code and understand what they're trying to do, right?
Yeah. And although I might do a stream reviewing Taproot at some point.
Yeah,
soon.
that's a great reason to start getting into the Taproot stuff.
Yeah.
The time is getting close. I don't think we're here yet. I feel like I thought it was like time for Taproot, and then no, I don't think it's time for Taproot. I think it's going to go real slow. But
There's a
so
chance it'll make it for 0.21.
Yeah.
Maybe. Which well, the
don't feel
feature
like
freeze is in 2 weeks, so
I don't feel like it's a
it
good
might
chance.
not make it.
Yeah, I don't, and I think again, that's kind of where like I'm seeing other people being like, all right, well, this is holding me up, so let's really rush it through. And I know there's people that we actually did a big thing on Independence Day. We had a debate with Luke and Lombrazzo of just saying like, how fast is too fast, right? On making this happen, and how do we activate soft forks and all this other stuff. And I mean, it's just PTSD. It's like a pile of PTSD and like really not great options either, right? Like it's too many options. None of them are great, and I think we're trying to solve for the future that we don't understand on something that we all kind of need to just shove through a little bit too, right? So everybody else can move on with their life.
And right now, like at least within core developers, we're not really talking about activation at all. The Taproot PR is just the consensus and network changes, P2P changes, if there are any, without any way to actually use them on mainnet or even on testnet, I think. The only place they get used is in our regression test framework. So at least we have tests for it, and that makes review easier to do.
For sure.
Yeah. Although I think when I start reviewing this does also bring up another dilemma when it comes to review, which is, do you want to be the first person to review a large PR, or do you want to be the last person? But if you're the last person, you have to go through 200 comments of stuff, and maybe you will miss something if you don't. But if you're the first person, then you also have to be like the first guy that, the second guy that reads this code, basically. And you're going in almost blind without anything from other people who've looked at it before, just dropping their comments too.
There's probably a hack in there where you're like the 14th person to look at it, but you go for the really easy stuff that no one's going to complain about or ask you about in 6 months. Just give yourself time. But yeah, no, I haven't thought about it quite that way. That is definitely going to be a struggle for whoever decides to step up the plate. I feel like people are going to step up the plate. I don't think it's going to be like a ghost town or anything like that. But that is it's an interesting observation for sure. We got like 4 more minutes. I don't know who else is coming in right after us. I haven't checked the list, but I'm super excited to talk to you. I really do appreciate you hopping on last minute here and getting to talk with you. Like I said, we're gonna have to get you on the Twitch stream, and we'll host you and all that kind of stuff. It's really easy. I type in host. So, but more eyeballs on what you're doing, I think is just really cool. I remember the original Twitter thread where you said, "Hey, is anyone going to be into this?" And there were a ton of people that were really into this. So. They showed up. Have people been showing up and watching?
Yeah. So I got Twitch affiliate status some while ago. So
that's awesome.
People have been showing up and watching, and I have a few people who subscribe, which is great.
That's cool.
There was no intention of making any money off of it, and making something is a nice little bonus.
That's great. No, and not to. I'll start winding this down. Just, but I don't know who's next. But support. Like, how could people support you? And do you ask for support and all that kind of stuff? I know some people are weird about it, but
I have a donation address that I should change to a BTC Pay server instance at some point.
There you go.
It's
easy.
Yeah, I have one set up. I have one set up already. I just haven't made it public yet. And if you want to support me, you can like send me some Bitcoin there. I don't ask for donations. I don't really ask for support, and that's really because I work for Blockstream, and so I have a salary. So it's
for sure.
So I don't need support from other people. But
that's
nice.
all right.
It's nice to have.
But, yeah, people still do it, right? Like
Christopher Allen. It's a nice gesture too.
Yeah, Christopher Allen, I support, right? Like through GitHub. I just love the stuff he does. I love the identity side of this whole thing. Like I spend more time focusing on like decentralized identity problems more than probably even money things of Bitcoin. And all the work that he's done is just fantastic. And so like, yeah, I give money, right? I know he's got other money. That's fine. Still have to give him mine, make sure that he feels really supported. How do people find you on the Twitters?
My username everywhere online, including in video games, is HL101. It's just my last name with my first initial. So yeah, you can find me on Twitter.
What games are you going to play? Where are we going to find you on the?
All right, if you want to find me in video games, I play Overwatch and I play Apex Legends. And it's weird to run into people who know me from Bitcoin in them, and that's happened before.
That's interesting. That's interesting. We'll add marbles to that as a big thing. You can become a professional. It's a really weird alternative universe, the marbles universe. I'm Flip. I'm on Twitter. I tweet. Flip_BTC Mag. I work at Bitcoin Magazine. They pay me. That's my contributions. I get that from. And of course, Bitcoin Magazine. We've been around. Vitalik originally started Bitcoin Magazine back in 2012. We took it over in like 2015 and been doing, oh man, we've done all kinds of stuff with Bitcoin Magazine. But really, past 2 years have been 100% focused on Bitcoin. We don't focus on price. I actually got into a thing on Twitter yesterday about this. We generally want to talk about like technical stuff and like the cultural side of these things. I think, we all love Bitcoin, and so it's like one of those things. Like we're so happy to sit here and talk about it, and then also just organize. And no one asked for permission. Like one of these things, we did this Bitcoin 2019 conference. No one said we could do it. We just did it, right? That's Bitcoin. That's how this works sometimes. All right. It seems like we've got some other folks on here. Andrew, thanks so much for your time. Who's next? Come on, join. Oh, that's Stefan. What's up, bud?
Hey guys, how are ya?
Good. Are you? What are you guys talking about today?
I actually got asked to jump on an hour early, but I don't think we've actually got a guest, so I'm not really sure exactly. But hi, I hope you guys are doing well anyway.
All right, I like it. Renee, what about anyone else? Who's next? What's going on? We can talk about anything, but
I think we had a guest who dropped out or something, and then Max is like, "Oh, Stefan, can you just jump on an hour early?" And I was like, "Well, okay, cool."
So what's the point? Are you going to riff on a bunch of stuff?
You tell me, man.
All right. Cool.
What were you guys chatting about? I just joined now, so what were you guys just chatting
I've got
about?
time.
Great.
All right, sweet.
All right.
Awesome.
So we were talking about Andrew's stuff in general. We're actually talking about Twitch too, as well, because Bitcoin Magazine just started doing Twitch stuff. So it's new to me. I'm like extremely fascinated with it because the integration, the programmability of Twitch plus Lightning is a match made in heaven.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
for sure.
Super neat. A lot of potential there that, we're uniquely geared to be able to kind of experiment there. So we are doing that. And I don't know, it's just super fascinating. And then Michael Flaxman, we both had Flaxman on this week. I know that. That was super exciting, right? Great stuff there. Actually, CK is talking to him later on this stream with the with the Hackers Congress. So that's going to be really cool. But yeah, we were just talking about Andrew's stuff.
Yeah, cool. I'm curious actually with Twitch, is there a thing there in terms of, obviously, like, you can just put up a QR code and take Bitcoin payments and stuff, but I presume part of Twitch's model is that they clip the ticket, and it's kind of hard to do that with Bitcoin. Like, so imagine I'm a streamer or whatever, and I put up my Bitcoin address, or I put up some kind of BTC Pay thing, but then Twitch, you're kind of circumventing Twitch, so then Twitch might not like that, right? So I don't know. Have you guys run into issues there or no?
So actually, with donations, they're almost actually are entirely run by third-party services. Mm-hmm. So most Twitch streamers use something like Streamlabs or Stream Elements, and it's a third-party service where, if you want to donate to them, you have to go to some other website, and this completely just bypasses Twitch. And that service may take some cut, but Twitch doesn't have a built-in like donation thing like that. They have subscriptions.
They have bits.
They have bits, but bits are a little weird.
Yeah, they are.
Bits actually they don't take a cut of, I think, and
I think that subscriptions. I think there's a little bit of a rake in there. I don't think it's all direct, but
it's not that much. Yeah. But subscriptions, it's like 50%. So a $5
that's where
sub,
most of their money is then, hey?
Yeah, a $5 sub, and the streamer only gets $250.
Yeah. So, but that's the thing. I mean, this same argument comes back to other things as well. Like even with like people talking about having like some shitcoin, and then people would be like, "Oh yeah," but someone would just like make that thing and like strip out the shitcoin, and then everyone would, well, it's the same argument with like streaming, right? Like, but I guess it comes back to like, who's going to build like a network effect of a platform and things like that, because how do you get
also who has the bandwidth to run 1080p streams 24 hours? Like that's a lot of data. And the thing with Twitch and YouTube are that they have the infrastructure to do this. If you're trying to do it yourself, you're not going to have a fun time with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Live here has done a ton of stuff, right? And their quality was pretty reasonable. I mean, but that's like the only person I think I can actually think of that's even tried that whole kind of tokenized streaming model, something or other, right? I'll tell you that. So with QR codes, Twitch is very liberal with copyrighted music and stuff like that. What they'll do is they won't censor you while you're streaming, but they'll censor the audio in your clips if you save them afterwards. So it's a growth hack. Like early on, and you're playing music in the background or something like that, you can just play copyrighted music. They won't do anything while you're streaming, but they'll come after you. And there's no real penalties.
Depending on the copyright holder, you could get banned. And there was a recent like controversy over Twitch banning people for doing copyrighted stuff from years ago. So that's like a new concern now for Twitch streamers.
Yeah. And QR codes, I haven't seen anyone stripping out QR codes.
No.
But one of the things we're working on at Bitcoin Magazine is this carrot thing. I hate shill and carrot, but I love shill and carrot. But it's like we're basically running a Lightning app for rewards platforms for doing stuff. But one of the cool things that we're doing is just generating codes and then whispering or like PMing codes to people who win at marbles, and then they can go redeem it for sats.
Ah, cool. So
yeah,
nice.
We can do that all programmatically. I haven't hooked up the API to the actual buttons on Twitch and stuff like that, but you can do an extension, which is like really programmable. It's pretty impressive.
So talk us through the flow there. Like, so let's say, okay, you're running something, and I'm like a listener or whatever, and how would it work? Like, you give me a code, and then I go to the website, type in the code, and then I scan it with like my Lightning wallet, and then is that how it works, or what?
It's got a wallet built in. We're going to eventually get it to where there's non-custodial stuff plugged into it as well.
Gotcha.
Like, it's pretty neat. It's really easy. For us, it's really meant as like an experiment to be more hands-on with Lightning, because we really like Lightning, and Bitcoin Magazine has talked about Lightning a ton, and we kind of said, all right, well, how far off are we really? Well, we don't know. So let's go build some stuff. And so that's how we ended up here. And it opens up your eyes to just how difficult it is to be a serious user of Lightning and not just, boom, 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 scanning some money. So I've enjoyed seeing it. I'm not full-time involved. Most of my time has been on the magazine itself, but I work on the product and spend some time there. So it's interesting. It's a major.
How about you, Andrew? Have you used much Lightning, or have you played around with it even?
I've played around with Lightning a little bit. I ran a node a very long time ago, and then kind of forgot it existed.
Because you're all about hodling, are you?
Pretty much. I just don't spend my Bitcoin on anything. I see there's no reason to spend it. But I recently set up a BTC Pay server instance with C Lightning. I just haven't my plan was to so right now for donations and stuff, I just have a address just somewhere, and people can send to that. But fixed address views, I don't like that. So I finally got around to setting up a BTC Pay server instance where I'm going to be replacing everywhere I have that address with a link to my server. And I was going to I thought I would have it ready with a thing to show up in my stream if someone donated this past Monday, but it was not ready.
So what were you using? Like, are you using the POS app within BTC Pay? That's what I use.
So I wanted to use the POS app within BTC Pay, but it didn't do quite what I needed, because I needed a way for people to, if they wanted to leave their name and a message if they wanted to send a message.
Gotcha.
Because it would then show up on the stream. This is that's the classic thing for Twitch streamers to do. So since the POS app didn't have that, I had to write my own version of it to do that. And I'm not really a web developer, so this took me far longer than I thought it would. And then writing a server software to pick up all the BTC Pay events and then show something on my stream was like non-trivial.
Yeah. I know there is Transmuter, but I don't know if that would like really help, and that's kind of like another whole can of worms that you would have to open up and learn. Yeah,
I just have something now that it works with testnet, and it'll probably work with mainnet when I switch it over to that. So
Yeah, cool.
should
So
be
with
ready by
your
Monday.
right, oh nice. So with your BTC Pay, are you doing like bare metal setup or using like a VPS or what's your setup?
I have it on a VPS because
Yeah,
I don't have enough machines for bare metal.
yeah,
And I had wanted to connect it to my local node, but I think I ended up not doing that. It was just
yeah.
too many. Couldn't find the right configuration options to do that. It's just like I pretty much just did the standard
The Lunar node.
BTC
Yeah,
on a VPS thing with Docker
Nice.
containers and all that stuff.
nice. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I use the Lunar node web deploy VPS. It's like a cheap setup. It's about $8 or $9 per month. It's a pruned node. And it's like, obviously, yeah, as you were saying, it's a little bit of a, like if you want to do Lightning on it, well, then now you got to set up another whole Lightning node, because if you've already got like Lightning nodes at home and on your phone, and it's another whole set of channels and things to manage. But on the whole, I found it really cool and really empowering, being able to take donations or even set up a payment request and take like either on-chain Bitcoin payment or have Lightning donations and things, and all of them to a new address, which is really cool.
Yeah. I'm using the built-in C Lightning Docker container that BTC server has. My original Lightning node has since been shut down, and I'm pretty sure I pulled all my Bitcoin from it. If not, I guess someone has already penalized me and taken all my money. There wasn't much there to begin with, but when I
Maybe they
moved
did
it
the
there,
flood and loot.
when I moved that Bitcoin there, I had already considered it spent. So
Yeah.
if it came back to me, great. If it didn't, I already marked it as lost. So whatever.
So, well, I guess what would happen is if your Lightning, because you would have turned that machine off or deleted it or whatever, right? So
Yeah.
even if you had those channels open, your node would not detect the breach attempt, and
Yeah. And this was back when it was actually reckless to
put
run
money on.
mainnet,
Yeah.
to have money on mainnet. So that's why I just consider it lost when I even add it to my Lightning node. Same thing I do with exchanges. If I move Bitcoin to an exchange to sell it for whatever reason, or just anywhere else that's not my wallet, I consider it spent already and gone.
Gone. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't expect to ever see it again.
Yeah. How about you, Flip? What's your experience with Lightning? Have you played around? Have you got a Lightning node, or do you use it much?
Yeah, no, we run pretty much every node thing that happens, we try out at some point, right? So we're doing a lot more reviews on them. So like we just did a thing on Spectre, we're doing a thing on Umbrel. I've actually got Umbrel, I'm having a really hard time with it. Something got stuck somewhere. But I enjoyed it when it worked. I think it's a great user interface. They did a good job with it. I'm a huge MyNode fan. Like I'm a fanboy for MyNode. I think they've done by far the best job, and I saw that they updated the interface. I'm really excited by that. But we run pretty much everything. We've had every single node thing in this office at some point. So I don't know. I'm not super biased. I like it all. Anytime anyone has anything, they should shill it to us. We'll buy it. We'll test it out. We'll try it. We don't really care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've got Sparrow's the next one. Right? That's the next wallet thing that we're going to be checking out. That I don't know too terribly much, but our boy Nick Can't Mine is going to be doing a review. He's with us here in the office now, and so I'm trying to like make him do all these reviews and all this kind of stuff and just create a ton of content. I'm so excited. He does a great job with it. So he's a Bitcoiner. It's fun.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see we've got a whole bunch of new things out. I think Spectre is really very exciting for me. I'm sure Andrew as well, you probably had a look at Spectre. I'm sure using some of your work, obviously, PSBT, HWI, output descriptors, stuff like that. It's kind of like I think that's a real step forward. And for me, I'm almost like the point where, okay, so look, obviously guys like all three of us, we're all like really into this stuff, right? So this is like, it's our job to do this stuff. But for the casual Bitcoiner, I think honestly, like if they're, and imagine, right, they're not on Linux, they're probably on Windows or a Mac. They would appreciate just being able to double click install Bitcoin Core and double click install Spectre Desktop. And now all they have to do is, even in your Bitcoin Core in the Windows, let's say they're on Windows, right? They go to options, edit config, and they write in 2 lines. It's server equals 1, block filter index equals 1, save it, close, reopen, and then boom. Now you can have your own hardware wallet with your own node. And if you want, now you can do multi-sig on that too. Like, how much easier can you make it, right?
Well, we could add those to the GUI, so you don't have to go configuration files, because config files always seem to confuse people for some reason.
Well, I think most people are used to, you know, having an app, and at the most they would have a settings, and it's just like a toggle, and that's all, you know. So
Spectre is definitely a step forward. To remove the complexity of managing all those different things in the multi-sig part of this. It's great. But yeah, there's maybe 200 people that actually are using it right now, right? I mean, like, it's still like,
I mean, it's early days. It's early days,
very
right?
small group. But I'm so excited to see the hype that people have cottoned onto the hype around it, and that generally means it's going to be like 3 more months before they try it. But hey, look, the fact is they're liking the tweets, they're thinking about it, they're going, what is this? They've heard of it. And by the time that does get the toggles instead of the config, they're going to be ready, they're going to see it, and it's going to be great. And I think that's pretty much the cycle, right? As we get excited, like the 3 of us will get excited, we'll tweet about it, we'll talk about it, we'll do a review. By the time someone gets around to it, it'll actually be ready for them, right? Or like almost there. Right?
Yeah. How about you, Andrew? Have you fooled around with Spectre? What are your thoughts on it?
Haven't used it at all. Funny thing is, you know, HWI has like 3 customers: BTC Pay Server, Wasabi, Spectre. Until recently, I used none of them. Hadn't looked at their code. Hadn't even looked at their websites. And really, like, only recently is when I started trying out BTC Pay Server, and not even the hardware wallet stuff. So how these guys are using HWI, I haven't the faintest idea. And that's probably not a good thing, but
well, I mean, to answer your
so
question
time,
there,
though, so.
Yeah, of course. I think so with BTC Pay, I guess the key one that I know of with HWI there is that you can have, let's say you've got a ledger and you want to plug it, and I think it's just their thing to ingest the XPub into the BTC Pay. That's the main. So say you have a store inside BTC Pay and you want to have a ledger be the store, or be the storage wallet. That's the main thing that they're using it for. And then you can also have PSBTs as well. So let's say I've received 0.1 Bitcoin into my BTC Pay Server store. You can PSBT that.
So I know that I'm pretty sure BTC Pay Server uses HWI in the way that we're going to use it with Core, which is as a separate program, and Wasabi does it that way too. And I know that Spectre actually uses it as a Python library. And I only know this because I was going to make a lot of breaking changes to HWI, and I needed to make sure I didn't break a
downstream thing.
Yeah. So I think I'm just going to be following semantic versioning, bumping the major version, and that means that the API has changed, and hopefully they'll understand.
Yeah. Is it a lot of work to keep HWI updated?
Not really. I haven't actually done anything with HWI in the past month. A lot of that has been because I've been waiting to do a release, but I've been waiting on. So Wasabi has a test involving the cold card, and they were seeing a test failure. And I couldn't figure out what it was. They couldn't figure out what it was. We think it's a firmware bug. So I was waiting to hear back on a resolution on that. And so far, just today, I decided to go ahead and start the release process because I think it's not my fault. And so HWI can go forward. So today, I started with the release candidate 1. And I'll wait a week, and if no one tells me there's something wrong with that, then I'll go ahead with the next release before I start making a ton of breaking changes to everything.
Yeah, right.
And this one is slightly special. It contains Bitbox 2 support.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah, like now it really is becoming a bit easier with like Spectre to do the multi-sig stuff. Like you don't have to be a wizard like Andrew to do, you know, your hardcore Bitcoin core, you know, what is it, import multi or whatever, the command line version.
Yep, something like that. Import multi or import descriptors. I think I promised to do a GUI for that at some point in the past, and I never did.
So what do you reckon? Do you reckon like multi-signature and like a GUI for that would ever come to Bitcoin Core, or do you think it's just like it's not going to happen anytime, like, or maybe just not anytime soon?
Probably not anytime soon, but we should get it eventually. So there's been a push to get like UI designers, and so people who can actually make a GUI that isn't garbage, and people who understand what users want in a wallet. So that'll make it easier for us to like make a GUI with this kind of stuff. And then there's also all the ongoing not hardware wallet, the ongoing wallet refactors and changes I've been doing that should get us to support multi-sigs and imports and stuff a lot easier.
Nice, yeah. So who else is mostly doing that stuff? I know obviously you're quite involved. I know Shores is quite involved with that stuff. Who else is kind of in that space?
That might be it. There's a couple of reviewers. So Russ Yanofsky and Sam Dobson have been actively reviewing all these PRs, but they don't open PRs to move forward on these projects.
So it's basically you and Shores who are kind of pushing the ball forward there. Because I know Shores did this is like a couple months ago maybe. He was showing like, I got my cold card working with Bitcoin Core directly and stuff.
That's still there, and since we're coming up on a major release of Core soon, I think that's been put on the back burner for a little bit.
Yeah, hence the need for things like Spectre and stuff, which is really clever because then at least it's kind of palming off most of that stuff to Bitcoin Core. So it's a really clever approach. I really like the way Stepan Snijurev has done that, and I'm just really excited about that. So yeah.
Actually, one thing I wanted to mention, going back to the brief mention of configuration, part of the reason that the core GUI didn't have a lot of configuration options was because it wouldn't sync with Bitcoin. So if you made a change in the GUI, it wouldn't reflect in if you tried to use Bitcoin, which is kind of a problem, especially if you have pruning enabled. If you enable it in the GUI, but it's not enabled in Bitcoin, your pruning goes away. Which,
strange.
So we finally have a solution to that, and we're going to be unifying these settings soon-ish. Not for the next release, not for 0.21, but probably 0.22. There will be something like that because we recently merged a PR that has basically machine writable settings for us. So we can now have Bitcoin and Qt share the same setting stuff.
Is that the problem? Is it just how you're using is it Qt specifically that's the problem?
Qt has a specific settings thing built into the Qt library, which dumps settings somewhere on the file system. And Bitcoin doesn't have access to this because we don't build Qt into Bitcoin, so we don't actually know where the files are. Or I think in Windows it's actually in the registry, so it may not necessarily be accessible to Bitcoin. I'm not sure.
That makes sense. Let's not put Qt into Bitcoin. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea right there.
Yep.
What an awful library sometimes. Stefan, on here, not to interrupt this too much. I'm curious. We're talking a little bit about freedom stuff and like the future of Bitcoin and all these wonderful changes, and kind of got to talk a little bit about like ossification stuff. And I know you get a chance to talk to a ton more people. Have you had a lot of conversations about this, like the future of Bitcoin kind of past Taproot, and like how much do we actually need to change, and like when do we stop changing this stuff, and all the weird opinions people may have?
Yeah, well, I mean, I hope Taproot is not the last one. Like, I hope we get a few more things through. I'm probably not as close as someone as Andrew would be to like the real kind of people who are like actually at the coalface. But I would love to see any prov out. I would love to see, and eventually this whole cross input aggregation thing. I would love to see that. But yeah, I don't know. Like it comes down to how would you coordinate the upgrade and how would you kind of get everyone over the line on it. And I don't know. Like I think there'll always be like little small changes going on, but maybe it's kind of like it's kind of like an asymptote thing. So like the number of big changes that will come through will sort of slow down over time. Because I guess people have like that innate conservatism, and maybe they have some kind of concern. Maybe there's like a security concern or something like that. Or the other one actually, and well, this reminds me actually of the late Thomas Bloomer when he was on my show. This is like a while back. He mentioned maybe that'll be an indicator. Like when we see the first soft fork fail, that's kind of an indicator of when we hit ossification. So his scenario he was painting out back then is, how Casa nodes were really popular, right? And so he was saying, well, what if hypothetically, there's all these people out there with Casa nodes, and like in the hypothetical example, let's say Casa went away, like they didn't exist as a business, and there's all these nodes just out there and people don't know how to update them, and they're just kind of everywhere, and you can't kind of go up to a new version. Maybe that would be the point at which it's kind of starting to get in that idea of ossification. But depends who you speak to, right? Because some other people are more like, no, like we're just going to continually keep improving this thing, just like, the internet, and we got IPv4 and we got IPv6 and we got all these other
took
things.
20 years though, right? Like just that one thing from 4 to 6 is 20 years.
Yeah,
and it's
I wonder what Andrew thinks about this.
Six isn't even a real thing still, right? I mean, it is, but it's not really a thing. It's
What
crazy.
happened to IPv5? Why'd they skip a number?
I don't know. But I mean, Andrew, I'm sure you're much closer to these conversations than I am even. So
I think reaching a point where no improvements happens is not going to happen. Reaching a point where few consensus changes happen is probably likely. And as you say, like I think seeing a soft fork fail would probably be the time where things drastically slow down on consensus changes, even given our current glacial pace. When the soft fork fails, it'll become even slower. But I don't think there would ever be a time where we don't have any consensus changes at all whatsoever, just because technology, outside of Bitcoin, computers improve, things change, humanity, moves on to new planets, and physics and external forces will have an effect on how Bitcoin can function in the future.
Yeah, I think the intergalactic side of this is specifically the one I always go back to. If how do you have ossification if we can't go past Mars or the moon?
Well, that other one, that Luke Dasher talks about, the Y2038 bug, which is apparently going to happen in like 80 years time because of like some Unix timestamp thing, whatever.
In
that we need to hard fork.
we have a problem.
So I mean, we'll all be dead by then, but
I'm hoping for some life extension technology. I'm young enough. Maybe I can make it all the way there.
Yeah, I think Andrew's going to beat us on this one. I feel like you got a better chance at it than maybe I do, but it's exciting. No, that's interesting. I think I always like kind of these. We think a lot at Bitcoin Magazine about like hyper Bitcoinization. What does that mean? And like, what does it look like? And just like if we win, like, whoa, all right, great, we won. What now, right? Like, and this whole life after Bitcoin, like it's a weird world that we don't know. And I think we try to look at like speculative fiction or science fiction type stuff and say, all right, let's play this out a little bit. And I think you'll see a lot more of that from us probably in 2021. We don't have too much going on right now that I know of, but if these are the arguments that I kind of come back to with ossification, which is also a narrative that I'm hearing more of again, but that's specifically because we were looking at like how do we do this next soft fork, right? And it's like, all right, here's the big battle that we're going to go through, and hopefully it's less treacherous than the last time.
Yeah. So let me paint a scenario, like the optimistic scenario. Let's say, right? Let's say everyone right now has this kind of PTSD from 2017, and so imagine. It's like everyone's fighting the last battle. Maybe, it seems to me, right? Maybe this is like famous last words or whatever, but it seems to me like most people in the ecosystem are cool with Taproot. They want it. It's coming, right? And it doesn't seem like there's some kind of
weird hill to die on, right? Like, Taproot was going like, oh no, we got to do everything right. But you never know what.
Yeah,
exactly.
So
I feel like we got rid of all the people who would be opposed to it already.
Yeah.
With Segwit, I think most of them, went their own direction.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think the optimistic scenario might be, let's say in like a year or so, whatever, let's say we get this Taproot activated, and then maybe people start being like, yeah, actually that wasn't that bad. And now we actually can get any prev out, and people can start looking at, cross input aggregation, and maybe people look at, Jeremy Rubin's one, the check template verify one, and, some of those ideas, and maybe that's the optimistic pathway. The less optimistic pathway is more like, no, Taproot drags out, there's some unknown thing, and, everything just kind of slows down. So.
Yeah. And I'd hate to see that like with CTV, like specifically bogged down Jeremy enough to be like, well, this is annoying as shit, right? Like I've been doing this way too long. Like he has gone. I feel like I like Jeremy a lot, and I think he's gone through a lot like the past year or so. I feel like, I don't know, there's a lot of pressure on core devs right now, and it takes so long to get some of the stuff through this, but it's so valuable, right? Like CTV or like any of the no input stuff, right? It's just it's a lot of work to get that through, and to see that through personally. I have so much respect for folks like Andrew, of course, but like you got to put it on your back and just kind of march through it sometimes just to make it happen. There's only a couple of core devs out there in the world.
I think with soft forks in general, I think right now it really is just PTSD from SegWit, because if you look at all the previous soft forks, they mostly went off without a hitch, and were almost, as far as I can remember, they were not controversial at all. Like I feel like everyone seems to forget the first BIP9 soft fork. It wasn't SegWit, it was CSV, and it's just it went off so well that it's completely unremarkable and no one remembers it. So like I think Taproot and future soft forks will probably be like that, because these changes are not that controversial. They're not the problem with Segwit was kind of it felt like fundamentally changing a couple rules about Bitcoin, but these upcoming proposals aren't really like that.
Yeah, and I think we have to remember, my friend Michael Goldstein would probably say Deinu, right? Like it was enough. Like even if we don't get these soft forks, just the existence of Bitcoin as we have it today will massively change so many things about society. Because even if we don't get these fancy any prev out and we don't get, I still think it changes society, because people can still run. Obviously, it's not ideal to have custodial, lots of people using custodial, but it is feasible, and at least it changes the dynamic in terms of how many banks there could be around the world who are Bitcoin banks. It's just that if we get all these fancy things, then it kind of makes it even easier for people to be non-custodial all the way as this thing scales to the much further than the levels that we have today.
I'm curious. Are you guys? is that okay? Like, is the fact that the majority of users are non-custodial, right? That they're, or I'm sorry, or there are custodial, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Like, is that something that you're comfortable with? Do you think there's any way out of that? I mean, it seems.
I think it's coming. I think it's one of those things that's kind of some element or some level of custodial scaling is inevitable. We can't get away from it. You know, I also think it's, if you look at some of those chain analysis or Glassnode, they do some stats, and they had a really interesting stat recently where they were showing it's kind of like the number of people withdrawing from exchanges is actually like rising. Now, we could say, hey, this is just coming out of a bear market, and once we hit another bull market, there'll be all these new coiners and like newbies who just leave their stuff on an exchange again. And so it'll be like a new cycle again of all these people leaving their stuff on Coinbase or whatever, and then a new cycle of people learning, oh, here's how I self-custody. You know, that may be kind of like a natural cycle that plays out. But the easier it gets to self-custody, right? The easier it is to, you know, use your Spectre and your hardware wallets and your multi-sig. Like that can only be a better thing.
Is Spectre your bet? Is that the thing you're looking at and saying, all right, let's try to promote this one, right?
I'm like, I used to be, like more in the Electrum camp, but now I'm sort of seeing like, I think Spectre is really promising. Like it is just really easy to use, and I could see myself teaching. Like I'm often guinea pigging it with people who I'm teaching, right? Like I'm at like Bitcoin meetups or whatever, and I'm trying to learn how to use this. Now I'm getting some relatively good results in terms of teaching people how to use Spectre. So I think currently it's my top pick in terms of like for your hardware wallet stash. Obviously for like Lightning stuff, I would tell them to, you know, get Phoenix or Breeze and just use your phone and stuff like that. But yeah, that's my current perspective. What do you guys think?
No, I think it's the best option. It's definitely Electrum's one of those things that I forget about sometimes. I'm just like, what's going on over there? I don't pay enough attention. Like, and it's a fallacy on my part that everyone's attention strapped, so it's impossible to pay attention to everything. But that is one that I feel like regret about all the time. And now having something like Spectre, and I'm like checking it out, and I'm double clicking this little Pac-Man guy, and I'm like, all right, I feel pretty good about this. Like this feels like it's good software. I'm going to pay attention to it. And I hate it that the shiny new object's getting a little bit of the attention, but at the same time, I think the shiny new object has a pretty good future in front of it.
Yeah.
I think
go on.
I'm just apparently I'm the old man in Bitcoin, and I like my Bitcoin Core wallet.
But don't forget, you're at a level of technical ability that's well beyond like the average user, right?
Yeah.
So that's probably the main thing there.
So when I do get the occasional ask for a wallet recommendation, traditionally I go for Electrum. I recommend Electrum. And I think they've done a lot of great things over the years, and recently too with their Lightning implementation. And I think it's just Electrum's just, you know, the tried and tested working wallet that is pretty good. So also I haven't used Spectre, so I have no opinion on it.
Yeah, and I think that's everyone's got different focus, you know. So because obviously you're working at a much more technical, deep kind of Bitcoin core level, whereas maybe Flip and myself have a lot more exposure to the new coiners and the pre-coiners, and we're trying to like, well, at least for me, I'm always thinking of like, how can I teach it? How can I like make it easy for them to kind of come on this journey? Because we want to kind of drag them on this journey of like, how do you become more self-sovereign? So I'm always thinking about like, how can I like do this in a way that's easy for them, right? Because you know, if you're in this world, it seems so easy, right? But we always forget that, you know, those of us here are in the more hardcore Bitcoiner camp. How do you get those casual Bitcoiners, you know?
No, it's significantly difficult, right? Because I have to focus so much time on pre-coiner. Like I was talking about earlier, we kind of break into 4 different camps, but the 2 big ones, right, are Bitcoiners and pre-coiners, right, that we care about. I don't care about the no-coiner people. We don't even try to convince them or care about them. There's 7 billion pre-coiners out there. They don't know a thing about Bitcoin. And for you to be in Bitcoin or like work at Bitcoin Magazine or something like that, or run a podcast that talks about Bitcoin, obviously you personally go in through so much in-depth information, right? You have amazing guests on there that you have really technical details and information. Like, we accidentally step beyond that line into Bitcoiner mode on accident. Like, you have to be mindful and step back into pre-coiner mode all the time and go, all right, like, step one, Bitcoin, it's money, right? Like, and really kind of work from there on like the basics and the fundamentals, and just keep beating that drum forever and ever and ever again. Especially, and then trying to communicate that back to the development community and saying, look, guys, they don't know what they're doing here. Like, they don't get this. I know really, really smart people who really, really like money, who really, really are libertarians. They still don't get this stuff, right? Like, and so we definitely over-index for like going just a little bit too far into the Bitcoiner mode. I try to pull myself out of all the time. Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
In Bitcoin Core, even though Bitcoin Core is the basically for your hardcore Bitcoiner, we are kind of beginning to move towards a user-friendly, like, onboarding new people type of approach. This is going to take a long time, but this is something I am going to be working on soon. Is kind of it's like a user study, basically, seeing what at least your average user of Bitcoin, how they use Bitcoin, what they want to see in Bitcoin Core, and that kind of stuff, and just to use that to inform decisions on how we can improve the user experience of Bitcoin. And there are so I'm just going to start working on that, and there's a number of people that have already done some design work for Bitcoin, like GUI design and user experience design, that they want to bring into Bitcoin Core.
And see, I'd say that you're never going to touch Bitcoin Core, right? Like, they're always going to touch the exchange or like whatever the wallet is or whatever their point of purchase is, and that's just what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And that's hard, right? Because it obviously provides for a very inconsistent like user experience potentially, right? Like, or that wallet or that exchange may have specific rules or things that they expose them to, like other cryptocurrencies that they might put on par or something like that. And it introduces a ton of confusion about what Bitcoin is, what makes it special, and kind of the path and the trajectory that we are as developers or the kind of the hardcore community in some way really trying to push us, right? Without more of us owning that narrative and pushing that forward, I think we obviously risk people not understanding kind of what's going on and the wrong message. I think that's why like we all celebrate the swans and the rivers and the unchained caps and the stuff like that who are trying to interface with people.
Yeah. And the interesting thing with this space is, especially for anyone who's kind of been around for a longer time, what you see really is it's so many things are just happening off the price, right? Like, once you start getting into a bull run, it's just like all the numbers go up, right? Like, price goes up, exchange signups, number of wallet downloads, probably podcast downloads, Bitcoin Magazine hits on the website, like everything is so indexed to the price.
We'll take. I love more traffic.
Of course. But then the flip side of that is the eternal September problem, right? You don't have enough people who are kind of hardcore enforcing the values and the ethos, and you got all these like kind of blind leading the blind going on out there.
Yeah, I spent a lot more time on YouTube, crypto YouTube. I think that's a place where crypto Twitter people don't really go to is crypto YouTube. There's a really big divide there, and I think that Bitcoiners really don't understand how much of a divide there is unless you like actively spend time on it. And of course, it's just us and Andrew on Bitcoin Twitch, but then there's like two other guys, but we're taking that over. But it's a cesspool. It's really horrible. They do a good job with content production though, and that's I think where with us with Bitcoin Magazine, we've really tried to invest in some production and like get it to like a little bit better of a tier within like But we still also just rely on Zoom calls and stuff like that, right? Or Jitsi. Like we still do this. I think this is acceptable. But the people who are putting in the time and energy who we don't know, they're getting the views, they're educating people. So I think it's just a matter of, again, the Bitcoiners really kind of have to put this on their back and do more there and build their audiences, especially with like YouTube. BTC Sessions is a great example. He does a great job there, right?
Yeah, he's probably one of the best examples.
Exactly, right? Because he gets the YouTube game. Right? Like we're not spending time on the YouTube game. He is, right? You're doing the great with the podcast game, right? We've done, some of all of the stuff. And I think we're probably overexposed on all of the things because we do so much. But yeah, YouTube is the next frontier. I think that Bitcoiners really need to be hammering on.
Yeah, we're seeing people going that direction as well. Like I know Breedlove is on there. Dan Held is trying to get some stuff going there. But yeah, the fundamental problem that I see. Yeah, like the fundamental problem I see with like the YouTube stuff is just that you see all these kind of like almost hangover from 2017, these kind of crypto pumpy Lambo boys, and like they'll put some really like pumpy title being like, oh, this one secret to the whatever, or like stuff like that. And it's hard to compete with that because I don't know, how do you like put up genuine? Now, in fairness, there are some genuine people like doing proper good stuff like BTC Sessions, and there's a couple other guys who have like high subscription counts and things like that. So I guess some of us have, grown up or been inside the Twitter world and been able to grow a following from that, or a following like a listener base or something from that. But that doesn't translate to YouTube. It's like learning to play a different game.
Yeah, podcast and Twitter go really hand in hand. I think, and those audiences overlap really well. But YouTube is vastly different. And we lost we didn't lose Andreas, but like we lost Andreas, right? Like, and he's got a massive following. It's 200-something thousand followers, right? Like, it's I don't know. I think I was gonna say. I
mean, he still does Bitcoin explainer videos and things like that. Yeah. So
I think crypto Twitter lost Andreas. I don't think Bitcoin. But
I think I might start uploading cuts of my Twitch streams to YouTube then. Cutting down finding the interesting parts and uploading them to YouTube.
And part of it is kind of getting the nice clips so that it's like, because YouTube is like really high time preference, right? You got to be able to like, give them that exact thing that's really exciting and they'll click it, and you got to have a nice thumbnail and all this stuff that you have to get right.
Yeah, and another thing is really price and YouTube go hand in hand. I'll tell you, just from a monthly search volume, all right, Cointelegraph does at least 3 price articles a day. Like CoinDesk does some, but like Cointelegraph really put out a bunch. MSV, the monthly search volume on that's 5 million plus. Decrypt makes half their traffic up just in price, and they're like on page 30 or page 3-4 deep in price, but that's half their traffic is only price searches. And this is me, I don't know anything inside, this is me the outside. That's crazy. And the fact that we don't focus on price actually hurts us from a actual numbers on traffic perspective.
Yeah.
So incredibly much. And so it's a hard game when you start playing YouTube and you're like, well, I want to do YouTube really well. Well, you know how you do it? Talk about price. That's all that's not all people care about. That's what the majority of people
That's like what most people care about.
Yeah, for sure.
It's funny, hey, because it's like the people who are really deep into the Bitcoin world and like long-time Bitcoiners, they tend to care. They don't talk as much about the price, and that's often where the best content is. Like, but unfortunately, that's not what gets engagement, and so there's kind of a tension there because, like, I see it like sometimes people who are more deeper into the Bitcoin world don't like all the price pumpy stuff, but the price pumpy stuff is it's a funny
well, that's why we added Christian Ansel to FedWatch for us, right? And so we said we're not going to do price, but we'll do macro, right? Because that is wildly important, and like especially like a conference here, like with Hackers Congress, and thinking about the future and what are the implications of the Fed and how does that play out in the government and how does Bitcoin have a role in that is incredibly massive, right? The fact of 10,143 versus 43 or 44, who gives a shit, right? It doesn't really matter. Do you ever, Stefan, you don't do price stuff. So like, I mean, do you ever go, man, I really need to, maybe I'll hype some stuff up or like throw a tweet out there because it's easy engagement? Or do you really do you try to avoid it? Like, how do you feel about that? You got a lot of friends already. Like people love you, right? So like, it's like, you don't need that, but you could build a bigger audience, and you know it, right? Like you know that would work.
Yeah, I think for me, like my listeners and followers expect a certain level of like technical discussion and like economic discussion, and I think they wouldn't really want the kind of price pumpy stuff. Now, in fairness, there probably have been some episodes that were maybe a little bit more in that direction, although not 100%. Like say when I interviewed Plan B or someone like that. But yeah, I think maybe it's just kind of like, what's your audience and who are you kind of trying to teach and what are you trying to teach? But yeah, I mean, look, I think these are things we all have to think about, because at the end of the day, like as someone like Dan Held would say, right? Like marketing matters, right? Like doing Bitcoin marketing and like putting it in front of people and getting engagement. Well, that's fundamentally what is working in this online world. So like it or not, we're in this game. And so it's kind of like, maybe there's some element of don't hate the player, hate the game. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel you. I think as long as we can hold out, we're going to hold out. And I think that can be a long time. I think there's going to be more Bitcoiners over time that we just slowly leach into the space. We're just early. But, you know, Slashdot was a really popular website, you know, and it focused on really cool technical stuff. And TechMeme was a really cool website that started out small, but got real big. And I think the stuff that we're doing is obviously super important. So we'll get there. You just
Yeah. I think it also comes down to just like we can do. Like, here's the other thing. Here's the other way I think about it. It's like no one of us is really important to Bitcoin, right? Like it's just happening, and we can just help on the margin in some little way. That's like, because if you don't do something, someone else would, right? Like if I didn't do a podcast, someone else would have done it. Like if, you know, Andrew didn't develop something, someone else would have developed. Like it just, yeah.
It needed to exist, therefore it exists. I mean, my spiel, I gave it today to a good friend of mine who was asking about GBTC, which is a great way to actually introduce your normal friends into stuff, right? Is GBTC. And I was like, look, there's a guy who put something in a forum. It was 11 years ago. We're talking about it right now. Does that mean something? And their gears just go, well, that probably means something, right? There's probably something to this. And that's always been my hook. And I think it actually works out really well. And all we do is got to keep planting the seeds, and then they'll start kind of paying attention a little bit more. And we just got to be there for them. That's all. And we got to wait. No one asked us if we wanted to throw a conference. No one asked us if we want to start a magazine. No one asked the Citadel 21 guys if they needed a magazine. If you haven't seen it, it's a great magazine. I'm super excited.
Yeah.
You know, permissionless. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's cool. And I think, yeah, like part of it is also like recognizing what kind of audiences you're playing to, right? Because I don't know, like some of my stuff might appeal more to the more technical minded or the more kind of ideologically aligned. But a lot of people coming in over the next, let's say, year or two, they're not all going to be like that, right? They're not going to be that kind of person. And how do you make stuff that appeals for them to kind of draw them into the journey?
I mean, we're going to have to figure out a way to sum up all the great episodes that you've done, right? Just so people don't have to go back through all this. We're actually doing a project, like history project in general, of saying, all right, and we're basically preparing for the bull run. Like I think we all kind of believe it's an inevitability. So we're going, all right, pre-coiner content. So actually, if you look on Bitcoin Magazine, we've got a lot less new articles coming out because we're doing a lot of evergreen type stuff and SEO and all that. We're just shifting our focus. And it's that summary, right? Because we believe that something like SegWit, right, and kind of everything that happened there is really, really important. And we have to kind of go back and say, all right, what was it? Was it? Of course it was, right? It's what made Bitcoin here. It's what has defined just our ability to move forward in general, right? Like with Taproot and all the other technology advances. So trying to create those history projects and all this other stuff and get people caught up to date is incredibly hard, especially when you do really technical or detailed information, right? Because it's hard. It's a lot to take in. I can't even consume all the stuff that we all do on a weekly basis, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm curious, Andrew, how do you kind of keep up on the space? Is it mostly just like mailing list or IRC, or what do you kind of use to keep up on things?
Even though I've muted many people on Twitter, it's still Twitter. And I mean, like, you know, new technical stuff is always mailing lists. And even then, mailing lists, like, people will send some really long-winded emails about stuff, and Usually I just read the first, the subject line, like the first couple sentences, get the gist of what someone's proposing, and then if it's interesting, it'll keep showing up, and eventually I'll learn about it. Because that obviously someone else cares, because it keeps popping up in my inbox. I don't know. It's I just like I don't really follow that many things though. Like Twitter sometimes has useful stuff that comes out from crypto Twitter, and if you ever ask me about the price, I probably couldn't tell you because I never follow it. I get my price information from the memes on Reddit, so that's how I know if the price is going up or down. I'll see roller coaster guy all over the place.
Yeah. Nice. Well, if they're doing, some, a 9,000 meme or whatever, then I guess that's where you'll find out. So you follow Bitcoin Reddit then as well?
Yeah, I'm subscribed to our Bitcoin, but it's not like I actively go there.
Yeah.
If the price is really pumping, it shows up in my like Reddit front page feed, which tells me that something important's happening.
Yeah, like if BitMEX is getting owned by CFTC or whatever. Like.
Yeah, that shows up. That shows up on the front page of Reddit or I see it on Twitter. Like, okay, that's how I get my news. I just don't really care that much.
I can't. That was yesterday, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, this space is crazy. Hey,
this has been the longest day. I feel like that the whole episode yesterday with Max was just. It's so exciting, and I say exciting like it's a positive thing. I don't know if it's positive or not, but it is so exciting. It's so interesting.
Maybe it'll be like Gox. Gox wasn't that what spurred that crazy 2013 end of 2013 run? So who knows?
Yeah, and then we'll get the ETF, and then if the CFTC is paving the way so they can line one of their friends' pockets. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we have some other folks join.
Yeah, because I think I'm hosting this next one with Wiz and Soft Simon. So,
what's up, Wiz?
What up?
Actually, I think I got an email the other day. We put mempool.space into our YouTubes and our Twitch streams, and people love it. I've got a little mempool. I can expand the mempool. I got a little button on my Twitch stream. It's pretty cool. I'm excited.
Nice.
Oh.
And it looks beautiful.
Yeah, Simon saw that on the live stream the other day. He's like, "Oh my god!" and he sent me a screenshot.
Yeah, well, we're gonna switch it out. The emo, I'll work on it. We'll put some time. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna jump off and I'll let you guys do your thing. It was great, Andrew. Thanks so much, and Stefan. Thanks so much for hopping in and just letting us kind of hang out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks. It was great to chat with you guys.
Great chat. Thanks for having me.
Yep. See you.
Cool. All right. See you guys. All right. Yeah. Well, I guess it's on to us now. So, Wiz and Soft Simon, welcome to the show or to the conference. I'm a fan of what you guys are doing with mempool.space. I also recently advertised mempool.space on one of my recent shows as well. But yeah, let's start with a bit about you guys. Do you want to just introduce yourselves a little bit for anyone watching?
I'm Wiz, and I love Bitcoin. That's all you need to know.
How about you, Simon?
That's the second.
Yeah, I'm a Bitcoiner, and I go to all these Hackers Congress conferences usually, except for this year. And I work for Bitcoin mostly.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're pretty much full-time Bitcoiners, working on like mempool space, and I do a lot of
Since like 6 months, it's been all in on this stuff, and that's been great.
Yeah, well, I mean,
cool,
mempool.space is a great project. Maybe you guys want to tell us a little bit about how mempool.space got started.
Yeah, it actually started in Prague at the Hackers Congress 2018. When I was in the Bitcoin Cafe, as you might know, and I saw the I saw the TV they had on the wall. They had a Bitcoin Wisdom price feed over there, and I got this idea like the prices could be interesting sometimes, but what if you could like visualize the Bitcoin blockchain instead? Just show the blocks ticking there like live. So that's why I got the idea. So I started coding like the next day, and I got a mock-up of something, and then like a couple of months later, I got a nice design, and I got what predates the current site with a mempool visualized as blocks, and the blockchain and the real-time blocks coming in like that. So that was the first version of the site that went live. Was live for like a year before it became the full block explorer, which is today.
Yeah, I remember the first version was really simple. Like it was really just a mempool visualizer, and it was like just the blocks. And
yeah, it was still a transaction tracker, so it was still useful, and
right.
people were using it to search for the transaction, and they could see the transaction jump from the mempool to
True,
the blocks and stuff, which is the main feature today as well.
Yeah. I think for me, that was one of the really innovative features, because at that time, I don't think anybody else had done block visualization in that way, right? Like you could search on a block explorer on, say, blockstream.info, or in the old days, blockchain.info, or some of the other ones. But mempool.space was the first one where you could basically take your Bitcoin transaction ID and figure out which block it actually is in line to be in. So how did you come up with that idea?
I don't quite remember, but for me it was quite naturally. I just sorted the mempool in blocks. I can't remember really, actually. It was, but to me it was all natural that this is the way it's supposed to be. When you visualize how the mempool, like how to visualize the mempool as something like a graph or something. Yeah, but just split it into blocks, sort it by highest fee, and you basically get a estimation.
There are like other blockchain visualizers that have the blockchain blocks, but I think Simon's real innovation was having the mempool visualized as projected blocks, and that was really unique innovation.
Yeah, but I never liked all the block explorers. Like there's just a table, they don't visualize the blockchain, but the blockchain is, in my mind, it looks like a chain of blocks. So why not show it like that? That was the most natural thing to me. So
and now it's really cool. Like Simon actually improved that so that if a projected block gets mined, you can actually visualize it moving directly from the mempool to the blockchain. It's very subtle, but he worked really hard to make that, and nobody else really has that, right? But that's still like the extension of the original version 1 mempool visualizer. I guess the time that Simon and I first started talking is when he was he probably had run it for like maybe what 6 or 8 months. I think it was like after 2017.
Yeah.
The first time the mempool really got full was 2017, right? This is when Wu Jihan of Bitmain was like intentionally spamming the mempool with high fee transactions to raise the overall fees. Because I guess if you're getting like 50% of the hash rate, you don't really care. It's like a net gain, and also the whole covert ASIC boost drama. But yeah, like around that time, I guess that's why Simon wanted to visualize the mempool, because before then there wasn't really a mempool. Like it never really got full ever.
Good point.
Right. So that was like the first real mempool. I mean, there's a few other mempool visualizers that are really cool, but I think Simon's design is the best. So yeah, that's around the time I met Simon. I just randomly messaged him. I was like, "Yo, like, can you send me all your source code? I want to open source this. I want to run it on my Raspberry Pi." And he's like, "Yeah, cool, let's do it." And so we did it. And the version 1 was really cool. Made a GitHub page and documentation. I think we moved it to my servers at some point after that. Like no ads or anything after that. What was the next step, Simon? Do you remember?
I remember it was a struggle with the backend, keeping it in sync with the Bitcoin core nodes. I was like constant search for something, like how could I solve the backend? Like code something myself or find something.
Yeah, that was a big step. I remember, well, I think even before that, like we were trying to, or we were at least experimenting with making like a full block explorer just directly connected to Bitcoin Core. And you kind of got it working, but I remember the problem was if you tried to query an address that had like hundreds of thousands of transactions, it would just completely freeze up because Bitcoin Core didn't have all that data like readily indexed and quickly available.
Yeah, but it wasn't just like, it was just regular transactions that were particularly heavy, like that had like a few hundreds of inputs or outputs. It would take seconds to query, and that's just too long.
And during that time, the entire site is basically just dead. So it had a lot of issues. And eventually, like we were looking at different like Electrum servers, and I think we were looking at blockstream.info, and they obviously developed their own fork of Electris, which is like their re-implementation of the Electrum server in Rust. And so they added like new indexes and stuff, and that's what they, I guess, developed for their Liquid blockchain explorer for blockstream.info. Because really, like, it's not really Blockstream's business model to have like a block explorer, right? They mostly developed it just for like Liquid as part of the additional infrastructure. And so it does like mainnet, testnet, and Liquid basically. And so I think, Simon, like when do you remember, when did we realize that Electris was like the best backend for us?
I remember we started using that for V1. And then when I experimented like querying addresses and everything, I was like, wow, I can make a full block explorer of this stuff.
Yeah.
And that was like in the end of last year, I think. So
yeah, I'm curious on that actually. With the best backend and stuff, I saw maybe a couple months ago there was a Jameson Lopp post about, and he was comparing the different Electrum servers, right? Because there's Electrum X, there's Electras, there's Explorer, and it's kind of like, I think the conclusion they came to for that was like, basically, if you're like a single user, maybe usually Electris probably makes the most sense, and then if you're serving lots of users, Electrum X normally is kind of like the best option for that kind of model. But how did it work for you guys with mempool.space?
Yeah, so I run like the servers and stuff, and Simon's the genius developer and coder. So we make a really good team in that sense. Is that it probably took me like a full-on month, kind of like Jameson did, where he was experimenting with how to run it and different hardware setups, memory, SSDs. Eventually, I figured out that actually there's a certain type of SSD called NVMe, like non-volatile memory modules, which is just it's like RAM, but it doesn't, lose its data when you disconnect the power. So it's just as fast as RAM is, but it's persistent. And so that's actually what I actually got several of those, and I made like a RAID 0 using ZFS on FreeBSD with just a ton of RAM. So that basically it's just fast as hell for Electris. It took me like a full month. I remember like I told Simon, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna make a server with like 0.5 terabyte of RAM, and he's like, you're crazy. Like, but after you see how fast the site is, like, wow, we made the fastest block explorer backend, in all of Bitcoin. That was really cool. And I know Jameson was really interested in that too. Like, what's the best way to run it? You really do have to like drop some cash and invest in the hardware. But exactly like you said, Stefan, once you do, you can serve thousands and thousands of users off that just one server backend, and we do. I think we're up to like 15, 20,000 daily active users. Like, unique people are using our site, which is really amazing. Every time I look at the stats, they're like, can't believe it. It's like an average of like every 5 seconds a new user hits the site. That's
Yeah, I really like it. I mean, I use it whenever I'm about to do like an on-chain transaction. I normally quickly check mempool.space and see, okay, like kind of, it helps me target exactly what range I want. Like if I'm just kind of, if I'm like, yeah, I want this kind of in the next few blocks, you kind of, I now in fairness, that's probably a bit more of an intermediate or advanced level Bitcoiner thing. Maybe a beginner Bitcoiner is not going to think about those kinds of things. But I think over time, we're just going to see, as new waves of people come in, we're going to have a lot more people into those intermediate and advanced level Bitcoiners who want that info. And I really like the point you were making earlier, Wiz, which is that nobody thought to do this until the blocks started to get filled. And even now today, it's not the blocks are constantly filled. Sometimes they're filled and sometimes they're just zero, or close to, right? And so I guess that's a really interesting question as well. Like, what happens over the next few years? Are we going to see that kind of, again, that kind of up and down, up and down? What do you guys think?
Well, obviously, Satoshi intended for Bitcoin to have a fee market. The blocks are going to get full, and the mempool is going to be a huge, huge thing, and fee estimation. And the real concept of a mempool explorer, I think, is something that we've been kind of pushing. Obviously, there's lots of other block explorers, but they were most of them are written or developed in the time when the mempool was empty, and we're kind of focusing on the mempool because that's what really matters. Like you said, it's like having a car dashboard or something. You want to know, you want to have that real-time information so you can make the decisions about, do I want to pay an extra 100 sats per VByte for this, or do I want to just, you know, put it like 2 or 3? And if you don't have that information about how quickly new transactions are coming into the mempool or how much they're typically paying right now, like, it's really hard to make an informed decision. So I guess that's the goal we're trying to do. It's like you said, it's not exactly for beginners. It's always a challenge. Like, like Simon and I fight all the time. How should we make the website? You know, is it for simple? Is it for new users, or intermediate or advanced? Do we want to keep it cluttered? Do we want to keep it simple? Yeah, I think Simon and I just fight about the design of the site so much.
So which one of you wants to make it more advanced, and which one of you wants to keep it beginner friendly?
Well, I used to say I'm a bit on the conservative side. I try to keep it very simple, and when there's a new change, I want to think about it for like a month before I actually implement it.
Or a year, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one thing that I find that's funny as well, and I think you guys can probably relate to this also, is that there are times when you go to do an on-chain transaction, and okay, you check mempool.space, and I say, okay, all right, maybe 5 sats per byte is going to be, you know, it's going to be reasonably cheap, but not like paying for the next block sort of thing. And you put that transaction through. But then the mempool kind of gets away from you, because then all these other people put their transactions in at that same or just above you, right? So they might go in at 6 or 7 or 8 sats per byte, and now you're like, oh man, no, I'm waiting. Have you guys seen that? I'm sure you have.
Yeah, that's the tricky part of like fee estimation in general, is that it's not possible to predict fees, because you cannot predict when someone's going to just dump the mempool, and that happens just at random points in time. And you have big players like BitMEX that suddenly they dump like regularly at certain schedules. If you look at the fee just 5 minutes before that happened, you're going to get outbid by them. Yeah. So I mean, fee estimation in general is really tricky, and I've been thinking about it a lot, like how to make it. And I don't like our fee estimator that we're using on our side. It's just completely mempool based. So you get a current snapshot of what is the best fee to get into the next block, like at this moment. And that moment is probably gonna work for the next 5 to 10 minutes, but then it's not gonna be accurate anymore. But if you look at the traditional fee estimator, like they usually use some kind of statistical model, which sometimes make you overpay by a lot, or that's usually what happens. I've seen a lot of feedback saying that using the mempool.space fee estimator, they have reduced their fee that they use by a lot, and they still get into the blockchain, and it's probably 95% of the time. So it's not like 100% accurate. So it's more like a model, and it's more like a statistical
you
thing.
really have like real-time information of the mempool, like exactly when you do the transaction. And like you're saying, one of two things will always happen to screw you up. Either someone will dump a huge amount of transactions like BitMEX o'clock, where you just buried, and they're usually paying an extremely high rate, or there's just no blocks mined for 2 hours.
Yeah, you can just have bad luck, right?
Exactly, like just variance in mining. It's kind of like an unavoidable thing. And so that's actually a big problem for, well, not a big problem, but it was an issue on BISC. So mempool space does like the fee estimation for BISC network. And one of the issues we have, we were using the medium priority, which is usually like a reasonably good choice. But exactly what you said, Stefan, like, since every BISC trade is like several on-chain transactions, if one of them gets like buried and backlogged, that really screws up the whole like BISC trade experience. And so recently, like we just changed BISC to use the high priority fee, because it's, you're probably paying like 10 or 15% more in fees, but you have a significantly lower chance of getting backlogged, and that's really the main problem, right? And so like the downside of that is when the mempool is full, like it is now, and you're easily seeing like over 100 sats per vbyte, it kind of prices layer one apps out of Bitcoin. Like BISC, you're going to spend like $10 or $12 in fees for $100 trade on BISC. That doesn't make sense, right? And so people are upset, like, Wiz, why are you raising the fees to high priority? Like it's, dude, like this is how Bitcoin works. Like BISC is just priced out. We need to move into layer 2. Don't blame me for like, mempool.
Yeah, they're shooting the messenger, right?
Well, I'm just trying to keep like, I'm like the ops guy or whatever. I'm trying to keep the network and the trades flowing. But some people don't see it like that, right? They see it as like this bad thing. Like, why is the mempool full? It'll be interesting to see how that develops over time, because everybody is going to have this problem, right? And everybody's going to get priced out, and eventually, it will cost $50 to do an on-chain transaction, right?
Yeah, and so then it's gonna, I guess, that also changes who your target user will be as well, because then there'll be a lot of people who are only doing stuff on Lightning, or what I mean. So yeah, but it's interesting to see what happens with that. I think, but you're right. I think that's also the point you were making around considering what gets priced in and what's priced out. And over time, we're going to see maybe it's going to go towards bigger and bigger transactions that are done on chain, and all the smaller stuff, that's going to be Lightning. Maybe some people will use Liquid. Maybe you want to tell us a little bit about how you're kind of involving the different kind of layers in the Bitcoin world, let's say Liquid and other things, into mempool.space.
That's a good question. Obviously, like exactly like what you just said, smaller transactions, like if you're going to buy a coffee for $5, you're not going to spend $20 in fees. So naturally, the mempool space project is going to support like layer 2 networks. So we already have BISC and Liquid working on there. Maybe someday we'll add Lightning too when it makes sense. But yeah, like that's kind of the inevitable thing. Like even for BISC, if you want to, it's not even about being priced out. It's just about saving money. So, even if you are doing a large trade on BISC for, say you're going to buy one Bitcoin, you're going to spend $10,000. Well, you still don't want to pay $100 in fees anyway, even if that's only 1%. And so, maybe BISC will move to like a side chain like Liquid, or adopt some kind of Lightning RGB protocol, something like this in the future. And mempool space is going to have to, support that as well. And Simon, what do you think? You're the
I think that the market will do its work on the fees. I believe. Like I'm not sure if we're going to see like up to $100 fees, because as you said, it's going to price out so many things that it will clear space for more relevant stuff. So let's see, all the coffee payments will be gone, and maybe block explorers, and they will start thinking, they will start get more incentives to actually implement SegWit, batching, and all this stuff that they're not doing today. Like, that Binance or blockchain.info, the biggest wallets, are not even using SegWit yet. So there's still a lot of room for optimizations there. And even like Schnorr, Taproot, all this stuff is vastly, will optimize the blockchain vastly. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruit still to remove before we have to move to layer 2 solutions. So I think that will be a process that will go on for the coming like 5 years, I believe. Yeah. So I don't think that the fees will just skyrocket and stay there. I think it will find some kind of equilibrium, maybe $50 per transaction or something at peak hours, and then
you're right.
The market will work in ways that we cannot really anticipate right at this moment. So I think it will.
Yeah. Here's one of my speculations. I think there's a funny kind of seesaw effect here, right? So as the fees really start to rise, a lot more exchanges and people will start thinking, oh, okay, I need to use Lightning, or whether I need to use, whether that's custodial scaling. And so it's kind of like the fees will go really high, but then it'll sort of tip back the other way, because then all the clever engineers will go to work and make new wallets and Lightning, and then it'll kind of tip it back down the other way once everyone jumps onto Lightning, as an example. So how are you thinking about that idea, and then how to support that with mempool space? Yeah.
The idea with mempool right now is to be like a complete Bitcoin ecosystem explorer. So that's why we're supporting the testnet, we're supporting the Liquid sidechain, we're supporting BISC. We're not supporting like Litecoin or any altcoin. That's not at all in our roadmap. So if we get more layer 2 stuff, Lightning or other stuff, we are certainly looking at building everything. And we already have like some connections between the networks. So if you're at a certain transaction that's a peg in or peg out to Liquid, there's actually a displayed link there. You can actually go jump between the networks and follow the peg ins and peg outs like that.
That's cool. Wiz, anything to add?
Yeah, like it'll be cool to see how the it's kind of like the previous topic too. Like as the transactions get more optimized or batched or SegWit, like even like BISC right now, one trade is I think 4 on-chain transactions and none of them are SegWit. So right now BISC is adding SegWit, and I think BISC is also going to reduce the number of on-chain transactions to only like 1 or 2. So yeah, just by using that smaller amount of space, we'll get the cost per transaction down, even though the rate will be going higher. And then when you want to visualize that, because as you kind of optimize and compact down the amount of bytes you use in the Bitcoin blockchain, you kind of need a layer 2 explorer to actually visualize what was really going on there. And so, yeah, like Simon was just saying, like if you peg in Bitcoin into Liquid, like you can, on the Liquid Explorer, it'll link back to layer 1, and it's really cool. Maybe, someday it'll be visualized even more intelligently like that, whereas a block explorer isn't like this 2-dimensional thing, but it's like a 3-dimensional thing or something really cool where, because you have this like one row of blocks, but maybe you have a layer 2 row of blocks above it and they're somehow pegged, or, like you can kind of imagine what the future of this Bitcoin full stack is going to become, right? And yeah, we have to support everything.
Yeah, that's really cool. So what about the Liquid peg in and peg out? Can you tell us a little bit, what does that look like? What will we see?
Yeah, I mean, Simon and I have talked about developing a kind of wallet for mempool that would allow you to easily, like with the push of a button, just peg in or peg out between BTC and LBTC. And this is really cool because it fits into kind of like the overall vision of no KYC Bitcoin exchanging. So for example, you could go from like Tether USD to LBTC, and then you go from LBTC to Bitcoin, all without any KYC and just using atomic swaps between either in the Liquid chain or between the Liquid and Bitcoin blockchains. And so that'll be really cool as like an alternative way to trade Bitcoin against fiat without doing any shitcoinery, without doing any DEX stuff. And of course, BISC is like a really good way it's like a fiat on-ramp, and maybe BISC will eventually integrate with Liquid, or maybe BISC will make its own Liquid, like the BISC side chain that's similar, and you could go in between. You could trade LBTC for BISC BTC if BISC wants to custody, but maybe they don't for security or legal reasons, right? So it's all very complex and stuff. But I think mempool, no matter what, mempool is going to be like supporting everything, and no shitcoins, Bitcoin only, and no KYC. I think maybe Simon, this is what we talk about a lot. We want to be like the true cypherpunk ideology block explorer. Simon had a really good narrative. He compared it to like Nicolas Dorier basically saying to BitPay, I will obsolete you, in that very famous tweet. It's like we're kind of doing that to blockchain.info, right? Blockchain.info is like this closed source shitcoin explorer with tons of ads, and no SegWit, and generally just not being, just not acting in the Bitcoin community's interest, acting in their own interests. And so Simon and I have like a very strict, cypherpunk manifesto on our like internal notes. Like everything has to be open source, no shitcoins. What do you think, Simon? How should we do it?
Yeah, sounds about right. I like the whole idea of like this new wave. I see this new wave of more true to Bitcoin infrastructure that we're seeing with all this run your home node software, run your own B2B pay server, no BitPay. That's like the past, and we're doing the same with the block Explorer basically, and
right, because
maybe more.
Having to like trust some website to be your block explorer, both for security and privacy, really sucks. And so that's kind of like one of our visions now, is that we could totally decentralize the block explorer by having our own federation of mempool backends all over the world. And this is just people on a Raspberry Pi at home running mempool backend. And kind of like how maybe Electrum has a network of Electrum servers that you can use publicly. If there was like 10 or 20 mempool nodes out there that you could query all at the same time, and they all agree that your transaction was confirmed on the blockchain, and it was all routed through Tor, so nobody, there's no risk to your privacy, and it's all through like a really slick app UI front end that could even run on your phone or something. I mean, just to truly decentralize the block explorer concept entirely, so that exactly like what Simon's describing, where BitPay would be like the history, using blockchain.info would be the history, right? You would use an app that queries 20 backends, including your own if you have one, right? And there's a lot of ways to make like the block explorer next generation.
Yeah, and we're working hard as well on making it hostable, right? On like a Docker image and stuff like that. I know you're working hard at that right now with Stern.
Yeah, that's my job. So basically, the vision is, we could even like offer this as a product someday, but basically want to have like a kit with the mempool full node. And some other mempool, some other full node installers have been integrated with mempool, like MyNode, and a few others are working on it now, where it's just going to be like one of their apps on their app store. But we actually want to make our own kind of offering that's really locked down. And the challenge is that it's so resource intensive to run the Electris backend on a Raspberry Pi. So I'm not even running Linux. I'm running FreeBSD on a Raspberry Pi. With like special file system hacks and patches, that I've made to Electris to make it fit on like a 1 terabyte SSD, and there's a lot of really low-level optimizations that make it work. And if we can do that and have this mempool full node on a Raspberry Pi with the wallet, with the liquid swap tool, or USD, with Tether, and really give people like a totally cypherpunk compatible way to do Bitcoin trading without KYC, everything open source, running on your own hardware at home, all routed over Tor. I feel that would be like, the true vision of what we could really accomplish with this open source project, without being like a company, right? I said this on Stefan's podcast a long time ago, but like companies don't really have a place in Bitcoin, right? It's about the open source projects like BTC Pay or Mempool or Bisq, right? It are all excellent examples of the future of how they will push the BitPays out and the blockchain.info's out, right? It'll all be Raspberry Pis at home.
Yeah, I mean, look, certainly I'd love to see that kind of vision come to fruition, right? I guess my question would also just be around how will you make it work in terms of like revenue and like model, like sustainability, right? What are you guys thinking at this point with mempool.space?
Yeah, we don't make any money yet. That's a good. We talk about that sometimes. I mean, we could do a sponsorship model. If you donate to us, kind of like maybe some open source foundations do that model where you can become like a member and stuff. That's one ethical way. Another way is selling actual product. So for example, if we sell a full node device with a display and SSD and everything built in real nice for, you know, $500 and we sell a limited run of 500 of them, well, that's $250,000. You know, we can pay Simon's rent on that, you know, and you know, it's just you know,
Yeah.
That's the beauty of only having like 2 people in the project. You don't have this crazy burn rate. You don't have an office. The only expenses we really have are like servers and a data center and, you know, living expense. Like it's not a huge, you know, we don't need VC funding. All right. That would be like the one of the best ways to ruin the project is to like make a company, raise millions of dollars of VC funding. It's like, no, we just need a little bit from some cool sponsors from the community directly supported, and people want to buy our products. And there's, you know, that's like the honest way to do a Bitcoin business, right? Is to just keep everything open source, give it away for free, but sell your product for a fair price. You know, and there's plenty of Bitcoin only people in the space. Like CoinKite is a great example where they sell cold cards or the USB
Open
clock. Yeah, like it's beautiful artwork. Like it's something that you're very happy to pay a premium price for. It's completely open source. You could hack it, and it's ethical, right? It's not like some of these offerings that are like closed source or like, you know, look at like the 21 Bitcoin computer, like just weird stuff, right? Like it has to make sense both on the business side and the cypherpunk side for us to really want to do it. So we're getting there. We're certainly getting there. Maybe we'll have a product, or you know, if we do like some kind of swap backend. I mean, this is one of the reasons I joined the Liquid Federation, is so that I can peg out LBTC to Bitcoin. And if we have some kind of swap backend where mempool will trade USD Tether for LBTC, you know, as part of the mempool wallet, you know, maybe we could take a percentage of that or something.
Yeah.
Or, you know, actually BISC has been compensating us for, you know, our development. That's a really cool thing. Is one of the open source projects I contribute to, BISC, is funding the other open source project I contribute to, mempool, right? So that's like just the dream, right? Is like the centralized autonomous organization is signing my paycheck, you know, get paid in hard money. So yeah, that's the dream, and we'd like to keep it at that level of you know, moral cypherpunk ethos, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I mean, Simon's out there in Vietnam. He's you know, digital nomad.
Are you doxing me?
You know, dude, you're wearing a mask and you named Simon. Like.
But yeah, that's cool. I think the whole idea of keeping your approach is lean, right? That's also a good idea in terms of kind of keeping this sustainable. And you know, I guess many, you know, hardcore Bitcoiners obviously store a significant portion, or if not all of their wealth in Bitcoin. And as you know, over the years, it's like the runs will happen and so on. You know, maybe that's also enough to kind of keep things sustainable for the, you know, people working on these things and developing these things as well. So there's maybe a little bit of that, and also, you know, the products, as you mentioned, like being able to sell a node product, or the swapping in and out of Tether and LBTC service as well. I guess you've had, I mean, you probably had like offers to advertise on the site as well. So I guess that can be difficult because you're kind of like, well, no, we want to, you know, we don't want to do that model. We want to, you know, have this other model.
Yeah, I just hate ads, actually. There was a small ad the first year when the site was very small. I got it, but I just waited until I could cancel that partnership, because I really hate ads, actually. So
I actually love internet ads. I think we should give all of our privacy data to Google and Facebook tracking. Dude, like that's, I mean, if you think about it, if we had ads on mempool, it wouldn't really make sense, because you could just fork the project and remove the ads, right? Or you could install it locally or something like this. And so a lot of times the cypherpunk ethical model will align with the business model in that kind of way. So that's why I'm saying, like, we actually have to sell some physical tangible product, or provide some, you know, back-end swap service that like basically provide liquidity, or, you know, provide an actually useful service. Ads are not a useful service, right? And honestly, like, you know, you only have to buy the server once. and after that, it's running for years. Maybe you need one or two more servers, but it's not like a huge expense to run the site, even with the very high traffic loads that we're getting. So I think, for Simon and I, we're not looking to like get rich. We're looking to like make a contribution to the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Yeah.
And if we can pay our rent from doing it, great. But
yeah. And there's also the patronage model, right? So for example,
yeah.
GitHub has sponsors program. Some people use like Patreon and things like that. Maybe that's also a model that Mempool could explore of like, hey, if you want to have like a paying supporter of Mempool, and maybe they can do something to kind of show, hey, I'm a paying supporter of Mempool. So, I'm supporting some like Bitcoin infrastructure or something like that.
Yeah, I think GitHub has a pretty cool model where if you sponsor someone on GitHub, like your profile photo will like appear on their page and vice versa. I feel people are a little bit reluctant to just kind of give money away without getting something back in return. And so maybe we could do that on our about page. We could have like a supporters or sponsors section, kind of like how the Patreon guys do it on YouTube, where at the end of the video they'll have like a scroll by list of all the Patreon supporters. And so just the supporters having their name there, I think they feel a little bit warm and fuzzy inside for their contributions. And so we're obviously very happy to get some donation support and prominently thank you for it on our website if you want to do that. We just haven't really had any sponsors so far. Maybe we should add it.
Yeah, well, maybe there'll be some Bitcoin company who wants to put some money into it and say, hey, we sponsor mempool.space, check them out or whatever. Maybe it makes sense for certain companies to do that. Maybe if they have a lot of on-chain transactions or something,
Like BTC Pay Foundation model is a good example, right? They have Kraken and Square and a few other large Bitcoin companies sponsoring them with like pretty sizable donations too, right? Like Simon, if some Bitcoin company came to us and said, yeah, we'll give you like $100,000, just put our logo on your website, what would you say?
Sure.
Right? It's like, why not? But yeah, so as long as you're not doing any ads or unethical stuff, I think that's a fair.
Fair way to work it. Yeah,
for sure.
So with, I guess, mempool.space, we've got a few different things, a few aspects to it, right? You got the Bitcoin on-chain transactions, you got Liquid, you got some of these BISC you mentioned. With, say, something like Lightning, I guess maybe it's a bit more difficult there in that case because it's not necessarily on-chain, or I guess you could say the channel opens and closes. Maybe you could do something there. I don't know exactly.
Lightning is a bit more tricky. It's a completely separate network, so it would require additional infrastructure, but there might be a way of making some kind of logical connection.
Well, there's a few Lightning Explorers, right? That already exist.
They're
I think
Lightning
they use like
one
ML.
Absolutely,
one ML
an opportunity for reinventing like a Lightning Explorer and making that
Sure,
beautiful as well. But now with Taproot and stuff, it's going to be hard tracking the link between on-chain and off-chain. Though.
True.
So,
that'll be interesting to see. Yeah.
Like right now, Simon has it so if a transaction has certain opcodes, he can actually tag it as like a layer 2 peg out or something, which could be like from Lightning or Liquid back to the main chain. And that's just not going to be possible with something like Taproot, right?
Yeah. But it's interesting to see, and even another example might be stuff like coin joins as well, of kind of seeing, this much coin join volume. Like as a quick example, I'm sure Clark Moody's dashboard. He's got an interesting little panel there for Samurai Whirlpool, and it's got this is the amount of spending capacity inside Samurai Whirlpool, which is an interesting kind of idea also. Again, I think he's doing something where he's like scanning the chain to understand on the basis of what's in the opcodes in the scripting and so on. But these are just kind of interesting ideas. So I guess go on.
I was going to say that's something Simon and I talk about a lot too. Like, well, what is the scope of the mempool dashboard, right? Like, should we have coin join liquidity, is that like part of the mempool? Like for things like even like the difficulty adjustment or the money supply, should we have like a run the numbers page? This is the kind of stuff we discuss every day and have very passionate arguments about, like, yes, we should make like this, or no, we should keep it simple, and the end result is always good, right? Because we have such strong opinions. So at the end, Simon's either like, no, you're an idiot, Wiz, or he can maybe eventually come around a few months later, be like, all right, maybe that's not such a terrible idea.
Yeah, that's cool. So in terms of like, I guess, future kind of growth of the site, what is like a typical user that you have in your mind? Is it someone who, like, is it basically just people who want to kind of target their fee, or do you have like other kind of like target users in mind?
I think there's one kind of user that goes to the site deliberately to check on the fees and maybe be a bit intermediate to, as you said, like looking at the blocks and the mempool and make your own estimation of what might be a correct fee. And then you have the user that's because the mempool.space has already been integrated in a couple of wallets and one Australian exchange already. So
Bitteroo,
Bitteroo. So when people just that you have maybe a regular user just clicking on a link and then they ended up at this site that shows you very easy to understand and read, like, when is your transaction going to be confirmed? Maybe live you see like a progress bar or something. So that's maybe something that needs improving today, or that we can work more on. Like, that's just you're just thrown into this site to track your transaction basically, and I want that site to be like the perfect, easy to use view.
Yeah, that's a good question, right? Because like for other projects, you typically think about them maybe from the use case down. So for example, with something like Hive One, there's only like maybe 3 or 4 use cases they're really optimizing for. Like if you're an influencer, you want to see your score, or if you're a newbie, you want to know who to follow. Those kinds of use cases are very straightforward. But with a block explorer, it's more like, well, we're just kind of indexing all of this information and kind of putting it out there. And it's harder to say like why one person uses a block explorer, or even how one person uses a block explorer could be very different from how another person uses a block explorer. And like we just pushed out this recent dashboard update, and we got like a lot of mixed feedback. Some people love it, some people say, oh, the previous one was better, or I like this or like this. And that's why I was kind of saying, Simon, well, maybe the dashboard needs to be like completely user configurable, and that's because it's kind of impossible to make everyone happy with one size fits all science.
Yeah. I think also there's a scope there that as the site becomes more popular, it actually becomes a way for people to educate themselves also, right? Like if you're a beginner and just trying to learn about how the mempool works, it's actually quite a useful site.
I actually heard from a guy that teaches at university, and he's using mempool.space to explain the blockchain to his students, because and that's very interesting.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about some of the ones you know about already who are linking to mempool.space. Like I know you mentioned like there's Bitteroo, for example, and there's some of these other wallets that point to.
Yeah, there's one Lightning wallet that I like, which is the BLW wallet, and that uses mempool.space as a. And then there's another Bitcoin Lightning wallet called Blixt wallet, BLIXT, which is also using mempool.space as default. So
Electrum, I know Electrum has it.
It's not a default, but it's in there, and there's a bunch of these.
Sure, it's not the default.
Has the, and also the BISC, of course, has mempool.space as the default, right? So that's what everyone's using there. So I really like when people just like, oh, this is the best explorer, like which I just built 6 months ago, basically, or the explorer we see today, and everyone.
It's really amazing to see, like, we're not even asking them to add it. Some random user will do like a pull request to that project, and it's really cool just to see the community love.
Yeah,
For
it feels
mempool
really
space.
community driven. I
Yeah.
just see it spreading on Twitter, and I'm tagged here and there, and people are starting to using it all just organically, and that's a beautiful thing to see. I'm very humbled
Yeah,
with
and
what I've
again,
seen, especially these past 6 months. And as I said, this version 2 that we have live right now with the full block explorer, we just went live with this in March, I believe. So it's not. I mean, it's been gone much very fast this past 6 months.
And if you compare it to what other users say about other block explorers, they're either like neutral, like it's okay, you know, they just kind of use it, or they totally hate it, right? Like in the case of blockchain.info, like how long did it take him to add SegWit? Like how many years did it take him to add support for SegWit? And you know, the ads and the shit coins and the airdrops and all this stuff they're just spamming their users with. You know, people hate that, and we're just trying to make, you know, give the users exactly what they want. Slick design, you know, real-time, modern, fast server, you know, all the integrations that they could want, and people love it. Like why is it so hard to give the community what they want, right? Like why do you have to be like an evil company and just spam them with shit coins and stuff? Why can't you be a cypherpunk and do it ethically? Why are we the only ones? Like Simon said, we only even had the Block Explorer live for like 6 months. How can we be the best one already? Like that's, we're just two guys. We don't have millions of dollars of VC or, you know, some ridiculous amount of resources.
Yeah. How does actually the mempool.space, the website, compare with the ones who want to run it on, say, MyNode or those node packages? Like, I understand they're different versions. What's the difference there?
Well, the version that is running on the MyNode is the first version, which is made for Bitcoin Core only. So pulls all the information directly from the Bitcoin Core node. So
well, it's only a mempool visualizer.
Yeah,
right?
No,
it's not a Block Explorer.
Yeah, but you can just track transactions basically. Search for transactions.
True.
That's what you can do and see where they're located, and you get the fee estimation. And so you basically get the front page with the blockchain and mempool.
But the V2 installer is coming soon. It's just quite a bit of work to kind of tame the beast that is this Electris backend to work, you know, with decent performance on a Raspberry Pi. Even if you have 8 gigabytes of RAM on a Raspberry Pi, it's very resource intensive. Like. You can get it up and running. It just takes a really long time to index the blockchain on that low level. I mean, even on my really fast beefy servers, you know, it takes a long time for Electris to run. So you can imagine on like a little Raspberry with a little SSD, it's like a week you're looking at to index the blockchain. So yeah.
It creates a huge index of all the transactions, all the outputs, all the addresses, right? And that index is like 1 terabyte big or something. Just
after
for the index
it's compacted, it's 1 terabyte. So it's a real challenge to even, you know, if you don't have 2 terabytes to get it to work on a 1 terabyte drive, which is expensive, right? To buy a 2 terabyte SSD is like maybe $350 just for the SSD, and then you need the Raspberry and the case and all the other accessories. If you want a display, you're looking at $600 just in parts for a mempool full node. So it gets kind of pricey if you want to run it at home. But we have lots of we have like guys like MZ, who's another BISC contributor with me. He runs a mempool instance. Devin at BISC. Yeah, we had a few cool users who are actually running the V2 backend, you know, with the full Block Explorer, exactly like it is on mempool space. Maybe not with all the networks we added, but they're running it on their own powerful servers just because, you know, they found our GitHub repo and they figured it out. Even though the installer's not totally ready yet, they kind of hacked it together and they got it working. So, you know, shout out to those guys. We got some cool users, a nice little community come together.
Nice. Well, I guess, yeah, we're sort of getting to the last kind of 5 or 10 minutes. So maybe we'll chat a little bit about, I guess, future directions with mempool. So what sort of things do you anticipate coming in the next, you know, couple of years with mempool.space?
Good question.
It'd be nice to have like a wallet, right? Because a wallet is mostly blockchain visualization and private key management, right? So we've got the fee estimation, we've got the blockchain visualization. We just need to add like a private key management and maybe like an XPub scanner. And it wouldn't be like a huge amount of work to make a wallet, right? And if we just use some Trezor or some hardware wallet for the key management side, that saves us a lot of work too. So it'd be really cool to make like a wallet and maybe even some kind of swap backend, like I said, where you could go in between Tether, USD, basically just to give people an easy way to trade Bitcoin for fiat tokens without KYC. Because you can do that on like the Liquid blockchain as an atomic swap, or other ways too. I don't know, Simon, what do you think? What should we add next?
I don't know, man.
We argue about this so much.
We are taking one day at a time, and
that's totally fair as well, right? And I think you've got to remember as well, you can't be all things to all people. So,
yeah. There's a ton of stuff that I'd like to see. Like, I'd like to have more statistics and data and graphs and stuff, so that you can follow how the fees are turning out and stuff. There's a lot of since we have a full blockchain, we have a lot of data that can be processed and can be visualized in interesting ways. So I'm looking at stuff that haven't already been done on other block explorers. So we can add some more fun data.
I think in the next few weeks too, Simon's going to be working on like this new BISC markets visualization kind of website. So you'll be able to see like all the BISC, trades and real-time prices and stuff. I don't know if it'll be part of the main mempool site or maybe we'll put it on its own, but I don't know. But it'd be cool to have that like a BISC dashboard, right? Little things like that mean a lot to the users who need them every day.
Yeah. So
like
what sort of stuff would you have on a BISC dashboard?
Kind of like, Crypto Watch or one of those sites that has lots of charts and you can see all the executions and the offer books and stuff. That's more like market visualization than mempool visualization. But, BISC is able to compensate us for working on these kind of projects for BISC. So it's kind of cool to, keep it all in the community kind of thing.
Yeah. It's kind of like a cross-subsidization-ish model or something. Well, sort of. Kind of like budget, I guess, in some ways. Yeah.
It's very censorship resistant.
Yeah, well, that's cool as well. Yeah, I mean, and that's the cool thing as well. Like, it's like people can build out these entirely, Bitcoin economy products and projects, and it's like in line with the Bitcoin ethos of like kind of not being dependent on any particular government or some particular central bank or bank to kind of allow this transaction or allow people to do this. So I'm excited to see where this goes and where people kind of go with these kinds of open source projects. And I think over the next couple of years we'll see a lot more people come into it and really start using these things. But I think all these projects, it relies on word of mouth as well, right? Because these open source projects and stuff that we talk about, they don't have like big marketing budgets. They're really spread based on word of mouth, and people in a meetup group, and they might tell some friend at a meetup, oh, hey, this is how you do it. This is, you look up here and go there, and it's really just spreading from that. And so it relies on word of mouth.
Yeah, the community gives us love all the time on Twitter. Like whenever we push a new feature or a new design tweak or anything, word of mouth, man, it really spreads. And it's crazy to look at the stats, like how many users we have now. Like if 20,000 like unique people on the site, like, I'm gonna buy more servers soon,
Yeah. will the server costs get really expensive, or is it kind of manageable for you guys?
I mean, I own and operate all the servers, and you know, I have a lot of friends growing up. So, running my own ISP, I'm in a really good position to, I guess, operate the Mempool Space website, and also operate like a lot of other stuff for BISC. And BISC actually compensates me for running the Mempool's Explorer for BISC use too. So it all kind of comes around, goes around, and it's. The cool thing about it is that you only have to buy a server one time, right? So it's kind of like making a hosting company just for Mempool Space. After a while, you ROI on the infrastructure expenses, and then you can buy, you can put that money back and buy more servers and kind of scale it up. So it comes around, goes around. It works out very well.
Cool. All right. Well, I think we're just about it. We're kind of just waiting for the next guest and host.
Joined. It's like 2 or 3 other people here.
Yeah, I don't know if they're
ready.
The next person, is it Rollo and Dan? I think.
Yeah. But yeah, check out Mempool Space if you haven't already. It's
definitely
it's something we worked very hard on. Well, Simon worked very hard on it. I just run the server. But yeah, mempool.space. We're really trying to make the best block explorer mempool visualizer for the Bitcoin community. Totally open source and no bullshit, no shit coins. Just exactly what it should be. So check it out at mempool.space or send us a message on Twitter if you like it or hate it or have some feature requests or bug reports or any feedback. Yeah. But thanks a lot, Stefan, for the great interview. And
yeah, thanks, Stefan, for the chat.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for joining me. Hey, Rollo, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Rollo. Well, looks like you're the next host, so I can hand it over to you.
Sounds great, Stefan.
Awesome. Well, I guess I'll head off now, but it's good to chat, guys. See ya.
Cool. See you.
Alrighty, I think we're still live. Just waiting for the guest to show up. While we're waiting for that, I am Rollo McFlugel of the Rollo and Slappy Show, and want to thank Max Hillebrand for asking me to do host this session. Hope everyone's been having a great time so far. This may be like the 11th hour or so. I think it's 5 o'clock Max's time in the morning. 11 o'clock here, still Friday night in the Eastern Coast. Let me see if I can get Dan in. There he is. Maybe not.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
Awesome.
All right. Rollo, what's up, man?
Not much. How are you? This is kind of a neat opportunity. We didn't know each other before we got paired up to do this hour-long session. Not quite a Bitcoin blind date because we did cheat and we did have a little bit of a conversation a few hours. But how you doing?
I'm excited for this.
That's awesome.
We got a lot to talk about.
Yes, we do. So I guess it's I don't know. We're 3 minutes early. I guess.
Yeah, we just missed the others, but why not? Let's go for it.
Yeah, I was on there and they were wrapping up, so they kind of handed the baton over to me. So
I can't quite see you, I don't think. I can't see
Oh, no.
you in Jitsi. I hear you, and I saw you on the live stream. Oh, there you are. All right. Yeah. So.
All right, so yeah, welcome to the next hour. I am Raul McFlugel, and with me is Dan Gould. So Dan is with Chaincase, who is
Chaincase app.
yes. So it's a CoinJoin wallet on iOS. And before I butcher anything more about it, Dan, why don't you give us a little bit of an intro on what that is?
For sure. So our team has been working on Chaincase app since last May, which is a private wallet for iOS. No such thing exists beforehand. I don't think anything even with coin selection exists on iOS. So that's what we set out to do, is make something that you didn't have to worry about people spying on when you're on the move. That's easy and has network privacy, and most importantly has CoinJoin blockchain level privacy. So we cannibalized Wasabi Wallet essentially, and have it running as a library inside an iOS app. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So I think most people are kind of familiar with the two, Wasabi being one of the main privacy CoinJoin software out there, and also Samurai. So can you what does it take to take the Wasabi library, like you said, and kind of turn it into something else for iOS, or at least what was the motivation? What was the kind of the main goal behind this?
So, like I said, it didn't exist in iOS before. I use iOS all the time, and I've been on the privacy trail for Bitcoin for a few years, starting with Tumblebit, which we spoke about a little bit before, but Tumblebit basically is a more complicated way to get blockchain level privacy than CoinJoins. It requires more complicated coordination. It requires multiple transactions on chain. So I always saw privacy as the thing Bitcoin was still missing, because to use it as cash, real cash, the biggest component of cash that makes it different from using a credit card, as most people do in the US where we are, is that it's private. So that piece was missing, and working with Nicola Doria and Adam Fixer on privacy at Tumblebit beforehand got me psyched when I saw that Wasabi had practical product and exponential growth in terms of users. The next logical step seemed to be able to use it everywhere.
Awesome. So yeah, I was going to say, so I know I've used Wasabi a little bit. I have it on I have a Linux computer, and I know it runs on Windows as well. Does not run on Apple?
It'll run on your Mac. It'll run on your Mac.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I am not an Apple user at all, so anything that happens in that world is a little bit different. So what are you guys doing that makes it a little bit different from Wasabi? What are you adding to it? What are you subtracting from it?
So our focus is on the user experience, which doesn't, which comes second. Like the whole ZK Snacks, which is the parent company Wasabi, their philosophy is every trade-off they make, they take it for privacy. And I think that's been taken to an extreme, to the point where a lot of the times for 80% plus of users, you could suggest a decision that they could make that would be best. And we're working with designers from the Square Crypto grant community, the Bitcoin design community, to get there. Just being able to be carried with you in your pocket means that if you're doing something like an over-the-counter trade, or you're traveling with small amounts, you have it with you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think one of the and I'm going to speak for me, and I think I apply to a lot of people out there. I think it's very easy, especially on like Bitcoin Twitter and stuff, is that we're the people that are vocal and talking about this stuff, and on the podcast circuits and everything. You know, privacy is something that gets talked about a lot. You know, everyone's talking about Wasabi, everyone's talking about Samurai and the importance of coin joining. But I do think there is, for a lot of people that may be kind of on the sidelines, maybe they even have a decent technical understanding of Bitcoin, but they don't have that really using it that much on a higher level. You know, pretty comfortable with on-chain transactions and everything moving around. Probably have a hardware wallet or something. But there's that hump you kind of got to get over of doing something next level like coin joins. So I think there is kind of that somewhat missing level of UX there, and then on top of that, there's things where you have to worry about, you know, toxic change and other things, and things that you can do inadvertently that just kind of messes all the privacy up. So you kind of want to like maybe even go through a little bit of explaining, you know, what really the importance of doing coin joins and this privacy is, and why someone like me who hasn't really done, like I said, I have Wasabi, but I've only done, you know, 1, maybe 2 coin joins, and then it was kind of like I see this I see this UTXO change thing that just has this like big X next to it, and I assume that means bad, and now I don't know what to do. And what happens? Okay, now it's on Wasabi. What happens when I want to send it out somewhere? You know, what are best practices there? I know I just kind of went on a little bit of monologue there going through, but
I'll probably do the same thing. I think the place to start is really how can you shoot yourself in the foot with Bitcoin, or how have people shot themselves in the foot? And the way that happens typically is you make a purchase that you don't want someone else to know about, and then you transact immediately with the change of that purchase with someone who has a capability to figure out what other people are spending money on. So that's a convoluted way of saying, if you give money to an exchange, for example, that exchange has all sorts of resources that they're using to figure out where you're spending from, who you've transacted with in the past, where that source of funds probably was, whether it's an exchange or a darknet market or something else. And even if I transact with you, it would probably be unwise for me to give you a standard transaction from a big wallet if it was where all my savings was, because then if I had a lot, I become a target. But I have this change that you know about now, and it can create problems in that way. So that's really what the coin join sets out to solve, is separating the link from the source of the funds and the person you're sending the funds to, making a Bitcoin just a Bitcoin, fungible and indifferent to a bunch of others that participated, indistinguishable. The other things, well, the other details that an exchange can get typically would be like from your IP address, like I said, or your geography. They can track you that way. They do track you that way. So we use Tor out of the box, and then a lot of other wallets also take your XPub, or that's worst case scenario, right? Is they take your XPub, and so they know all your future addresses related to your backup or your seed words. And then some like Electrum or Blue Wallet, for example, they just send the individual addresses to their server and then send you back details. But you don't have to give that up. You can have the same user experience as those systems without revealing all of that information, and that's what we do. Sure.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And I think you when people tend to think about privacy issues, or at least with organizations or entities that might cause problems for your privacy, we think of, a big exchange who's, might be a big target for a state. But like you said, if you're making just a transaction on some website and using Bitcoin, that, maybe that person might be compromised in some way. Maybe they're a bad actor. And if you're not, using, CoinJoin Bitcoin, and they can kind of track your history through it. It's not just that purchase, but anything that was connected, to that Bitcoin. I guess they have some information they can piece together. And a lot of us are pseudonymous on Bitcoin or on, Twitter as it is. So we understand a little bit about not leaking out little bits of information about ourselves, because those little pieces can be used to connect dots. And still too, you could always have a situation if you're, even if that person isn't a bad actor that you're making that transaction online with, say for whatever reason, a state or a government or any other organization has a problem with them, and they say, turn over all your files. Well, especially if it's a product that they're shipping to you or something, you actually have to give information to. Well, they have, a Bitcoin address that you made the transaction with that's connected to, your home address, maybe, and other personal information. So anytime that there's this kind of neck to squeeze for a state or other bad actor, even if the vendor or the other person on the transaction that you're with doesn't have bad intentions, it's, that's a threat surface that we have to deal with. Am I kind of getting that right with, things we should be worrying about there?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool.
The other thing you touched on was toxic change and how that sticks around. And the thing about our architecture that I think is better suited to deal with that than some others is that Wasabi's actively working on a new protocol, Wabi Sabi. There's this guy, Yuval Kogman, who's constructed much of the protocol, along with Isfan and Adam. And because we're based on Wasabi, as soon as that protocol is incorporated into the code base, we can take that too. And the improvement on that code base for most people is going to be that instead of having these common denomination coin joins where you have this toxic change, we'll be able to have many denomination coin join, provided sufficient liquidity. And there's testing going on right now towards that end.
Yeah, that's pretty neat, because one of the things that I was kind of concerned about when I started doing it, actually, I think I just sent a random amount of Bitcoin because I didn't even realize that there was going to be that change issue, and you get some toxic change that's not a tiny amount, and then you're just like, well, I just stuck with that Bitcoin is toxic change forever. That's actually that's a pretty good improvement right there. That would kind of help me and anyone like me who's coming into it kind of new, not really that confident, and to be like, oh, I can just kind of send whatever I need and not have this massive amount of change.
The other thing about Chaincase that complements Wasabi Wallet really well is that we run our own coordinator. So Wasabi Wallet has the 10th of a Bitcoin denomination all the time. We have 100th of a Bitcoin. So you can take your toxic change and then coin join it with other people's change at our coordinator. And people definitely have been doing that in the past few weeks. And then your toxic change at least goes down by an order of magnitude to tens of dollars instead of potentially hundreds of dollars in value.
Yeah. So what can you do with that toxic change? If can you go and recoin join it? I believe I've heard people say that that's like, once it's toxic chains and you just kind of let it sit there. But you said that you can coin join it, and that doesn't affect your privacy.
Well, if you coin join it with the thing you don't want to do is merge it with other coins you have. It's toxic in that sense, in that it carries history. And if you merge it, then that history becomes connected to other coins' history, and then the whole structure of your wallet, everything you own, can be exposed. The way to coin join it, and it does require a little bit of understanding to do right now, which we're working to remove and automate. The way to do it without shooting yourself in the foot would be to queue up those toxic changes on their own, like individually, and coin join them with other denominations of about the same size, about 1/100th of a Bitcoin, because then the change still has the link, but the coin join coin is indistinguishable from other coins of the same coin join. And when you can still spend your toxic change, you can, but the thing you have to keep in mind is that it is related to whatever was before the coin join. So if you're doing an OTC trade with someone who, for whatever reason, maybe you're comfortable with sharing the previous activity, or you want to make a donation, that's pretty common to donate it somewhere that you're not worried about, then that's still, for me, that would be like within my threat model. I think I'd be comfortable doing that, and I think most people would.
Yeah, that's actually, it's funny. I never even really thought about what toxic change actually was, and that just means that it's unclean. It's uncoin joined Bitcoin, right? And so it's just connected to whatever it was before. It's funny how it's with the name toxic. I think for whatever reason I had it in my head, it's like way worse than whatever ever was before. But I guess there's no reason to that would be the case. But I mean,
another problem is if you merge enough of it, it is possible to reverse the, like if you have multiple different coin joins you participate in, and then you take the toxic change from those coin joins and merge them together in some transaction, then someone else can see, okay, you definitely have outputs of this coin join, and this coin join. Right. If that happens enough times, then even your coin join coins can be de-anonymized.
Right. Yep. Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, it's just funny. Toxic is just and a little aside for me, how I thought it was. You just didn't quite understand what it was, but it's pretty simple. It's just stained Bitcoin basically, and it stains whatever it touches. So
Samurai Wallet does a good job of handling that right now, just like filing it away and making it so you don't spend it. They make it pretty difficult to shoot yourself in the foot in that regard. You do end up with a toxic balance, but I appreciate the way they handle that.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. Coin selection. What's the benefits of that? That's the first. When I used Wasabi, it was the first time that I had the opportunity to do coin selection. And when I first saw it, I thought this is kind of stupid. Or not stupid, but unnecessary. But as I started to understand the privacy stuff a little bit more and everything, I started to think maybe this is actually more useful. You have any comments on the usefulness of coin selection and maybe why a lot of wallets don't really feature it? It seems like that would be something would be a simple enough option that's not overly technical for the average user, or is that too technical and it's just easier for the average person just to not have to mess with that?
I don't think it's super intuitive. Some people have told me it's intuitive, but if you imagine a dollar bill you pull out of your wallet has a history of all the other dollar bills it came from, was made change from, you might spend a little bit differently. So that's kind of the analogy that we're dealing with if we're trying to create digital cash. So the reason that I don't think it's been added to many wallets is twofold. It is difficult to implement in that it's just more to do.
Right.
Truly.
Yeah.
To not just maintain a balance, but the more difficult part, I think, is communicating it to users, what the hell they're doing. But we're well on the path to solving that problem. there's been some research recently with a pseudonymous Marco in the Bitcoin design Slack who did some work with Green Wallet as well about adding labels to coins as soon as you get them. Because to do real coin selection, that's the first thing you need to teach people to do, is when they get a coin, you got to put a label on it. So you give them options, like you say, did this come from an exchange? Did this come from a friend or something else? If you want more fine-grained control, you can write it in yourself. And then you have to display to the user, and then you have to offer them warnings, basically, if they're merging coins, because then they'll know about one another. So that is on our roadmap, refining that in a way I don't think anyone has done before. We have plans for that upcoming, but our step now is stability and making the coin join a little more convenient for people who've already been coin joining on the platform, because they support us and they mean a lot.
Sure. So on this idea of making these improvements, I know it's kind of early on in the project, but what are some of these other UX design upgrades that you're trying to implement, or just across, whether it's for coin joins or privacy or just Bitcoin in general? Where do you see there's a lot of gaps in there that could really use improvement for people?
First and foremost is backup. People have difficulty keeping track of their coins and not locking them away and getting lost. And I think an issue that comes up a lot is people forgetting their password. So for most users, the best option is no password and having that. And I've seen some interesting innovation also with automatic backups to, there's this wallet called Photon that uses backups to Google Drive, I believe, that are encrypted. And then also getting in biometrics wherever possible to encrypt the actual keys, not just access to the wallet, but like to encrypt the key material. Coin selection is a huge one. And the way to introduce that is with labeling. You need to require labeling, which we'll roll out. Maybe we'll offer some teasers for that. And then suggesting it beyond automatic. I think it's important to be able to spend your balance. Some people don't care. Like, the reality is some people truly do not care. So having that option to be able to do it automatically. And then lastly is getting people to use the on-chain privacy tools, the coin join, and then educating them through suggestion, ideally having separate buckets for coin joined, has some plausible indistinguishability, and then dirty coins, and then automating that process.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So when you're, speaking of automating, how far away do you think that like automatic coin joins are? Just being kind of ubiquitous with Bitcoin, because would that be or is that even a goal, that like every time that you make an on-chain, well, not every time you make an on-chain transaction, but certain privacy wallets, that would be a feature, is every time you do it that it's just kind of does automatically. The user doesn't really even have to think about it. It sounds like me just being the guy who doesn't know much about it. Even I can sit here and think about, it sounds like there's a lot of challenges there. Are they like too much of a challenge to overcome? You have the average user just be like, oh, well, I thought I had, 50,000 Satoshis I just passed. Now it's only, 47,000. What happened to those 3,000 Satoshis? Not knowing that it turned into toxic change. Is that, yeah.
It's possible. I really do think it's possible, and I think it's coming. How far away it is, I'm not sure. We're not working on that quite yet.
Right.
Though we're thinking about it a lot. One of the main concerns there is, when do you coin join? Do you coin join on when you receive? Do you coin join when you want to send? Or is it some process as it is now where it's manual and you opt in? The other things to think about is batching, because if you batch your coin joins together, that can be less expensive at times, or merging coins, or you can decide some output of the coin join is going to pay someone, which sometimes is called a pay join, and in other scenarios it's not. And it's good to see that people are adopting the pay join, but I think it will come down to opt-in automation of your coin join and accepting some maximum fee rate. It may even become a market-based thing, like the fee market. Obviously, join market works that way, but even with these independent coin join operators, then the user might be able to have a threshold for what they want to spend and what their threat model is, and do it automatically. I know a lot of people, as soon as they receive it, any coin, they want to coin join it, so they should be able to do that. Yeah.
So what do you think about this, though, that as Bitcoin becomes more popular and more people are getting onboarded, but at the same time, the second layers like Lightning and stuff are becoming the mechanisms that most people are touching Bitcoin? Do you think it could be the case that you don't even have to worry about doing, maybe not worry as much about doing automatic coin joins and everything, and that the average user has to be aware of that stuff because they're not even touching that layer? And then so the people that most people that are doing on-chain transactions are kind of bigger players or whatever. Or is that something that you feel like most people are still going to be touching, the on-chain layer a lot in the future, and we're not really going to get away from that? What are your thoughts on that, with how Bitcoin's going to scale? And so there's issues. There's certain problems that are solved by things like the Lightning network with privacy, but also other privacy issues that come up there. Where do you see that kind of leading us?
At scale, I think more and more transactions will be batch transactions, because on-chain space will be more expensive, and larger players, larger hodlers, probably corporations or whales, will end up, and this is long tail, I'm not talking about tomorrow, I'm not talking about next year, I'm not talking about a decade from now. Assuming this sticks around, it seems like block space is going to come at a extremely high premium, and we will still need coin join, and that will probably be how transactions are batched, just because it's what the individuals transacting will want. It's how they'll get their privacy. As far as individuals on layer 2, I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. I'm focused on the problem that exists now, and that people are waiting aggressively to be solved, so aggressively that they're willing to use a solution that's difficult. Wasabi's not easy for people to use, I don't think. It's not easy for me to use even. Sometimes it requires actual reading, and you have to know what you're doing. And I think people are open to having private money. I think people want that. I think people really want to engage with Bitcoin naturally. And us nerds have, freaking Android phones sometimes, but you look at people like Joe Rogan, right? He's not using Bitcoin natively right now, but he's on an iPhone. And if it was presented to him in a true, a little app package where he got a smiley face and clicked a button and posted his emoji to send his Bitcoin in a text message, then he might be inclined to use it.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely the case. It's like so much technology. There's just that that barrier to entry of I'm not comfortable with it, and maybe it's not that much to learn. It just the on-chain basic transacting of Bitcoin. You hear everyone talking about, someone who's not in Bitcoin, and they say, "Oh, it's way too difficult," and it's like it is, but it isn't. Like if you've ever sent a wire payment, they are just horrendously terrifying.
One UI UX thing that the banks have that Bitcoin doesn't have is both push and pull payments. So you can't make a payment request on Bitcoin, right? Sorry, you can't push a payment to a person right now. You need their address.
Right.
There's been a couple tries at different sorts of Paynim, for example, but from what I understand, to have that done in a private way is quite difficult, at least because you create a transaction on chain to propose your name for the rest of time that people can access you at, and doing that is not easy to do in a private way. And the other thing is having a standard that people also operate with. Like if you're not using Samurai Wallet, you can't use Paynim right now. But I know John Spahari just got a grant from Square Crypto to work on that in particular, to have payments be able to be pushed and pulled. And that's another one of the UX components that would make it more similar to doing a wire, for example.
Okay. That brings up a question I have. Cross-platform between, because I imagine there's going to be, as time moves on, or maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine there's going to be more wallets, more types of coin joins that are going to pop up. It won't just be kind of the Wasabi model and the Samurai model. Is it possible? What do you think the likelihood is, or the appetite is to kind of standardize those protocols, or even have like a cross-platform thing? Or is that just completely out of the question, that there's the way that Samurai does it is so different from Wasabi or any other arrangement for a coin join that there's no way to kind of like combine people doing coin joins to interact with each other that way?
I hope we collaborate. I think when it's really when it's an interoperability concern, meaning multiple wallets using the same method, then that's where something that's market based with maker taker really shines, because you can browse for that and create not create, that's not the right word. You can have the browser in multiple places. I think that's where join market flourishes. When it comes to these centralized coin join coordinators, I think that's economies of scale. And when someone cracks how to attract users to that, then it is likely that one kind takes over. I don't think, because you can use both, I don't know that they won't always exist.
Sure. Yeah, and it's also having two or three or whatever. It's nice because if there's an issue with one, then it's not like everything's trash now, because there's always the other one to go to. I'm sure I know I'm aware of the fighting a little bit between Wasabi and Samurai there.
They both
I don't
make
really
great
have
products.
Yeah, I don't really have. I don't know enough to comment either, or I haven't tried Samurai yet, just because I haven't put it on a phone yet. No other reason than that. So I don't really have much of a horse to put in the race. That said, I think it's great that both sides are like meticulously checking the code of the other one and looking for problems in it, because that's how you find problems. And you want that competition, and you want each other kind of fighting for the top spot between each other. So maybe it might, whatever. I don't want to talk about necessarily about any sort of drama here, but I want to take a step back a little bit with batching. You mentioned that a little bit. Does batching transactions in a coin join, does that help it? I know you said it's cheaper for the individual user because it's just a smaller transaction size. Does that help overall privacy? Does that are there any other benefits to that doing batch transactions, or is it simply just it's cheaper for the person sending that?
So if you batch like multiple transfers in a coin join, then the recipients gain the benefit of that coin join, assuming there's enough liquidity. Assuming you have a large enough transaction, then all of the recipients essentially get freshly coin join outputs. They do get freshly coin join outputs, and you don't have to do another spend after a coin join to have the same effect.
Okay, so when you do a batched coin join transaction, let's say it's the 10th of the Bitcoin you got to put in, is your total the aggregate of all the people you're sending to, is it equal to 0.1, or is it 0.1 to each person, or am I not understanding how it works? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, as it is right now with equal denomination outputs, it's a little more difficult to do.
Right.
Truly, like a batch transfer within a coin join, if you're paying some amount other than the denomination, you just don't get the benefits unless, you really don't get the benefits. The only way you could is to create, like the new outputs could pay someone and then give you change in equal denomination, and then you also get change that is the toxic change, which is above the denomination, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But really, it's the dream for incorporating Wabi Sabi when you have, say, a 1-2-5 system of denominations like dollar bills, and then you can create most denominations out of those.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And then you can batch, and your output won't look any different from the regular, literally normal coin join output.
Right. So let's get a little dark here. What scares you the most about CoinJoin? Or what the future might be?
CoinJoin doesn't scare me.
Good. Or at least what scares you the most about privacy on Bitcoin? Let's put it that way.
I'm worried about the U.S. government because I don't want to have to move. Right? It's hard for me to answer. I don't know why. What scares me the most about Bitcoin privacy is because I'm really hopeful, to tell you the truth. I'm not fearful at all in this regard. I think that there's great incentive for the technology to improve. There's great passion around the community for improvement. Technology advances quicker now than it ever has in the past. And I staunchly believe true digital cash is happening right now. And we're approaching it. We're not there yet, but we are approaching it. And it not only existing, but being accessible is here. I wanted to talk about an experience I had selling Bitcoin to someone that I found on local Bitcoins when you used to be able to do that in the US. You could advertise cash transactions. They stopped that recently, which made me sad. But I met this guy in a McDonald's, or I arranged to meet there. And like 10 minutes before, he texts me, he says, "Oh, I'm blind, by the way, so I need some help." I'm not gonna be able to find you, right? You're gonna have to find me. And so I found him, and he was listening to the phone. He was listening to the phone, and then like whispering his password, and using voice commands to navigate. And it blew my mind because I know blind people exist, but I hadn't witnessed someone trying to use Bitcoin, especially on a mobile device before. And I realized that his options are so much fewer than what we have. So he was using blockstream.info, because I bet that's the only wallet that supported functionally accessible interaction, and that was a real inspiration. And I think we're headed that direction very quickly in terms of technology being accessible for people, digital cash being accessible for people. All people.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just even setting aside thinking about Bitcoin, it's amazing how fast technology has moved. I mean, you just talk about smartphone. I mean, when did smartphones really become a thing? Was it like 2008, 2007? And
we're about a decade in.
Yeah, and when they first started, it was, they were slow and not that great, not that many apps. A lot of apps you had to pay for. The networks weren't that great. Not many people had them, so you're limited on, what you were really doing with it. And man, now everyone has one, and there's so many apps, and you could basically do everything for free, and it just keeps getting better and better and better. And the technology that's out there just keeps improving. I have a podcast I do every week, and man, a couple of years ago, even just a couple of years ago when we started it, it was a lot more difficult to do the podcast. Set up a call, record it, edit it, and everything. We managed, but it was crummy. Nowadays, man, it's browser based. You just send someone a link, and they click it, it pops open. You can get for free all the different tracks from each person separately, so you can edit them as you need to. And that just didn't exist not that long ago. And if it did, you probably had to pay for it. And this just keeps, these innovations and technological improvements just keep happening. And this is even with the current money system that we have. Now that you inject Bitcoin into the equation, and you add these interesting incentives to the equation, like about sourcing cheap, reliable electricity. And you're seeing what's happening with these these oil fields that are taking flare gas that would otherwise be wasted, and then they're mining Bitcoin with it. You're seeing places like Iceland are becoming places where they're mining Bitcoin because they've got cheap, reliable energy up there. I mean, Bitcoin's going to start driving all these innovations, and it's actually, market uses for these things. It's going to accelerate it at such a breakneck speed, and all that stuff is just going to keep producing little niche things and little side things that eventually is just going to become kind of ubiquitous with daily life. That was kind of Star Trek stuff not that long ago. I mean, I remember being a little kid and seeing 2001: A Space Odyssey, and in the beginning they have the phone call with the spaceman and the astronaut and his family, and I remember my mom saying, "Hey, one day that's what everyone's going to be doing. You're going to have." And I pictured, instead of I'm not that old, but growing up we still had a phone mounted in our kitchen, and it was a rotary phone, and I pictured, instead of having that phone there, I pictured having a TV screen. Yeah, I couldn't imagine anything that different. It was just what we had, but a little bit different. But man, I had no idea it was going to turn out like this. And you see these anytime through history when they try to predict the future, and they kind of have a rough idea, but it's always based on what the current kind of status quo is of everything, how things are going. You can't even imagine what the next breakthrough is going to be. So, like when you inject Bitcoin into it, it just what's next? And it's so exciting. It has me so bullish on the future. It's really, really, truly an exciting thing.
Which is great to be optimistic about, because so much of the advances in technology, at least what we see in the news and what we do experience, is dystopian. So it's like a little light that you can actually work on. You can pull at the corner of and make a little bigger. Because what does scare me is not about Bitcoin, but is the growing power of the financial system to peek into our lives. It's trivial for these companies to pass around our data and see what time you wake up, when do you get your coffee, what is your, how many times did you get tested for STDs in the past year? Like, what medications are you taking? And that information gets passed freely around and it doesn't go away. So unless we create a future where we can choose what to share and what not to share, that's going to be around.
Yeah, and it's not even that they're necessarily being nefarious actors here. A lot of it they're just trying to maximize, their profits from you, and they're just trying to get data so that they can put the best products in front of you. The problem though is that they have these repositories of this data that it's a hacker would love to get their hands on it, or a government would love to get their hands on it, or they do become nefarious and they start using it poorly. Do you know the Target story with the teenage girl?
No.
So this was I don't know how long ago it was, but it's not that recent. There was a girl, she was a high school age girl. I'm not sure how old she was, but she would get mailers for Target. She would shop there. And one day she started getting all these ads and, stuff about pregnancy. And her father, finds the customer service hotline or whatever for Target. And he calls it up and he says, "How dare you send my teenage daughter advertisements about pregnancy stuff. She is in high school. This is horrifying that Target would do this. She's a little girl." Not that much longer later, he calls back up and says, "Hey, I'd like to apologize. I didn't treat you very well, and also I want to say did find out that our teenage daughter is in fact pregnant. So wasn't that you guys were targeting little girls to say like, hey, get pregnant." But what happened was that just her change in preference for stuff, like the colors that she was picking for things that she was buying and things that she was looking at and everything online, those were the triggers that their algorithm said, this is a pregnant woman looking at stuff. So
wow,
this is a couple years old, but they were so good at targeting their marketing that they knew that a teenage girl was pregnant before her own father did. Fast forward a few years, we have to imagine they've gotten better at it. And whether or not you want to say, well, they're just trying to market, they're not trying to do anything bad, like we keep saying, someone who doesn't have quite that those nice intentions could get their hands on that information, and that's what kind of makes it scary. And the government just could come in and say, hey, we want it, and we'll shut your business down or throw you in prison if you don't give it to us. So I mean, I sometimes have a hard time. I know it's easy for me to sit on the sidelines and be really critical of these companies that kind of bend over and capitulate, but I mean, you're asking them to go to prison for you potentially, or lose their business. And it's decisions that those guys have to make, and they're certainly not easy. And they got to live with those decisions. But right, wrong, or indifferent, it's not a position I'd want to be in to have to make. They're real tough. So anything that we can do, like what you're doing with Chaincase, I think is great. It puts these tools and helps undo some of that stuff into the hands of the individuals. We're coming up, we have about 10 minutes, a little bit less than 10 minutes left. But before we went on, you were talking a little bit, you want to talk about BISC a little bit, because that's another way to manage your privacy a little bit with onboarding and offboarding with Bitcoin. And I'm pretty sure I saw that there's going to be, I don't know if they've done their interviews yet here, but I think there's going to be some BISC guys on. But
nice.
I think you had some questions.
Yeah.
I actually, I am a Bisq user, so I can say it's funny. I was afraid of coin joins, but I went into the decentralized exchange.
Yeah, see, I'm the opposite. The first time I got Bitcoin, I definitely took cash to someone else's bank and gave it to the teller, like filled out a form with someone else's account number on it, gave it to the teller. And I shouldn't say this, but I didn't even get a receipt the first time I got Bitcoin. I was stupid. I deposited money into someone's account. I got no receipt. And then I went home and I was like, why did I not get a receipt right there? And I thought I was not going to get anything. And then the Bitcoiner gave me the Bitcoin I paid for. And that was wonderful, I guess. That was probably why I'm still in it in large part, because it's just like such a good first experience. But Bisq, yeah. In the US, if you try to withdraw your money from the bank, they get angry. Someone tried to send me a small amount of money, wire transfer, and Chase Bank just canceled it. They're like, if you try to send money to that account again, we will just like deny it again. And so he shut his account down. But Bisq, I guess, lets you trade peer-to-peer, and it's a solution. So what has your experience been?
It's been pretty good. I've bought, not a huge amount, but also not like pennies. And I bought, larger kind of lump sum buys and smaller ones. And every time I've done it, it's been pretty smooth. I had the most recent one actually had to go to arbitration because I sent the payment and the time limit went by and he never sent the Bitcoin. So I opened a ticket, and I think all it was he just probably was away from his computer or kind of forgot about it, but he sent it pretty quickly after that. So really ended up not being a problem. The arbitration and closed the ticket, no problem. So being in America, they have different, the order book has the listing for how much Bitcoin the person's going to sell and the payment that they'll accept. And you go in, you download the software and you run it, and you set up kind of like your payment methods. I use Zelle. I'm an American, and that's really, as far as I know, what I'm kind of limited to. And so you look at an order and look at the order book, and you find one that you want to make, and you take it, and the software kind of walks you through all the steps, makes it really easy. One thing you got to do for anyone who might be interested in starting out with Bitcoin and wants to be as private as possible, you do need some collateral to make trades. So you do need to come and with some Bitcoin to put into Bisq before you really get started making trades. But you put up that first little collateral payment, and then the little timer comes up and says, hey, send this amount of money to this email address in Bisq with this little code in the description for it. So you go to your bank and go to wherever you make your Zelle payments and just send it to that email address with that code in it. And then you go back into Bisq and say, sent the payment. The other side who's sending you the Bitcoin verifies that he got it, and then he signs his transaction, and you get your Bitcoin. It's not perfectly private because you are exposing some private information to the person on the other end of the deal. But that's a lot better than sending it to an exchange that's logging everything and, has KYC'd information. So it really, it narrows it down to just one dude. You hope he's not a Fed. Hope he's not trying to entrap you or anything. But I mean, I don't know of anyone that's gotten caught in something like that on Bisq. The other thing is that the premiums for Bitcoin are a little bit high there. So you probably end up paying maybe 10% markup.
This is all acquiring Bitcoin rather than.
Yeah, I haven't sold any Bitcoin on it. Yeah. But there's like a 10% markup on it, and I'm very happy to pay that markup because that's the premium I'll pay for a little bit of privacy. And I'm not a trader. I just buy and hodl. So I don't really care at this point about plus or minus 10% on whatever the price of Bitcoin is, because, you know, I think it's going to become global money. And if that happens, you know, I'm not, you know, but I
When
kind
that
of chuckle.
happens. Yeah.
Yes. When I kind of chuckle when people talk about buying the dip, when it dips, when it's, you know, $10,500 and it dips down to $9,900. I'll buy that dip. It's like, it's not, it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. But the other thing, I'm saying these, not issues, but things to be aware of, is that the last couple times I've sent a Zelle payment, my bank has flagged it. And it says, call this number, call customer service. I call it, give them the verifying information to say that it's really me. And then after that, they say, oh, you've got to actually call this other number, and their hours are not during this time you're calling right now. So you have to wait. And of course, call the next day. They ask you all the same questions. You know, just like your, you know, mother's maiden name, what is the make and color of your first car that you bought, those kinds of things. I think I got the question wrong. I didn't understand what the question was, and they like coached me through the answer, which is hilarious.
They coached you through it. They're like, they gave you guesses, basically.
Pretty much. It was also I wasn't getting good reception, so I had a hard time hearing them through like the whole thing. So the person just might have gotten frustrated. I just got to get this guy off the line, so he just stopped asking me to repeat him myself.
Just give him the bank security question.
Yeah, but you know, every time it went through, and the last time I just said, "Hey, I'm just curious. I've had," and these aren't, you know, necessarily. This was like $140 around there. There's one that was, you know, a little bit more than that, but nothing anything crazy. I just said, hey, you know, I've been making these Zelle payments, and every Zelle payment I've done kind of recently, it's gotten flagged. Like, am I doing something wrong? You know, just kind of playing dumb. And they said, you know, if I'm doing something wrong, I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. And they said, no, just, it's, you know, when you're sending it to someone new with kind of like a weird number, like an odd number, then it just the internal flags, it just picks it up. It's not anything special. And yeah, that's it. It's so, but what it does is it really drives the point home that the money that I have in the bank isn't actually really, I'm not the only one with a claim on it. It's the bank is making a claim on it via the federal government. And that's what's really great about Bitcoin, is that you don't have to do that anymore. There's no third parties that you got to go through to ask permission to move your money, the thing that is the representation of the value that you provided to the world. You know, a very, very personal thing, a very important thing for not only yourself, but for the rest of humanity. Bitcoin fixes that. And that's something that, you know, really, I think it's important not to take for granted. So I think that hour flew by.
Yeah, it did.
I see the other guys are kind of rolling up on the side. So Dan, thank you for this. I really, really learned a lot and really appreciated the, you know, you answering my questions. So anything you want to wrap up with, let's go for it.
Thank you, Cirello. It's been great. I thought of one more thing when it came to like, what am I scared of with privacy? And that's I don't know if it's something I think about a lot, which is, what do you do about things like sanctions? And I hope that we innovate and find ways to deal with bad actors outside of the free market system. I don't think we necessarily need to tamper with that. And my hope is that private money is used for good. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you, Dan. All right, looks like we have Vlad here. Are you there, Vlad? So I think you're the next host.
It seems like it, right?
Yes. I think I have to...
Hello.
Nope. Hey. Do I have to make you a, why isn't this?
So,
Is
John,
Vlad playing-
are you there?
Yeah, are you playing Super Mario or something?
Yeah, actually, I am. There's this Super Mario 35th anniversary.
I
game.
incidentally saw an article about it.
Yeah, so you play against 35 other players at the same time.
Yeah.
I just
But it's
had
like,
to
so
find
it's
my-
not actually all together, right? Like it's like a race kind of. Like
Yeah,
you're playing
so
your
if you
own
score more
timeline.
points and you kill more enemies, you're going to give a hard time to the others.
Yeah.
So you got to be the fastest to beat the levels and win, or else you're going to get Bowser in World 1-1, and you're going to have to deal with that.
Sounds interesting.
It gets boring pretty fast, but I had to do something in the meanwhile because I was supposed to take over at 6 o'clock CET,
Mhm.
and it's almost that time.
It's that time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have to do anything special to jump, or do I just jump off?
I think you have to
Other than-
click on Vlad's the 3 dots on his picture and give him moderator so he can give it to the next person.
Oh, you know what? I don't know that I was. Oh, no, I am the moderator. I see that. Why is it not?
Or maybe I gave you the wrong instruction. It's not click on that, Vlad. It's
Looks like you're a moderator now. Oh, wait. Oh no, that's just the speaker thing.
Oh, you look tired, John.
well, I just woke up. But thank you.
Did you figure out Rollo?
No, I don't. I can't. The 3 dots. It won't do anything when I click it.
How did I do it yesterday?
I didn't do anything either when I came on. I didn't notice anything when it got passed.
Yeah,
on.
I think if you log off, it'll probably pass it to one of us anyway.
Okay. All right, I'll jump off then.
Thank you.
All right, enjoy, guys.
All right. Good morning, Vlad. Good night, Rolo.
Bună dimineața, as we say
Yes,
in
bună
Romania.
dimineața. Nyatsa.
This might be a live stream, but it's going to end up in season 6, episode 10 of Bitcoin Takeover podcast. And I gave this a subtitle.
Oh,
And
the pressure's on.
Oh yeah, it's shilling lightning to the moon.
Shilling lightning to the moon.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm not really like as prominently. I
No,
guess
no, no, no.
prominent
You're
is
the
wrong
business
word.
developer that nobody asked for.
Yes,
and
that's
I'm
true.
asking for you today.
Okay, well, I'll let you lead the show then. Go ahead. What would
Okay,
you like
so
to discuss?
let me start with a personal anecdote because I suppose that's what gets people involved in conversations. So I haven't run a Lightning node in months. And I've only used these custodial Lightning services like Blue Wallet without connecting to my node. I just thought, okay, it's a small amount. I don't care. But I know I should, but I just didn't find the right time to do it. And I don't want to do it just on my computer. I want to do it permanently by purchasing a Raspberry Pi and running one of those full nodes all the time. I've been just lazy and I didn't do it. So how about you convince me today on why I should start running it right now as opposed to waiting for the blocks to fill when it's already too late to start opening channels for cheap?
Yeah, that's tough. I'm not sure. I think you should. I definitely support Lightning, and I definitely think it will be used by a lot of people. But as far as like, it's not the same thing, in my opinion, to put on people to say, oh, you need to run a Lightning node the same way you need to run a Bitcoin node. Like, you definitely should have a Bitcoin node. But the situations where you're using Lightning, you know, are mostly like hot wallet kind of situations. And so I think that's why people are generally more tolerant of the like custodial wallets and like kind of in between setups like Neutrino and things like this, because you're not really going to be keeping your cold storage Bitcoin in your Lightning wallet. This is supposed to be hot Bitcoin that's moving around, right? And then the kind of user that's going to be running a Lightning node, or most commonly, is probably someone that's trying to be part of the infrastructure. And so, like, I don't think we need to have like people that, I don't know, are just kind of Bitcoin enthusiasts, or spending, maybe $50 a month of their Bitcoin. They don't need to be people trying to learn how to optimize their channel routes and, determine what the best nodes to connect to are and try to see if they can cheese $15 of fees, out of their node. It's not really a good fit. And so I think that, like, I don't think what you're describing is laziness. I think you're just describing that you don't have incentive. And I don't know that will change until it's just something that you don't have to think about. I think that we'll be able, once more of the Lightning implementations have better mobile compatibility. Like right now, like there's no really C Lightning support in mobile, and so that isn't really represented. Whereas LND, supports Neutrino, and you can get a better kind of trade-off by doing that. But even that isn't really that prevalent in wallets. So I guess kind of a long answer to your question. I don't think you should worry about it too much. I think that it's better to understand Lightning, better to like be an enthusiast of the applications that are possible and being built now than it is to like participate in the consensus of Lightning, because it's not really a thing.
I think right now the two incentives to run a full Lightning node are to collect fees, and that can be a nice way of not necessarily making money, but at least covering the costs, the electricity costs of keeping the node running all the time, hoping that maybe at some point in the future that's going to accrue more value. And the other one concerns the decentralization of the network. I don't necessarily agree with the idea that there's going to be like 5 or 6 companies that have invested a lot early on in Lightning, and they're going to be like the oligopolies of this ecosystem. And I know that there's going to be a lot of stuff that's getting built on top of Lightning. So there's going to be layer 3, layer 4, and so on. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's better if there are more nodes and there are more individual nodes that are running Lightning.
It's not. I can't tell you you're wrong. It's not a correct me if I'm wrong thing. It's a little bit of prediction, a little bit of theory. We could both be wrong, but I don't agree with you. I don't think that it's a good notion to promote that people are going to like make money off of routing, like small people. I think it is actually going to be a business-oriented role, and then there actually is no need for someone to participate altruistically to contribute to the decentralization of the Lightning Network. That's not a thing either. I understand why people would kind of extend from Bitcoin theory and try to apply that to Lightning. But this is actually what the biggest advantage of Lightning is it allows us to leverage centralization trustlessly. The worst that somebody can do to you is basically be a nuisance, by being unreliable and stopping to, provide the services that you've been expecting. But the formation of the Lightning Network, I don't know, I put a tweet out recently that somebody else had made, and it showed like the kind of largest nodes that had the biggest channels and like how many channels each of them had. And it was maybe 15, 20 nodes at most. And really we're talking about maybe 4 or 5 nodes that are actually very significant. I should have them memorized, but for example, it's like Bitfinex, Async, and Bitrefill are some of the major ones, and that's because those are actually ones that have economic activity and people having actual users. So it's like, think of it like forming an organism. Like the arteries are going to form, then the veins and the capillaries and such. And so like most people are just going to be capillaries. They're just going to be on the outside and trying to get tapped into the biggest vein they can so they can reach anybody they need to reach. And so that's not something like a centralization concept you have to worry about. Yeah, if it was only one major node and everybody was connected to it, it's probably a problem, because that ultimately is just one service provider that everybody relies on. But the difference with when we move to a more decentralized paradigm for everything, like we're just getting used to it with Bitcoin and now Lightning, but like people want to do a lot of this kind of thing with like changing how the internet works, identity, all like these Web3 concepts, etc. And they're going to have to get used to this, that the idea isn't that the network will totally reform in how it looks and who is a major player. It's that it will become open competition, and so anybody can participate and kind of move the network away should they have incentive to move away. So like, I don't know, I say to people, like, the Twitter of the decentralized Twitter that people want to talk about, it's going to look just like Twitter looks right now. Twitter will be the biggest service provider because they're the best at scaling, the best at serving tweets and small kind of things. They know how to make sure they can get the same data all over the world. And initially they'll be the biggest one. But what will happen is tweets will be able to leave Twitter, and other people will be able to serve different user experiences and different kind of paradigms of how the kind of Twitter infrastructure works. And so eventually, if other people are doing it better or more locally, more efficiently, you know, then people can just migrate away from Twitter. But you know, it is a competition, and the same thing is happening on Lightning. It's an open competition for ordering transactions onto the base layer.
Right. I can think of, yeah, like 5 or 6 big businesses that operate the biggest nodes, but luckily Lightning is permissionless, unlike the Liquid sidechain, where you require the permission of one of the Federation members to onboard and to leave that sidechain. With Lightning, you can do whatever you want, whenever you want to. So I suppose you're right in the sense that neither of us is wrong. And if there were enough individuals to run nodes, the network could benefit and could build this auxiliary infrastructure. I suppose if businesses like Bitfinex and like Bitrefill and Async are the arteries and the stuff that helps the blood flow into the system, I suppose there could be a lot of skin in the game. And I know I've used a bad pun, but whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I think maybe where you're right is that, you know, contributing to the decentralization by altruistically, you know, spinning up a node and providing liquidity, it will be more that way in the later stages. And so the reason why I maybe think it's a mistake to think that way now isn't that you're wrong, it's that it's not important right now. It will be important later when there are many more use cases and many more types of people using the Lightning Network, and you want to have sort of fragmented, fractal, you know, sub networks where people are doing things that only matter to them and not other people. Kind of like how you know, I mentioned with the smaller network of large nodes, they also, you know, before Wombo was officially supported, they were kind of breaking network consensus to support large channels, forming a subnetwork. And you'll see a lot of different kinds of subnetworks, I think, over time, and that will turn into this kind of more fractal future that we'll kind of have to move towards if we want things to be efficient on layers.
Yeah, I suppose I agree with you. But at the same time, the reason why I'm FOMOing on the idea of running a node is that at some point in the future, it might not be sustainable from an opening channel cost point of view. So I should start running a node right now and open channels while the blocks are not full and while the fees are acceptable in terms of costs.
That's reasonable.
People actually need Lightning and they're going to move to it, it will be because the blocks are full. And by that time, it's going to be a lot more expensive to start running a full node.
I mean, I think that's reasonable, but I think that it's kind of an overstatement in that it's not going to catch you by surprise, right? It's not going to be that one day you're going to wake up and it's going to cost $500 to make a channel. Yeah, like you're going to see it coming, you know. So maybe you'll start making channels at $5 instead of at $2 or whatever because you have this concern. But right now, it still hasn't been high enough to incentivize you, right, or disincentivize, you know, the behavior that you've been doing so far. So I don't think it'll sneak up on you. I do think that some people are thinking the way you're talking about, though. Like a lot of people are wondering, like, what that node LN Big is doing with opening tons of channels all over the place since the beginning of the Lightning Network. It could just be that they maybe have a model of, maybe they've really modeled out the future in a way they're really confident, and they just think one day everybody's going to want to buy these channels off of us. One day, you know, we're going to have so much access and so much. They might have some kind of theory behind it. I don't know, but that would be in line with kind of what you're saying. I think I just don't think it'll sneak up on anybody. I think you'll have a chance. You know?
I have a very technical question up next, and it concerns something that I was supposed to write about for Bitcoin Magazine last year. And essentially, Aaron just took me out of it because it's kind of complicated. It's a delicate topic. I'm not sure if it was solved since last year. It's about routing. And I know there are lots of teams working on different routing systems, and they want to allow the network to be as decentralized as possible without incentivizing just big nodes that have been around since day one. And that's a big problem, especially in Romania, because when you run a Lightning node here, you're not collecting any routing fees because these routing fees are based on proximity, and you're not really routing payments if you're just one node in, I suppose there are like 50 in Romania right now. So
Okay, it has nothing to do with geographic proximity.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, but I think I'd like you to finish your question. You said it was a technical question.
Yeah, so where did routing get throughout the last year?
So when I talk about proximity, it's not about geographic proximity, and it's more about like actual topography of economic proximity. So this is a digital realm we're talking about. These nodes don't care what country you're in. They're not going to not route with you because of a very 100 milliseconds of latency. They're going to route with you based off of who you're connected to and what kind of liquidity you have balanced in your channels. So basically, they're just looking for a path. And if you can be that path digitally, they don't care where you are in the world. So it's nothing, Romania isn't limiting us. It's more our knowledge of which nodes to get in the middle of so we can be taxing traffic. And so automatically you can kind of guess that this is actually, that attitude is an inefficiency. To say I'm going to put myself in the middle and tax it, that's not, that's not providing a service, right? So you have to actually naturally have a position. You have to be somewhere that a lot of people want to send money through or to for a reason. And this is why Bitrefill and Bitfinex and such, and wallets actually are another big one, are the most kind of routed nodes, because they have the actual most people really sending money between each other to those places. You can't just shove yourself in, and this is why I don't like the whole farming fees thing. Now, I will say that in the future, in use cases, including use cases I want to help cultivate with the business I'm starting, I think it will become more true. I think someday you will be able to plug in your Lightning node or some kind of home server, set your resources into how much you want to publicly provide, and just kind of install some machine learning kind of bots and things like this, and kind of farm the network by providing bandwidth or storage or relaying, these kinds of things. But we're kind of a little bit far off from that. And then to answer the routing part of your question, you can probably guess what I'll say because it's in line with everything else I've been saying. I actually think that, now I'm not an engineer, so I'm probably going to sound ignorant to them, but I think that there's a little bit too much focus on advanced routing problems. I guess maybe they'll take a long time to solve, and we'll be happy they're in place when we need them. But if you take what I've been saying about like centralization being kind of okay on Lightning, as long as it doesn't get out of hand, like the routing actually never is that complex. And so things like multipath payments, like what they do is they say, oh, I want to take a network that the direct route that I'm trying to take, there isn't enough liquidity. So I'm going to take all these other routes and I'm going to rebalance like the whole entire network just because the direct route doesn't have liquidity. And so you're basically kind of, it's like a leeching kind of behavior. And I actually think it will become an inefficiency. Like in the end, you want to be connected to the people that are going to get your money to where it goes. You don't want to be looking for all these obscure connections to be able to route things. Now, I'm going to be wrong in some senses because eventually the network will be super huge and maybe somebody wants to send really large payments in an unusual direction. But generally, that's like an optimization. These are edge cases. Most of the time, for the foreseeable future, Lightning doesn't need that kind of advanced routing. Now, you could make arguments in the sense of like privacy and other things like this, so that the way there are like kind of different peers or different different behavior for people that are snooping on the network to analyze and assess, and maybe these routing things can affect that. Like trampoline payments is one, and this is like this kind of like way of sending a payment into a zone, and you kind of like have to hope that it hops into another zone. And so it's just a different approach to routing that maybe will provide different trade-offs for privacy and such. Christian Decker would be someone to talk better about that. I think he's the one working on that. But I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. So yesterday I've listened to your talk with Sergey, and he referred to Lightning as a gun that's on the shelf or something like that, because it's ready, it's functional, but it's not used at its potential. Not many people are having economic activity on Lightning. So why do you think that is? Because last year we were speaking in Berlin. I think it was exactly 1 year ago. And everyone was much more optimistic about Lightning. But the events that happened in the last year just proved that there is not much demand for Lightning.
So I'm going to be a little bit theoretical and critical in my answer. I don't know how right I am, but I actually think it's a culture problem. Is one of the biggest problems. The culture in Bitcoin, this number go up, maximalism kind of getting dumbed down from what I think it actually is derived from. It's turned into this kind of culture where we hate the shitcoins because they're fake innovation, and we love Bitcoin because it's the only real coin and it's going to go up and everybody knows it, and that's it. And this leads to this extends into the whole culture of where investment money goes, what products get built, what products people conceive of to be built, and everything gets biased towards finance. And so you see companies like, I don't want to rag on them, but the easiest example, Blockstream, like they were kind of like the great white hope of Bitcoiners. We wanted to think, okay, these guys are going to make all the cool shit, right? Like they're going to save Bitcoin, they're going to make the future true that we all want. In a lot of ways, they still are that and do that, but their actual products and the things that they put effort into, and this is just a natural incentive structure, have biased towards finance products. And so now you have things like Liquid, you have things like providing services, like they have these partnerships with these finance things, ICE and such, and ways to like provide data, and then Liquid is like supposed to be about providing arbitrage opportunities, and you have this federation of all these big exchanges, and it's like, where is the cypherpunk? Where is the the Bitcoininess? And I'm being unfair because they do have Lightning research they do, and core development they sponsor and things like this. But Lightning kind of I did my best to hype it and let people try to open their imaginations of that there's really a lot more possible now because of this kind of instant paradigm, this peer-to-peer paradigm, and mostly it turned out to be like a few games, which I think will end up being cool eventually, and feeding chickens and talking about routing and making wallets, but like where is like the consumer stuff? Where is the publishing stuff, the Web3 stuff? Where is all of the stuff that like is not finance? And I'll use that as a plug again for the company I'm working on. Like basically we're trying to focus on all the things that are not finance. And so we'll make a number of products in that direction. And so Sergey is kind of right, but it's also maybe his responsibility to make that not true anymore. And this goes into the conversation about like, you saw recently me trying to get back on guilting exchanges to add Lightning. Like even exchanges don't even understand why it's important to add Lightning. They just think of it as strictly about the fees. And so they're saying, oh, we'll wait until fees are high and then we'll hire a Lightning guy and we'll support Lightning. But if the exchanges are the arteries economically, then if they don't support Bitcoin upgrades, how are they supposed to be like, how is there supposed to be a framework for product designers and builders to like to look at and say, oh, what can I do with this? And you need that infrastructure there. You need to know that all the exchanges will be there and their customers will be there to be able to access whatever you're building on Lightning. If you don't have the exchanges supporting it, then you're basically trying to compete with that. instead of, you know, synergize with it. And so this is kind of what I explained to Jesse when I was trying to argue or the case to him, that their support is important and Bitfinex's support is important because of the opportunities that they're kind of delaying by not supporting it. And you know, the next DeFi or the better DeFi or something could be, you know, a year away or could be 3 months away. And that's really up to people like Kraken and infrastructure. And so I'll go back to what I started with and say, I think it's a culture problem. I think that Bitcoiners need to get smarter and they need to get more creative and they need to stop thinking that that Bitcoin is here just to get them rich by this asymmetric kind of information they think they have.
I think also the narrative of digital gold has played a role in this mindset. You see people all the time buying Bitcoin on Cash App mostly and posting screenshots and writing a caption such as, "These sats are mine forever, nobody will ever touch them, I have strong hands, nobody will ever get them, blah, blah."
That's how you know it's not true.
You don't really understand how economics work, and you need to have liquidity for businesses and for the entire ecosystem to develop. You can't just expect people to buy into Bitcoin at some point in the future unless you develop some sort of economy around it. You need to give them lots of reasons except for number go up to get into it.
Yeah.
And one of it is very important and is the one that gets me and keeps me in. And it's the one about censorship resistance and about hedging against inflation and stuff like that. But you also need to build a parallel economy, or you call it a circular economy because you're a circular economist. So
I call it both. I think that it starts as a parallel economy and it only succeeds because the economy is circular. Like, we are going to have to do something outside of the system and separate. We are going to have to build a new kind of digital area for people to kind of play in and build in. And if people don't start thinking that way, it's going to be much harder and it's going to take much longer. And I just think that the finance stuff is kind of like, all right, we have enough people caring about that. Let's see what else we can do.
But Lightning at the same time is a network that's agnostic to the type of currency. So theoretically speaking, you could build this kind of economy on Litecoin and Monero, and I don't know, just use
well,
it
no, it's not about Lightning only. Lightning is just a way of dealing with, you know, this key pair structure that has this token inside of it. It's about Bitcoin is the reason. Like, if we're going to build a whole new economy on the internet, what better network do we have than Bitcoin? It's got the most use, it's the safest, it's the most secure, it's the most censorship resistant. Like, if we're gonna go in here and kind of cause a digital revolution, it has to be Bitcoin. There's not really any other option.
Oh, I can agree with that, but at the same time, you need to show people how it's done.
Mm-hmm.
And they need to understand that there should be this type of economy, and I suppose people in Litecoin would be much more open into embracing Lightning, even though they have no incentive. They have literally empty blocks right now.
That assumes that there are actually people of Litecoin. I don't think there are. I think that the only people of Litecoin are the people that like think that they can get this kind of sneaky upside that is like by investing in silver instead of gold. And that's all they really care about. There's not any kind of community or movement or special thing. They're just thinking, okay, what can we do to seem relevant so that we can continue to be like the B team store of value. And that's not the worst thing in the world. I'll be honest with you. Like, I've done a lot of thinking about modeling the future of Bitcoin and the scalability of it. You know, if we want it to be for everybody, it really does get complicated, and we might actually need to have and it's evidenced already by how many we have. For non-speculative reasons, we might need to have like tier 2 blockchains. I don't know if they're feasible because of how mining works and how attackable they may be if they get too large. But like it might be hard to do absolutely everything on Bitcoin. You know, we might actually need like to have a second tier or lower security, and that's been evidenced by like when fees went really high. You know, all of a sudden altcoins actually had a use case. You know, it was like, oh, I can move my crypto on these exchanges because they also support these altcoins, and I can save on fees and then convert again when I get back on the exchange. It was kind of like a hack to deal with things, but there they were. Altcoins finally had an argument, you know?
I suppose I remember December 2017 and all that mania about getting on exchanges, and you were not even able to create accounts on Binance at the time. It was just, it hit a bottleneck. I'm not sure if we're going to see that very soon, except for that DeFi degeneracy, which I don't really get.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying the fees will go up, and they have been kind of going up slowly. And I do wonder if we'll, how often and for how long we will get these kind of, oh, the blocks are actually full and fees are actually significantly high. Like, this is annoying. I don't know when we'll get that again for sure. It could be like that we've installed enough valves on Bitcoin where like it'll be like fees on chain will get kind of higher than normal and fees on Lightning will get kind of higher than normal, and it will just kind of go like this, like stair step up. I realize you're recording this for your podcast, so I can't use my hands. It'll kind of stair step up and maybe never reach, full blocks for any consistent amount of time, because we have these valves that people will kind of leak out into that will be cheaper,
After the halving, it seemed like the blocks were full for like a month, and it was very difficult to get any transaction in a block without paying a lot more in terms of fees. So if you're broadcasting a 1 sat per byte transaction, you'd have had to wait like a month to get it confirmed. So it seemed like there was something happening there, but I suppose it could have been just miners spamming the mempool just to
it could be the same thing with Ethereum right now. I actually think that's probably a good theory of what happened in 2017. Like the fee portion of the block reward was pretty significant. I don't know, it was like more than 1 Bitcoin, 2 Bitcoin, while Bitcoin was at like $15,000, $20,000, right? And so these are significant amounts of fees. And if you had miners, if you say these miners did have, half the network, you can start doing some formulas to determine like, if I start spamming my own fees, if I make transactions and I start, raising the fee rate in the mempool, can I get everybody else to pay? And how much will I lose if I don't mine my own block? But if you mine your own block, you get your own fees back, right? So if there's too much centralization, you can kind of hack the network to just raise the fees. And I think that may have been part of the phenomenon back then. I think it may be harder now. There are a lot more miners, a lot more places, but Ethereum, maybe not. Like I would suspect that the Ethereum mining is probably very centralized. If it's anything like their node network, and the miners probably do have the same kind of advantages to be able to do those kinds of things by like, hell, if I was a miner, I would design DeFi. I would say, like, let me find a way to trap all these people in this thing where they think they're going to realize this inefficiency that is worth make 10%, but then I'm going to charge them 11% in fees just to be able to have access, and they're not going to realize it till they get out that they're actually at a loss, even though that the trade was profitable. And that's a nice little kind of hack that they can do on people. I don't know if it's true though.
It might be. Thankfully, we got rid of Bitmain, and they're not a big player in Bitcoin anymore, and they got wrecked supporting BCH, which was, I guess, the decision that led to their downfall. They're not even, I think they're not even the biggest ASIC manufacturer right now.
I don't know, man. I don't believe any of the stories I hear about Chinese mining because, like, one, I don't know if I could believe them if they said things themselves, just by the nature of the way they did business historically in Bitcoin. And then all of the news coming out is like, second, third, fourth hand from people that like, I don't really know why I should trust them either. And so like these stories about the Bitmain IPO and, Mike Cree trying to take over with Jahan, and like it all just seems like made up drama that I could never care about unless I was on the ground there with them, and part of it and skin in that game. Like I just think it's like, I don't know, soap operas for Bitcoiners.
Yeah, but that's a very good indicator that we are in the middle of a bull market when you see China FUD
maybe
If
we'll
China's
see.
going to ban Bitcoin, then it means that we are in the middle of a bull market.
And you know, 3-letter agencies, you know, going after exchanges is a good kickoff for bull markets as well. You know, like closing Silk Road, things like this. And so maybe this BitMEX kind of these BitMEX arrests and charges from the CFTC are like, we'll get our last nice dip and kind of move steady up from here. But I don't know. Part of me also wishes that we don't get a new high on this cycle.
Okay, so let me ask you a more direct question, and you don't have to answer it honestly, but what did you buy lately with Lightning? Did you make any economic purchases?
I'm trying to think what I played with LN Markets is probably the most recent thing. I know those guys, and I helped connect them. Ryan Gentry from now he's at Lightning Labs, formerly at Multicon Capital. He was talking to them about me, and I told them I thought they were cool, and so we kind of helped connect them with some investors, and they ended up getting some funding. And so I've been paying close attention to them, partly because I think that they could probably eat BitMEX's lunch, at least on the retail trader side. And I want to see if like they can be a better, you know, type of exchange where maybe they'll very early on realize like creating use cases for, you know, more self-sovereign types of accounts, and maybe, you know, DLCs, and having some kind of more decentralized aspects to what they do, since they're kind of starting with Lightning. And it's just really cool to be able to like log in with your, you know, you just scan something on your phone, you're logged in. You want to make a trade, you scan a QR code, and now the trade is open. Like it's I don't know, it just feels like a much cooler user experience to me. I don't know if other people will like it, but that's probably the last thing I use Lightning for. I want to say Light Night, but they didn't have me. I won't pay the prices that they charge for skins in that system, and it seems like it still needs some time to get ready. But the game seems like it could be cool, and I was a big Dota player for a while, and I liked collecting the skins on that. So I'm looking forward to having that kind of paradigm. But I'm not really willing to use like Liquid and such, so I'm gonna wait till RGB is ready.
Oh, so speaking of Light Night, I suppose you're in. I forget his name because it's so early. What's the name of the creator?
Oh, I don't know their names by heart. I don't know. If you said it, I would say.
Podcast.
Yeah.
He's Spanish, so I know what he looks like. I don't remember the name. I'm very sorry, honestly. So this
Is he Spanish or Brazilian? I think that.
No, he's Spanish.
He's Spanish. Yeah. No, I didn't follow them that closely. I probably should follow the Lightning gaming side of the world more closely. I've been starting to. I installed Bitcoin Bounce and started playing with that, and actually played Light Night for the first time recently.
Carlos Roldan.
Yeah.
I just remembered Carlos Roldan. I think you were on his podcast recently, right?
No. Mm-mm.
You are not?
I don't think so.
I saw that he was having lots of high-profile guests, and I don't know. I just thought.
I'm not high profile. I just troll high-profile people.
Right. But he seems very enthusiastic about his clone of Fortnite, and it's going to be interesting to see how the market reacts and how gamers in general react to this type of game, which incentivizes them to play more and shoot more enemies.
I mean, I think that competitive gaming, like betting, tournaments, this kind of thing is another side of Bitcoin and Lightning that could be cool, like actually having real money at stake. We'll probably hit some roadblocks with the legalities of this. Like, in other words, it isn't our bright idea. I'm sure many game companies before wanted people to be able to use real money to do things. And so there'll be some kind of probably roadblocks there that we're kind of conveniently ignoring. But I'm not the one working in the gaming field, so it's not my problem. But it could be interesting if they can figure out how to do it. Yeah.
I've actually pitched the idea of Lightning monetization in game and allowing people to earn and spend Lightning Bitcoin in games to John Romero, who is one of the creators of Doom and Wolfenstein and Quake. I got to talk to him, and he was like, there's a reason why companies use proprietary virtual currencies, because they control them. They don't care about supply and inflation. it just works, and gamers have gotten used to it, and he didn't see any kind of value in it. He didn't believe that it has any kind of potential. It might have some users in third world country markets where they basically make enough satoshis for them to turn it into a job, possibly. And
Yeah.
I suppose we are seeing that with Bitcoin Bounce, which is a mobile game where if you collect lots of tickets, you earn some satoshis every day.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that you know, in places where, you know, the money is worth a lot more, that you definitely see these use cases and these types of users. I know that, like, for example, Stackwork is doing these kind of micro task job things with their website, and they have like their I don't know if it's public, so I probably shouldn't talk about it, but they have other projects they're doing in kind of these poorer areas that are giving them, you know, access to these kind of micro jobs, and it's much more meaningful in some areas than others. So maybe I think of something I wanted to say earlier when you were talking. I forgot what the topic was, but with number go up, I always like to remind people, it's like, yes, maybe Bitcoin will be at $100,000, but what if a hamburger costs $10,000? You know, like it's like, it's not just about number go up. You have to think about like what the actual situation will be when that number is up, and if your buying power is actually, you know, what you expected.
I suppose a lot of people disregard what inflation actually means and how it impacts the price of goods and services. So they think, oh yeah, it's going to go to 1 million, but what does that mean for the rest of the economy?
Mm-hmm.
Is your purchasing power going to be comparable to the same one that you have right now, just because the market has adjusted in terms of prices?
This is like what I'm worried will be like the big lie of number go up, that you know, if you really think abstractly well enough, the odds are what you're going to come out with is what you just said, that your buying power right now, your place in society right now, will probably be pretty similar as, you know, society progresses on its in its current path. The asymmetric kind of trade on Bitcoin is just becoming much smaller and smaller, you know. And if all you're relying on is inflation, well, if everybody else knows too, like, you're just going to you're going to be in the same rank in the economic world as you are now, potentially. You may have some advantage, but like this, I just really do not like this, like, this culture of thinking that I can sit around and wait for me to get rich while other people do things. You know, if I just hold Bitcoin.
I suppose that was the case a few years ago, but we're not sure if it's applicable. It takes a lot more money to get Bitcoin from 10K to 100K than it took it to get from 1K to 10K. So
exactly,
I find it silly when people look at graphs and models and, you know, that stuff like stock to flow, and they say every 4 years it's going 10x. And it has been doing this, and there's a pattern, and there certainly must be something there, because it's in the protocol, it's the pumponomics.
That's the problem, is if we keep indoctrinating this perspective with every entrant, then we'll kind of manifest it, right? Like, everybody will, you know, sell sometime in year 2 or 3, and everybody will buy sometime in year 4 or 1. And then every cycle, everybody will try to catch the wave, and there will be no waves. and like, I worry about like some kind of like, you know, post-Bitcoin depression or something, because of so many people believing in this, and then never being able to catch the ride, never being able to catch that dragon. And you know, I don't want to be negative. I mean, I think Bitcoin still has some nice pumps left. I just think it's exactly what you said, like, to 10x from 10,000 to 100,000 or 100,000 and up. Like, it gets very, very difficult, and it may require actual hyperinflation, you know, and that's not actually a good thing.
I don't think that's something that we should desire. A lot of people just, I don't want to give any names, but they look at the world and they say, I can't wait for this to burn so I get rich.
Yeah, I think that's it's hard to think that way sometimes, but I do try to think that way. I try to think, okay, like, if people are getting hurt, then it's a bad thing, and we have to think about maybe ways to not have that be how things happen.
Yeah, we're such soy boys. according to the ones who post pictures of themselves pissing and stacking sats.
I don't know. It's not soy boy to care about like the survival of humanity. Ultimately, that's what we're talking about here. You know, like yes, we're all competing, but we're also all cooperating. We're trying to advance, you know, either society in the abstract and culture in the abstract, or just genetics in general, and survive as a species. And that's about being adaptable. It's not about, you know, killing all the competition.
There's also the theory of how societies work, because if you end up being the wealthiest in your community and everyone else is just broke off of their fiat holdings, then they're going to come for you. It's not like you are in some sort of void or some sort of imaginary citadel where you have established yourself among other Bitcoiners. Now, I can argue why that's a bad idea too, and it's some sort of utopian society that just can't scale and can't work. But if you're the wealthiest and you don't provide any kind of incentives for them to come to you and respect you and protect you, they're going to come for you and just steal whatever you have. You can't just be the wealthiest in a community. And I can understand that neighborhoods get established according to the degree of wealth. So some people just live in nicer neighborhoods and they move according to their net worth and their income. But you know, if the world gets to hyperinflation and there's just a handful of us that hold a lot of Bitcoin, I don't, but maybe these people actually do, and they're not lying when they post screenshots on Twitter about holding hundreds of Bitcoins. If they end up being the wealthiest, then they're going to be targeted a lot. So they should start worrying about it and lower their, what's the name of that? LARPing.
Yeah.
Lower their LARPing activity.
Well, I like to say that, and I'll say this a lot more in the future, that consensus is mutual, and that what that means is it transcends any system. So like if you and I agree on something, we don't need to agree about it on the Bitcoin layer for it to be true. We just need to mutually observe to each other that we agree on it. And if you scale this out to any concept and any concern, you know, any issue, then that means that that what can happen is exactly what you described, that the law can be that this is how things are, this is what's enforced by the people that are given permission to be violent, and then it can still be totally overturned by a majority, whether the law changes or not. Like they can just come and they can walk into the White House and lynch the president, and you know the military can do it. You know, enough quantity of people can do it. Like there is no law. There's only kind of civilization. And so if people want to have these kind of utopian futures of citadels, or you know this peaceful harmony of economy, then you have to, this actually is a cultural revolution. You have to basically train humans to kind of cooperate and value meritocracy and fairness and competition, and teach them about things like evolution and how this all is just, you know, kind of an echo of it's just an echo of like the law of thermodynamics, basically. Like everything we do. And everything we do is about reproduction and about the competition for reproduction, and it's just all science. And we're all just behaving like weirdos when we kind of ignore these things, and it's perversion of reality to like really dive into like abstract concepts or like weird issues, you know, like these kind of moral corners of the mind. In the end, like all that really matters is that as a human race, we progress and get more and more adaptable, so that way we can survive anything that ever happens to us.
For all the crap that governments get for debasing currencies and being too authoritarian, it's a wonder and it's a miracle that we don't kill each other on the streets, and that we have gotten to the level where we respect each other, and we have a system of incentives, and we can agree not to do something harmful to somebody else because it has greater consequences upon us. And we can agree that we should have an honest living and try to work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week to preserve our status or to climb the social ladder and acquire something that we desire. I mean, it's so easy naturally to think in terms of I'm stronger than that person. I can beat them up. I can take whatever I want. Why can't I just do that? And the fact that it doesn't happen, I think that's a miracle. And the fact that we think that we can reinvent society just based on sound money, I think that's silly. People are going to go back to some of their primal tendencies.
Well, like people, like violence is always an option. That's the problem. Is like there actual is a meat space. You can't just put everything on paper. You can't put in everything in a computer, because at some point somebody can just come along and knock you in the head. You have the wrench attack, whatever way you want to look at it. So yeah, I don't know. I think that we're social creatures, and that's we've evolved to be social creatures for a reason. And I think it's so we don't just constantly like kill each other, because then we'd all be dead. Like we need a quantity of us to continue being able to have the situation where we can safely like raise a family alone. You know, like there are these like structures we have to maintain to be able to move forward. And I think in the end that you know, markets are efficient in the biological sense, in the environment sense, but maybe not so much in the you know, the finance sense or the abstractions, you know, areas of what we create.
I think we got a bit sidetracked from
yeah.
So,
but I like to talk about that stuff, and thinking that way is like, I think what Bitcoiners are missing. That's why they don't have the culture to stop talking about finance. That's why we started talking about this. Like they need to think about like what's actually going on underneath and why any of this even matters.
Yeah, and I suppose a lot more people should read Eric Voskuil's Crypto Economics book, which is free, as opposed to purchasing Saifedean's book, which costs money.
I would agree with this. It is a chore to read his work. It is a chore to talk to him. But he's one of the people I respect the most in the space, and you know, he's quiet, and a lot of people don't even know he exists. But like I like to think of like, if I ever want to write a white paper or have some kind of theory and actually document it and write it out, I would think of him as like the main boss. Like I need to get him to say this is interesting and relevant, and if I can do that, then I know like I have total confidence and nobody could ever shake me. I don't know that I'll ever have that kind of thing to present to him, or that he'd ever, you know, bless it. But that's kind of how I look at him. Whereas like Saifedean, I think he was kind of in the right place at the right time. He was the first person to take the time to document, you know, concepts of Bitcoin maximalism and why, but he didn't really properly define it or articulate it, and he kind of like went off. He riffed a bit too much on what he thinks like this is related to, and so it makes it harder to digest for some people, and it makes it easier to digest for some people. And both of those kinds of people are like they're having a little bit too much, allowing for a little bit too much ignorance, in my opinion, to support like the ideas so loosely connected.
I think I've heard Chris DeRose, and I know you dislike Chris, but he spoke about 50-page libertarians who only read some very basic concepts and then LARP all about it on social media. And then you have 1,000-page libertarians who actually read Mises and understand how human action works and why people behave in certain ways in terms of economics and how markets work. And they are much more nuanced in their presentation, as opposed to the people who just read the Bitcoin Standard and think they have it all figured out about life, society, and economics and markets. They're the 50-page libertarians. And I suppose the Bitcoin Standard reads much more like a tabloid in some parts and tends to be sensationalistic and distort some facts and just present them for the sake of strengthening the argument, but not for scientific purpose, which actually analyzes events objectively. Like the argument against John Maynard Keynes is that he was a sexual libertine, and for his time that was somehow immoral and terrible.
I mean, so first I'll say I respect Chris DeRose's mind. I don't respect his application of his kind of of his learnings, of his determinations that he makes from the things he learns. But he knows a lot of things and he understands them in very interesting ways. I just think he applies them in sort of a narcissistic way that makes me feel like there's like, I don't know, like no hope, and it's kind of a depressing way of looking at life. And when I think that there are other approaches that he kind of ignores and neglects that are viable, that are much more proactive and progressive. But I do find myself always circling back, like, like I'll test, people on Twitter in a certain way or float certain ideas, and then I'll see how they respond, and I'm just like so disappointed, and I'm like, why are they so lazy? Why are they so quick to, be defensive or not want to learn or adjust their thinking? And I very often come back to Krista Rose and things he's said. And sometimes even I'm like, now I understand why he said that. Like, it wasn't just about these guys. Yeah. Like, and it's happened to me more than once, like, where I was very judgmental of the reason that he was saying a thing. But I still maintain that even though he has said things that I've later learned were correct, the way he applied them was always, in my opinion, wrong. Like, to really be very judgmental about people and really cutting off certain ideas that there had any actual purpose at all. He just wants everything to be meaningless, and that's not really something I can get on board with.
I think somewhere down the line something went wrong with him, because he was so optimistic and he actually understood Bitcoin a lot better than most people. And he was doing the most popular podcast at the time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know some of the story. There were personal things and non-Bitcoin things that I think affected things, and so we probably should get into that. I would just say, yeah, everybody should go and watch the 2017, I believe it was 2016 Bitcoin Uncensored, because that's like the most legendary Bitcoin content you can find, in my opinion. And I feel proud to have been involved with a few of the episodes and a few of the antics. I don't think we'll ever have that again, but it was definitely a fun time.
Oh yeah, just like Bitcoin Car Talk, which was huge at the time.
Yeah, then he turned into an asshole too.
And they're friends, so there must be a pattern there. But anyway, I see that Caro is here, so I'm going to try to make you say something sensational. And I'm going to ask you, why are you a better business developer than Elizabeth Stark?
Well, I don't think she's a business developer, so that's one quick thing I'll say.
That's a low blow.
Well, I mean, she's a CEO of a lab, right? And I don't think she's the one that even I would doubt even she herself would be the one she sends out to go and try to make business connections and these kinds of things. I think she's been very focused on trying to like get the team and vision together for the company. And I don't want to criticize Elizabeth Stark as her role in Lightning Labs. I think that she's done a great job. I think that everybody has done a bad job at business development for Lightning. And you could say, if you were asked the question, whose job is it to be business developer for Lightning, it would be easy to point at her or Lightning Labs. But really, Ryan Gentry is in that role, and I think he's awesome, and he's trying to do that for Lightning Labs now. I don't know, I could criticize maybe again Blockstream for being not necessarily very good at business development for Lightning, because they obviously have put more effort into business development for Liquid. And that's maybe the better criticism about Lightning and Blockstream. It's not that they don't support Lightning and they don't support cypherpunk stuff. It's that on the product and business development side, the resources are being poured into Liquid and other things. And why would I be better? I think the only advantage I have in business development, and I have noticed in the while at Bitrefill and since leaving Bitrefill too, that I do have a little knack for aspects of business development. It's that I just don't give a shit. Like, I will say what I think is true and what is the way, and I can model the way I think things should be, and I can very quickly retort and argue. When people like want to inject doubt into a conversation, or it's just having a good kind of abstract understanding of things and kind of first principles of things. And so when people want to have when people are ready to talk business and business development, then I have answers, I have arguments, and that helps. And I'm also, I mentioned this in Sergey in the the interview I did with Sergey yesterday, like you have to be willing to hold people publicly accountable, because people are like inclined to want to like hide or make excuses sometimes, or delay or ignore things. And sometimes the only way I've been able to get a business meeting with certain people is if I piss them off on Twitter. And it's really weird, and I hate that it's that way, but maybe it's just a lack of business connections on my own part, and this is like my only option left. I don't know, but I have definitely gotten some very, very interesting business development calls just by being, just by scrutinizing people publicly. And so I think that with Lightning, if I was to call myself a good or better business development someone, it would go back to what we started the conversation with my views on Bitcoin, and it not being just about number go up and money, and trying to see what all the other possible products are and other possible partnerships are that you can create, especially not just between one business but between multiple businesses, and trying to like find good fits. And that's kind of what I've been doing lately behind the scenes, is doing trying to set up kind of three-way bootstrapping partnerships with the products that I'm building and other businesses.
Okay, so to summarize this exclusive online episode that we have done, Lightning is ready. It has most of development done. To run a node, the incentives are low right now, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't. And the culture of Bitcoin prevents Lightning from blossoming, because if too many people hodl, they don't really exchange goods and services for Bitcoin, which is detrimental to the Bitcoin economy. And we spoke a little too much about culture. We gossiped a bit about Chris DeRose, and you criticized Blockstream like 3 times. And what else?
While I may not word all of the things that way, I would guess that's probably a fair summary.
Okay, so thank you very much, John, for doing this. You're the only person to ever get on the Bitcoin Takeover podcast twice. And I also want to get you next season, when I want to do something that's only about non-Bitcoin stuff, just to discuss hobbies and what people do outside of Bitcoin. I think that's going to be successful, hopefully.
Anytime. You're the only pseudo-philosophical person that I've ever enjoyed talking to. I typically hate talking to philosopher types, and because they always want to talk about bullshit, and I always enjoy our conversation. So anytime, I'll be happy to.
I enjoy being a pseudo-philosopher, so yeah.
All right, so we're going to hand this off to Carol. Carol, thanks again. But Carol, did you have a guest and stuff? You're all set?
Yeah, we're ready. But you guys can stay if you wanna.
No, I just noticed that it was only your name on the schedule, and I was thinking, I better mention to Vlad that we should ask him if he wants us to stay, so he has some friends. But I see you brought some friends.
Yeah. It was like thinking like how I gonna set this morning up, because nobody wanted this slot, and I was like thinking maybe we can try doing an impromptu something, and I just went on the plebs and I started asking around like, oh, who wants to come?
Okay, well, do I have to? I don't know how. I forgot to hand off the flag.
Oh, you don't have the mod rights actually. Somebody else has it. I think it's the studio actually, or Rafe has it. Right. Oh, he didn't hand it to anybody else.
I don't even know if we need to worry about the mod rights, honestly.
I don't think you have to worry about it. Yeah, I think we should be fine. Yeah.
All right. Well, have fun, guys. Thanks again, Vlad.
All right. See you. Thanks for coming.
Bye.
All right. So here we are. Oh my God. Nobody wanted this slot in the morning at 7 a.m. Quite surprising. This slot here was originally taken over by me in the beginning, and then I was deleted out of it, and then somebody else came in here, and then that was changed also. Oh yeah, it was Bitcoin Kindergarten actually, and then that got deleted out also, and then that got taken over also, and then I took it over again. So yeah, we're here now. So hey guys, you can unmute yourself if you haven't done so.
Hey.
So
What
say
up?
hello. Hey. Everything's going all right. So yeah, today I have 3 guests, JC Crown, Jimbo, and Corey. all plebs, one from one group and the other from the other. So this is gonna be interesting mixed match. I didn't really come with a topic, so we're gonna probably try talking a bit more about Lightning, Bitcoin culture, and things like that, and then we will see how it goes. So let's just introduce yourselves. How do you get down the Bitcoin rabbit hole? Let's start with Corey.
Hey everyone, are you able to hear me? How's my mic?
Yeah, it's perfect, man.
Cool. All right. My name's Corey. On Twitter, I'm Informaticist. I am nobody. My story is not that interesting, but it's very similar to yours probably. It took a few touches of Bitcoin for me to actually get into it and stay into it. The most interesting thing about my story, I'll tell you, is 2015. I bought my first Bitcoin. I bought 1.8 for $500, and then I sold it because I was in school, and I was thinking to myself I could be a day trader or something. But I got out of it because I needed the $500. I was in school, right? So I sold it, and a couple years later, I realized that was retarded, and the amount of time. My goal when I finally got back in like 2017 was to get back to that 1.8, and I won't tell you how long of a struggle that is, or that may or may not actually be going, but that's basically where I'm at now. Plebe, interested in a lot of things, big fan of a lot of the projects out there, and my claim to fame right now is I understand multi-sig a bit, and I got a Raspberry Blitz node running, and it's been a fun ride, but I'll leave it with that.
That's cool. What projects do you like?
Oh man, my favorite that I've actually used beyond things that I've just heard of is probably Bisq, and being able to buy without KYC, and
that's perfect.
Yeah, and I guess my other claim to fame, if I can put milestones on the things that I've been able to accomplish just being a early adopter and not like a programmer or anything, is probably that in 2019 I went the whole year buying only on Bisq. I didn't buy on any KYC or any exchange or anything. And I was DCAing. I was buying pretty regularly. So I went all of 2019, not 2020, unfortunately, but in 2019, I went the whole year with only buying on Bisq.
Apparently, Max assigned another guest to this slot, out of my knowledge. So I'm going to try to get Kevin on the line here. Just a second. So I think, Jimbo, you can continue, introduce yourself.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Okay, hey. So I would love to introduce myself under normal circumstances, but as I explained to Carol, I'll have to be in and out for reasons I can't really go into on screen. The really super short version is that I watched Bitcoin for a super long time, and then I finally got in around 2017 when I fell in the rabbit hole and started writing a book called Orange Coin Good. And I'd be happy to talk more about it, but like I said, I got to jump off. Really sorry, Carol, but I'll be back on a little bit later.
All right, no problem. Let's continue with JC.
Hey, all right. Mic sound okay?
Yep, it is. You're loud and clear.
All right, great. All right, so I guess anybody who's on Telegram probably knows who I am, and if you're not, you probably don't. I've been lurking for a while. I got in. I got my first Bitcoin around $50, but that was way before I really knew what it really was. I mean, I guess it's true with everybody, but I was big in like Invisible IRC and other decentralized projects, and I used to run, what was it, distributed.net, and I just loved the idea of like distributed computing, and so especially for like IRC, which was chat, which had like headless, serverless IRC, which I thought was so cool because it was super anon and encrypted, and then when I saw Bitcoin, it was like literally direct extension of what I had already been messing with so much, except for it was money, which obviously it was like I got it. I didn't get the monetary stuff because I'm not some kind of economist like everybody in Bitcoin claims to be, but I just thought, wow, that's really cool. Have like internet money based on the same, and of course I thought it would be anonymous and stuff back then, like most people probably did, but I didn't really get into the community because I was in a lot of other communities already, like doing a lot of freaking and cracking and on Yahoo, and then just kind of like I shielded to other people more than because I didn't have a lot of money, so more than I was able to buy for myself, I was shilling to other people, telling them they need to buy it, and I didn't start paying attention to the Bitcoin community. I didn't realize there was like such a passionate community until probably like early 2017, late 2016, when I started hearing more about like the block size debate and stuff, and realizing that there was like that this wasn't so simple. Like there were things that it wasn't just like
there's no community actually.
Yeah, you just kind of take for granted that the thing just is going to work forever, and you don't, which is kind of naive. But then you realize like, oh, wait a minute, like obviously there are people trying to like fuck this up, and so I had to kind of get into the community a little bit more, and out of necessity, just especially on Reddit, that's where I kind of like got my first like dive into the Bitcoin community was Bitcoin Reddit, and then the crypto Reddit, and then I did a lot of shitcoin stuff in 2017 too, because it was like such easy money, and like so of course I like money, so and then obviously that didn't last. I didn't think it was going to last, and now here I am, just been focused mostly on Lightning and Lightning adoption. Made a Lightning video recently called "Living on Lightning in 2020." Or Living on Bitcoin in 2020, where we go around, me and Guy Swan from the Crypto Economy or Bitcoin Audible podcast, we go around and around town and just buy everything with Bitcoin using Lightning and make like 400k sats with Fold and Bitrefill, and so that's been my thing for most of 2018, 2019, or at least 2019 and 2020 has been just really trying to push like the fact that Lightning is a lot easier than people think it is. Like if you think Bitcoin needs to be about like fast, cheap payments, then it already is there, like better than any shitcoin. There's no other shitcoin you can use to do what Lightning can do for Bitcoin right now.
Definitely. So, how did you get started with Lightning? What was your first interaction with it? When did you?
For me?
Yeah.
Good question. I think the Bitcoin Lightning wallet, because at first there were no mobile wallets except for Bitcoin Lightning wallet, basically, and it was like kind of like a way too nerdy thing. Like you had to set up like your own LND, and you had like, and even on testnet, and it was just like way too nerdy. Like I didn't want to. I was like excited about it, but I didn't actually like install my Lightning node, my LND node, until after it started getting a little bit more mature, like 2019. And I started playing with BLW probably around January 2019. And once I started actually like using it and sending Bitcoin to it, and then got into I found Breeze. Then I immediately built my LND node and connected it to my Bitcoin D, and started learning about how to route and balance your channels and all that good stuff. But most people, of course, don't need to think about any of that to get in. Like the thing I love about Lightning is that you can just like use a simple wallet and be a user without having to deal with any of the nerdy stuff, really.
That's cool. So what projects are you in right now? Because I know you were in some stuff a couple weeks ago or months ago.
So Bitcoin wise, I'm helping out with LNPay, which is a Bitcoin Lightning kind of like a payments processor all in one. They do faucets, they do a lot of LNURL stuff. That's the biggest thing, I guess. Other than that, just I help out with, informally, just try to with Roy from Breeze, and I bother Anton all the time, who's BLW creator, and of course Fiat Joff too. I'm working on something that I've been postponing or not really had enough time to dig into it enough, but I've got a new like physical Lightning coin that I built, which works off of NFT.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I can't believe I didn't show it to you, but it's really cool. It's basically done. I've got like the design already done, the graphics already done. I've got physical coins made. And
for Lightning, wow,
for
okay.
Lightning, yeah, and I can give you my coin, and like it's really meant for like a gift or a novelty thing. It's not really meant for like cold storage or anything. But like, let's say you want to give your friend
claim it from the coin. through
Yeah,
Lightning?
you touch your phone to the coin, and it's
Oh,
automatic
wow.
into your phone.
And it can even send it onto the coin through NFC?
Yeah. So you can send it
Okay,
actually.
that's really cool.
You can use any QR code to refill it. Well, not it has to be the QR code, but like you can print it out and include it in the package, or put on a website or email to somebody. That you can refill it with the QR code, but to empty it, you touch it with your phone, and it automatically, instantly, with a negligible fee, sends Bitcoin any amount, 1 sat to 2 million sat or whatever, any amount that you can handle on your phone. It'll push to you basically instantly.
Really cool.
It's really cool. Yeah, physical Lightning coins.
Okay. Wow, I never really thought about this physical Lightning coins also, like maybe. But yeah, it
How
makes
does
sense,
that
like,
work? Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, feel free to ask the question.
I'm using. I'm using
I was gonna ask, like,
LNURL.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm using LNURL faucets basically through LMPay. So basically, on the coin itself, if you think of it, it's just a faucet. But instead of a QR code, I'm encoding it into the NFT. NFC. And so, you just touch it with your phone, and your phone recognizes the tag on your compatible wallet, which Breeze hooked me up with, making their wallet compatible, and also Wallet of Satoshi is compatible. Might be others that are compatible too, but those are the two I've tested it on. And the wallets recognize the Lightning tag, and then interpret the LNURL information on it, and automatically pull the money with LNURL withdrawal, which is basically like a faucet.
So is there some kind of like central server working on that? Because I mean, that can't be like an invoice, right? It almost sounds like it could be like a key send, from my understanding of it. But how does that, like, just from that side of things, how does it work?
LNURL requires web server. So
okay.
Basically, if you're not familiar with LNURL, there's a web server. Anybody can host it. You can host it yourself. But LNPay hosts it in this case. And when your LNURL compatible wallet sees the information, it pings the LNURL web server, and it gives them like the code, and the web server knows what account or whatever it's for, generates the invoice and sends it back to the wallet. And then the wallet asks you if you want to receive the money, and you say yes, and then you get it. So for the user's perspective, it's very simple. You just touch the coin, and it asks you, like, do you want this 100,000 sat? And you say yeah. But on the back end, it's hitting a web server and creating an invoice, and making sure that the money is there, of course, and then sending you the money.
Gotcha.
Okay, so actually Kevin just joined up. Hey, Kevin. Are you there? You can unmute yourself, actually. Hey, we can hear you.
Even a video if
Yeah,
it's
that's really
working.
cool. Okay.
So
So
can
yeah,
you
do
guys see
tell
me?
us about Bitcoin street art. We're totally thrilled about hearing about the project. Because I didn't know who were you just now. Totally flashback, and I know everything. So, introduce yourself, and then let's go into this topic a bit.
Yeah, so I'm Kevin. I've been I've been using the Bitcoin software since 2014 or so. Really got more into like helping and working with software in 2018, when Wasabi wallet was sort of kicking off, and that's where my most contributions have been, breaking the Wasabi wallet with like the new like release candidates, and then reporting on on all the bugs I find for like a small reward with the contribution game they were doing. So yeah, I've stacked some sets for breaking things and then reporting about it to the developers. And lately, I've been a contributor to the BTC Street Art channel, and let's see how I can shield this the best.
Show us.
I have a bunch of I don't know. Do you see my camera at all?
Yeah, we can see you.
So I have a bunch of these stickers. So for example, the HODL sticker. As one that I pasted lately. I don't know if I can share links maybe in either the
You can share a
YouTube chat
browser
or something,
if you
or
wanna. It's on the corner on the left, far left. The share your screen icon,
oh yeah,
and you can just don't share anything, privacy stuff.
let me try to make a new window for the Twitter with let's see, street art. Oh,
So you were the one who
Yeah.
made these stickers, and then you
No.
open source them, or who was it?
No, so the guy who made them is actually an initiative called Ideas Are Like Flames. It's a Munich-based group of guys, and I've done a sticker exchange with the guy who is busy designing or coordinating the design of all the stickers. I think he will be on. I saw some on the schedule. He will be on, I guess, today or tomorrow as well, on the live stream to talk more about it.
Cool.
But here in the Netherlands, we've had a group of guys who did. Let me try to get them. We've done a whole bunch of these round Bitcoin stickers. So they come off. It's like a circular beam. Let's see if I can share the screen. Oh yeah, I can only share my full screen. There's no option to do. Oh, yeah, Edge tab.
Is that an open dime hanging from your mic?
Yeah, this is an open dime. It's got all my Bitcoin on it for OPSEC.
Take the plastic off of it later.
Let's see if I share this. Can you?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Page? Awesome. So, yeah, the nice thing is that it's an initiative that's going on worldwide, and and there's many different, mostly anonymous, sometimes tagged contributors that find stickers, well, pasted somewhere on a public spot in the street, and when they make a photo of it, they can earn 615 sets for making this picture, and there's a Telegram bot.
615 sets per sticker.
Photo.
That's
Yes,
interesting.
exactly. So it's actually if you're like in a country where the joblessness rate is skyrocketing, it's actually possible to earn a living just pasting stickers in public places. So we've had a few guys in Venezuela who are just surviving on sending pictures of stickers all day.
That's crazy.
And yeah, it's pretty streamlined.
And any Bitcoin sticker works actually.
There's a list of I think 21 like validated stickers that will always be accepted, and then like if it's just like a proper Bitcoin sticker promotion, so even the round B stickers that I've been doing are accepted, and stuff like this. Let's see.
So who designs the stickers then?
I think it's pretty Flaco. So at the ideas
he's gonna
like
come tonight.
flame.com. Yeah, I think if he's on the list, right, for tonight. He will definitely share a bit more about that. And then let's see if I can find some of my contributors. So this one, the Bitcoin minimalism one, is the one that I did. I just showed the sticker, right? So this one is actually quite fun to show. So this building on the background is actually a building here in my city, built in the style. So it's a specific art style that is like a minimalistic, like 3 base color and only straight lines. The house is completely built on like special design rules, which match it's the same style used for the sticker. So I thought it was fun to put this sticker on this pole, so when people visit the house, they get Bitcoin billed as well. So.
When was that house built there?
So,
last century, I think it was 19,
Wow.
19 something. I'll quickly look it up if I can.
So this seems like a coordinated effort to like put these out there and have like sort of bounties or rewards for them. Is there like a overarching goal with the messages that are being sent?
Overarching goal. I mean,
I just asked because like they look great. I think they're awesome, and they would be easily recognized by anybody on like Bitcoin Twitter, right? Yep. But some of it is like Bitcoin can't be racist, or like HODL. Like regular people walking in the street, they might recognize the B maybe, but like they might not recognize the statements as much.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. So that's one of the criticisms that I've gotten from my girlfriend as well, that she doesn't like all of the statements. But
it's great though. I mean, I love the idea, but it almost makes me think like some of the memes that like some Bitcoin maximalists put out there for normies to see, to like sort of red pill them, would be like good type of messages for this type of medium.
Yeah. So there's a whole bunch of these memes that made it onto the sticker, like the number go up, or the exit fiat, and the defund the state, or savings technology, and fix the money, fix the world. They've all made it on a sticker.
Okay, that's cool.
So it's it's most of the. Let's see if we can go back. Let's see if we can find some of those. So yeah, here you have the exit fiat. So this is all from other contributors. I didn't put all these stickers up there. Let's see. So here you have the design. So on the ideas are like flames.com site. If you go there, let's see if I can go there. Oh, it doesn't share on the specific screen. But if you would click on one of those links, you get like the entire list of the 21 stickers with some explanation.
Cool.
Oh, here's one that I contributed. So these are the round B stickers to be printed here in the Netherlands with a local group of Bitcoiners. So there's I think 10,000 of those are going to be spread all over the Netherlands in the coming months.
How do you plan to go forward with this project?
Yeah, my goal is to just spread the sticker to as many people that want to join the contribution game. So I've already gotten, I think, about 3 or 4 people to start putting stickers up in other cities as well. So yeah, the idea is to get as many people joining in as possible, and it's all voluntary, and it's incentivized by this bounty pool. So the idea is that if we keep the bounty pool of this project full, then the sets will keep pouring out to the contributors of the photos. And so what I do is most of the rewards that I get, I just donate it back to the bounty pool, so that somebody who's new to Bitcoin can stack some more sets. I guess that's the plan. Just keep the bounty pool full for as long as possible. Keep the financial incentive there for people to make pictures of stickers and street art worldwide, and and get as much out of the guerrilla marketing as possible from the sets we put in a bounty pool.
Did you guys ever had issues with law enforcement?
Not yet.
Not yet. That's the key word.
Yeah. So I mean, making a picture of a sticker is not illegal, right? You're just taking the picture. So you're getting paid for taking the picture, not for putting the stickers there. How the stickers get there is magic. That's Yeah, I haven't seen anyone get in trouble yet for these stickers.
Yeah, that's good so far. Usually they don't really complain when people stick it onto poles and things unless it's recorded on camera. So
yeah,
it's quite good. Usually what I found really interesting is that in public places, the best spot to stick these stickers onto is either poles or things that people don't really use, like utility boxes, or onto the back of what is that picture?
this is the original Bitcoin sticker guy. I think
Oh, wow.
a couple of years ago, I think he earned 32 Bitcoin for this. But so this was a long time ago. It was 9 years ago.
Oh, wow.
That was just a fun part of history.
I hope he hodled them.
Yeah, me too. Maybe he sold at $10. You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been on a podcast as well with Pretty Flacco on the Bit by Bit podcast from Max Pybit. So yeah, well, you can find this on his podcast channel if you're interested in like the whole story. Let's see if there's a bunch of cool pictures.
Nice mannequin with tits.
Yeah. So yeah, here's the link to the street art bot. If you're interested to join, it's well, I don't know if I can. Oh, yeah, at BTC street art _ bot is the link on Telegram. So if you add this bot on your Telegram chat, you can join the fun. I think that's my invitation to you. You can find the designs of the sticker. They are open source. On the ideas are like flames.com website. You can either print them out or buy a small stack of stickers from the website, or print a lot more stickers at your local sticker shop, like I did. And yeah, and then join the party, join the Bitcoin awareness game, spread the message.
Pretty cool. Let me just do the CAPTCHA first. I'm trying to join the group right now.
Yeah, awesome.
There we go.
So then, okay, I got a question for you, or like I guess anybody else in the chat. Really, like, I like the idea of like trying to guerrilla market, or just like marketing Bitcoin in general to people who may not have thought about it, and like people who are friends and family of most of us probably hear enough about it from us, right? But I mean, like, how are strangers going to hear about it? If money wasn't an issue, if you had a blank check or like millions of dollars to put Bitcoin in the minds of regular people everywhere, how would you do it? Like, it's hard to think of. Like, the first thing that would come to my mind, especially as an American, is like a 2-minute Super Bowl commercial, because a lot of us end up watching the Super Bowl, and the commercials are like millions of dollars to buy that ad time. But like, what other options are there to get Bitcoin in the minds of regular people?
So this is gonna sound like a flippant answer. By the way, this is Jimbo. I'm back. Sorry, I had to go. But it's gonna sound like a flippant answer, but it's actually serious. I would buy a whole bunch of Bitcoin, because buying Bitcoin changes the market price, and number go up is a huge attractor for people's attention. So, for example, I mentioned earlier I've been writing a book for pre-coiners to try to help pre-coiners understand Bitcoin, and I haven't hit the publish button on it because I can't compete with 2020 for pre-coiners' attention. Like, there's just too much going on that I can't expect them to read my book. And so I'm basically waiting until we approach new all-time high price and people go, oh, that Bitcoin thing's not dead. That's weird. Well, how can I learn more about it? And that's when my audience will show up. So to answer your question, I think number go up is the thing that's going to grab people's attention. It's not until after you're in it and fall in the rabbit hole that you discover all the other aspects of Bitcoin, the problem with fiat currency and everything else. I mean, this audience is familiar with all those follow-on problems, but that's my answer.
That's really nice. Really interesting. How do you think like how would it work out if the price goes up and then it's like in the downwards period or upwards one you would publish it?
So I'm planning to publish. I'm planning to hit the publish button around $18,000 because, and I don't know how much price speculation is allowed on this channel. So if it's a forbidden topic, then please let me.
No, it's totally okay.
Okay, so I was planning to publish around $18,000 because that's within range of a new all-time high, and all-time highs. Okay, everyone goes through this same process. You hear about Bitcoin for the first time, and you say, "Wow, that sounds like a scam," and then time passes. Then you hear about Bitcoin again, and you're like, "Oh wow, that scam is still around? That's weird." But usually the second time you hear about it, it's because the price recently crashed, and you're like, "Oh well, even if it wasn't a scam, I missed out. I'm too late. The price has crashed, right?" So, and then you hear some more time passes, then you hear about Bitcoin again, and at that third time, that's when you have an option to either find out more or basically just decide to be a no-coiner. So there's a whole lot of people, in my opinion, who are in the pre-coiner stage where they heard about Bitcoin for the first time, say around Mt. Gox, and they're like, "Wow, that sounds like a scam." Then they heard about Bitcoin again in the super bull run of 2017, and they're like, "Well, even if it's not a scam, it already crashed in 2018, so it's too late for me." And now that the price is, here at whatever 10 and change, it's half of the previous all-time high. Nobody's paying attention, and they can't because their attention is on geopolitics and coronavirus and all the other hoopla that goes on with those things. So they're just not paying attention, and I can't help to gain their attention. But once we get near all-time highs, that's when attention starts flowing back into Bitcoin, and that's when we have like the next bull run. So the next all-time high is the beginning of the next parabolic bull run, when people start piling in, because that's when the people who felt like they missed out are suddenly gonna be like, "Oh wow, even though it crashed in 2018, it's now higher than it was when I thought I was too late. Maybe I'll take a look." And that audience arriving at that time is the audience that I hope to reach.
That's very interesting strategically.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. But I think like it's almost based on like what country you're in, what message is going to get across to make you interested in Bitcoin. Like the countries that are having like hyperinflation, the cap of 21 million is the message that might end up being what gets through to them. Or countries where like bail-ins are a thing is where like self-custody is like the message that gets through. Like there's so many different aspects of Bitcoin that depending on where you are, and I think a lot of that's based on what country you live in and how your government deals with like basically how they manipulate their fiat money, is like a huge message. Or if it's like a country where censorship is a thing, then there's that, But I think that's a super good point. But also like sort of a minor, not a correction, but like a nuance to that point. Everyone keeps talking about how like $20,000 is the next all-time high, but really it's not. The next all-time high is going to be around 18,500 if it happens relatively soon. And I'm basing that on market cap because back in 2017 when we hit 20,000, the actual circulating Bitcoins was significantly less than it is now. And that's something that not too many people really point out. I mean, it's just like all-time high of like, it's nuanced, right? About what you're holding versus what the whole network is doing. And I think that the market cap all-time high is a very interesting point to see because that will happen sooner than the coin price.
I don't think they'll be too far apart. I think those two things will be within probably a couple days of each other. But I think Jimbo,
good point.
Jimbo's 1,000% right about like, I use Bitcoin in a lot of my aliases. And I play a lot of games, and I go like in VR communities, and with like all kinds of normal, definitely no coiner people, and because I like to gauge sentiment with like, especially like the younger crowd that are playing these things. And the number one thing that I hear, like if I mention Bitcoin to somebody or somebody sees my name Bitcoin, they'll think like, and it's just like the collective consciousness of a large portion of at least Western society. Didn't that thing die already? Like, isn't that like an old? Like, they think it's like Beanie Baby, like it's already passed. Like Bitcoin was a thing for like 2 months. For as far as they're concerned, it existed for like 2 months and died. Like,
yeah, like buying.
Like Like it never even was, they don't know it's 10 years old. They don't know, or 11 years old. They don't know it's, that's all they know is like they heard about it in 2017 and then it crashed. And that's like, yeah, of course it crashed. It was a scam. So for a lot of those people, the only thing that's going to make them say, wait a minute, what? Is when the price is higher than it was when they thought it was nothing.
Good point.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I guess to prime them and to keep at least like the logo or the idea somewhere like in the back of their minds, I think it would be good that they see like one of these slogans once in a while, like when on the streets, or if we're still allowed to go outside and there's not a full total global lockdown. But I think the stickers will contribute to people looking at the price again one more time. So they see the sticker and they think, hey, this wasn't there last week. Did somebody put it up there? What's up with, is Bitcoin still alive? And then they check and then they see the price and maybe they'll decide, okay, I should dive into Bitcoin, go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah,
Through the
I
greed
agree.
route.
Yeah, I agree with you on the value of the stickers. In advertising, there's something called the mere exposure effect, which predicts that people will start to like things that they see a lot. In fact, in a lot of like elections, whoever's name the voter saw the most and tends to be more likely the person they vote for. So simply making people aware of the symbol and aware of the color, which I think is amazing, like that bright orange is becoming, it's associated with Bitcoin increasingly. It wasn't really a crowded color to begin with. But making that association for people and putting it top of mind does have an effect. I mean, that's why people pay. That's why Coca-Cola pays to advertise, and that's why there's billboards, like, because it is effective, despite the fact that we think that we're smart enough not to fall for it.
Yeah, I think it's a great marketing tactic. And the more stickers, the better is what you're saying. So the more often people see it, the better it works.
It's quite interesting that only Bitcoin has. Oh, sorry. What do you say, Jimbo?
No, it's okay. Finish your thought. I was gonna go back to market cap. I was gonna.
It's like so interesting that Bitcoin has this massive unpaid marketing team, in comparison to shitcoins having marketing teams. Isn't this like quite interesting that others need to get paid to do what Bitcoin does for free?
Yeah, so that actually goes directly to my point about market cap. So market cap is, for people who don't know, which should be nobody, but market cap is you take the current price of something times how much of that thing there is, and that's the market cap. And to me, market cap is a relatively low information metric that happens to have convenient units because you measure it in the money of your choice. The reason why I say it's a low information metric is because it's easy to game. There's all kinds of shitcoins that have very high quote unquote market caps, but that's because they're trivially traded. And it would be obvious to anybody who tried to move the market that they couldn't. They'd have all kinds of slippage because it's just so thinly traded. So then you say, well, okay, it's not just market cap, it's also market cap plus liquidity. Well, how do you measure market depth? Which charts are you looking at? How do you know that's not being spoofed or taken?
Well, that's a good thing about a public blockchain, right? Is that you can see what unique coins are actually moving.
Moving doesn't mean anything because somebody can spin up 1,000 nodes on Amazon and now they've got a network and they can move coins around. So
well, yeah, I mean, I guess that point really only applies to networks like Bcash, where whatever price they claim to have are based on a lot of people who never even made claims on their Bitcoin Cash from the fork. So I mean, what coins they have that are moving are held by relatively few people, and it just doesn't mean anything because everybody else just didn't give a shit.
Well, yeah. So the point that I'm trying to come around to is that when we look at market cap, what we're trying to do is aggregate desirability, right? So the price of something is the marginal buyer / seller's marginal price they're willing to buy or sell for. Like the instantaneous 1 unit price is the marginal mid-market price, right? But then when you multiply that by how much of the thing there are, you're trying to aggregate total desirability, but desirability is not aggregable. It just doesn't make sense to try to aggregate. So, but we try to do it anyway, and what we end up with is something like market cap. So I'm not saying that there's immediately a single metric that's better, because that's the immediate. That's the obvious counterpoint to my point about not liking market cap. You say, well, what's better than that? And I don't have a good answer for you. But to Caro's point, like Bitcoin has a marketing team who's willing to go out and market for the product. Bitcoin has layers of hardware, right? There's hardware wallets, there's hardware nodes, there's ASIC miners, right? There's an entire hardware ecosystem, right, that Bitcoin has built out. It has the most references in academic papers, if you care about academia, like, and maybe the most, not just the published papers, but the references to those papers, right? So if you look across the different realms of human experience, Bitcoin has the metrics, but it's not just one number. It's not just market cap, because if you just look at market cap, well, Zuxbucks has by far, it's like trillions and trillions of dollars worth of Zuxbucks market cap.
Yeah, it's almost better described as like a potential. It's like the absolute maximum potential at this point in time. Because obviously, I mean, people describe Bezos as being 100 or 200 billionaire because of all the stock of Amazon that he owns. But to your point, if he were to, there's incremental impacts on being able to sell certain chunks of that, right? I mean, the first stock that he sells is going to be sold at that price of whatever it is at this point in time. But if he decided that he really wanted to sell everything of Amazon that he owns, the further along he goes, the lower it goes in value, because he has a relatively high ownership stake in it. So the market cap is an absolute maximum, but it's not a true representation of, specifically for Amazon, it's not a true representation of the value of that asset. So it's kind of like almost like a pipe dream, or like best case scenario for that point in time.
Yeah, I'm shaking my head back and forth. I don't have like an immediate response to that, like one way or the other.
Yeah, it's not a great term. It's an interesting thing to look at, and like you said, by itself, it's not great, but in aggregate and comparing to a lot of other things, it can be it's obviously an interesting thing to look at. But for most of us who are hodling, the immediate price is not that big of a deal, because it's going to go up a little bit, it's going to go down a little bit, but long term is a lot more important.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, like, human cognition is sufficiently limited that we would prefer to have a nice, neat little scalar value to say, look, this is how important this thing is. This is the number that says how important this thing is compared to this other thing. And that's what, when we look at market cap, it does that, right? The human brain is not competent to handle, say, a field of values with perhaps many tens of different numbers compiling a vector in some sort of, high dimensional embedding space. We just don't have the mental power to handle that kind of concept. But yet I could name, and I did already name a few, but I could probably name another half dozen metrics, quote unquote, right? The things that we could count where Bitcoin is doing very well, but they're also gameable. The minute we start mentioning them, like let's say we say academic papers, well then some shitcoin says, aha, we need to publish a whole bunch of academic papers, and now it's a game again. So I feel like you almost can't condense it to any number. Like any number that you would condense it to becomes a game. And what we're trying to do is aggregate sentiment, which is unaggregatable. That's my basic point.
Yeah. For sure. I just want to say too, like the other thing about market cap in particular, and I guess this comes down to the gaming, is people use it to measure like Bitcoin dominance. And I haven't looked in a while what according to the market cap, the Bitcoin dominance is, but whatever that number is, it's like complete bullshit. Because the things that are being counted against Bitcoin are mostly just like paper assets that could never be liquidated. Like I could create a fork of Bitcoin tomorrow and sell you one of them for $1, and there you have, I have, another $18 million worth of market cap now on this list of 3,000 coins, you know what I mean? So, and even the ones that people see as legit, I mean, they're not, the value is not even remotely comparable to what is being measured in Bitcoin's market cap. So if anything, market cap is like worked against Bitcoin in that way, because it's just so easy to inflate when you're making money out of thin air.
Anything that gets measured can be manipulated or can be gamed. Yeah.
So what do you guys think about the Fed printing out $7 trillion?
It's crazy, yeah. It's inflating the market cap.
I'm cool with it if they give me some. You know, I'll play.
Stimulus
play.
checks right to your Cash App and then the Bitcoin.
You know, if I benefit, then I'm part of the cheaters team. You know, I'm cool. But if I'm not part of the cheaters team, then
Well, I'm not part of the team. I don't like it, so I have to hedge against that.
no, I'm going to hedge against it too. I'm going to use their money that they're making that's obviously worthless, and I'm going to buy real money with it. But you know, the more they give me of their money that people value for whatever reason today, the more of an advantage I'm going to have in acquiring real money. You know, if Bezos wanted to buy as much Bitcoin as he could, he would get a very disproportionate advantage compared to me, even though most of his money probably benefited substantially from the money printer machine. So if I can benefit from the money printer machine, I will.
Yeah, the analogy that I use. I'm sorry. The analogy that I use for that kind of situation with the money printing is like, imagine you're playing a game of Monopoly, and then except that the banker can just reach in and take new money and use it to buy things on the board. Like, that's the game we're playing, right? That's real life. There's a banker who can just make money and use it to buy things on the board. But the rents are relatively fixed, like they're prescribed on the cards. So the bank owns everything, but you can't bankrupt them because you can only charge whatever, the market rate of rent is, like the little bit, you call rent, it's like $6, but they can just make money off to the side of the board. So anyway, that's the rigged game. That's my perspective on the $7 trillion minute.
Yeah, so the problem I have with it is that like I think in the US they're doing like a tiny bit of direct stimulus to the people. So what was it? There was like this tracker, right, for the $2,000 stimulus check that if you poured it into Bitcoin, you're in big profit. In Europe, we're not like the euro is not the standard of the world. So I guess they cannot afford to just hand out euros to everyone yet. So
it was even more. It was even more if you owned a business that you could plausibly claim was impacted by coronavirus. They paid months worth of payroll and like 40% overhead. So if you were paying 10 people, let's just for easy math's sake, $120,000 a year. Well, they'll only do it $100,000 max, but you could pay them 2 months. They'll give you 2 months of all their pay plus like 40 or 60 because they changed it. I don't remember exactly what it was for yourself as overhead for payroll. So, I know people that made hundreds of thousands of dollars from that. So for some people it was a lot more than just $2,000.
That's insane.
Also in the EU, it's not even possible to do the stimulus checks because there is different wage caps here in certain parts of the EU. And if you would introduce in a unified European framework for stimulus checks, then you would have to probably give lower amounts to Central and Eastern Europeans than to Westerners. And this could really enrage people who live in certain parts of the EU, for example, like Italy or Poland or Hungary, Romania.
Well, there's plenty of Americans who didn't get any. I didn't get any.
Oh, you didn't qualify for it?
No, I mean there was a what I consider for the amount of what is considered like median wage in America, especially in like the cities. I mean it's not fair to like middle America and like places like that. But the amount of money you have to make to be too rich to get the stimulus was, I consider, pretty low. So like I got married a couple months after the stimulus went out. So my fiance at the time, she got it, but I didn't. So I was just like trying to get her to spend the money on me.
Congrats on getting married.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations.
And I shouldn't complain because anytime you can say that you make too much money to get something sounds like a first world problem, and it very much is. Like, I'm a very fortunate person for where I am in my life, but to get here I also had to take on a lot of student loans. So that stimulus check wouldn't even cover a single student loan payment, so it wouldn't make a difference to me.
Yeah, well, if you were rich enough, then you get bailouts. So if you're rich enough, you get bailouts.
Yeah.
Poor enough, you get stimulus. Middle class, you get nothing.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
that hurts.
Yeah.
Or if you were a guy with like a roofing company, a painting company, a bunch of little consulting companies, and a good accountant, then you made out like a bandit.
Let me take the last question because we need to wrap up in 3 minutes before the next guy comes. Let's see who's gonna be coming next, and then we're gonna shoot the last one. Ben Ark gonna be coming up with Swarny Peter, and then after that, Border member is gonna I totally butchered that word. Bordel member is gonna be coming at 9 a.m. as far as I can see it. So yeah. Oh, last question. What do you guys think about the plebs?
The plebs.
Depends on which plebs.
Even Ben can come and talk about it if he has an opinion. The Bitcoin
Hornets,
plebs.
right?
I'm one of the plebs, man. This is we need the plebs. Be proud. Be pleb and be proud.
I'm too much of a shitcoiner for taco plebs, but you guys tolerate me in the other plebs. So.
It's honestly like from my perspective, I have a small involvement in the Telegram because it's hard for me to keep up, but I see a lot of it on Bitcoin Twitter, and it's like it's a little bit of an echo chamber, but to me, like, that's only a bad thing if you are in denial about that. They're they're a defense mechanism in a lot of ways. Like, if you're a noob, like if there was someone that I knew who was starting looking at Bitcoin and wanted to learn more, I would point them to like a lot of the plebs to like help distill down a lot of information and engage in conversation, because they're a lot easier to engage in conversation than like the big, the heavyweights, right? So they can like explain things and the context behind certain things, and like explain what a UASF is, and a no 2x, and a Mt. Gox, and a Bcash, and all that shit. If someone just came in brand new and they wanted to ask like Pierre Richard what a Bcash was, I mean, honestly, he'd probably take the time, but it wouldn't be the best use of his time. But the plebs would be there to make it happen.
So what would you deem as a pleb though? What's the definition of the meme?
Oh, well, me?
Anyone?
Go ahead, Carl.
Well, a pleb is basically someone who doesn't want to conform to influencers and to this whole thing that was carnivorism back then. So like that's when Pirate Beach Bum started this whole thing, and he said that he's gonna make a joke on it with the taco maximalism, and then it started turning into this thing.
That's a valuable point. Is I think sometimes when you kind of feel like someone's being a spokesperson for Bitcoin, like the maximalists were kind of doing at one point, then you get a counterculture which appears, which is like, no, I'm a vegetarian and I like Bitcoin. So you get this counterculture, which I think is very healthy. So yeah, I think I like the idea. Particularly, I think when the pleb thing came out as well, there were some people in Bitcoin, particularly some of the names who do the conference circuit, and they're referring to themselves as crypto celebrities and all this nonsense. So I think it was quite healthy for people to try and knock them down a few pegs by saying, look, we're plebs and we're proud.
Yeah. Plus, like, I mean, I don't know if you consider American Hodl a pleb. He's kind of a whale as far as plebs go, but like the whole saying of "be prepared to slay your heroes" is so important in our space. And he took down Trace Mayer, right? Like,
plus he slays himself like every Tuesday, every week.
So many accounts following me, and I don't even know who he is anymore.
Like, there's a new American Hodl every week.
Yeah.
But I mean, even the maximalist culture came from all the shit coinery, and at one point, I don't know if anyone remembers, but Bitcoiners were very well behaved. And they probably weren't outspoken enough. And then with all the shenanigans of 2017 or all the ICO stuff, it very much felt like people needed to anchor onto something and say, no, we're solely interested in Bitcoin and the rest of it's crap. and then really make a big song and dance and lots of rhetoric and propaganda on how the rest of it's crap. And that's where the kind of maximalist thing came from. But all of it is kind of, I mean, maximalism in particular is kind of a no true Scotsman. You just keep whittling down until you end up with this weird caricatured meat eater, you know, whatever. And then it becomes something of an embarrassment. So you have this thing, this meme, which is fun, and you throw it around and it's like, you know, and it's in reaction to something. But then people use it as a way of identifying themselves, and then it becomes something of an embarrassment, and you need a counterculture then to rise up and say and attack it. It's quite interesting to watch play out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When I see like Jack, and you gotta respect Jack. I know a lot of people, especially plebs, and I'm one of the plebs, but whatever. You know, a lot of people want to jump on him because, of course, like Twitter, and people say, "Oh, it's SJW, whatever stuff," and then Cash App. They work with banks. They are a bank. But obviously, you know, like if you want Bitcoin to be part of the world and for the world, like people of the world are going to be involved. And Jack is definitely a person of this world, for what that's worth. Very influential and a lot of resources. And he's, you know, doing his part to an extent by supporting and paying for development on Lightning and other things. But you know, I won't lie, like sometimes I get a little like, oh my God, like he's going to say something. And I know there's going to be like 200 Bitcoiners that are going to jump him like, you think coronavirus is real or whatever? Like, you know, like, I don't know. Like, I just hope sometimes I'm a little like, I know this is like not a legitimate fear, but I'm a little worried one day he's going to wake up and be like, what am I doing? Like, I'm feeding a bunch of like extremely right-wing trolls right now. Like, why am I doing this? Like, you know,
I mean, it is a legitimate concern. You have someone who's interested in Bitcoin, and then they kind of enter the Bitcoin space and they look around and they go, okay, this probably isn't for me. And it's more, the reason they think it's not for them is because of the culture they see attached to it, of you know, particular viewpoints, which you know, so that is something of a concern. But I just think that, like, you know, the thing which got Donald Trump elected president, Twitter, you know, the guy who runs that platform is a Bitcoiner. Like, how bullish can that be? You know, this thing which has changed our world and is one of the new frameworks and apparatus of how people communicate, particularly very influential people and gain power. Like the person who runs that likes Bitcoin, is into Bitcoin. I think that's a blessing.
Not just that. Not just into Bitcoin, but you got Square Crypto, and he's an investor in Lightning Labs, and I think that's good.
No. Yeah, and he knows his stuff as well, man. He's a good, you know, he's a good techie.
I think we're gonna hand over now to Ben because it's
a
session coming up. So thanks a lot for you guys for coming, and thanks for coming this morning so early and so late for you guys. I really appreciate the chat with you guys. It's thumbs up from you. Okay. There's Jimbo, the UASF fan. There's a thumbs up.
Hey, Jimbo. Nice hat.
Thanks a lot for you guys for coming, and we're gonna hand now over to Ben Ark. I don't know who is gonna be your guest right now. Are they here?
Yeah.
You guys can start disconnecting, and I'm gonna be leaving also. So just so you know, Rafe and Studio is MIA, so they're gonna be disappearing, and you can't get the moderator right, so if anything bad happens, I don't know what you can actually do. So that's gonna be quite funny. Okay.
Yeah, I have this constant issue as well. I'm running an unstable Linux machine. Occasionally powers down. Jitsy's pretty good. I can usually hop back on, and it just kind of works.
All right.
But yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, we're gonna go now. All right, have fun,
do
man.
I need
See
to
you.
wait there? Do I need to? Do you know why? Do I need to get administrator rights? Do you need to transfer anything to me?
You don't need to. We're just gonna leave, and then you can just start talking. And I think it's still going on. You can check on your phone, and it should be all right. I mean, let me check
okay, that's cool.
It should be still live.
The magic of Jitsi.
Yeah, let me just check it right now because we're still in the early of the 8 hours. So just a second. Yep, you're live. Okay, you're now live. I can actually see you, so it should be fine. All right, we're gonna get going now. See you.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Have fun.
Cheers. Wow, what a great chat. Svani, Peter, are you there? I don't think he is. So that's going to be my guest. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Svani Peter. And we're going to be discussing robotics in the age of digital totality. which is an interesting field, obviously, and something which is going to be very important to our future society. So really looking forward to him coming in. I'll say that while I'm waiting for him to come in, that some of the conversations which have been on this platform has been absolutely fantastic. It'd be great just to have a constant stream running 24 hours a day, every day of the year. One day we might get there, but it's been a great experience, and I've been building my house in the woods, and yesterday I was listening to all of the shows while building, and there's some great topics, great chats. So really excited about that. I only caught the tail end of the last chat, so I'm not 100% sure what they were focusing on, but I very much enjoyed what they were talking about, particularly around the Fed and money printing. There was one interesting. I feel like I'm going to rhetoric now because there's no one to counteract me. So if someone wants to come in and argue with me, then please feel free. But one of the more interesting points made was the analogy with monopoly, and how the bank it's as if the bank has the ability just to go and buy property around the board and then send the prices way off, which is true. That's what's happening in some countries. But they also said that the bank can't go bankrupt, and that's a very important point. So I don't know if anyone's read up much on MMT, which is modern monetary theory, but it's worth reading up on. There's Warren Mosler wrote a paper in the early 90s called what is it called? Soft currency economics, I think it's called, or soft money economics. So often in Bitcoin, obviously, we understand all the pros and cons, I suppose, of hard money, because that's the thing we're interested in, and that's the thing we're focused on. But there's also this soft money, and that does have a whole bunch of negative sides to it, such as a store of value and so on. But then it does have some positive aspects. The world's very complicated and confusing and a complex place, and no one thing is truly evil and bad, and one other thing is truly good and righteous. As much as we say Bitcoin is truly good and righteous, it has its issues, and hard money has its issues, and soft money is similar. But the MMTers, the modern monetary theorists, they would argue that the very point that the bank can't go bankrupt means that they have some tools in their tool set which we don't have, normal people who can go bankrupt, and then also something when you have a finite supply of it. So in the monopoly rules, there is a rule which says that if you run out of money, I've never actually got there myself, because usually there's a rage quit before then, but if you run out of money while playing Monopoly, then the bank can print more money. You can just get little bits of paper and you can just write numbers on it and then give that out, or use that to pay players, and to put more money into the system. So I mean, the game of Monopoly, of course, was created to show how in any sort of free market scenario, you would end up inevitably with a monopoly. Whether that's true or not true, who knows? Because we've obviously never had a free market. But yeah, modern monetary theory. So their argument is that it doesn't matter that countries print money, because they can't theoretically ever go bankrupt, as long as it's fiscally stimulating the economy in some way. And I think that's where the real problem is, and the sticking point is, how do you ensure that that money which they create isn't just used to inflate an economy and then cause inflation and everyone to get poorer, apart from, the select few who are lucky enough to own the companies in which the country's buying the shares in. In that case, then, obviously you have no control. So I have interest in, because obviously we like the idea of a world backed by Bitcoin, but inevitably countries will continue to use and operate a soft money, fiat currency. Yes, it's not as good as Bitcoin. Can it be made better? Can we use some of these technologies to make soft currency better, to make a better fiat? And I think it's worth exploring, even if in the long term it's completely pointless because we all shift to Bitcoin. In the medium term, people end up with a better money, which is less easy to break. Because this is one of the other big problems is with fiat currency, you're relying on a small collection of people, maybe 20 or less or 10 or less. You could theoretically just break it by producing too much of it and then putting it in the wrong places. But if there's a way of federating that control, so you can, if you need to, or if you want to, you can produce more money to have some fiscal stimulation for your economy, but you can't do it in such a way that you're going to break the economy, or it limits your ability to break the economy. And one of the best ways to do that is have a more conservative approach. And one of the best ways to have a conservative approach is have those decisions decentralized and try and arrive at consensus, maybe through a federated model or something. So that's something which I find really interesting, and I wish more people would do work on. I may even have a little look at it myself with some Liquid Network token, because I know you can have a federated model with Liquid where the federation can decide or not decide on the supply, so you can create more tokens and put them into the system if need be. That's all stuff which is going to get explored by countries and governments, particularly in these times of crisis, where, as the guys were saying before, in order to keep the cronyism moving and not have a catastrophic crash and crisis. So obviously, we're all against cronyism, crony capitalism, but if that were to suddenly come to an end, then yes, in like 20 years or 30 years, when the world's pulled itself back together again and we're on Bitcoin, the world will probably be a little bit more stable. But that's it's quite a gnarly way to get there. It'd be much better if we can improve the systems we've got now, and then gradually people can shift over onto something like Bitcoin if they want to use something like Bitcoin, or some sidechain off Bitcoin. So yeah, very interested in that. I don't know what you call it. So what should we call it? Sort of better soft currency, I suppose. It'd be great to get that Warren Mosler on the line at some point and chat to him. Anyway, I'm just having a big rant because my guest has not turned up. So Stefani Pizza, are you there, my friend? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop a message in the Telegram, see if I can get hold of him. I might have to. I used to be a teacher once upon a time, and these sort of scenarios. So, when a lot of people start teaching, they do what's called the supply gig. So you go to classrooms and you cover for teachers who are off sick, and then sometimes you would be put into a lesson and you wouldn't have any work to do with the kids, and you would have to suddenly come up with something, and that's what I'm having to do right now. And I'm actually thinking, because LM Bits is something I've been working on part of. I started, but now I'm part of, because it's a free and open source piece of software. I'm actually thinking maybe I'll do a little LM Bits tutorial of spinning up an LM Bits server and then connecting it to a Lightning payment source, because it's a really useful tool, could be useful. So Stefani Peter, if you don't turn up in the next few minutes, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch to an LM Bits tutorial. So I'll do some LM Bits shilling, shall I, while I'm here? So LM Bits is a Lightning Network wallet management solutions, free and open source. So when I was developing all these gizmos you see behind me, ATMs and little points of sale and arcade machines and whatever else to accept Lightning, I kind of found it frustrating that I had to connect everything directly to my node, or else so I had to connect my ATM to my node and then give my node my my admin key. So if someone got my node, my ATM, they could technically take all the money from my node. So this was before the idea of using LNURL withdrawal like the Blescomat guys have with their ATM, which is a great idea. But I just like the idea of say if I've got a point of sale, for example, that I could just have a wallet specifically for that point of sale, and just rather than mixing all these transactions together, particularly if you've got lots of transactions coming in, being able to like segregate them all into little wallets sounds quite nice to me, each with their own little API keys. So that was the initial idea of LM-Bits. Also, Christian Rutzel, he really wanted an Insta wallet solution. So, if you're at a conference or something, you could, someone could scan a QR code and then boom, they've got a Lightning wallet on their phone, and they can use the camera on their phone to like, pay for a beer or whatever. And you can give them that experience without them even having to download anything. And there was a solution, but it's just kind of like, I don't want to talk down the solution, but there was a piece of software someone had made, and was I think it was a Chaos Communication Congress where I saw it, and it was cool and it worked, but it had a few issues, like it's a little bit buggy with the camera, so it needs to kind of be worked in a little bit more. So I wanted to kind of incorporate that into LM-Bits as well, and then plus, as much as people may hate a platform like WordPress is very successful. And I think one of the reasons of being successful is its ability to extend out. So if you want functionality in a certain direction, then you download and use the extensions, which will give you that functionality. So I also wanted some extension functionality to LM-Bits as well. So I started working on it, put something. Christian Rutzel refused to have PHP on the Blitz. So that forced me to have to learn on the fly Python. I'm a hobbyist as well, so I can't even write, PHP very well. It's all pretty hacky. So I sort of had to learn Python on the job, and then I put together some revolting and ghetto code, but it worked. It had an Insta wallet, and it had a button, for where there will one day be some extensions, and I could get the camera to work on the phone, and it was responsive. And then a couple of pretty great devs, Eniko, Ilera, and Fiatjaf joined the project, and then thank God they tidied it up and made it a bit more market ready, which is great. And since then we've all been working away on it, and we've got, like, I would say now, a dozen, maybe less, solid extensions which do everything from LN URL to creating like a point of sale GUI, which you could share in a bar or a cafe or something. You could have someone instantly accept Bitcoin, and it has the the wallet functionality of being able to tell you what, rather than talking about it, I could show it you, couldn't I? So Peter, Svani, if you're about, or if you're listening, please do just hop on whenever and just stop me. But for now, I'm just going to do some shilling, all right? So how do I share screen? Now, this is awkward because I haven't got someone to ask whether they can see my screen share. I'm just going to assume that everyone can see my screen share. Right. So what am I doing? Oh yeah, LM-Bits. That's quite cool actually, because this is my son's laptop. Because my laptop has crashes a little bit more. So this is this is LM-Bits, just running on lmbits.com, which you can go and have a look at, but don't use it for production. It's really just for a testing environment. Okay, so it says, so currently we haven't, and we still haven't, and it's quite interesting how we haven't really needed login functionality for users. You literally just got a key, and then you've got a wallet key for your wallet. And this seems to be to do at the moment. We will have conventional login functionality at some point, but for now we don't need it. So it's saying, copy your wallet URL or bookmark it. So I'm going to click I understand. And then here we have a wallet. It has its API information. We've got our API keys here. If I make a new wallet, blah, then you can see we changed our let's click on this, blah. Test. There you go. You can see the keys changing there. So each wallet has its own key. You can receive, amounts, generate Lightning invoices. There we are. And then also you can go to extensions, and then you've got a bunch of extensions you can play with. Now, this is a very old copy of, I think this is about like, crikey, 6 months old. This copy of LM-Bits running, you got dark as well, so you can go dark, which looks a little bit nicer. This copy of LM-Bits, which is running right now, that's a no, I'm back onto camera. That's an old version, like 5 months old version. So what we'll do Now this is really dangerous because it's my son's laptop, and I've not installed LN bits on it before. So I'm getting a red connection. Oh, it's gone yellow again. So if I'm a bit choppy, I'm sorry, my internet connection looks like it's going a bit south, but there we are. Yeah, so I've not installed LN bits on here before, so this is a completely fresh install. I'll go through the whole process. Peter, sorry, Svani, if you do turn up, chuck your mic on and then just tell me to stop. But for now, I'm going to make use of the opportunity. Right, so share screen. This should be fine. I don't think he can be doxed. Right, pretty cool. I was running Linux, must I say? Okay, now let's go to the LN bits GitHub, shall we? GitHub. Right, here's LN bits. Nice. So yeah, you got some information about the project here. There's a YouTube video series, which is kind of getting a bit dated now, but I put that together for setting up LN bits originally. And then you've got development docs here, which we're going to click on. Right, now, this just tells us how to install LN bits. You download a stable release of LN bits. In fact, I'm pretty sure, and I'm going to test it. Why not throw another spanner in the works? I'm pretty sure that we can just run master and it should work. Let's try it. Oh, this is probably why I should stop sharing, because God knows what this kid has got on his computer. Right, let's open this up. Okay, yeah, I was going to dox in there. Let me set it up so I don't end up doxing the poor lad. Extract you. Oh yeah, cool. Rename LN bits. Right, back to screen share. It's fun. I don't think I'll dox him now. Oh. Okay, so I've downloaded the zip. I've uncompressed it, and then I've put in a little folder called LN bits. Okay, so here we are. Here's LN bits. Now, LN bits, when we run it, it needs to be able to connect to a funding source. So we're going to use probably the easiest funding source, because you don't need any open. So you can use a custodial funding source like OpenNode, but you need KYC for OpenNode now. Whereas LNPay, which is a custodian, you don't need KYC. You can also connect it to your C Lightning node, your LND node, whatever else. But for this example, we're just going to connect it to an LNPay account. So if I generate a wallet in LNPay, let's have a look how this works. Oh, it's a paywall link. Get started. Okay, so I'm going to make up a silly email. Blah, blah, blah. Gmail. QWERTY 1 2 3 4. Oh. All right. Here we are. Cool. Oh, got an account. Great. Now, I'll need some API information for LN bits to connect to. So I'm going to go to developers, I think. Yes, this is it. And then to view server-side only secret API key. I think I need that, so I'm going to copy that. In the LN bits folder, you'll see a file. No, you won't see because it's invisible. I think it needs .h. Yeah. Where are we? .env example. Okay, so we've got this .env example file here. As I said, it's my son's laptop, so he doesn't have a decent editor installed, so I'm just going to use text editor for all this, I guess. So you can see here we've got we choose the wallet we want to use. Void wallet. Okay, so if we're going to use LNPay wallet, I'll copy and paste that, put that in there, and you can see that we can use Spark wallet, C Lightning wallet. We can even use LN bits, connect LN bits to itself, LND REST. So we can use the gRPC or the REST API, REST LND, LNPay, which is what we're using. LNTXbot, which also works very well, by the way, and OpenNode. Yeah, LNTXbot works great if you just want to spin up a quick and easy. I'm just going to copy that, and LMPay, that's the endpoint's correct. The LMPay API key, I think that's that thing, so let's chuck that in there. And now I need admin, invoice, and read. So I'm going to go to wallets. I'm going to make a new wallet. Call it something stupid. On the database. Okay, so we have an admin key. And then an invoice key. And then a read key. All right, cool. I'm going to save that. Is there anything else I need to do? Yes, there is. Yes, there is something else I need to do. I always forget to do it. Data folder. So when LMBits, when you install LMBits, it's going to want to build a whole bunch of databases for LMBits and for its extensions. So you'll want to tell it where to put the databases for that. So I'm just going to stick it in there. There is dedicated folder for data. There we are, data, which you can chuck it in. This is useful, by the way. So like on the Raspberry Blitz, like we have the databases go onto the SSD card, not SSD, sorry, the external hard drive, which means that they're easy to you don't lose your data if you reflash the SSD, which is pretty sweet. What is such doofus? You get to see my just general poor computer literacy night right now. It's a directory. Okay, that's what I want. I just want that. Right, so whatever. And put that in there. There we go. Easy peasy. Hopefully that'll work. No, it won't work because this is saved as .env.example. So we need to save it as just .env. Cool. So yeah, got that. Here you can disable extensions. So there is an extension, for example, called amilk, which is ass milk, and that's for leaching. So if people make faucets, you can give it the faucet and it'll leach it. Just because if you can't beat them, why not join them? So we made an extension for that. You can put in some of the names of the other extensions to cancel them if you want. You can actually see this LMBits allowed users once you've made your account and maybe a couple of accounts for your friends on your install. If you put their user IDs in there as a CSV with a comma between them, then only you lot can access this LMBits install, which is pretty sweet. So you could act as a micro custodian for your friends and family. I think that's all we need. Oh yeah, default wallet's name. You can also change the default wallet name if you want. You can also change the name of the install. Should we try that? What should we call it? We'll call it Polis, and we'll call it Polis Wallet. Polis Wallet. There we are. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure. Okay, save it. Got my keys. Yep. Now I suppose I need a terminal, don't I? Right, so here's terminal. CD LMBits, because it's my home directory. Blah, blah. I think I just in this directory is where I start to install it. Right, so let's go back to our documents. See, all these commands are just kind of, I just press up on my cursor and I get my commands. So I'm having to. So I think first I actually have to just install pipenv, don't I? Sudo apt install pipenv. Go on. Oh, wait there. Find this password. There we go. And we're in. So we're installing pipenv. So we'll get coffee. It shouldn't take long, so there's not much point switching back to stop sharing. Then we're going to install. So it's free and open source. The code's there. Go vet it, verify it if you want. It's actually pretty easy to look through and read through. In fact, I could probably just quickly talk about like the files and like where everything is. It's kind of interesting for some, I imagine. So yeah, so this is got your env file and then some other stuff like it's got requirements in here, so we can have a look at the requirements. So we keep it small because we don't want We don't want to install too many dependencies. We were running this on a Flask server, but we've recently switched to Quart, because that means we can have webhooks and things. Right, so if we have a look in the LMBits folder, we have our data folder, which we're going to put our databases. We have core, so this is like does the core functionality for LMBits. And then we've separated the extensions. So each extension is just its own folder. And then, you know, it builds its database from its migrations files. So if we take a little look at one of them, what should we take a look at? Let's take a look at withdraws. This makes the LNURL withdraws. In here, it has, and this is cool because, you know, if you want to make your own extension, you know, you can literally just copy, you know, paste that, rename it as something, and then start hacking away. And then, you know, when you run LMBits, it should build the extension for you. So yeah, we have like a config file which has, you know, some data about your extension in it, and then we have a little README which you can make up for your extension, but you don't need to. Views, so that does the pretty much the roots. So you know, the different pages you're gonna click on, and that's in Python. If I open this with text editor, so you can see here I've got like 3 roots. I've got my main root, which is going to be the root for my extension, and then I've got one where, what is this? This is, oh yeah, this is the withdraw, the LNURL thing. So this one, oh, this is for displaying. So if you want to have this is the shareable link you can give out. So that has the, you know, the LNURL link, and then you can give this out, and it's got a nice little, you know, HTML display thing you can give to people. And then there's a print route as well. So that's if you want to print a whole bunch of these LNURLs and stick them around your local village or whatever. And then you've got the API. So that's the thing which your little extension is going to talk to. So let's have a little look at the API. So in this, this is a pretty complicated one actually, just because it's LNURL. We're making, you know, we're minting LNURLs, and then when we hit the API, it like needs to do a whole bunch of stuff. Like it needs to, you know, go back and forth between send information back and forth. So it's a little bit more complicated. But yeah, these are our post and get requests for our extension, and then the front end talks to your API. So the front end of the extension talks to the API, or that display link talks to the API. Your templates for your HTML templates are just in here. It's pretty simple. What else? We've got CRUD. So this does the database stuff. Yeah, connecting to your database and like updating your database. Migrations, this is where you actually set the parameters for your database. Again, is this a complicated? Yeah, it's a pretty complicated looking one. Also, because it's an older extension and we've changed the database, the way it works, you have to have like an extra file. So if anyone's got the old database, it will then, you know, take the information from the old database and then stick it in the new database. Basically, that's what that's doing. But to be honest, if you take your time and look through these things, like it's not particularly complicated. So this, you know, if it weren't for the complication of it being an older extension, for your new extension you were developing, you're just setting the different fields in your database and tables in your database, basically. And then when you run LMBits, it will build those for you in our data file, which is back here, which is what we're going to pretty much do now. So let's go on with that, shall we? Pipenv install dev. Yeah, I'm going to copy and paste it. Oh, what have we got? Oh, Python. Oh, here we go. This is complicated now. So we've got Python. We haven't got Python 3.7. We've got 2.8. Oh, look at that. Hey. I knew that was a consistent issue which people were having. You can, yeah, if you know what you're doing, it's a pretty easy thing to fix, but, you know, I don't know what I'm doing. Just pick it up as I go along. Okay, so that's installing our dependencies. An error occurred while installing. We'll try again. Yeah, you better try again. Don't give me any hassle. This is a live demo. So that's the LNURL library, actually made by Eneco, which is one of the developers of LMBits, which is useful to have. And in fact, so this is why we're quite LNURL heavy. Fiat Jaff is, you know, one of the main, if not the main, but a very important component of LNURL and developer of the LNURL protocol. Alongside, I think, Anton from BLW Wallet, and Eneco actually wrote the Python LNURL library. So we're pretty good. We're pretty LNURL versed. Right, so that seemed to have worked. I'm kind of tempted just to check out the Telegram. I'm just going to check out the Telegram quickly because, yeah, because I was worried that maybe there was some sound issues or something, but there isn't. That's cool. So we're in. We're not going to do pipenv shell. We could do pipenv shell if we want. We're going to do pipenv run Python lmbits. Okay, this is the m bit. That's migrate. So that's going to build all our databases. Now this is the bit where it's going to break. Please work. Oh, it looks like it worked. That's pretty cool. Can you see that? It's run the migration thingy. Let's have a little look. Data. Wait, look at that. Made our databases. Boom. So hopefully, I'm wincing because I'm going to paste this in here. Do we get... Oh, we've got lmbits. Great. So now we've got a local copy of lmbits running, and it's connected to our lmpay. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh man, because I'm on my son's computer, I haven't got any way of funding this, so we can have like LNURL fund. But there we are. So let's have a look at the extensions. Manage extensions. So you can see we've got a couple of extra extensions. So we've got LND Hub extension, which is made by FearChaff, and this is flipping dope. So if we open this, you can scan this with your Blue Wallet, and now you can access this LMBits wallet from your Blue Wallet as if it were a Blue Wallet wallet, which is pretty cool. So if you're using LMBits in the back end for your shop or your bar, then you can connect to your Blue Wallet, and then you could just go in there and just check on transactions and pull money out when too much money goes into the bar. Oh, and Zeus as well. So well done, FearChaff. That's really exciting. Making it interoperable with Blue Wallet and the other one, Zeus. Right. So TPOS. Let's have a look at TPOS, shall we? This was a concept by Tiago. Where are you? I think there's some information about it. Where's this? What's his name? Tiago Vanxalos. To have like an instant, what's it called? Point of sale. So this is how easy it is. Look, I'm making you point of sale. Okay, I'm going to call it, what should I call it? I'll call it Room 77, my favorite Bitcoin bar in the world. I'm going to connect it to this wallet. I'm going to pick a currency. Well, they're in the EU, so I'm going to pick EU. Okay, I'm going to create my TPOS. That's it. Right now, this here is a shareable link. So if I click on this, right, I can give this to all my bar staff, and it's air gap. There's no way they can get any of my LMBits information. I'm not using any invoice keys or anything. It's completely air gapped. So I can give this, and it's actually pretty cool. It's like, it looks better on your phone, by the way. So on your phone, it kind of looks like this. And we can make it dark too. Ooh. Here's a good experiment. Let's try this. I'm gonna make a invoice for 1 cent, €1. I'm gonna click on OK. Hopefully, yeah, boom, there we are. We have an invoice. Does some kind soul out there, because I haven't got my phone with me and I'm on a foreign laptop, does some kind soul want to pay for that Lightning invoice for me? And then we can I can show off the LNURL stuff in the LMBits install. So I'm going to leave that hanging just for a minute and see if some kind soul on the internet, on the interwebs, wants to pay that for me. In fact, while I'm leaving it there, I'm going to. So if anyone's got a Lightning wallet, please pay, and then I can demo some of the other functionality of LMBits. I'm actually turning on my phone so I can, because I have plugged it in to charge. It could be an issue, a quality issue. Maybe you can't scan the QR code because the quality of my feed is too lame. That's what I'm going to put it down to, rather than you lot being tight. Yeah, I'm going to leave that there, and then I'll come back to that in a second. So it'd be interesting to see. I don't know how long you can leave the QR code up. So the idea is, you can give this this out to your bar staff or whatever. They can use it to accept Bitcoin. It's got, this is why it's fiat first, because that's the thing they're going to be used to. This is like you know, a new proof solution. Here we are. Phone's on. Right. So what shall I use? What have I got money in? Let's check out. Let's check Wallet Satoshi. I think I've got a few sats in there I can burn. Oh, I tell you what. Shall we up it a little bit? Okay. Give you guys some reward for bearing with me. Let's try and go for a larger amount. Let's see how much have I got in my Wallet Satoshi. Ooh. Okay. 100. Right. So that's, what's that? A whole euro. I tell you what, I think I can go. I think I can go even better than that. I can go 3 euros. Good God. Oof. I think I can go 3 euros. Let's try it. So scan. Phone's on. There we go. Does Wallet Satoshi have a reserve? Will it let me pay it out? Let me pay it. See if this works. So 3 euros. Payment sent. It says on my phone. There we are. Boom. And you can't see, but there under this little green box which comes up and says, you know, paid. That's pretty cool. Right. So if I go here now, you can see. Oh, somebody paid. Oh, bless you. Yeah, someone did pay the 113 satoshis. Nice. Thanks, guys. And then here's you know, for the 3 euros here. So now we can do some LNURL fun, can't we? So let's mint an LNURL, shall we? So if I go to enable, oh no, I can't. So your LNURL is your wallet will does a post request to LNbits. Because I'm running this locally, it won't be able to do the post request. So I would have to like open up ports or do like a reverse SSH tunnel. By the way, if anyone's interested in doing that, you can do that very easily through a service like ngrok. Go set up an account with ngrok. You can actually do it for free, but you can get like a custom URL, and then you can set up a reverse SSH tunnel to this, and that means that people could do get and post requests to your LNbits install. So we can't do any LNURL fun. So there we are. But yeah, if you were to do LNURL fun, if you wanted to, we've got 2 options. We've got quick vouchers and advanced withdrawal links. For quick vouchers, I can literally just go here, click on a wallet, withdraw amount. So I say I want 100 satoshis. And I want, would that work? Quick vouchers, that's not going to work, is it? Because I haven't got the funds. Oh, in fact, I think there's actually, yeah, I'm going to get an error saying, what's the error going to say? Oh, I can't see. How annoying. Let's try for a smaller amount. Maybe that's it. No, it's saying it needs to be served over. It's going to say it needs to be served over HTTPS. So that's what ngrok would do for you, reverse SSH tunnel. So there we are. So far the demo is going well, but this part hasn't kind of worked out for me. But there we are. So we have LNURL withdraw, which would work if we were connected to a reverse SSH tunnel, or if we were running this on a VPS. And we had a domain pointing to it, and we ran like a cert bot thing so we could get a HTTPS, then that would work lovely. Let's try LNURLP, shall we? This is LNURL pay. So I can make a pay link. Again, it won't work. Description, and then it's not going to work because it's going to say you need HTTPS. And so LNURL pay is a static QR code, which I could put on my sweep machine, for example, and then every time someone pays that QR code, it would, you know, your wallet effectively hits this server and says, can I have an invoice? And then for this amount, no, sorry, your wallet hits this server, and then the server hits it back and says, yeah, create an invoice for this amount. Then your wallet says, you know, asks you, are you sure you want to make an invoice for this amount? You say yes. No. The other way around. So, beg my pardon. I always get confused over this. So LNURL pay, your wallet connects to LNbits. Okay, connects to LNbits. LNbits sends back a invoice for a certain amount. Your wallet asks you, do you want to pay this amount? You say yes. Then it sends the amount. So it means that instead of, you know, having to just pay an invoice, you're effectively just, you know, sending money to kind of a URL almost. Well, you're sending it to a node, but you're doing it through this get request. LNURL withdraw is kind of the opposite. So you hit the LNbits, for example, and then LNbits says, okay, create an invoice for this amount. You create an invoice for this amount, then you give it back to LNbits, and then LNbits pays it. And that's why you can like pull funds. So this is what I use on my ATM, for example. Let's have a look else what else we've got here. We've got user manager. This is pretty cool. So if you're running a service, a couple of companies are using this, and you want to use LNbits, and you want to be able to generate wallets and users, but you want to do it through an API, then you can do it here. So you can create users, you can create wallets. So, you know, if you want to build an LNbits, John Cavallo the other day was talking about, you know, adopting exchanges, adopting Lightning, and how they might find it difficult to, you know, they don't want to, for their developers to spend all their time developing some sort of Lightning. They could use LNbits as part of their stack for creating a user with an associated wallet. And then, you know, they could send funds to that wallet through Lightning, and then they can, you know, the exchange could check the funds in that wallet. And then if they wanted to, they could even use the LNURL extension, because all of these extensions have their own API stuff. Could use the LNURL extension for them to have withdraw links, so they could withdraw links, you know, amounts out, or even send, you know, I think like Bitter was doing, send withdraw links through via email, which is pretty sweet. There's an events extension, which is completely useless and redundant now, but I love it. I think it's ace. So you can create an event, and then you can give out a ticket. Let's do it. Let's just, why not? We've got time to kill. So I'm going to connect it to this wallet. I'm going to name the event. What shall I name it? Call it Polis. Why do I keep doing a capital O there? That's weird. Okay, and then blah 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 blah. Some information about the event. It's a bit ugly, isn't it? So closing date for the for tickets. Now I'm going to put the closing date before just to show you something, and then when the event begins on the 16th, and then ends on the 22nd. Amount of tickets. I'm going to do 100 tickets. Price per tickets 120 sats. I'm going to create an event. There we are. So now we have an event. So now we have is this a shareable link? It's a shareable link we can give out. Boom. Sorry, ticket date has passed. So that's not going to work, is it? So we're going to edit it. And we're going to say, actually, the closing date for tickets is tomorrow. So, you know, you've still got another day to get your tickets. There we go. Cool. So now you can put in your name, blah, your email, blah, 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 at gmail.com. And then you can submit. It'll ask you to pay an invoice. Okay, you pay that invoice. Shall I do it? I'll do it on my phone. Ooh. Focus. Crappy Huawei phone. Right, okay. Pay the invoice. Payment sent. Okay, boom. Now you get a link to your ticket and you'll be redirected in a few moments. So if you wait a second, boom, here's your ticket. So you bookmark this page, or you print this out, or you just take a screenshot of this QR code. Shall I try that? Let's try that. I'm going to literally just take a photo of this QR code. This might work. Okay. And then, so there we are. We're going to the event. Now, the cool thing is you can give this link out to the people on the door, and you can see here, you know, the attendees who are going to come, and Blah is going to come, the very important guest. I won't be able to scan the ticket, will I? Because it will require using access to my camera, which I probably can't do. Can you use my camera? Let's try it. This might break everything. Oh. I suppose Jitsy's not using my camera at the moment. Whether it'll be able to have access to my camera again, I don't know. Right, so where is it? Here it is. So there's my QR code. Can you scan that? You can. There you are. Cool. And the little green box popped up, which you couldn't see because this thing's in the way, which says registered, and that ticket is registered. So you could use that for running an event, for example. That's pretty cool. That demo worked. That was nice. And then what else have we got? We're missing something. Support tickets. Where's support tickets? Oh, here it is. So this is paid support tickets, or you could use it for other stuff if you want. So I can make a form, connect it to a wallet, form name, Ben Arc. Oh, I know. LNbits support. LNbits support. and ask any question. Oh, well. Amount per word. So I'm going to charge for my services and for my time. I'm going to charge 200 satoshis per word. I'm going to create a form. I can give this, give this link out to people, and then they can put their name in here, blah, and then their email. That's I don't think that's mandatory. Oh no, that will be mandatory in order for them to email you back. You could just put in a Proton mail if you want there, and then I don't know. My LM bits is broken. Help. Not that that ever happens. And there we are. See, so it's calculating per word how much for me to pay. You click submit, and again, it just generates an invoice. You pay the invoice, and once the invoice is paid, you'll then get a ticket come in this bit, and you can, answer the ticket, email them back with an answer. So that's pretty good fun. And yeah, I think that's for extensions. There is the A-Milk extension as well, but it's very resource heavy, but that will milk faucets if you want. It's pretty good fun. And I think that's all the extensions which are there. I'm not sure. Oh, there's a paywall one. This is pretty cool. So say you want to paywall something, you've made a podcast and you want people to pay for the podcast. What shall I paywall? I'll paywall my point of sale just for a laugh, shall I? So this is my redirect URL, and this is my POS and description. Pay to see my lovely POS. POS. So being a Bitcoiner, it's constantly in my head as point of proof of stake. Amount to charge. So I'm going to charge 100 satoshis. Remember payments. This is pretty cool. So this is a bit like on Yawls. Once you pay for an article, like it remembers you paid for the article, leaves a little cookie, so so you don't have to pay again. I'm actually going to click that on. Create paywall. So here's my paywall. Here is is that the shareable link? Oh no, that's the actual link itself. This is the link you would give out to people. You would say, "Yo, check it out." You can look at my my point of sale, but it's going to cost you. Okay. All right, cool. So then you get your invoice. I might as well pay it, right, very techy. I have the worst possible phone. So this is no reflection on Wallet Satoshi. It's usually very snappy. And I should be using an open source Blue Wallet or something, but I'm not. Right. It's on my phone. I don't know why. I think Wallet Satoshi is just the closest app when I scroll. So right, so I'm going to pay that. Payment sent. So something should happen. There we are. Cool. So I can now access so there we are. So that's the link, and I can open the URL. Wow, look at that. I paid for access. And the great thing about LM Bits, like I was saying before, is this is funny because this is supposed to be an interview, but it's actually just me just shilling the crap out of LM Bits. The best thing about it is you can just create your own extension if you want to. So you could copy one of these folders if you want to have an extension which does some stuff, and then make it free and open source. Everyone else, we don't even have to make it free and open source. Just run it yourself if you wanted to. If you're being mean, but if you're not being mean, you want to make it free and open source, and make it available to everyone else. Everyone else can reap the benefits of it, and you'd be amazed as well at the amount of people who will help contribute and improve the extensions. So yeah, and if you're interested in helping the project, building an extension, if you want some weird little functionality. I was just about to. Someone had a good idea the other day. I was just about to tell you about it, but they probably don't want me to do that, so I won't do that. So I stop sharing. Get to look at my lovely face again. So yeah, if you wanna get involved and contribute to the project and build an extension, then please do. That'd be really dope. The best way to do that probably is, well, I mean, you can put a proposal on the GitHub. So we have an enhancement tag, so you could tag a proposal in issues as an enhancement. Then we have an extension tag as well, which probably make more sense. Or you could reach us through our Telegram, which is, I don't know what it is. I think it's like t.me LM Bits. So you could reach us there, and then chat to us about LM Bits. And I think I've managed to to rant on for a full hour now, more or less. In 9 minutes time, we're going to have who's next? The hackerspace of Parallelipolis. Some of the guys from that are hopefully going to jump on to the Jitsi, and we're going to have a little chat about hackerspaces in general. You know, this is where great stuff gets. I mean, like, you know, LM-Bits, it's a super useful tool, which is like taking hundreds of hours of development time out of projects. You know, if you've got a service and you want to, you know, provide lightning payments on your service, now, you know, you can spin up a node. Well, you don't need to spin up a node if you don't want to. You could just, you know, run it on something like OpenNode or LMPay or LNTXbot, and you know, you can have LM-Bits as part of your stack, and then you have, you know, access to LN URLs, and you can create wallets for your users and user accounts themselves, and it's super easy. It's just some API requests. You don't have to build any of that stuff yourself. We've got lmbits.com out there in the wild, and trust me, it gets attacked quite regularly. So, you know, we've been hardening. Well, in fact, and this is quite cool, like, we had to do a lot of hardening in the first couple of months of running lmbits.com, but like I said, for the past 4 or 5 months, it's just been running, and, you know, occasionally someone tries to attack it with like a depletion attack or something, but they're not able to do it. So, you know, which is pretty cool, because I think about, you know, my bank or something, which is constantly being hacked through their app or through their website, and people are stealing money from them. And then I think of, you know, something like LM-Bits, and it's got this honeypot of Bitcoin, which is, you know, censorship resistant and pseudo-anonymous, so it's great for hackers. And you know, and they do try and hack it, but they you know, they can't get the funds. So I think it's cool that like just a bunch of hackers and enthusiast developers, some of them very talented, in fact, not me, you know, Eniko and FearJaff, can come up with a piece of software which is hard enough that, you know, it can't just be hacked instantly and have all the Bitcoin taken from it. And then everyone who then runs LM-Bits reaps those benefits, because, you know, they know that there's a version of it which is people are trying to attack and is being hardened, and then that informs the software. But on its security, you know, nothing's, you know, infallible, but it's a very simple piece of software, so there is very little which can go wrong with it. So, you know, we have a limited amount of dependencies, which we're all up to date requirements and well-used Python libraries. And as I said, a couple of the libraries, even the developers working on LM-Bits, are the developers in the libraries as well, which is really useful. So yeah, it's a great piece of software for you running as an individual. If you just want, say, if you want to be able to mint your own LN URLs, you can't do that in a way which doesn't rely on a trusted third party easily. You can't do it easily at all. You'd have to build your own software, whatever. But you can, you know, if you've got your C Lightning node or your LND node, you can spin up an LM-Bits and then boom, connect it to a reverse SSH tunnel, or, you know, do some port opening and then get a URL for it. But then, you know, then you can mint your own LN URL withdrawals and give them faucets and give them out to people. So it's a great solution as well. If, say, you know, if you're out there trying to encourage people to adopt Bitcoin, you can go into, you know, you could run your own version of LM-Bits. You could act as a micro custodian for onboarding local businesses. You could go to your local cafe and say, hey, do you want to, you know, do you want to start accepting Bitcoin? We promise to come and have our Bitcoin meetup here and buy a whole bunch of coffees using Bitcoin. Then you can give them a wallet and a user account on your LM-Bits install, and then you can you know, set them up with a TPOS extension thing, and they can just be accepting Bitcoin. Great, and you can give them one of those Bitcoin accepted here stickers, and it'll, you know, the whole onboarding process could take 10 minutes, really. And if they're concerned about, they don't want Bitcoin, they want to be able to accept Bitcoin, but they don't want to just hold Bitcoin. They've got overheads. They want cash instantly. Christian Russell had that great cash in the bag idea. You give them a little bag with like 50 euros in, and you say, well, okay, on Monday we're going to come have our Bitcoin meetup, and then we're going to pay for coffees using the TPOS extension. And then when we pay for a coffee, you then use the money in the till. So we pay on our phone with Bitcoin, and then you deduct the money from the from the cash in that little bag you've got in the till. And then so effectively, they're not owning Bitcoin at any point. They're accepting Bitcoin, but they're taking the cash, which is the 50 euros you gave them, and they're putting it into the till. And someone's turned up. And it's a really easy way to onboard people. And then from there, we're all about people being autonomous and running their own nodes. But from there, you can get them hooked, on this payment method. And this is a great thing about LM Bits. You can onboard them slowly. So first, they use your LM Bits install. Then you get them to install their own LM Bits, just connecting to an open node or whatever, or LM Pay. And then you say, well, hey, really, you should be running your own node. And then you provide them with a node, and that's the back end to their LM Bits install. But as far as they're concerned, all they've had to do is deal with this very simple piece of software, which is just LM Bits the whole time. Nothing's changed. You could even just, copy the databases across. So all that user information is exactly the same. So it's absolutely great, flexible piece of software. I'm sorry if I use this opportunity to shill it, but so who forgot? Is this one of the Bordel members? I think this is one of the Bordel members. These guys are drinking that energy drink, which is usually accompanies Bitcoin conferences in Europe, I think. So that energy drink I drink a lot of in Berlin, whenever I've been to Berlin for Lightning conferences in Berlin. So I think these are the Bordel members. These are the guys who have the hackerspace in Parallelipolis. So yeah, I think we're going to be starting their interview in a few minutes. Svani Peter, it's okay, bro. Like, it's easy to get the hours muddled up, and it was pretty early. And I'm sure you're out drinking, because I think you're actually there. You're doing a talk, so I think you're actually there in Prague. So I'm sure you had a few beers last night. So no grudges. If I can get you on at another point in time, then I'll get you on. I'm here tomorrow as well, so I'll be able to get you on tomorrow as well. But yeah, looking forward. I should probably try and get the itinerary up of Parallelipolis and see what's going on today. Let's have a little look. It is worth noting that this isn't it's a very Bitcoin friendly conference, but it's not a Bitcoin conference per se. It's a hacker congress which utilizes this beautiful free and open source money. And I think Parallelipolis was the first cafe to only accept Bitcoin and some else as well, like Monero. I think Litecoin as well for its coffee. I mean, to me, this is Parallelipolis, where I haven't actually been to Prague and been to the building itself, but I have been to the all those conferences, and there's this
decent truck.
There's this coffee truck outside serving the best coffee, but in incredibly frustrating small cups. So I know, good things come in small quantities, but I always have to buy about 3 to like satisfy my taste for the coffee, because it's also gorgeous coffee. So it's almost like a crack dealer giving you just a tiny little rock to get you hooked, and then you have to go back for more. It's great coffee, man. It's great coffee. And then usually there's a 3D printer whirring away, printing out some and a whole bunch of fun stuff. In fact, I think I bought my Ender. Have you guys got an Ender? I think it's Bruchas. Let me turn your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Yeah. We have in parallel police. We have a bunch of 3D printers, and it's all Prussia's, because Prussia is also partner of the project. So we are using
Oh,
those.
wow. Cool. Yeah, nice. No, I mean that's well, I looked for one. So it was in I think it was a Lightning conference in Berlin, and I saw your 3D printer whirring away. And then I bought an Ender thinking that you had an Ender, because I had one of those Anycubic things, and I was kind of getting frustrated with it. But I was looking at the different 3D printers out there, and I was like, oh, I think that's the one they had in Berlin, the Ender. Which is a great printer, by the way. It works really well, but it's not.
Yeah. It's a good printer. Yes, of course.
But your printers are also great. What I liked about yours was you were printing like, I think this is like, I had this obsession with trying to print in ABS, because I was just like worried anything in PLA was just going to crumble in my hands, which is complete nonsense. It's a great material, PLA. So I was just in awe of the fact that like it was windy and stuff, and you're printing something, and you didn't have to have like a big box around your 3D printer to stop the plastic from going all squiff. But I think that's just the fact you're printing in PLA.
Yeah, but you have to also always be careful with those, because since it's not covered, there can be some differences in temperature. Depends on where it is. Yeah, for example, we had this issue right here in Bordeaux actually, and because both the doors were open, and when you're printing like a few more hours, and temperature was different, it just failed. Yeah. So, this can be an issue. If it's closed, it might be better, but it depends on what you're doing. But in general, if you put it in a good place, it always works. And so, how many guns you printed so far?
How many what? Sorry.
How many guns you printed so far?
Gans.
Yeah.
Is that the name? What's that the name of these rolls on behind me? Is it or?
No. I meant like whatever FGC9 or 3D printed guns. Like, come on.
Oh, guns. Sorry, man. Sorry. Your accent. Sorry, guns. So you get Gans. I was like, is that some? I thought it was cool. Guns. No guns. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's to be honest, because I used to be a teacher, and my subject was technology. It's what we call design and technology in this country. So it's like woodwork, metalwork, that sort of stuff. If I was going to make a gun, I'd use a metal lathe. I wouldn't use a 3D printer, and I'd use some piping, a metal lathe. I wouldn't bother trying to 3D print the thing, because if I were to make a gun, it would last longer being made out of metal rather than. And it kind of sometimes, like you say, I find it quite a frustrating point. Like there's these people trying to come up with these crazy complex designs for making guns in 3D printers, and I'm like, God, just get a metal lathe and make one with a metal lathe, and it'd be a lot easier and it'll last longer. Right. And it's also an interesting, because it's I think it's the romanticism of it maybe, but when you talk to people about the concept of a 3D printing gun, they're like, oh my God, what's that mean for arms control? Like anyone could just 3D print a gun. It's like, well, yeah, but anyone could just make a gun now anyway,
Yes, because I mean the printing is the simplest part actually. Yeah, you have the receiver and stuff, but what you have to do is put it all together, do the rifling, the barrel, which is also metalworking, and it's not that easy, and then magazine and all that stuff,
and the bullets.
And the bullets, of course, you have to get that. I mean, you can make it yourself, but it will explode. You don't want to try that. Yeah, so.
No, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, against, I like the concept. Actually, Jay Stark, who is creator of FGC9, has also remote talk on HCPP, and Cody Wilson, he's classic. He was supposed to have a talk here like 2 years ago, but month before Hackers Congress, he was arrested in Texas, so he didn't make it there. But what I want to say is that the 3D printed games, I mean, I see the case. I think for example, the FGC9, it's not super complicated. I say it, actually it is pretty easy. Right now it's, I think, the easiest concept, but there's and for me it would be easier to do it like this than out of the metal. I don't have many experience with metalworking, but still, even if I print the thing and screw it together, I need to do the rifling and all the stuff, which is not that easy in the long end. But whatever. For gun control, there's still issue that you need some the fire control from in this case from R15. You need trigger and hammer, which is maybe regulated very partially, but I mean it's not easy to get anonymously. So yeah, okay. Let's talk about less illegal stuff.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We probably don't want to get monitored, do we? But then it's also like often people print like a crappy 3D printed gun, which isn't going to shoot right, and it'll only be good for a few rounds. And I'm like, let's make a good bow and arrow, man. Like,
actually, yes. Yurai's mom here from he was yesterday on stream. His mom created 3D printed, or she printed it. Not sure if she did a model, but she printed crossbow, 3D printed crossbow, and it works really well, and it's pretty fucking strong. I was surprised. I saw the video shooting through some wall or something, and it just hits. Yeah, but definitely.
It goes through the wall, doesn't it? Like a decent crossbow.
Yeah, it will go pretty deep into the wall. So I was surprised. Yeah, that would hurt true.
Yeah, when we were kids, when we were, I don't know what the laws are like there, but when we were kids, you could buy crossbows here, and
I mean, yes, actually, you can buy a crossbow. Yeah, so that's another thing. But depends which what kind. If you want this hunting really strong crossbow, it's some semi regulated. You want it easily and anonymously. Yeah.
Spearfishing. I got a couple of spearfishing guns, and those things are badass. You know, I reckon I could take on someone with a gun with a spearfishing, couple of spearfishing guns. Because again, I mean, what the nice thing about a spearfishing gun is it's long, like it's not like a crossbow. It's kind of a bulky thing, or a bow and arrow is quite, I don't know, it's quite bulky, and you have to. Whereas a spearfishing gun, it's kind of like a rifle, and it's got this crazy metal arrow which you fire, and it just smashes through anything. I mean, obviously the range isn't there, but I suppose the range isn't there on a 3D printed gun anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think if you're going to tool up, there's solutions which are easier than having to like 3D print a gun. But I can see the interest, like the academic interest people have in doing things like that with their 3D printers. And I guess it just gets easier over time as like materials get better. And 3D printers, can use multiple materials. It'll just get more and more easy. So yeah, absolutely. Let's switch the conversation, because we don't want to be raided, do we?
Yeah.
So the board. So tell us a little bit about the Bordel.
So I am only representative of Bordel here because everybody's still sleeping. By the way, Max Hillebrand, he's sleeping right over there, like 10 meters from me.
Throw something at him.
Yeah, so it was a long night, and I'm only Bordel member who survived, I guess. But so it's supposed to be.
You've powered through. You haven't actually been to sleep.
Well, yes, I was sleeping. I slept, but I was the only one who managed to wake up.
Nice. Thank you.
I mean, Josef is on the way. Maybe he will come. So me and Josef actually, or he was the initiator, because right here we are in the studio of Paralelnipolis, and next to this room is a smaller room which actually used to be used as a storage place. Which, I mean, in this beautiful building, it's a waste to use this big space as a storage. So we get another storage unit which is cheap and like a few streets away, and we turned that into a hacker space. There were in that place there used to be workshops even a few years ago, but it never really got the concept. It never was sustainable. And it was always used as storage. So there was always what we would call bordel. I'm not sure in your language what bordel means.
It's like it's which obviously, is it French for brothel or something?
Yes. yes. But also, well, in Czech or Slovak, it means either mess or some bradle. And there was everybody called it bordel because there was just a mess, yeah. And we cleaned it, and we created this space there, which let's say is hackerspace, and we started to call it bordel because it was somehow natural, because everybody called it way. And we get this beautiful neon, and we get stickers now, so it's official. Yeah, and we turn it into clean bordel.
I hope you've got some. I hope you're running some LED matrices in there.
Sorry, what I'm running?
I hope you're running some LED matrices. I think any good hack space you need lots of like LED.
Actually, what is there right now? I can really show you because camera is here. But what is there? So yes, we get a bunch of LED stripes. It used to be on the shelves, but now we took a server rack, the box for servers, and turn it like with the glass door up, and we created a table out of it. And we put those LED stripes inside that. So now we have like, this glowing table with all the stuff.
Nice.
It looks really nice, and it's glass, so perfect table. And about metrics thing, yeah, we have there TV in the middle and two smaller monitors where I used to run Bordel logo and on that metric, so it looks hacky, but it's just a joke, You get me? Yes. This thing is happening. We have their 3D printers, of course. We have their we were playing with some servers. We got older server with 12 SATA slots, so we can put a bunch of drives in there, and I'm running Bitcoin there. I'm running. So what we want to run there, actually, what we want to try. So we have so much space. We want to try to run Ethereum archival node there. You heard about or a few weeks ago there was. Sorry.
try to run.
Yes,
I
want to try it exactly. I want to try it because there was a discussion about Ethereum full nodes, archival nodes, whatever, a few weeks ago. There is this thing that archive node has like 6 terabytes right now or something like that, which is I mean, it's a challenge, I'm interested with
you'll be the only one.
Actually, there is our friend who runs it on the very same machine, and that's where we got it. That we want to share what he did. So that's just there is a bunch of these projects. So we have VR there, virtual reality. There is going to be this reckless VR. Even today, we will use the headset for that. We get there. This how do you call that? So there is a small spraying gun. Like a few people who do spraying. So we have some sprays there, spray cans, and also this like a board for creating. How do you call that? You know what I mean? Like a knives, so you can artistically, beautifully create some logo or something which you spraying. This tooling and a bunch of these tools and stuff. Blascomat is there, of course. Guys are creating Blascomats there, which is the Lightning ATM that already they had a workshop yesterday. Really nice project. There is a lot of shit going on. So this is Bordel,
I mean, hackerspaces are so important, and I like hacker environments. Like if you go to Chaos Communication Congress, like you're surrounded by thousands of people who, rather than have an inherent fear about technology, and I mean, people have a legitimate fear of technology, and they should have a fear of technology, and they have a reservation of it. But with hackers, they embrace it. We embrace it. And then when you do that, it just becomes a tool for human creativity, and you end up with all this like beautiful, like you say, art. Like it's just another way for humans to be able to express themselves. And that's to me, that's the thing which really takes me back when I go to if I go to a hack space, or if I go to like a big hacker congress, and they have all the crazy LED things, and then they're playing with sound, and they're playing with projectors and light and all this other stuff. And you think, okay, if there was a dystopian world where we had some horrible nuclear holocaust and we're all living underground in these big caverns, if it looked like this, it'd be all right. Like I would feel, as just as a human being, like your creative, I don't know, the side of you which craves for just beauty and interesting looking things, that could be satisfied by technology, and it's totally a tool for human creativity and for humans to kind of engage with and embrace. But then, for normies, obviously it's this scary thing, and they're like, oh, what, I can open 2 tabs on my browser at the same time, and my old tab's not going to go. And you're like, no.
Yes, exactly. And this digital world is, I think, even bigger than the real world, and we need to explore that. People are worried because it's they're not familiar with that. Yeah, it's something strange, it's something different, something new, and that's why it needs exploring. So actually, and this Bordel, the whole concept is kind of, how would you say that? It's look at the branding and everything. So people are somehow confused when they see that, and that's a beautiful thing that you can take there. Don't worry, it will be cool. Let me take you down there to Bordel, and I will show you all this cool stuff. And we are getting a bunch of new members who are just interested in stuff that's happening there, and they want to learn, do something on for themselves. So there is new member who's learning networking in the sense of Cisco and stuff, routers.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and bunch of girls that is interested in 3D printing, for example. They love it. So, and also lightning. Girls love lightning, by the way. Yeah.
Really?
Out here, yes. So it's always,
It's. I mean, again, lightning. It's just so usable, isn't it? I mean, I remember I spent years trying to preach Bitcoin to people. Even my family, even my son, I'm like, going on about Bitcoin for years. Censorship resistant. And he's like, oh yeah, whatever, Dad. Yeah, it's too complicated and hard. And then as soon as I went onto Satoshi's place, drew a penis, and then paid for it instantly to be engraved on Satoshi's place, my boy was like, whoa. I was like, yeah, it's great, isn't it? But no, lightning that as an onboarding drug for Bitcoin is great.
Exactly.
Everyone has had the frustration of paying for shit on the internet and having to put in card details in some dodgy website, being like, and now just you can show a normie lightning, and they're like, oh, okay.
Yes,
they get it.
I think that's what I meant actually, because you may see seen as on this conference is Lightning conference or whatever. We are using mostly Blastcode for onboarding, and in just a few seconds you just install Phoenix Wallet, scan LN URL, and you get it, and it's magic, and so easy and works so good. So you don't really have to explain super whole whatever time chain concepts to a girl when you meet her. You just take her to Bordel, show her Blastcode, she puts there 1 crown, and she gets like this. And
you're like, hey baby, come to Bordel. I'm gonna.
Yes, exactly the point. What I want to say is that whoever is amazed by this, because he sees how it works so fast and so magically. Yes, this magic internet money that really works.
Yeah, it is magic internet money.
And
I'm gonna pick, because I've got my ATM.
Yeah. I see that.
On you go. There we are. So I've got that sat there. You gonna turn on? He's connecting. So he's connecting to the internet. What am I doing? Why is he connecting to the internet? This is old hat now.
That's a
good point. Connect to the internet. See, look at that. He's too far away from the. Oh no, he's connected. He's connected to the internet. There we are. He says insert coins.
So actually, there's the thing that's you also you did a lot of stuff with LN URL, as far as I know.
Yeah.
And Blastcode.
So my LN URL. Let me tell you my LN URL story. So when I first went to I think it was the first Lightning Hack Day. It was like a pretty small event. And there was this guy there, I can't remember his name. I think it was Fabian. Fabian made the vending machine. No, someone else. They made a sweep machine connected to and it was connected to a full node. And you had to go onto this website and then pay, and then it would spit out sweets. And I remember thinking that was kind of goofy. I wanted to have like the sweet machine is a slave to my node, and my node's a master. I can't use that terminology. The sweet machine is a little thing,
Yes.
and then the main and the secondary, I suppose. So the sweet machine is just secondary, and then the node is the main, and then that's why I use my little microcontroller. But then I need a little screen to show the invoice. So I'm using little e-paper screens, and then I'm like, why am I using an e-paper? This is stupid. Can my wallet not like do a GET request, get an invoice, pay the invoice, and then have the sweet machine spit the sweets out? So I was speaking to George, I can never remember his second name, this hacker from New York. He's cool, makes video game console things. So basically, yeah, so this happened between Lightning hack days. When I was in New York at the Lightning hack day there, I hooked up with this guy called George, and we started working on this idea. And then he got a Eclair wallet, and then he hacked the Eclair wallet. So you could scan a URL, or scan a QR code URL, and then it would just hit that URL as a GET request, and then it would get an invoice back, and then you would pay it. And then he used it for his arcade machine. It's Pac-Man, so you could put credits in Pac-Man. And
yes.
And like honestly, both of us were like experiencing just like scan pay without having to like generate an invoice and then show the invoice and all that crap. Like we were like, oh, so good. I made a video about it, and then we were sort of sitting on the idea for ages. And I think him and like Christian Rutzel, I think they were going to try and write up like an actual thing for it, like a BIP or something, or whatever you call it, but they didn't do it in the end. Anyway, I did drop in the wrong place, actually. I dropped on the Bitcoin mailing list that concept of doing get and post requests for invoices to make Lightning more efficient. And no one replied apart from one person. It's like Fiat Jaff replies. And it just happened that they're working on that. Fiat Jaff and Anton from BLW, Bitcoin Lightning Wallet, was the first Lightning Wallet, and also still the best Lightning Wallet. They work on that exact same thing, and then they came out with the LNURL, and it's perfect. And you have that experience. But I mean, it's funny because for us, it was like the obvious one was LNURL, basically what is now LNURL Pay, which is just like boom, pay, boom, pay, boom, pay. But the one which kind of seemed to take off was because you can make faucets and things, was probably LNURL Withdraw. But there's also, for people who don't know, there's LNURL Authenticate, so you can use your wallet to authenticate instead of a password or log into something. And then also there's the channels one, which I'm assuming you're using the Blasco, Matt, where you can like instantly set up a channel is that what you're using, or are you using Withdraw?
We are using Withdraw. I'll get to that. Actually, I want you to finish your part, and I'll talk about Blasco, Matt.
All right, yeah, cool. So I think I'm pretty much finished. But no, so yeah, no, it's great. It's great. And what was cool is although my little post on the mailing list, this is the only time I've ever posted on the mailing list. In it, I said that it will inform protocol development, because you'll see all these use cases for Lightning, and then the protocol developers will be like, oh, okay, people need this functionality. Let's work on this functionality or that functionality. So yes, it's like a hack, and it's like another half layer on top of Lightning, but it just provides all these benefits. One of the most important ones, and then to go to the Lightning conference and then hear, that seems to be like the main theme of the day, was people talking about like LNURL, like Roast Beef mentioned something about it, and then Rusty Russell mentioned it towards the end of his talk. And like for us LNURL dorks who've been like, this was the other cool thing, is it was like a user-led movement. We were like, we want this functionality. We're going to build this functionality. And then we've got a protocol. Now we're going to build things with that protocol, and we're going to make things. And then we were making things, and we're getting other people excited about it. So rather than, because quite often in Bitcoin, in Lightning, particularly at that time in Lightning, people would just it'd be like, oh, when are the protocol developers going to make this functional or make this? And it was like, no, actually, this is permissionless. We can build this stuff ourselves. We don't even need to touch the protocol. You can, abstract it out from the protocol completely and just have it on top of it. It's dope. I love it.
Yeah, exactly as you said. So LNURL is this sub-protocol of Lightning, and you can use it for really magic stuff, because it provides all of these things that we miss on well, Lightning Protocol. You mentioned also Rusty's talk, and I remember on Lightning Conference in his talk he talked about yeah, for example, this offer he's working on. Like, I mean, it's similar concept on the base layer. So I want to ask what do you think about that, or if you're following
What
that.
is that the one with the I can't remember what he's going. Is that the offerings with the bidding thing? With I watched that talk a couple of times over, and he's like, I like Rusty Russell a lot. I think he's a great developer, and I think he's a blessing because he's from Linux, and
yes,
and and like he's just been doing it for a long time. So this is why he picks up bugs and things really easily, because he just knows what to do, and he knows how a big free and open source project should run on protocol side. But I just kind of didn't like the way that attitude of I've been sat on the plane, I've come up with this concept, and this is the concept which we're now going to roll out as a thing. And then, which was cool why he gave props to LNURL actually, because I kind of prefer. Obviously, you want protocol developers to innovate and come up with cool stuff for people to use, but it don't want to be like, okay, like hanging on there every word. I think the majority of innovation kind of needs to come up from the bottom, and then it's a protocol shaped by users as a protocol shaped from top down. So I just didn't really understand his proposal. I'll be honest. Maybe you can explain it to me, because I kind of got it. Like, you make offers, like you I don't know. Go on, see if you can explain it to me.
Yeah, I mean it's just a layer on invoices. I mean the resulting UX should be that you have a static QR code, which is a native Lightning thing, and you will basically exchange invoice, but on the Lightning layer. Yeah, so that's a similar thing. I mean, LNURL does similar things, and it hacks around, as you mentioned. That's what I love about it. That is this hack. But I wanted to talk about Bluscom and how it uses LNURL. Because so you are starting your ATM, and you said it's connecting, and that's the thing that I love about Bluscom. It's completely offline. So ATM which is offline.
How do you I mean, I know how you do the withdraw. In fact, I was thinking you don't use Allen Bits for it.
No, actually,
because I was going to say, because our LNURL withdraws. It's actually a security thing, but actually by putting that security thing in, so like there's two keys which are generated, which then hash together to make the the link, or the string which goes on the end of the link. So it's like the server knows what to do when your wallet connects to it.
Yes.
Through the LNURL. But what you're doing is, which is cool, and I really like it, and I'm actually going to work it into the withdraw extension on Allen Bits, is you're making so say on Allen Bits, for example, what you could have in the LNURL extension is you make a new LNURL, but you have an accessible private key, and then you just take that key, I put it in my device. Now that key, the device uses that key to hash to make another key. And then that's the thing which then connects to Allen Bits.
Yes.
And then Allen Bits then unhashes it or whatever, or hashes it, and then works out that it's connected to this key, and then knows what to do with it. And it's super cool, man. I love it. Well done.
Yeah.
Because you could have it for a point of sale as well. Like it would work, not a point of sale. You'd have to do for refunds, wouldn't you? On it's not quite a point of sale.
Well,
what if you do?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So refund and this stuff around is let me start. Or I wanted to explain the concept. I mean, because there are listeners who are not maybe familiar with this LNURL workflow, and the mention of offline. It's confusing for people and how ATM can be offline. Yeah. And I love it. It's the best case for actually decent track. The track that we use for conferences and events, that's like a parallel police on wheels, and it's super easy to take this small handy ATM which is offline. We always had some internet issues on the place and so on, and so how it achieves that as you said, there is So what is Blascomat? It's completely open source. Of course, you can find it on GitHub. All the magic, how it works, and you have just Arduino or some microcontroller running code, and there is a key, which is not sure if sign is the right word, but it will generate the key, generate the URL. So you will put your money. Microcontroller knows how much money you put in. It uses the key to generate a URL. You scan the URL with your phone, connect to the server, and now this is LN URL server, which Charlie, the creator of Blascomat, so there is a team behind Blascomat. It's mostly Charlie Hill, and Carlos. You can find them at samotari/Blascomat GitHub, or what Charlie did is that he implemented LNURL server in Node.js. I'm not sure if you've seen that. And so this server has a macaron from your node and stuff to use your node, and it will verify the link or the key in the link, and offers you money basically, and then you send it invoice and it pay. So so device itself is completely offline. It just creates the QR codes with links. That's all you need, and your phone is connecting to the server, and yeah, basically.
It's great, man. Genius. I'm gonna fully. And this, I was like, that's the next thing I'm working on. LN Bits is just making that extension. So you have the option to have like a key which you can take and you can stick in, and I could literally get it and I could just stick it in my device, like you say, my little microcontroller in there. It can hash it, and then it can check that hash against its private keys, which it's got on the server, on the LN Bits server. And boom, you've got an offline ATM, super simple, and then I won't have to wait for it to connect to the Wi-Fi. I'm like, the only worry is with an offline ATM, but I suppose this isn't a worry if you're using it for your coffee shop, I guess, is like if it's offline, you can't monitor if someone's like taken it and corrupted it in some way.
Exactly. I wanted to get into this topic because, or what I started with the let's say security and all this stuff, because when you look, for example, on General Bytes ATM, this normal ATMs, it's huge. It has the safe. It has all of the stuff needed for so person can read all the conditions and explain stuff, and it's online, it's monitored, everything. This is much more simple, and as you said, you mentioned that you can have it in your cafe. So what do you think about this kind of Lightning ATMs? Do you think it is some because I see it as a superior technology, in a sense that it just works better, and this is the way how we should use Bitcoin. And but the question is whether you think it's the competition, or it might be the future of Bitcoin ATMs, or whether it's just
There's definitely something there, man, because like I often think it's a bit like the .com era, or like even all the ICO crap. You have these people gravitate towards concepts and ideas which at some point will have some real future use. And even if this feels goofy at the time, and I'm making my goofy little ATM, 21's making his goofy ATM, which you could easily just like smash open and steal the Arduino or whatever, or just like steal the money, or I'm sure it's Blasco, man. I'm sure if I grab it, I could just pull off the wall and run off with it. And it's all very goofy and silly, but there seems to be momentum behind it. So I do think that there's really something in it, particularly when we're ditching coins, and it's very easy for someone just to chuck some coins in an ATM, or you're ditching fiat currency, or it's becoming more and more easy to pay use Lightning in shops and things. I think the technology needs to be there. I maybe it's not the future of Bitcoin ATMs because they're quite easy to exploit, but in saying that, because they're so small and they've got such small quantities of money in there, that doesn't really matter. If someone does eventually nick it, like you just got in a cafe or some Bitcoin bar somewhere, and the components are all really cheap as well. But no, there's definitely something. There's definitely something to these little ATMs. 100%. Yeah. And that's so small.
Yes, and they're small, and as you mentioned, cheap components. It's like 10, even if you build it yourself, it's so much more cheaper. It's super cheap if you do this, comparing to the normal ATM, which is like 1,000, even 10,000 of euros. Yeah. So
yeah, like this is, I don't know how much Bleskomat is, but this is like, with the box and everything, it's like 100 quid, maybe 80 quid, you know, 80 pounds, maybe 100 pounds. With the box,
yeah,
with the
yeah,
box.
you're British. Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah,
that's like I don't know, 60 euros, 70. Oh, I don't know. I don't know where we are.
Man, let's talk Satoshi, like million Satoshi, yeah, or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. It's a billion trillion Satoshi.
Okay. What I want to say is that I see it maybe as a different business case, like exactly like not for people who want to have this huge, network of ATMs they're operating, which is mostly happening right now. But what I like about Bleskomat is that individuals and businesses can have it. It doesn't, if it's inside, it doesn't really require all the crazy stuff around. All the security so well done. It can be cheaper and easier to get, and it's easy for people to sell Bitcoin like this. It can get us more decentralized way of getting Bitcoin anonymously and easily. Yeah, that's just perfect.
Cool.
It's more censorship resistant because if you, for example, in Czech Republic, there is, I don't know, 3-4 companies running some network of ATMs. There is, I don't know, 50 ATMs run by 3-4 companies. So let's say government want to prohibit this, want to regulate this, they will just keep 3 doors and it's easy. Yeah, but if you have Bliskomats all around the place, each business has its own and managed by its own, it's hard to regulate something.
I like the fact as well, like if the cops roll up and they're like, yo, there's an ATM there that's illegal, and then the cafe or bar owner is just like, I don't know where that came from. It just appeared like this morning. Take it away, guys.
Yeah.
And then you're like 50 euros in, and then I mean, you could even. My biggest issue I found. So I came up with the Fossa is this. My one is a free and open source ATM. I came up with it a while back, but I didn't do a tutorial with it for ages because the CoinMac. I had one of these. Where is he? I think I got one lying around here somewhere. One of these like cheap, crappy CoinMacs, and I found that I could get a magnet and I could just like give myself that by like just fiddling around with magnets and stuff, and that kind of annoyed me. But this I don't know which CoinMac you're using. Are you using the standard little cheap CoinMac? Which CoinMac you use?
Yeah, probably it's the one. It's standard and it's cheap, so it fills the description.
Is it the one? Is the one which sends pulses? The pulse one sends pulses.
Yes.
Yeah, I see. That's why I found that thing a pain in the ass. I'll have to look at your code, see if it's
I mean,
than mine, but
it's easy and it's MVP in this case. So what do you use? Which one you?
Well, when I finally got that, so I made a box in which couldn't be corrupted with magnets, and then I just found that it clogged easily. Like when I put it in the wild at a conference, like it would just clog. You know, the cheap one, it would just clog. Someone would put like an old coin in there, and then or they put like multiple coins in, and it clog up, and it was like fiddly to unclog. This one is it's a it's not that much more expensive either. Like the cheap one which 21's using, I think you're using probably as well, is like 20 euros or something. I think this one's like 30 euros or 35 euros. So it's just a little bit more, but it doesn't clog. Instead of sending pulses, which you have to count, it just sends a number, which is a hell of a lot easier. So yeah, no, and when I finally found that, like I think that's a stable enough CoinMac. Maybe the Bleskomat guys could give it a go, have a try on it, because I found it a lot more stable.
We used to have some issues with that. Most issues is that if you have some whatever old crown, it will just fall out, and if you do that, try again, and some coins doesn't work because you train it with some set of coins. Bleskomat is there is version with only coins, but there is also banknotes plus coins. Which is like full stack, and I love this that you have both of the worlds. You have all you need basically. And so in Czech Republic we use crowns here, these shitcoins. And if you do, pulses. So if you put 50 crowns there, you have to wait like 10 seconds. So it's counting there.
Ah,
It looks
lame.
funny actually. People are laughing at that, but they are okay with it. But then I'll have to look into that too.
Yeah, no, this thing sends a number, man. So you're like, I've sat there and I've gone, doosh, 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 and I put the coins in, and my coach like,
Yeah, because there is a banknote receiver, and that one sends a number. That's not an issue. So it would be nice to have maybe also similar code to both of them. And man, you can have sets for 1 crown. That's so fucking great. I love it.
yeah, no, it's great. No, I mean, this you put a penny in and you get some sats.
Yes, exactly.
And the one time I had it running at Advancing Bitcoin before it clogged up, which really annoyed me, and it was great, man. It was great seeing people just chucking their coins in. I want to get one of those. Like, I've been looking. They're quite expensive though. But you know, when you just those buckets, you just chuck coins in, it goes. I wanted to plug one of those into it.
Oh,
yes. So people could just take fistful of coins, chuck it in, and then
it's just fiat disposable machine. You know.
Yeah.
That's also how we call it.
Fiat.
Put your dirty fiat there, and we will give you beautiful Bitcoin. That's what you want.
But I think there's an argument for that. Like, if you go, I know we used to have them in supermarkets. You used to have them in public spaces.
Yeah.
You go take buckets of coins and chuck them in, and it go, and it gives you like
Yeah,
some notes.
to empty my change. Yes. It would be nice to have a Lightning ATM that do this. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Cool.
Great. Actually, one topic I want to touch on, or maybe if you could, I know that you looked into concept of like NFC cards on Lightning using LNURL.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, that seems like a really good magic, because what is happening here in Parallel Polis is that so Parallel Polis is doing like 6 years now. Onboarding, we have this cafe for Bitcoin, but it's not easy to install wallet to everybody who comes to the cafe. And what became a standard here over years is this either paper wallets or NFC cards with basically a private key where you send money there, and then you or you tap it on the ATM, it will send you Litecoin there.
Nice.
Yeah. You said that we accept Bitcoin here and maybe Monero or something. Actually, yes, we now we are accepting Lightning and Bitcoin, on-chain and Lightning and Litecoin. And Litecoin became like a fallback when we didn't have Lightning and Bitcoin fees were too high, because they had the concept similar. You can use similar code for that. And what are people using here is either paper or NFC card, which you just tap, and it will take the private key, sign the transaction that it needs, and send it, which is not secure, not private. I mean, I hate it, but it's easier for people to use. That's just how you will get there, people, even if you do Bitcoins. And I was imagining this working safely and lovely and without fees on Lightning. That would be perfect. So I'm interested in the
No, LNUR you can use. So LNUR withdraw it's a direct debit, really, isn't it? You're giving someone the permission to extract X amount from your node, and then you can put in other rules like, you know, you can only extract X amount per day. So you could have on your card, you could have, and some of these cards, they have like they're the more complicated ones. They're the kind of Java cards where they do some processing. They're the ones you have to plug in. So I don't really like those so much. I like the tappy ones, but the ones you plug in, you could basically have the exact same thing as your what's it called, as your ATM, in that you give. Well, let me get this right. So you're giving someone an LNURL, and they have the right to take out X amount. So what you would do is you would take a key which is on the card, and then you would hash it and then you would pass that to the. No, wait, that's not right. And then you pass that to the merchant, and the merchant then uses that to extract the amount from your account, because obviously that has the same key. So it can like verify that it's like, you know, attached to your card, something like that. But that's using the Java card. But I think there's a way of just doing it with NFC tap and like, you know, like just an RFI. What's it called? Yeah, like an NFC thing. So the great thing about an LNURL is like like so I have tap and pay on my bank card here, and it's limited to I think £100 a day, and I can only pay up to £30 or something. So it's got these rules built into it. If you were to simulate that on your own, card as a Bitcoin user, you could put your own rules in. So I could give my son a card with like £5 on, or I could say, just to limit my coffee intake, I could give myself like €5 every 2 hours on my card. So if someone stole it, all they could do is just leech €5 every 2 hours, and by then when I realized I've lost it, or I've been notified there's money which has gone on my account and it wasn't me, I could just go and delete that LNURL and then mint a new one, and then put that on an NFC card. Yeah, the bit where I came stuck was the hashing bit. I realized that I needed like a Java card, which is cheaper now. They are cheaper. I bought a bunch, and you can get them for a couple of quid or whatever. They used to be like 20 quid. But I'm pretty sure they're the ones you actually have to plug in with the chip in order to get the power to the little chip to do the hashing.
Yes.
So that kind of sucked. Like I wanted to just be able to tap and give someone. But then you're giving them an LNURL, which later they could store that LNURL and they could just use it to like leech your account. So yeah, there needs to be there is somewhere in there. I didn't really give it enough thought. Somewhere in there's totally a solution where you can completely. I mean, if you use the Java card, it's very easy. You could completely replicate our tap and pay. And it would be superior because you could set your own limits. For tap and pay, I don't know how conventional bank cards do. How do conventional bank cards do? Because obviously you're I'm giving the coffee shop permission to take, a couple of pounds out, a couple of euros out to pay for my coffee, but then they can't take out more than that. Oh, they probably can take out more than that, I suppose. I mean, they show me a terminal and it says like, £3 on it, and I go, okay, £3, and then I tap it, don't I?
Yes.
And then they give me a receipt. But technically, they could try and take £20 out, because there's no way. I'm not saying £2 only and then tapping it. So there is no trust on the merchant side. But it's just they can't then store those details, and maybe they can store those details and take more money out if they wanted to later on.
Because there is in these bank cards there are tokens which are used and they cannot reuse them basically.
Okay.
What we were thinking. So Charlie.
You could charge it with like a shitload of tokens. So you could charge it with like the card. You could just put a load of tokens on there.
Yes.
And then oh yeah, I see. I think I see where you're going. Go on, yeah, go on.
Actually, because what you also touched on is the problem with hashing and the energy. We were thinking about a similar concept. We wanted to create a badge out of it actually, because here on HCPP we have these badges with we use the same concept, private keys. There it's EEPROM and a button and antenna connects EEPROM. With the button you connect EEPROM to antenna and you can pay or get it, so it's somehow more secure because you have to push the button. And what we are imagining is this on Lightning with the chip that does the hashing and this small, I'm not sure what they're called, but this low energy displays which will show you the amount, and you have to push a button and basically confirm and tap again. So you tap, you see how much you're paying, you click, and then tap back. So in this case, it will be more secure than the bank cards, because as you mentioned, they can fool you. They can show you €3, but they are charging 20 or whatever. So in this case, you see what you're paying, and you need to confirm that. But the problem is how to do the circuit so it can work. You can like get the energy from antenna to the chip. You need some capacitor to keep the energy there. And so this is what we are talking about. But we did manage to create it.
I mean, I think could you not do something with a seed? So like your so you store. Oh, just thinking off the fly here. Like you store. So instead of hashing, like you have. Let me. My brain's not working. Right. So you so you have some sort of seed which your card will only use a certain collection of words to hash and make So, no, it's still got to hash a thing, isn't it? To pass, still got to pass the thing over. So it's still got to do some computation, which you don't want. There is a way. There is a way to do it over NFC.
Yes,
There's
yes,
totally
there
a way
will
to
be
do
a
it
way.
over NFC.
Yes, yes,
It's
yes.
probably a server side thing. So the server, yeah, I mean, you could just load like 1,000 tokens onto the actual card, like hash tokens, and then that would work exactly the same as your Blasco map, except your card would only be good for 1,000 tokens, and then you'd have to like get it to generate another 1,000. But maybe you could do that just by powering it on. So maybe it could be a Java card with NFC.
You know what I'm thinking now, because we are also in this case thinking how to work, do NFC on Blascomat. So you don't need to scan QR code. Actually, that's another thing that
you do it on your phone. You
Sorry?
can do that with like wallets, Tosh. As you know, probably.
Yes. And actually, this is the thing that we want to support NFC on Blascomat. Basically, just give you LN URL on NFC and also display, because sometimes scanning QR code might be an issue. It doesn't focus and so on. And actually, that's from what I've seen, that it's 30 seconds till you open a wallet and get it. It's just
QR codes suck, man. QR codes suck.
And QR codes suck. And I see this NFC, which people are already used to. I mean, everybody was amazed by this Google Apple Pay, where you have to tap the phone. But come on, people could do that 10 years ago. And now you can do the magic with Lightning, and it works even better. So
it's funny, guys, in the US. Like, you probably find this, because I had I think it was Tim, Bootstrap Bandit, LM Pay. He came over and he stayed with me for a while, and he was amazed I could go into a shop, pick up a thing, go to the auto checkout, go beep, and then just tap my card on it, and then just walk out. Like he was even now, he was like, whoa, you can just tap your, because obviously in the US they're so backward, like all their payment systems. They've still got these massive terminals which you got to sign on, and they're only just now getting tap and pay, it is amazing, because it is an old technology.
Yeah. And we just wanted to say is that we wanted to get you the LN URL even this way. But what you can do is, if you can write, you can just tap your card there with LN URL and have their LN URL withdraw link to my node, and then pay with it to somebody, and he will withdraw how much he wants, because that's what it's defined that there. It's that I'm offering you maximum this token, but you can get me invoice for less than that. So what you can do that's
the limit thing. That's the limit thing, which you already it's great, because it replicates exactly what we've got.
Yes. So there is, I put there €5, and I have just the LN URL link to somebody's, in this case my node, let's say, offering you this €5, and when I tap it on a terminal and I pay €3 for coffee, it will send their invoice for €3, and it could work actually. I mean, that could be also, it's like a token, in this case. That's one of the tokens, but the problem is that it's pretty long, so you want more.
They can just reuse it, though. This is the problem. They can just keep reusing it.
You can reuse it. Yes. Oh, well.
So, I mean, that's because that's where I kind of, I was like, it hurt my head too much. I was like, I know this is possible if I sit down and think about this, or like if we were all to sit around with a bunch of beers one night, I reckon you'd totally crack it. It's not a hard problem to solve, but the problem is them being able to just reuse your LN URL to keep leeching funds out of your account. I mean, obviously you'd see that transactions are going out, but there needs to be something to prevent that. But I mean, and you can't have the card hash without having to plug it in. You could just preload it with a whole bunch of like pre-hashed tokens.
Yes.
Which I suppose could work. I mean, it could work if, but there's, like you said, there's only a limit as how much you can actually store on those things. You could have it. I don't know. There's an easy way to do it. I'm sure there's an easy way to do it if you do some server side stuff.
Yeah. There will be some solution. Actually, Ben, I'll have to run. We are running out of time. The mempool is pretty clear, and I have to open some channels, so I'll have to run. But it was nice conversation. It was a really pleasure to talk to you, actually.
Dude, no, it's the same with you. So cool. Like, I'm gutted that I'm not there and I can't just join in your hackspace because we're basically building the same stuff.
Yes, exactly. It was a great conversation. It's nice that we get here, and it was good to talk about Bordel and LNURL Magic. That's so great.
I'm going to rip off the offline LN URL, the key thing. I'm going to stick that in the LNBase extension.
And we'll rip off the better counter for coins.
Yeah, I'll send you the details, man. I'll send you the details. It's called the D6000 or something like that. I'll find the exact one and send it to you, the CoinMech.
Thank you so much. Great, Ben. See you, and I hope next year on HCPP physically.
Yeah, dude. This year was the year I was going to go. I was like, I'm going this year, but like we're in full on lockdown in Wales, so we can't go anywhere. But no, have fun with your drinking and your not wearing face masks, and you're able to move around and pack.
Well, actually, we have to wear masks, and so Ben, thank you again, and see you. Talk to you later.
Cheers, man. Bye. That was cool. Thank you so much. I'll have to stay here and do the handover. So who've we got next on here? Is that Alex?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Loud and clear. How's it going?
Yeah. So I think my slot is next.
Yeah.
Do you have any words of wisdom for me? Because this is the first time I will be going live with the HCPP TV.
Dude, like it went swimmingly. The Jitsy's great. Every time you use it, I'm so much more. I get more and more in love with Jitsi.
Yeah.
But no, it was. There was my guest didn't turn up for my first slot, so I had an hour of just me ranting. Like
that's cool.
Shit for an hour. So we'll see how that went. But the it's pretty smooth, man. I just chin a load of coffee and just get through it. And how long you got? You got an hour or 2 hours?
Yeah, I got an hour now and 2 hours tomorrow.
Nice. Who are you interviewing?
I'm interviewing right now Andrew Esmakov from 4 O'Clock. He's a senior editor. So we will be talking a little bit about journalism, crypto journalism, cypherpunk mentality, stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, I heard an interview yesterday by a journalist. It's great that HCCP have pulled in some journalists to talk, because obviously we're all journalists now, but we still need to recognize that some people are professionals, and there's a reason why they're professionals.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, the definition of journalism, because I'm very much of the opinion that just like Nietzsche said, all seeing is seeing from a perspective. So you're biased anyway. And I have also been working in journalism for the past 3 years, in crypto journalism more specifically. And to me, this is always the dilemma, so to say, because in traditional journalism, you're supposed to be objective, and I have a really hard time being objective, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think you just have to state your bias and make the reader aware that you are biased to a certain extent, and then, yeah, they can take that into account in forming their own opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like, I do like a non-biased report, but then sometimes you just want someone who's agreeing with you, and you just want, you just want some kind of, but then you need to be, it is super, that is a hard line to tread, isn't it? It's not putting your own opinion in there. Like, you're giving the data so people can form their own opinions, but then you are biased. This is the observer dilemma. As soon as you observe it, like, you've affected the story in some way. In fact, I remember I had a mate working for a newspaper as a photographer, and we were talking about just the amount of like fiction put into storytelling. So, his job basically, he described his job was he'd go to boring, mundane things and then have to get everyone really excited to make it look interesting, and then take a photo, and so like. That was, so just by documenting it and trying to make it interesting, you're also then affecting the story. So I'm putting a slant on it. No, super. I'm gonna I'll obviously turn my camera off, but I'm gonna definitely listen to this. It's gonna be, I'm sure it's gonna be a great one. So anyway, I'll leave you to it, guys. Thanks very much, and I'll hand you over. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, Andrew. I can see you're already in the chat. How are you doing?
Yeah, hello, good morning. I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So good morning and greetings to all Parallel Nepolis, to Hackers Congress. It's really great event, which I personally have been visiting in recent years. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it last year for personal reasons. And now this year, it's just the different situation that we are alone and the borders are closed and I'm not able to come physically,
Yeah.
So, but it's great to follow these talks. I've been listening to and watching all the stream from the yesterday morning. It's absolutely awesome.
Yeah. And the infrastructure that Max and the team has built with Hop-In, where you can chat with other participants of the conference and you can watch the workshops. It's really shown that right now in the year 2020, at least we have the means of still hosting a conference like the HCPP without being restricted by the geographical regulations that are in place right now.
Exactly, yes.
So let's start off. I want to introduce myself first because this is my first appearance here on the stream. I call myself Alex Anarcho, and I produce anarcho-capitalistic podcast content in German. This is the main target audience, so it's in German, not in English. And I read books from Rothbard to Ayn Rand, and not only read the text, but comment on the text and try to convey the ideas of anarchism, property rights, and so on and so forth to the German audience. Over the past 3 years, I've been in and out of crypto journalism. I worked for 2 German crypto news sites as a podcaster and as an editor as well. And my goal in that has always been to educate the newbie, so to say, about the new technology that we can now use to increase our freedom. And now I have shifted more into actually coding, and I try to learn to code and build projects that I think will be useful to the general public. So that's a little bit of my background. I'm a firm believer in anarchism and in property rights. And now I will hand the word to you, Andrew. Who are you and what's your background?
If we start with my recent past, so for the exactly for the past 5 years, actually it happened 5 years in October 2015 when I started working for Folklog. It's called Folklog, which is the biggest crypto media targeting the global Russian-speaking audience. So actually, the magazine itself is quite, I would say, decentralized. We don't have any specific like a headquarter, and people are spread all over the world. So some of us are based in Ukraine. Some people are based in countries like Estonia. In Asia, we've got people like spread all over the world. So we can't say that we are a Russia-based magazine. So this is not true. So I went into crypto media since I was actually I was quite an early follower of Bitcoin. So I first heard of Bitcoin, I think, in 2013. Yeah, it was like, and initially at that stage, I was like kind of, I was more into things like online marketing, and a friend told me, "Hi, Andrew, look at this new currency," he said, like. And initially, it was like, oh, okay, it's like a way of making some more money. But very fast, I realized that it's just more than money. That's it's more like a philosophical thing, and an excellent payment tool, which actually has been solving a huge amount of my personal problems with the payment system, because I happen to be probably that person that you would say that you are an unbanked person, with quite limited access to the global modern payment infrastructure. So it helped me immensely, actually. So I still use it mostly as means of payments, So Bitcoin for me is just a practical tool which I use not on daily, but say on monthly basis. Yes.
Excellent. I have quite the same experience that you talked about, where you work in a company, so to say, that is spread all around the world. You have people in different time zones. You communicate mostly over Slack or some of the company communication tools. You have video calls, and it's almost like, you are in your home office, so to speak. The pandemic is not really relevant for you in that way, because you would be working from home most of the time anyway, and you just communicate with the team. Everybody has their own responsibilities, and I think this to me is really so great about the state of technology in 2020, that you can do that. You can just go to some country.
Sure, but still, they are also such an important thing as a personal touch. Like we used to have, at least we used to have in our magazine. We used to meet at least a couple of years, a couple of times a year, to get together and have some parties like for 1 or 2 days, so that we just get that personal feeling that we are a team, And now we are missing this a lot, I would say.
Yeah, so true. You don't have the option anymore. At least it's made significantly harder to actually meet up in meet space, so to say. But the other thing I thought was very interesting, because I had exactly the same experience. Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in general, for me, are right now of a very practical manner, because I got paid in Bitcoin, and right now I'm located in Georgia, the country, so near to Turkey, Russia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and here you have a Bitcoin ATM. So like you said, every 2 weeks, every month or so, I go to the Bitcoin ATM and I withdraw the cash, the fiat money that I need for that month to pay the supermarket and so on. But I have my Bitcoin wallet, and when I need it, I convert a chunk of it into fiat and then live off that chunk. So, and this is really interesting as well, because when you have a remote company that is located in who knows where, the payment in Bitcoin is so easy. I had this moment of bliss when I onboarded with the last company, and they had the option, do you want to get paid in via bank transfer? And then we need your first name, your last name, your address, your bank account, the name of your bank, and all of that stuff. Or you can give us one Bitcoin address that I just created for this specific purpose and gave it to them. And it was so easy. The transactions were fast like this, were much cheaper when you compare the international payments. So I think for this, Bitcoin is a great, great tool.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny. Just before this talk, I was thinking about how actually why I got so obsessed, with Bitcoin in the first place. Probably this is more related to my personal story. I was born in the former Soviet Union. It was quite a totalitarian country, But before it collapsed, I have moved out. I just finished the school and I went to the Western Europe. So I lived for a couple of years in Sweden. I lived in Denmark. Then I witnessed personally the fall of the of the wall in Berlin. I lived in squats in Sweden, in Denmark again, in those early German squats, you know, like was involved, to be honest, in fights with police, you know, all that stuff. And also, actually, yesterday there was a guy was speaking here, I believe he was from Austria, and he was speaking about anarcho-syndicalism. And that's also the movement that I actually was involved at my early years, you know, like I was 18 or 19, something like that. And so that kind of feeling and the desire to get personal freedom, you know, it kind of influenced the whole way of my thinking for my whole entire life. And by that time, I just remembered that I read a book which was published in 1987. It was called Little Heroes by American writer Norman Spinrad. And it was kind of picturing, you know, I would say it like it showed the picture of the society that we have right now today. Specifically, it was the United States with the cities in chaos. You know, people living in different zones where police go. So the rich people live in specific areas. They are being guarded by police. The poor guys, they live completely separated. They cannot enter those zones. And the whole thing, you know, like at the same time, in order to manipulate with the people way of thinking, there was a mega corporation that created kind of digital drug, you know, which a specific device that you could put on your head. Then you press the button, and you got like a feeling that you get you swallow an LSD pill. That mega corporation also just created the new style of music, you know, kind of digital music, electronic music, which you put in combination with this device. So people just got, you know, like completely blown out, and there was no desire to think about anything but music and about getting high. The development of the story, I will be quick, was about its creation, you know, like there was a group of, they called themselves cyberpunks, and they created a movement called Reality Liberation Front. So their aim was to create, to get back to the normal music, you know, like they got people from the 60s, or old rock stars, and it is in a way to get out of the control, you know, to get rid of those corporations, and to be the true persons, you know, like your identity, who you are, you know, to open yourself to the world. So, and in a way, to me, it kind of preceded, you know, this Bitcoin movement, because it was nearly the same philosophy, because it also is about the personal freedom and how you get rid of the influence of the financial system, you know. So in that case, in the book, it was the music, you know. In our case, we've got Bitcoin and the corporations that are trying to put you in certain frames, you know. They want you to use only the money, all that stuff. So absolutely brilliant book, actually. I would just I would just recommend to find it to everyone, and to read it. Absolutely a brilliant read. It's called Little Heroes.
And who is it by? Do you remember the author?
Norman Spinrad. Norman Spinrad.
All right.
Right.
Yeah, there's quite a few of these dystopian yet brilliant books. 1984 comes to mind, Animal Farm comes to mind, A Brave New World, Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand. They all seem, I don't know how to say, oddly specific when you read them in the time right now. If you read 1984, and it is almost, right now we have 1984 on steroids with you carry the microphone voluntarily in your pocket all the time. Most people share a whole lot of their personal lives online voluntarily, and nobody seems to care about it. Nobody seems to care about their privacy. Convenience always comes first. If I have the option of creating a new account on a new website, or I can use my Facebook account, most people will just go for the Facebook account and not even think twice about the implications of the influence and the power they give to big corporations that are behind the curtain, and they see all the things you do. And now with Facebook,
the most common narrative is like, I don't care, I don't have any secrets to hide, so I'm a little person, so what do they take from me?
Yes, and it's so dangerous to have that mindset, because of course it is not about whether you are a criminal or not. For me, or in my perspective, it is, do we give the power to an individual or small group of people to make a decision what is criminal and what is not criminal? Because today you might be living your life and be a perfect law-abiding citizen, and tomorrow they implement a new law and suddenly you are a criminal, and it comes out, oh, you donated to this or that organization, which we now deem a terrorist organization, and well, you helped to finance terrorism. Well, that's the most heinous crime we can think about, and just like that, you are on some kind of list, and your life will be made very, very painful.
Absolutely, yes. I agree with you on that.
Yeah. So I don't know. You mentioned the word anarcho-syndicalism before, and to me, this is a topic that I'm not too familiar about. So I would like to pose you the question: what is anarcho-syndicalism really? Are you still affiliated with that?
No. It was like just happened to be involved with that group of people. So I wasn't a close follower. So it's kind of a division in the more general anarchist movement. So they've got this specific flag, which you can divide it into black and red colors, so the anarchist is symbol, so quite leftist to me, which for me as a person who was born in the Soviet Union is not exactly something that I appreciate too much, So, well, it was like kind of, I was a young person, and when you're a young person, you tend, to join certain groups, of course. And then when you start to open your critical thinking, so, you understand that, well, so it's better to make your own conclusions and so I'm not involved anymore with that, actually. So I believe there are persons who will tell much more about that, who are much affiliated. So, but it was a fun bunch of people, So we actually it was the very first. They created the very first squad in Sweden. It was the city of Malmö. So they occupied an old building from the 19th century, and they lived there for nearly 6 months. And I actually appeared there a bit on accident. Like I came to Sweden, and a friend of mine, actually, I started to to study there. I was studying at the University of Lund. And a friend of mine who I was initially was living with said, okay, Andrew, so we are good hosts, but it's time for you to move on. So, like, if you want to, we can introduce you to these guys. They will gladly give you a room, you know. So, and I was living there like for 4 months, and we had like organized live concerts, all in bars, you know. It was fun. It was fun, yeah. And then it all ended with a police raid in the middle of the night, you know, like everyone got arrested, like Molotov cocktails were flying, you know.
Oh,
yeah.
So the community, the squad where you were living was anarcho-syndicalist.
Yes, mostly, you know. But of course, in such places there are other people who just join it, you know. Like there were some criminal guys, like some drug dealers, you know, so who got arrested and they got like 10 years in prison after that.
Wow.
Yeah, because they were possessing big amounts, you know. So, but I was not involved with that. So I was just a young, peaceful guy, you know, who was eager to study and to learn new things. I mean, I was 18 years old, you know. I was only discovering the world, you know.
Yeah. I'm curious because my perception of left anarchists are always that they don't really respect property rights. So did you
exactly because this was a private property.
Yeah, that was
occupied. Yeah.
So did you have your own toothbrush, or was there a communal toothbrush for everybody?
No. I had my own. I actually had my own room. I was always my own bathroom and all that stuff.
Okay, interesting. So maybe let's talk a little bit about journalism, because I think if we have you as a versed expert, it is a very interesting topic, because my perception, especially over the last few years with the narrative of fake news and so on, is you see something online, on TV, wherever, and there's always a question on my mind: can I trust this source? Is there some kind of bias behind the reporting? Are they omitting certain facts to strengthen a certain narrative and so forth? Is that something that you have noticed as well, that there is a shift towards this critical thought of the general population, or do you think it has always been like this? There has always been bias reporting, but back in the day you didn't really notice it as much because, well, there were gatekeepers, there were only certain channels that the information could flow through. What's your take on this?
I believe that to get the broader picture, you need to understand how the entire landscape of media has changed over the past years. Like, if you say before we had internet, we had all these online media, magazines, newspapers, we had paper newspapers, right? When the guys like go into the telephone booth and reading the news in the office, you know. So the guys were so it was a bit a slow process.
Mm-hmm.
Also, but with when the internet was born, we can see that many paper publications, they just died off. They're not anymore with us. And today, what we have is the speed, the velocity of in which the news are delivered and the news we consume has grown like exponentially. The news are coming each second. This means that you need people who do this news, yeah, who create content. Of course, today it's even more like they use artificial intelligence, you know, like they write in the news. But You can even meet like this, like short, like for the news agencies, so brief news, like breaking news. So, but the stories, the articles, the interviews, they are coming in huge amounts each day. And the problem, one side of the problem is the lack of professional journalists. This is one of the problems, because very often we see people who don't have the basic understanding of how this whole process is done, how it has to be done, how it works. This is one side of the problem. But the other, the bigger side of the problem, which relates to the fake news, is the growing presence of political parties, the corporations, the transnational companies who own these specific magazines and publications, and they just put their agenda. If they want to, like, we can see it in the United States, when we've got like a bunch of newspapers who are speaking on behalf of one candidate, right? Candidate A, and the other one speaks on behalf of the candidate B. And they don't where is the independent journalism? Where is that line where you can call it this is independent? Each publication, each magazine has to get some funding, to live in, to pay to the journalist. The question is, who pays you the money? Where's that level of independence? How do you say that you're independent when you get paid? Actually, this is the same thing. I believe it happens in nearly every country. Like I can say, it happens in Ukraine, where all the major newspapers, they are bought by certain oligarchs, and each of them also they just pour the tons of shit, of fake news to their opponents. And so, yes,
it's definitely something I've also noticed, the constant repeating of certain news items. Like maybe you remember the Russia US election collusion hoax, where you had the mainstream media saying, oh, President Trump won unfairly, he's a puppet of Putin, and they repeated that for like 2 years or so, until the Mueller report said, nah, not really something there, and then they just dropped it and moved on to the next thing. Then you had the quid pro quo with Trump and Zelensky, I believe, where he wanted to start up the investigation into Hunter Biden and Burisma Holding again, and you had this whole parallel narrative of, no, Biden is not at fault here, actually. It's Trump that wants to knock out his political opponent by throwing around his weight in foreign policy. And to me, this is fascinating, how you can have these parallel worlds, because on the one side you have like the Trump pro-Trump news, which Fox may fall into. On the other side, you have CNN, MSNBC, and so on that are totally against Trump, and whatever Trump does, they are against. And almost in crypto journalism, you have the same thing with different projects, where you have Bitcoin-focused people and Ethereum-focused people and EOS-focused people, and so on and so forth. And
especially when there is like Bitcoin Cash coming on the scene, so then you get the whole war, starting. And so it's difficult. And to me, I don't see any quick solution to all this stuff, So the only way is to try to educate people, to help them understand how media actually manipulates with people's minds, with people's thoughts. And of course, independent publications. I don't know. Probably the crowdfunding model would work, where the like a certain community funds a project, you know. But again, this community has its own views, and it won't let a certain way, certain things to go into this publication. How can it call be independent?
Yeah.
Again. So to me, there is no quick solution, and probably we're gonna accept and to live with that for many years ahead.
Yeah, to me, the most interesting question, where it all boils down to, is what you said: funding. Where does the journalist get his money from? Who pays the salary? Because at that point, some bias is introduced. If we have a advertise-based journalism model, then there is advertisement companies that pay the salary of the journalist. And of course, if some company is funding me, I will not bite the hand that feeds me. You know, I will maybe drop a story that I could write that will negatively reflect on my sponsors, or I will self-censor and not say certain things. So to me, this is the most fundamental problem, and maybe this is something we've slided into with the information coming from paper-based media, then going into TV-based media, where you have the frequencies that are limited, and now you have like this internet where this advertisement model is still very prevalent, and the people have gotten used to getting things for free. You know, you use Facebook for free, you use Twitter for free, you want to read the news for free. But of course, there's no free lunch, and somebody has to pay the bill. So if the viewer doesn't pay the bill, then, you know, the viewer becomes the product, and the advertisers sell to the viewers and pay the platform for the advertisement. And yeah, so I'm wondering, and I've thought a bit about this, is there a better way to fund journalism? And also with the added difficulty of not having intellectual property, because I'm not a big fan of intellectual property. I think when I write a text and I publish it on the web, anybody can copy the text and republish it. So, and let me know what your take is on this. But I thought, okay, how about we build a platform where journalists, or anybody really, can write or produce content. People pay them upfront for the content. So I would say, oh, I've written an article that is very comprehensive and compares Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash or whatever. And I say, I want $100. Then there's a crowdfunding campaign where people can chip in to reach the funding goal. And once the goal is reached, I publish the content for everybody for free. So, and then over time, so I will not make a living with that one article, but over time I can build a reputation, and people will know, oh, Alex Anarcho has a new piece about whatever. I know his last 3 pieces have been really great. So right now he's asking for 10 times the amount, but I know it will be worth it. So you have this, I think, faster spreading of information, because there is no restriction with copyright and so forth, and people can share the article as they want to, but you still have the journalists get paid for their work directly by the viewers. I don't know. Is that something we have lost, that people are willing to pay for news and that we can bring back? Or do you think that is just gone and we have to live with the advertisement model?
I believe there have already been attempts to build such platforms, or at least to create social streams like social media, you know, like people would, journalists would write their stories, and if you want, if you want to read the whole story, you just send some coins, you know. It could be Bitcoins or other coins, doesn't matter. But I don't see any success at this stage, you know, that they actually have any success, and they have a big user base. This is the problem. Yes, probably But I know, who knows? Maybe it's worth one more try, a second try, a third try, and in the end, a better model will be determined and built. Who knows? You can. I mean, probably it makes sense to not to stop and to try again to find some other ways. But at the moment, yes, we just, unfortunately, we have to rely on advertising. To quite a big extent. This is not ideal situation, but I mean we all people, like for individuals that we've got our families, men have kids, to raise, so at least we need to eat something each day,
Yeah, I think what might be helpful for the development of competing models is actually the fact that censorship, and to the topic of the HCPP this year, that the digital totality is getting stronger and stronger. We have a lot of people that get deplatformed from big sites like YouTube or Twitch. And for example, Ivan on Tech, the YouTuber that does crypto content, he had some issues with YouTube, and I think they still allow him on YouTube, but he really took.
He was not alone. He was not alone. There were other people like Toneways. His video channel was blocked for a while, and some other like people who known people in the industry, they had their channels blocked as well.
Yeah.
So,
and so this created then this need that Ivan, I think, is now live streaming on his own website. He said, "Okay, I don't want to be dependent on YouTube to that extent anymore. I will still upload my streams after the fact onto YouTube because I will have a wider audience. But if you want to watch my live stream, you have to come on my own website." And then you suddenly have this world of opportunity that you can write your own chat bot that can support you with live donations and so on and so forth. Or I think he has this map where people from all over the world can say where they're located, and then you have this nice visual of the international viewership. So my hope is that actually the censors are doing us a favor in incentivizing creative minds to come up with new ways to solve the need of spreading information, for example. But of course, this is a very risky topic because on the one side, you're losing huge audiences. If I'm on YouTube or if I'm not allowed on YouTube, this is a big difference for my audience, because if I have to go on a niche platform or even create my own platform, nobody will practically see it. The content will not get recommended, and
because they've got like all these mainstream channels which are much easier to use. We can't deny that, so probably it takes more bright minds in the industry, more coders, more developers to create this product. Actually, last year I started a side project, from my main work at Folklog. I started like more for fun. It's called cryptoevents.global. So initially my idea was, to create a single one window shop where people could find all the relevant information about the upcoming meetups, webinars, conferences related to crypto, to blockchain space. So you can go there, you can find all the upcoming conferences, you can find them in like what's happening in Europe or in the United States, in Asia. You can see it, a specific a section dedicated to meetups, so you can see that like tomorrow we have a meetup in Berlin or or in Vienna, and people know, so they don't go to meetup.com and search, like where to go. So they can find everything in one place. But this is one story, actually. over time, I actually started to think, and I'm a bit slow, of course, with practical realization of that. So maybe this is a good timing with Hackers Congress now, because maybe it can accelerate my own efforts. So what I actually ultimately want to do is to create a platform, where people from different corners of the crypto industry can come and share their views, like put their blog posts, and somehow to automate that, so that I don't handle it in physical way, so people can register, maybe they can add their events, they can add their own stories, they can share, and at least what I can promise to a certain extent, that there will be no censorship. But again, the question now, you can question my independence, like how independent am I? So don't trust, verify, as you say. So, okay, but this is definitely topic, to discuss about your ideas. So maybe we can discuss it afterwards, of course, and see how different ideas can be realized in life,
Yeah. Somebody joined the chat.
Hello.
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 I was trying to mute it, but I think I did the opposite. Sorry to disrupt. Please.
Oh, no worries, no worries. So, Andrew, as a part of being a journalist, I think a big chunk is actually doing research. And this is something I think the sovereign individual actually needs to master in the modern world, where we have so much information at our fingertips. What is maybe some advice or some learnings you had in your career, best practices as to how to do research, how to evaluate information, how to gather information? What are some of the things you do and that you could recommend to our audience?
Fact checking, first of all, fact checking. So, and you need to, again, like, don't trust, verify. Check it in from different sources, not only one source, but like try to find 3, 5, 10, and if the majority tells you that this is the fact, so maybe you can. This doesn't mean that this is the fact, but there is a probability that you can think that this is a fact, and yeah. So
this is also
checking is the key to anything, And then also, of course, it's this brings the other side of the story is about obtaining the information, because sometimes the information can be secret or it can be hidden, or some people don't want to share it, or they want to share it only if they get paid, like whistleblowers. And this again brings us to the practical use of crypto, specific coins, like because you need to pay to your whistleblower, and this actually raises the importance of these so-called privacy coins, where you can pay certain people, which say like Monero, like XMR. You pay and you get this information, because the privacy coins, the anonymous coins, they are not about the darknet only, as the general misconception goes. There can be plenty of use cases for privacy coins, because it can be, like I said, whistleblower, can be you can pay to, or for example, I can have a family member who, like say, a kid, and my kid can get ill, with some serious disease, and he needs a specific treatment. if it gets known to a broader audience, like more people know, like people in his school, they know about his case, he can be a possible target to of the bullies. You know, they start to poke at him and say, "Hey, you're an idiot. You know, you're a sick person." This unfortunately happens in our lives, in our societies. So I might prefer to buy this medicine with a privacy coin, so that no one knows that I'm buying and using it. But this it can go on, you know. Like, of course, it's not only the dark net where you use the privacy coins.
Yeah. So two things. First, I totally agree. That's something I like to do as well, that I go to inform myself to the different sides of one topic. So you know that some newspapers are, for example, more NATO friendly than others. And I try to read reports from both of them. So I don't know if you remember the incident with the Iran at the beginning of the year. It's very hard to get accurate information about something like this because many of the media publications are super not NATO friendly, and they see Iran per se as a very evil country that should be made war upon, and they're just looking for an excuse to start the next war. And so if you just read their news articles, you may, I don't know, come away with a certain opinion. And of course, this is no accident. This is made by design. Then the second thing, I'm a big fan of Monero as well. I think actually Monero is the only privacy coin that there is out there, because Zcash and Dash and other coins that have privacy features only have them optionally, which pretty much makes them a suboptimal candidate for a privacy coin, because the transactions
Yes, they are a bit different, I would say.
Yeah, but yeah, and there's this guy in the Monero community, Dr. Daniel Kim, and he says explicitly that especially privacy coins, especially Monero, is made for the squeaky clean guy, the guy that is a law-abiding citizen that has nothing to hide, and that who does not want to get this guilt by association. You know, I buy a used car, and I don't know, 6 months later, it turns out the guy who sold the car to me was actually this drug lord, and now the transaction from me to him is on the blockchain, and all kinds of law enforcement is suddenly targeting me for whatever reason whatsoever. I don't want to have to think about this, you know. Also, when I buy Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrencies on an exchange, I don't want to get tainted coins when I try to cash out. The company or whatever says, "Oh, well, those raise a red flag with us. We have to inform law enforcement before you can proceed, and we will freeze your account," and so forth. I don't want to have to think about this. So I think, yeah, like you said, the use case of privacy coins, especially Monero, is much larger than the darknet. It's not only for the criminal, it's especially for the squeaky clean guy. And I think this is something we have to carry into the narrative, that if, you know, privacy is not only for the guy that doesn't have anything to hide. We all have information that we like to keep secret or private, and there's nothing wrong with that, and there's no criminal act in keeping information secret.
Yeah, I agree with you absolutely on that. Spot on, yeah.
All right, maybe because we're coming towards the end of our slot here, let's round off by, is there some technology apart from Bitcoin that you mentioned at the beginning that you would say increases your cypherpunk-ness in the real world, that you actually use on a daily or regular basis, where you say, this is actually an alternative cypherpunk tool to free myself of the digital totality?
Interesting. It's funny because I would say I do operate a full Bitcoin node, right, for myself, which stands on my old laptop. So it just switched on daily basis. Otherwise, I am quite maybe an old-fashioned person, and I find the being a cypherpunk, of course, this includes like different technologies, you know, but one of the technology is not to use technologies, I would say. And I'm actually trying to avoid as much as possible, you know, any contact with the outer world, you know. So I try to limit my contact with how I'm getting open to this world, you know, and my information can be revealed. So I'm trying. Of course, this means like the private browsers, like, you know, the anonymous modes everywhere where possible, you know. So basic rules for protecting your anonymity and to your privacy do apply, of course. So this is, at least this is something, the elementary things that people have to understand and have to be capable of doing, you know. And I don't know.
I think that's a great point you just made. You know, if I don't use technology, there's no information that I could be leaking. If I keep my journal in a pen and paper book instead of, I don't know, on my computer that is connected to the internet, there is a very small chance of somebody actually virtually hacking into my, I mean, the chance is zero if it's a pen and paper book.
And the same actually with the fiat money. As much as most of us hate it, you know, and don't love it, fiat money is the best anonymous payment tool, you know. So you just give the
if you have it in cash at least, right?
You got cash, that's all.
Yeah. So I think that's a great point. You don't have to have everything on your electronic devices, and you don't have to bring your electronic devices everywhere.
Well, so just to give you an example, so I do have this smartphone, you know, which is, well, I bought it like 2 years ago, and I mostly use it for like storing my Google authentication there to get access to different services, and sometimes to read the Telegram feeds, you know, when I go outside. Otherwise, I just use the very old LG, which was manufactured like 10 years ago, and I use it because a phone for me is the phone to make phone calls, you know. So I try to limit my presence, you know, to be honest.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, maybe to finish off, is there something else we haven't touched on in our discussion that you really want to get out and share to the audience? If not, then maybe just plug your channels where people can find more of you.
I would probably say that I would wish more people learn about the sovereignty, you know, the individual sovereignty, about the financial freedom and tools to achieve, because I can be my own person, but of course there are technologies, and the younger people, they do want to learn the technology. So it's very important for them to understand the importance of privacy, first of all, because unfortunately, as we mentioned, people don't care much, you know, and this level of awareness has to be raised. This is very important. Yeah. So what else?
I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. Yesterday on the live stream, I think they said something really powerful, that knowledge is power, and software is actually the manifestation of knowledge, because it's all code, it's all speech, so to say. And I think this is something that especially my generation and the generation coming after me really need to get on with, that they not only consume the technology, you know, use TikTok and the Facebook app and whatever, but actually learn how it works, what information the app provider can actually gather. And for me, this is something I was like, oh, when I programmed my first Telegram bot, I was like shocked how much information I could view just by getting like the information of one message, like the username, their display name, and all that kind of stuff that you don't really think about when you're just using the technology. So I think if we want to move into a freer world, we actually have to be knowledgeable enough to not only use software, but write the software and write software that will actually make us freer. So yeah.
And this is also, I agree. And also the point is that the so-called mighty ones, the authorities, the governments, they hate seeing educated people, They want people to stay like on the quite low level regarding education and the general knowledge of things, because it is easier to manipulate with the crowds when the crowd is uneducated.
Yeah, this is also something I think software developers become more in tune with, is actually having a certain tool set and then trying to figure out themselves how they can use these tools to get a certain outcome, like the typical engineer kind of thing. And this is very much in contrast to the teaching style of most schools, where the teacher, the authority person, is in front. They say something, and whatever they say is the truth, and you just nod and agree and move on, so you don't get the worst grade. You don't want to get in a fight with the teacher. You don't want to get in a fight with authority. And yeah, so if people become knowledgeable and maybe the authority says something that they know to be untrue, they go down this whole rabbit hole of, oh my God, I'm questioning authority. I'm doing the thing that they don't want me to do, but actually, I think I'm on the right here.
Yeah. So, yes, absolutely. Nothing to add here, because you just got it spot on.
Okay. Well, thank you, Andrew, for your time. I think it was very nice chatting with you. And
thank you very much for the invitation. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to learn more about what I'm doing, so you're welcome to visit forklog.com. This is the Russian-speaking online magazine, forklog.com, 7 letters. And my side project, which I'm running for now over a year, is called cryptoevents.global. So, and my last message, that as I mentioned before, that I would really like to turn it into this discussion platform, where people could come and share their ideas, to write blog posts, to share their latest updates, all this stuff. So don't be shy. Get in touch with me on Twitter, on Telegram. It's quite easy to find me. So, like, I am Asmakov. My surname is Asmakov, like Andrew Asmakov. So you just use my surname and put the letter A in front. Asmakov.
Very nice.
And so it's the same handle on Telegram and on Twitter.
All right, cool. You can also follow me at Alex Anarcho. I'm also Alex Anarcho on Twitter and on Telegram, just like you say it. Thank you again, Andrew, very much. Nico, are you here? It's your spot coming up. I can see you in the Jitsi already.
Yes, I just joined in.
All right. Okay. Awesome. Are you ready to take over?
Sure, I am.
All right, then I will
just click on my camera.
Okay. Then I will get
goodbye.
Andrew, was nice talking to you, and I will
Cheers.
sign off right
Cheers,
now.
and have a good day, everyone.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, looks like am I left alone here? Somebody's still on the line with me. Well, my name is Nico. I'm from Consensus Network. I'll be talking with Keto Miner about the Bitcoin retail tools. Keto Miner is the developer of Nodal, which I'm also using in my daily life. So it's a really interesting product. Let me see here. We should also have Michael von Benewitz, and we should also have Amin. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's just give them a moment to join in.
Hey, buddy, how you going?
Hey, I'm good. Who am I talking to?
This is Amin.
Amin. Excellent.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good, good.
I think my session is a bit later, so I don't know what to do. It was meant to be at 11 o'clock, which is now. I have my talk in 2 hours. So the max I can stay around is for the next half an hour. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I was just checking your profile here, actually.
No.
So you're building some kind of a decentralized university, is that it?
That's correct. Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit more, because that's interestingly enough, I had the exact same idea, but I've never really done anything much about it. I'm interested. I'm interested to hear what is your approach. You know, how you're going to make it happen.
Yeah, no worries. Do you have any echo? I'm just wondering whether I should wear my headphones or not.
I think it's perfect, at least in my end.
Okay. Can you give me 1 second, because it was just a bit unexpected. I wasn't sure if I'm going on.
Okay, yeah, sure. Take your time.
Thanks, buddy. Okay. Yeah, you're on.
Are we good?
Yeah, I just can't see you anymore. Oh, yeah, there you are.
Yeah, I just flipped my camera off for a while.
You went into incognito mode there.
I wanted to tidy up my background a little bit.
Fair enough. So yeah, what's your name?
My name is Nico.
Eh?
Right.
All right. Yeah, nice to meet you, Nico. Yeah, my name is Amin. I've spoken at the Paralini Police. This would have been my 6th year, but unfortunately I couldn't be there in person due to Australia not allowing people to leave. So that's interesting. So we'll see where we go from there. But it's been quite informative being here and seeing all the changes. I've been away for the past 8 years nearly, lived in various countries. Last I was in Mexico. So it's a very big contrast for me, going from a country which 50% of the economy, if not more, operates on cash, and then coming to a place where they're getting rid of cash quite rapidly. But yeah, back to Bitopia. Bitopia is a decentralized autonomous university that I designed roughly about a year ago. The purpose is to flip the model of slavery in a way where students don't accumulate debt when they leave university. So the idea was that I looked at, why after all these years we're still explaining what Bitcoin is to people. We're still explaining, a lot of the basics to people. And in most cases, I came to the conclusion that education is the main reason that most people are not making changes or adopting new technologies or accessing them. So you can take a look at that from Bitcoin and decentralized systems. The tools exist. It's not the case where it was 10 years ago where we're like, oh, you need to be a programmer to use it. The average person can today have a Bitcoin wallet, whether on their phone, laptop, paper wallet, or a hardware wallet, etc., and shift some of their economy or economical interactions to such devices. Though unfortunately that's not really happening because of misinformation, people always pushing their own agenda at certain events or whatever, so people don't get really educated on it. So I took this as an example and I tried to understand how do we change this. So looking at the existing university curriculums, you know, for example, there's no curriculum at the moment that teaches people about Bitcoin, usage of it, etc., things like that. There's obviously blockchain academies and such organizations around the world. Though again, I feel a lot of times these organizations, and especially events which have to do with decentralization or Bitcoin events themselves, are like an echo chamber. A lot of times the people that go there already know about it. They're just going there to meet more people that, you know, to find like-minded individuals, let's say. So for example, you can even take a look at Parallel Places Hackers Congress. It would be lovely if the average person down the road just came and said, hey, I don't know anything about any of this, I'm here to learn. I would say that it would be very rare to find such an individual. In most cases, the people that attend already have some sort of an idea. So how do we shift that was my kind of, you know, the start of the journey. So that led me to look at multiple designs of systems. And in all, which is something I will be covering in my talk, which will start in about 2 hours, I came to the conclusion that we live in an inverted world. So what does that mean? Inverted world means that, you know, whether it's pharmaceutical organizations or companies, whether it's the educational organizations, whether it's the banking, whether it's governments, whatever it is, it puts people at the bottom. So if you look at education, for example, and if you can imagine it as a pyramid, at the top you may have you know, industry leaders, companies that sponsor universities and the studies that they do, and at the bottom would be the students who accumulate the debt and have to go through the process of, let's say, the process of transferring that knowledge onto themselves. This is a systematic flaw. Like as a designer, as a system designer, if you design any system that places the people at the bottom of it, it's systematic risk. It's not a very well engineered, designed, or a system. So we can remove the conspiracy side out of this. You know, I'm trying to get away from, you know, trying to look at it as like the government's doing this, banks are doing this. Like, let's remove all of that and look at it from an engineering perspective. From an engineering perspective, you can come to an agreement that systems can be designed much better, that you can design a system that doesn't put people at the bottom of it and passes the systematic risk of any failures within that system onto the people. So for example, 2008 banking crisis, it placed the burden onto the people rather than the people that caused it or the organizations that caused it. You can look at it from a pharmaceutical industry perspective. The people that take the drugs are the ones that pay the price, not the people that are producing the drugs. You can take a look at it from a government perspective. The decisions they make, the people have to carry the burden. So no matter what, from an engineering perspective, you see that the issues of the systematic risk is passed on to the individuals who are at the bottom, which is in this case either people, sick people, students, or the average citizen, given depending on what scenario you look at. So this inversion exists within an array of different industries and fields in our daily life. So from an engineering perspective, again, removing any need to discuss, you know, Bill Gates is doing this, Steve Jobs is doing that, I wanted to redesign these systems in a way which is more fair, which is where Bitopia University came into fruition. So if I take this model and I say, we already have existing models which are working quite well. So let's take Bitcoin's blockchain system and the process of mining, for example. So what does that do? It means that people that are trying to mine, the more that they come, the harder it becomes. Okay, that's an interesting model. We've seen it work. It's worked flawlessly for, you know, over a decade. So if we take that model and we apply it to education, what do we get? What happens if we replace the miners with students? What happens if the more people that attempt to study a course, the more difficult it becomes to attain higher marks? So grabbing that model, I applied it to, let's say, a course. And instead of the tuition coming in and going into the university, what happens if that tuition goes into a pool, similar to Bitcoin again, and those who score the highest, which would be in Bitcoin's model, those with the highest hash power, gain an income from that pool that came in the form of tuition. So now we're reversing the pyramid. Suddenly people are coming to the top of the pyramid, and suddenly the industries will have to come down to the bottom of it. So systematic risk is now removed because those who do well are guaranteed to get some sort of an income from that course. And the more courses they do, the more of an income they could have from various courses. And the more people that attempt to do the courses, the more money that comes through, and the difficulty goes up. So those who come in early, and similar to early miners, will be rewarded for it. And the later people that come in, they will have to struggle to get in to those top positions, similar to, again, Bitcoin mining. This is a very, very, I guess, brief explanation on the overall system, but that's how I've approached it.
You know, that's actually quite fascinating and I think super important to understand. But one aspect that I would like to focus on more is you mentioned a lot of miners, but how do full node operators actually come into picture here?
So yeah, that's just the perspective I gave from a student perspective. You will have to take into account course creators and also teachers as well. So course creators are people that create a course. So you can look at it as similar to the Oregon platform, where people can create a decentralized autonomous organization. And if the organization proves to be successful, people join it and they're rewarded by participation through that organization, which we have seen through multiple decentralized autonomous organizations. So if we take that same model and we apply it to, let's say, decentralized autonomous courses, each course becomes its own economy and becomes its own, let's say, community to provide both a financial incentive for people to participate within the course, and also it decentralizes courses in itself. So you can create economies through each individual course that people can participate in. In terms of full node, I guess I will have to understand what you meant. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, I mean, don't the full nodes verify the proof of work kind of in this context?
Okay,
right?
yeah, sure. So this is what designed within the system, the role of oracles. Oracles are people that verify the participation of students and their work towards certain courses. In this case, for example, the course creator or other people that have proven themselves to have the knowledge to be able to verify participants can act as an oracle. And to act as an oracle, again, you can take this model from Augur. A lot of these are pieces from existing systems. So Augur has oracle systems in existence, and is proven to be successful. So that's how it would work. The oracles would verify the content and also the work done by the students. And to become an oracle, you have to prove your own knowledge as well. So proof of knowledge comes in, and proof of knowledge of applied belt systems. So for example, you have from white belt to black belt. In a lot of cases, I came to the conclusion that a particular field of knowledge, it's not good enough to say, hey, I have this degree. There needs to be some sort of a variant between what sort of a degree you have and what your knowledge is in that degree. So let's say that you're a programmer. I would love to know what level you are in that programming. So something like I'm a white belt in programming would let me know that you're a beginner. Something like a black belt would let me know that you establish things. So you can have certain curriculums specified for certain belts. So a black belt could be someone that has programmed their own blockchain, operates their own wallet, can debug it, has over 1,000 nodes connected within the network, etc., etc. So you can set these parameters, and anyone that achieves these can, reach the black belt level and therefore become an oracle. And these will be customized depending on which course you're doing. So each course creator will need to determine what a white belt is all the way to a black belt for that particular course. They don't need to do it, but that's the way that I've put it into suggestion in the design for it to operate.
That sounds really cool. I would really like to make a separate talk about this specific topic, because this is kind of like a different topic to what we were talking about today, the retail. But like I'm personally really interested in this because I've been thinking about the similar system as well. So whenever you have the time, maybe we'll have a specific talk to this. But you had to go apparently in a minute. How many is that it?
I have 15 more minutes, but
okay, cool.
Yeah, you guys.
So Max, do you have some guests for us?
Well, yes, actually, I mean, first of all, I would be actually love to have you back on, just because I love your mind. It's such a shame that you're not here. Really, I've really liked hanging out with you the last 2 months, 2 years. Though, because we have the Nodal crew right here, I would really love to get back to that aspect of running nodes, right? Why it is important, combining it with the educational aspect of it. Because running a full node was always possible. It's just that it was difficult, specifically to do in let's say more than just a Bitcoin Core client, right? And the Nodal, I think, is done a great job with that education, just by having a decent UX. Click a button and magic happens. So what was kind of your angle while designing Nodal to be that approach of user friendliness?
Well, the original idea behind the project was just to build something for myself.
Yes.
I wanted to have a full node to play around with Bitcoin Key, and it wasn't supposed to have a UX at all in the beginning. And then many things happened, some cool projects such as LND and BTC Pay, and I decided, like, why not try to do something that everybody could use? And yeah, so I'm using it like daily. Like, all my wallets are connected to my node at home, and I guess most of the people who bought one are doing the same.
Yeah, I think very true. Nico, I know that you're a fan of both using the Nodal and in general. What are some of the reasons that you use it? Why did you specifically choose this one?
Yeah, I'm a happy Nodal user since half a year or something like that already. And, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a super technical, wizard or anything like that, but it's a nifty device just for that, because it's so easy to use, at least for the basic needs that I use it for. I haven't been able to set up the BTC Pay server yet with my web shop, but that's next on the list. And why I use it is, well, obviously to hold my own keys and be my own bank and in full control of my business funds. And this is also the reason why I wanted to have this topic today, to also talk to you about, the future of this kind of retail and hardware and the ease of use, and so-called how important it is for merchants to run their own nodes. I think you guys have a lot of good technical points to that, and I also prepared a couple of questions about the Nodal from another happy Nodal user. So yeah, I'm really happy about this product. It's the best node that I've personally used, and I highly recommend it to everybody. So yeah, I'm excited about this talk. Happy to have you here, Keto Miner. And do we also have? I feel like we have one. Do we have one more here? No, that's Rafe actually.
Well,
is there somebody else on the line?
I always struggle actually to pronounce your name.
I do too.
Yeah.
Escuero.
Escuero. Well, why that? I think I asked you before.
Why not? I don't know. I'll change eventually.
Key
up
rotation.
till now, I did use the name all the time because I was reluctant to use my real name for personal reasons. I don't really have those reasons anymore, so I'm okay now.
That's interesting. What were the reasons? How did that change?
Work contract with a large company. So basically, I wasn't supposed to do anything else but work for them. And now I don't have that relationship anymore. So
nice.
I'm an ex-banker. I'm very happy about that.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm very happy about it.
Congrats, man.
Nothing bad with banking in itself.
Yeah.
It's just the way it's done, and money's definitely important. That's why we're
Mhm.
here. But our kind of money, not theirs. So big change for me. So now I can use my name. It's fine. So eventually I'll just remove the NIM. It'll make my life easier.
Yeah, actually, that's so interesting because, I mean, first, like that aspect to have a NIM, right? To not attribute some actions to any given identity
Yeah.
of yours and to have that choice, super important. But one of the reasons why I decided to attribute a lot of these actions to my Max Hillebrand identity was for the reputation that it gives me as an entrepreneur.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, you both are under NIMS, but I think you still could get a reputation. What is that aspect here with your business?
Well, I have a day job too, and it's pretty easy to find my real identity and even home address on the internet. But if someone just looks for my name, they'll probably not find anything Bitcoin related, my legal name. And yeah, I need to keep it that way for some time. But yeah, I'm thinking about switching to my legal name too in the space in the coming months probably.
In some of our internal documents, we've changed a few things like that.
Mhm.
It's nice to do stuff in your name because you do what you do because you care about it. It
Yeah.
has some meaning, and
Exactly.
you don't
Yeah,
want to
and-
hide, but you don't want to be stupid too.
And my legal identity has like all my work experience associated to it, so it's kind of sad I can't use that in the Bitcoin space. So yeah, merging the identities will be a good thing, I think.
And I mean, those are just like a set of NIMs. You can have other NIMs for other
Yes.
stuff.
Yes. Yeah. That's always my answer when people say, "Oh, you're such a privacy enthusiast. Why did you reveal your name?" And I'm like, well, it's extremely costly to stay private in that meat space identity. And on the other hand, why didn't you know that I have not other names, right? Just because you
Well, how do we
attribute
know
some
that
action.
it's actually your name, anyways?
So I think that's so important. But let me get back to the point of reputation, because in David Friedman's talk here at HCPP, he hammered home that in a truly anonymous, in a truly private world, reputation is so difficult, right? So did you see any differences here, or how did you experience that you had a NIM, not your public identity? What did that to your reputation?
I think they trusted the brand first.
Mhm.
I think the name Nodal carries some weight, and there's reputation behind the brand.
Mhm.
And I do think, and it's as much of a brand as anything else, I guess. But and then the Keto's name.
Yeah, I guess
holds some
overall
weight,
our
too.
actions are more important than the name itself, and we are trying to stay like faithful to our values, and yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
And I guess it's easier with the reputation when you don't talk about yourself too much either. So it's mostly other people who were nice enough to, to talk about us. So it's probably longer to build a reputation that way, but it's probably truer to nature. Or
Yeah, interesting. And I think specifically in your case, at being in the Bitcoin economy, being specifically in a cypherpunk focused economy, I think it was a good marketing stunt for you too, right? That there are two NIMs basically working on this, providing a cypherpunk as fuck project that probably increased your reputation.
yeah, maybe. I don't know how much people care about it really. I mean, we care about it. We think it's important, but I think people value products that they can use, that they feel comfortable with, and all the rest is nice wording in a way, but it's not necessarily what's the most important, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Nico, what do you think about this? I know you've been contemplating it.
Yeah, actually, I came out with my real identity a couple months back. I made the decision. It's not like I was super private before that either, and that was also part of it because my online hygiene for the past 20 years has been poor at best. So it's a lot, not like if somebody wants to find me, they can find me. And just like Max said, we should capitalize on the personal brand. I mean, nobody should, but you can. And that's what I'm trying to do as well. Build a brand around myself as an entrepreneur, offer my services to people who want to buy them, and by delivering better than average service, I hope to thrive in the Bitcoin economy. So that's my thinking. It would have been kind of silly to try to pick some kind of anon identity when I've been so public about whatever I've been doing online for the past years. So it just made sense.
The other thing for us is that we weren't online that much we actually spent more time in physical spaces like this one, talking to people, than purely online, with less talks, less exposure. So that's a good way to build reputation. Meet space is really important.
Yeah, I actually created the Keto Miner identity during Baltic Honey Badge, the first one. But I needed a new identity.
Yeah.
And just created this one.
Yeah, both were new, actually.
Yeah. By the way, creating names for new names is so difficult for me. It really is.
That's how I fucked up mine.
What's your process? How do you get them?
I was trying to be into ketogenic diet and mining at the time, so it was pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I like Indian names, so I always take stuff that has meaning.
Nice.
Now I don't do keto and I'm not mining, so it kind of makes sense to drop it.
Yeah. For me, it's always also another thing. If you put your own prejudice in choosing your NIM, this is kind of like, it's not random. There's no entropy in there, so it actually might be tied to yourself, right? If you take your favorite meal or whatnot as your name. So this is one of the reasons. Plus, I'm just lacking that creative spark in this sense. I just use a password generator to generate a Bitcoin mnemonic recovery word, right? And that's my NIM. And it actually works quite well, I think. Plus, it scales. Like if you create like 10 NIMs a day, you don't have to worry about it anymore, which is nice.
Well, then you run into other problems.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to maintain.
Yeah.
Good separation.
Yeah. This is where Cubes is awesome, right? A dedicated Cube virtual machine for each NIM. Actually quite nice.
You could use dice and word list to come up with more pronounceable names as well.
Yes, exactly.
But humans are horrible randomness generators. It's so difficult to think about something random.
Yeah, for the models and now for the online services, we are using a name generator. We have a catalog of adjectives and nouns. So every device has a name which is an adjective and a noun. Most of the time pretty funny, and the random generator picked bankrupt miner for mine, so
well, very accurate.
It's pretty accurate.
Yeah, it's okay. You mentioned the cloud services, and so 2 years ago you brought the first final model box. Right here, you were sitting right here trying to do a BTC Pay server payment demo, and obviously it failed.
Yeah, so at 7 p.m. today, we'll be making another BTC Pay server demo, which will fail.
Obviously, great. So you're going to repeat the success from 2 years ago, which I mean is a great omen, because I think you've been very successful with the physical box 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So what is?
It exceeded all my expectations.
Yeah, awesome, very, very good. So what is that next area that you want to focus on? These services.
So now with online services, it's basically the same software but running inside a virtual machine that you rent from us. We don't want to use any third-party hosting, so we use my companies as a backend infrastructure for that. One company owns the network, one company owns the compute part, so it's like kind of a separation between the network and the actual infrastructure hosting the servers. For many reasons, I will make some talks on our YouTube channel soon about this to explain why and how it's done, because I think it's very important to make a difference between us and other hosting services such as Amazon or Microsoft.
Yeah.
And yeah, so you get exactly the same interface you get on another box, but you get it online and you can access it from anywhere. So if you don't have your place, like some people do,
yeah,
like you, and you don't have someone's house where you can put your box, you can just rent the same software from us on a monthly basis. And yeah, so today it's virtual machines, they are encrypted, but obviously since it's virtual machines, there are trade-offs. Physical access to the box gives access to the data. Obviously it's in some state-of-the-art data centers, so normally no one should be able to get access except us to these machines. So you're trusting us with not looking what you're doing.
I mean, there are two aspects here. First is not looking what you're doing, right? That you don't break the privacy of your clients, but also, of course, not stealing, right? Because if you would get access to the secrets, that is a serious risk as well. How do you handle these both parts,
Well,
privacy and security?
Usually you don't have any private keys on your node except for Lightning, and that's just some small amount. But yeah, obviously that's a risk, especially if you use, for example, the hot wallet feature of BTC Pay Server. It's 1,000 times better than if you do that on Luna node or the AWS.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still trade-off. And the next step is designing our own server hardware that will host on physical devices, one per customer, with physical security that if we try to access the data, the servers will shut down and the encryption keys will be gone.
Yes. Okay, so that's interesting. So, so right now you just have basically one big rack where, let's say, 10 people are on, and in the future there would be 10 racks where each of them has one. So there's separation between the clients.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
It depends on the needs of the clients.
The current model separates the clients between each other. It's very hard. I will never use the word impossible in the security. But there are very few exploits for escaping a virtual machine and going to the hypervisor and going to another virtual machine. To my knowledge, the hypervisor we are using didn't have such a vulnerability for many years, which also makes it more likely that it will happen soon. But we are trying to keep them up to date and following all the security recommendations, of course.
Okay, then, well, you said you designed the hardware yourself. What do you mean? Are you going to go into the foundries and make the chips?
No, we will design like the physical rack, the metal rack, in which we'll be putting basically the same, some very close hardware to what the Node box is today.
Yeah.
So yeah, the single board computer is coming from China. The chips are usually not, though. Yeah, there is a legend saying like that when you buy electronics, everything comes from China. China is a good assembly place, but they don't have state-of-the-art foundries, and most of the chips and components are not Chinese. They are just assembled in China. By the way, you can see there is a shift in narrative. Companies like Apple now used to put made in China on their products, and now we put assembled in China on their products. So like people starting to realize that. And yeah, we'll try all the custom components, we try to source them locally. The cases are made in the UK. The kill switches are sold in my living room.
Is that local enough?
And yeah, so basically we'll design like this big rack in which we'll have, I don't know, 50 or 100 models and the case that requires shutting down to be opened.
So one rack will have, let's say, 50 single board computers. Okay, interesting. Nico, I'm sure you have a bunch of questions. Rafael, what do you say?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the actually the Nodal 500, which I believe was the first one. And what is the biggest performance increase or upgrade to the model that you have, the latest model that you have available right now? Like, how would you say that? What's the most relevant improvement?
So the The 500 is the historical model which we are selling, and we switched to the 1 terabyte very fast because we figured that actually the 500 will be full fast enough, and it's happening right now. Most people who have a 500 reach the limit.
Actually, that happened
what
to
you
me.
had, right?
Yeah. But actually, I think that I have the box that you showcased here 2 years ago.
That's possible.
Right?
Yeah.
I think I've had that testing unit standing in my place, but it was a 500 gigabyte. And although the Bitcoin blocks are what, 350 or 360 right now?
Yeah, the issue is when so first the device is partitioned, there is a system partition, and then there is a swap partition, and then there is a data partition, and all the big things live in the data partition, which uses about 450 gigabytes from this 500. And when you add Bitcoin D and an Electron server, it's full. It's simple as that. So yeah, we have a video guide which many people followed to upgrade
It's so
to 1
good.
terabyte.
So good.
And we had like 1 failure probably only. Latest to date who contacted us to upgrade was Jimmy Song, and he did it and like just came back the next day. Okay, I upgraded.
It was actually dribbled specifically with that video. I probably couldn't have figured it out on my own, not all the nuances. At least not with a lot of work.
The video has the advantage that you don't need a separate Linux computer to do the upgrade, because if you have a Linux computer, you can do it much faster and much more efficient. But with this tutorial, you just connect the new drive to the running device and you mirror the internal drive to the new drive, which anyone who knows anything about file systems is crying right now because it's the best way to corrupt your data. But in the tutorial, we make sure that like most of the things that could write on the drive during the transfer are off. And you do some file system checks before you expand the volume and so on. So yeah, it's 99% safe to do that.
Just a little bit reckless.
Yeah, just reckless enough. And so yeah, so now we are selling only 1 terabyte devices. All with the black box has 1 drive, the red box has 2 drives mirroring. Now all the devices shipped now are encrypted, so the SSD is encrypted, and you have the option to buy the kill switch on the black box, which was only on the red box until now. So
what does that kill switch do?
So if someone tries to open the case, it shuts down the power to the CPU and RAM, to the single board computer basically. So the physical key extraction from the running RAM is made impossible, which is anyway almost impossible because you would have to freeze and unsolder the RAM at the same time, which is totally contradictory. Just one small extra layer of protection.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, you have this kill switch, and it also comes with a nice blue backlight for the node logo.
Yeah, the new case is incredible.
That's nice.
Yeah, thanks to OpenOMS, who put us in contact with the guy who designed and who is making the cases for us, and who is also making the nice Raspberry Blitz case.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the new case for the Bleskomat, the Lightning ATM?
The one that was by that truck yesterday, I think.
Yes, exactly. It's also a nice black metal case. Pretty solid. This is like the 3rd version. First was cardboard. Second was wood. Now it's this metal, and they're going to be further improvements. But I really like that. Like more and more Bitcoin hardware projects actually get custom stuff done. That's really cool.
There's a lot of custom parts in the model that a lot of people don't necessarily realize. I don't know. Do you still have the pins here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the kill switch and stuff like that are custom parts, and we think it makes a lot of sense. We're probably going to do more and more custom stuff. I think it's there's a lot of research behind it.
That's the kill switch board.
What does this do? You see it's custom? Shows. It's red.
It's beautiful.
So that's for the red box. We have the same one in black for the black box.
Yeah. So this is actually the board which should be black, but I ordered them red, so we transformed them into small souvenirs for ladies and else.
That's a perfect gift for your lady.
Yeah. So and the last difference between the old device and the new ones is the single board computer changed. So it's not a ROG 64 anymore. It's a ROG i4. And it's based on the same CPU as the ROG 64 Pro, but in a smaller footprint. So it's a 6-core CPU instead of 4. There's a small performance improvement and a big stability and quality improvement. Yeah.
Nico, anything more, Rafi?
But is 500 is still, I assume, pretty much usable as long as you upgrade to 1 TB hard drive at least.
Yes, totally. We will continue supporting the same software on the 500, and I mean on the with what we call OG Nodo and the new ones. The only difference is you will never get the disk encryption on the original Nodos. You will ultimately get it on the new models which didn't have it when they were shipped. It's a feature you can activate. It's risky to do it, so we don't know yet how we will be releasing that.
I'm actually curious because it's LUKS disk encryption.
Yeah.
But how do you then? Because one of the nice features of the Nodo is the auto power on, right? But that won't work if it's LUKS encrypted.
That won't work. When you go to the Nodo UI, instead of getting the dashboard, you get a page which asks you for your LUKS password.
Can you do that remotely through Tor?
Yeah.
Also?
I mean, currently there isn't a hidden service to access that, but we could add one. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, that's actually really
I'm cheating a little because I'm still using 0 tier, so everywhere I am, I'm on a home network anyway.
Yes. Yeah, that was funny. I was connecting to my Nodo through Tor while doing the SSD upgrade. And then in the GUI, I shut down all the services, including Tor. And I clicked the button, and a second later, I was like, oh shit, it's going to kick me out. And so I refreshed the page. It still worked. 505 not found. I was like, fuck. Nico, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, I love this stuff. You know, I'm a bit of a hardware nerd as well. I've always loved to build Raspberry Pi projects and computers and stuff. But I'm also a merchant. I have my own bookshop on Consensus Network that I accept Bitcoin. But what I'm wondering, what do you guys think is this going to be more of a trend, or is it going to be like just the hobbyists who are going to use this kind of a product to maintain their own finances, or do you think it's going to be more like there's going to be these payment processor entrepreneurs who then possibly use a Nodo or a similar service or similar hardware of their own, and then provide this as service for the regular merchants who just simply want to use easy Bitcoin payments?
The call to make money and earn a living, I think, is important.
Yes.
It's probably a big. It'll probably be done in steps. That's at least our bets. That a lot of people are willing to set up any system that allows them to earn Bitcoin and take the time in a second step to learn how it works and do it themselves. But they'll be comfortable having someone else run it for them. Because you can't learn everything at the same time. The educational content is still not where it should be. Adoption takes time too. And for practical reasons, our bet with the cloud is people will use it to set up their commerce. Your online business will be running on that.
Yeah, and there are different levels of service. Now we are mostly talking about like the full Nodo experience on the cloud, but we also providing, for example, just a BTC Pay server account on the shared BTC Pay, but with a dedicated Lightning node. So you can, unlike on the BTC Pay Jungle, you will be able to have your BTC Pay account for on-chain and a dedicated LND running on our servers for off-chain. And second way will be like you get this shared BTC Pay, but you can connect it back to your LND on your physical node through a VPN. And of course, there is also the solution of having your node at home and the tunnel just exposing it on the internet, because we advise everyone to never expose it on their own IP address, obviously. First, because many people don't have a static IP address, and second, because it's a bad idea, because basically if I know your IP address, I can pretty much narrow down your physical address to a few blocks. So
yes, not good upside for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually one of the things that I was super interested in, because you know the Nodal box is in a base where it's secure, and I can use it, but it's very difficult to expose it specifically for BTC Pay. Right? If I want to get BTC Pay as a merchant, although the hardware has the capability, it's not a good idea based on the reasons that you said. So what I would be really interested in, either in the Nodal brand or in the Host for Coin brand, but that I2P service would be great.
So, for example, if you look at Keep It Simple Bitcoin, which is personally love and who does a lot of great tutorials for the Nodal.
He's co-hosting here too, by the way.
Oh, yes. And he's a Host for Coins customer for his website. And on the same server, we set up a VPN, an open VPN back to his Nodal.
Nice.
And the BTC server runs off his Nodal.
That's a phenomenal idea. I would really like that too.
Because the IP tutorial service is nice as a trick or experiment, but for many networking reasons, it's a very bad idea if you really want to use it in production. So yeah, I prefer to connect, like first to have a reverse proxy on the server, so the TCP sessions is ended on the server itself. And then UDP-based tunnel back to your box, because TCP in TCP is a bad idea, and TCP on UDP tunnel works much better. And yeah, we tried with an SSH tunnel, which is TCP in TCP. It was a nightmare, it wasn't working very well, and we switched to OpenVPN, and now it's super stable. Even over reboots, it just relaunches the tunnel, and it's very seamless.
Yes.
It's really like, even if they are running the nodal behind some VPNs and stuff, it just works very well, very fast.
Yeah, that's fantastic. One more, so because we only have a couple more minutes left that I would really like to touch on. You guys are really Bitcoin entrepreneurs, like fully fledged. Not just do you work on Bitcoin products, you get paid in Bitcoin, and right here you earn your revenue in Bitcoin, and you probably have some of your savings in Bitcoin too. So there's many aspects where you're a Bitcoin entrepreneur. And I'm just curious, how have been the last couple of years? Like how was the journey for you guys?
The biggest difficulty is all our suppliers take fiat only.
Yeah.
Except one. And the problem is, like, we are in Europe, and as many people are aware, all these Bitcoin debit cards got closed a while ago. So yeah, we are surfing like on the personal accounts on exchanges and personal debit cards and stuff. So yeah, it's
we don't have company accounts anyways.
Yeah, there is no company anyway, so.
Yes.
No, but it's difficult when your core business is not to do foreign currency exchange, and you're exposed to that risk that you don't necessarily want to take, but you don't have any choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. In addition, we are exposed to British pound exchange and to dollar exchange rates and Bitcoin exchange rates. So we just try to not look too much.
Yeah. You know, but as you said, this is not your business.
No, it's treasury management that's just thrown on top of normal business.
Yeah.
Actually, selling goods and services for Bitcoin is like the ultimate dollar cost averaging, because you just receive payments at random rates from people at random times.
Exactly. Yes. Or rather, dollar cost averaging is kind of a tool that substitutes or that has similar effects as entrepreneurial action. Right? It's kind of like, if you're not that good of an entrepreneur that others are willing to pay you in Bitcoin, right? If you don't provide a service that good, then you can use dollar cost average to get rid of your fiat and still get your Bitcoin.
For some services, for example, we have some people who are paying us, who are buying Bitcoin only to pay us. So for like recurring monthly services, we try to arrange the date when there is some low price. But I mean, it's pretty.
Do you denominate your goods in Bitcoin?
No, because as I said, all our suppliers are paid in fiat and our costs are fixed in fiat.
Yes.
So yeah, it's too volatile for now.
And eventually, you don't know if you want to offer the opportunity for people to get rid of their fiats too. There's probably nothing wrong with that. We went back and forth for a while on these questions. We'll probably do it.
On Transfer Coins, initially I tried to put a fixed price in Satoshis, but it really made no sense. Like you were paying 10 times more for the same service every year about. Like, why?
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is not the unit of account yet. It's not even close. But that doesn't mean that you can't measure your wealth in Satoshis, which I think, well, I do, and I think it makes a lot of sense. But you have to realize, like, I'm also running a mostly fiat business because, like, well, gladly, like, from my book sales, about 30% is paid in Bitcoin, and I must say it feels great. Like, it's the greatest compliment to a merchant when a customer willingly parts from their Bitcoins for your service. So even though I do resort to some dirty tricks, right, like giving actually premium for their Bitcoins, I always give 10% if somebody wants to pay in Bitcoin.
And I think it's a good way to do it, but it makes it easier from a treasury perspective to say, I have pools of whatever fiat currency and Bitcoin. I can choose to use whichever to pay suppliers, etc., and have an easy way to keep my Bitcoin in Bitcoin. And not have to sell it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we still have to find a way to pay the fiat bills, but that's just temporary. I can already see that we are moving towards, like, for example, we're doing with Hodl now this Citadel 21. I'm taking care of the printing, and basically Citadel 21 itself is running fully on Bitcoin. They've managed to collect in Bitcoin and pay in Bitcoin all of the expenses because of middlemen like myself. So I think there's going to be more and more entrepreneurs like who go full on Bitcoin and then utilize this network of other entrepreneurs who are still 1 foot in the fiat world. So you have gateways, and that's kind of like organically how it's going to grow. And I think it's a beautiful thing.
And I think that's our first cloud customers, actually.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny, for example, our domain name supplier started accepting Bitcoin like a few weeks ago for no reason.
Nice. No, he has many good reasons.
Out of nowhere. Well, they do some shitcoinery too, but whatever. But yeah, I mean, things are changing, and like it's a big company, and they suddenly started accepting crypto payments.
No, I think it's going to be quite drastic. Actually, this kind of it ties in with one question that I have specifically. 2 years ago you introduced this awesome project. It was at the peak of the bubble, like 2017, like October 2017 was crazy, right? But then all of the building a huge part of the building that you do was during the bear market. So Nodl is a creature of the bear market, which is in my opinion one of its greatest strengths, because you actually stuck through and improved it at a tight budget at a very difficult time.
I think we told you once in Malta, our goal is not to die.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's kind of like weather the storm and come out of it stronger.
If the bubble did continue, I guess the project would probably not be what it is today.
Why?
Because craziness.
That's
I would probably be an ICO anyway. So.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been also thinking that bear markets are actually great especially for builders, because there's no noise and you get to be in peace and work on the stuff that you really love, and that's when great products come out. And I really think Nodal is a good product. I can recommend it to everybody.
Time to time, you can feel that people are getting bored on Twitter, and suddenly some drama happens just out of nowhere because people don't have anything else to do.
What would be Twitter without the drama? It would be so boring. So boring.
True.
Yeah. No, but again, I think this is just that aspect of building a product, a venture, in a time where demand for the entire economy is reducing, right? That's the bear market. Demand is reducing. This has so many benefits. You're not being swamped with the hype and with the craziness and with all the huge customer support. Like, you have a smaller client base, more of the power users, and willing to support and give feedback.
It's smaller, but it's always there.
Yeah.
They didn't disappear.
Yeah.
I can say that we got less order when the price was low, actually, which is pretty surprising. We were like, oh, it's growing. People will not buy because now the value is that much, and people were still buying. And then, oh, now it's low, and people will not buy. They will wait until it's back up again, and they didn't wait. So yeah, the Bitcoin price influence is very low.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the price, because they're priced in dollars, doesn't move, doesn't change. And a lot of people change their fiat to Bitcoin to buy the devices, I guess. And the value is the same. And a lot of times people mistake price for value. So people interested in the product are people who understand it, and they're willing to pay for the value they get. And that I think is something that's been clear to us.
Yeah, exactly. That's it's so interesting, right? And of course, it's very difficult to say. These things are also ceteris paribus, right? Yes, Bitcoin price decreased. Yes, your clients had less capital available to spend, but you built more reputation, right? You were longer on the market. You improved the product. All of these things with that upward pressure, while the Bitcoin price might have been a downward pressure, but nevertheless, you've grown and you've gained a lot stronger, and you've survived, first and foremost.
The people who buy it are people who use it.
Yes.
We talk to the people who use it.
Yeah.
That's how we learn a lot about how people interact with it.
I think there is a big difference between the 2018 Nodal customer and the 2020 Nodal customer. The 2018 were probably half collectors who never opened the box. And now we see on the support channel and email that people who receive it just set it up the moment they receive it. It's a big difference.
Huge. No, phenomenal, seriously.
Yeah, and I think people will try to earn Bitcoin. There's going to be a bigger trend, like earn Bitcoin instead of buying it. And the best way to do it is to run your node.
Yeah.
Know what you're doing.
Exactly.
Or why not? I mean, that's the thing. Like, one of the first things you did when you got the Nodal was you took it on a bus ride.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that was a little surprising to us, is like, we still want some like mobile functionality. We're big believers in mobile, and yet we built a box that at first was in your home and didn't move. And it wasn't apparent to us how many people actually wanted something that they could carry around or have at some other place in theirs because they didn't own a place or they wanted to travel all the time, and that they made a difference between there's stuff that I'll do myself that I don't want to rely on anyone for doing, and that there's other stuff, business aspects, where they're okay with a few drawbacks or trusting someone else because they're not as desperate from a privacy or security standpoint.
It's trade-offs, right? There's so many shades of gray here.
Exactly.
And that's individual preferences.
Run an online business where your life savings don't depend on it. You're okay with some trust.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you're a hardcore Bitcoiner.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, individuals choose, and then they align their risk benefits and preferences and so on.
So it's important for us to make those obvious.
Yeah, so very, very nice. I mean, again, you both are like pioneering entrepreneurs here in the Bitcoin space, and kind of Although I did, like, there were stuff like, what was it called, like the Bitseed or something, like early
Yeah, they were
build
the first
boxes.
one, yeah.
But I mean, you've really kickstarted, I think, that whole next era of easy to use, full nodes, the software and hardware packages. And still to this day, I think that you've hit it home and really succeeded here quite a lot.
And hopefully we're just starting.
Absolutely, absolutely. Specifically, the Nodal Cloud
Yeah, yeah.
is something I'm super excited about, for especially me as a nomad. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Right? And you know, just further improvements to the UI, to the UX, and everything.
And I think you are the type of person who well, obviously you understand that, but who'll probably have a use for your own hardware and have other uses for the remote hardware, and you'll probably use them the right way, you know, for what they bring.
Yeah,
That's
I'm still actually not decided if I get a second node just for the public business
Yeah.
VPC pay, or if I use that Tor to IP tunnel
Yeah.
on my host for coin server. We'll see.
Yeah. No, I think there's a lot of people who want the security
Yeah.
of not having to maintain it for yourself. And
You know, and just that aspect of having someone to support in, like, for example, upgrading your hardware SD card SSD from 500 to a terabyte. I could have never done that on my own, or at least I would have had to invest hours and hours of time.
Yeah.
But now you guys were taking care of it, providing step-by-step guides, providing a nice UX and a nice software package to take care of it.
Yeah,
That's a huge service.
And anyway, if you well, to our 500 gigabytes customers out there, if you don't want to do it yourself, you can
do
always send it in for us to do it for you.
there's been a few repairs. Yeah.
Oh, nice, nice.
And if you don't want to disclose your address, we can find a friend close to where
Yeah,
you
we can
live.
find
You
a
can
drop
send it to
gang.
us.
A drop gang near you.
Yeah, drop gang.
Yeah, we're
Perfect.
accommodating.
Yes, yes, beautiful, beautiful. Again, heroic entrepreneurs here. Nico, Rafi, do you have any final last questions?
Not really. I think we're over time already. I just wanted to say that, you know, congratulations, guys, on building such a great product. And I think you really hit your niche. And that's great about the internet. You know, you can really find your really small but passionate audience that will be loyal to you. And I think that's great. And it's enough. And it's growing, obviously. And yeah, I wish you all the best. And thanks for the viewers. I'm going to tune off for a while. I'll be back later. If you want to check me on Twitter, Omnifin is the tag. And also check my website at consensus.network if you're into books. And that will be it from me. Thank you for everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yes, thanks, Nico, for sticking through the night. You did an awesome job taking care of the stream so that I could sleep. That was great. Thanks a lot. Then awesome that we got this crew together here. You both are awesome. Nodal was one of the most entrepreneurial achievements that we have here in Bitcoin. So thanks a lot. Keep it up. And I'm so much looking forward to the shit that you built. It's going to be fun as well.
And again, I guess it wouldn't happen the same way or wouldn't happen at all if there wasn't this couch here 2 years ago.
Actually, 2 years ago, Hackers Congress. I mean, Riga was your first.
You were talking about reputation in the beginning, and I think this is the place we started building our reputation as a Bitcoin not company.
Yes.
And once again, that's why you want to show up to these events. That's why you want to, you know, do it the right way, take your time, be patient, and do it with people who care. And,
Exactly.
and get advice or support or, you know, a lot of encouraging messages from the people you see here.
Awesome. So thanks again, both of you, for coming
you.
on.
Thank you.
And so Nodal.it.
Nodal.it and Nodal.cloud.
Oh, Nodal Cloud, fantastic. And hostforcoins.net. So many domains. Those are endings to the names.
Please don't be stupid. Host for Coins is an anonymous service. Don't do nasty things with it. We had one case.
Oh, really?
And I was that close to shut down the service.
Yes. Oh, that's super interesting.
There are things you shouldn't do.
Yes. Okay, I
In
will.
a free world.
I will ask you. I will ask you about that later. So again, thanks very much. Enjoy Congress, and see you later.
See you later.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So
take care.
Yeah. And we're moving from one awesome hardware project to the other. So first, we're gonna realize how verifying is important, and doing everything is important very much. So get the Blaskomat guys in. Blaskomat! So now the Blaskomat is for those entrepreneurs who actually demand to be paid in Bitcoin, and they want to get their customers to have Bitcoin quickly and early. And that is the one and only Blaskomat. We have so many Blaskomats being delivered right here. Come in. Are you all together? Fantastic. I will move a bit over. So come in, sit down.
Thank you.
There might actually be not enough headphones, or no,
Okay.
actually. Sure, there's a break. What is that? No. We do it live. Since 26 hours, we didn't take a break, so why should we start now?
But just finish one interview. It's like, wow.
So,
Max, can you hear me?
yes, Rafe, what is it?
Yeah, just let's start the new stream key
Power.
right away.
Oh, not for that one. I
Oh,
think we
new
can figure
stream
this.
key. That's actually a really, really good idea. Yes. Can you do? You do new stream key? I update the website.
Yeah, I'll do it. Just a sec.
Fantastic. So Max, by